Chapter 1. The Super Wealthy System. Lin Dong, let's break up. In a secluded grove by the playground of Jiangnan University, Jiang Shan declared to her boyfriend, Lin Dong. Shan, why? What have I done wrong? Why must you be so heartless? Lin Dong asked, visibly agitated that he and Jiang Shan had been high school classmates, and they became a couple during their senior year. Despite Lin Dong's less-than-ideal family circumstances, his handsome appearance and academic prowess made him the quintessential warm-hearted boy, the object of admiration for many female classmates. Jiang Shan was no slouch either. She was the belle of the class, with grades slightly lower than Lin Dong's but still exceptional. When they first got together, they often faced criticism from teachers, but they assured them that their relationship would not hinder their studies and promised to break up if their grades fell, which allowed the teachers to turn a blind eye as fate would have it. Both of them gained admission to the prestigious Jiangnan University, a source of envy for many. However, Lin Dong never anticipated that barely a year into university, Jiang Shan would begin to distance herself from him, and now she was outright demanding a breakup. He had sensed her change since the beginning of the semester. Whenever they were together, she seemed distracted and repeatedly found excuses to decline his invitations. One Saturday, he even saw Jiang Shan getting into the car of a notorious womanizer from their class, but he consoled himself with the thought that it could merely be a group gathering. But today, Jiang Shan's request for a breakup shattered Lin Dong's illusions completely. Lin Dong, let's part amicably and cherish the good memories we shared, shall we? Shan, tell me, is it because of Huang Junlang? And if it is? Shan, Huang Junlang is infamous for his womanizing. Didn't you hear he got a classmate pregnant last semester? Junlang explained it to me. It was a mistake made in drunkenness, and that girl was the one who initiated it. He compensated her afterward. Shan, don't believe his lies. He's deceiving you. He's involved with multiple girls at the same time. Enough, Lin Dong. I'm just here to inform you. Please stop pestering me. Goodbye. Jiang Shan turned to leave, but Lin Dong grasped her arm. Shan, listen to me. Huang Junlang is not a good person. Don't let him trick you. Did he pressure you into this? He must have. I will confront him. Jiang Shan forcefully shook off Lin Dong's grip, saying, Lin Dong, stop deluding yourself. Junlang didn't pressure me. I made this choice willingly. I no longer wish to be with you. After graduation, I want to work hard, earn money, buy a house and a car, and not be a lifelong slave to debt. I desire to eat well, dress well, and use quality things. Do you understand? Do you see this bag on me? The latest from a luxury brand, costing over 10,000. Being with you, I could never afford such things. Junlang can provide what you never could. But Huang Junlang is only playing with you. He won't marry you. There are several girls he has discarded. Lin Dong continued to plead. Oh, Lin Dong. It's not right to speak ill of others behind their backs, a voice interjected, and Huang Junlang, clad in designer attire, sauntered over and casually wrapped his arm around Jiang Shan's waist. Junlang, you're here. Jiang Shan cooed, leaning against him. Seeing Huang Junlang embrace Jiang Shan, Lin Dong's heart ached. He realized that further words would be futile once a woman's heart strays. It is difficult to win it back. Not wanting to witness their intimate exchange, he addressed Jiang Shan, saying, Jiang Shan, you will eventually regret your decision today. He turned to leave. Wait. Huang Junlang called out to Lin Dong. He then turned to Jiang Shan and said, Shan, you go ahead. I need to have a quick word with Lin Dong. Junlang, let's go together. I've completely ended things with Lin Dong. There's nothing left to discuss. Don't worry. It will just be a couple of words. It won't affect our relationship. Fine, just be quick. He'll wait for you by the school gate. Jiang Shan glanced at the two of them before departing. Speak your mind. If you came here to witness my heartbreak, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. There are plenty of fish in the sea, and I, Lin Dong, won't hang myself on a single tree. Though his heart bled, Lin Dong stubbornly spoke, maintaining a facade of resilience before Huang Junlang. Lin Dong, I only wish to convey one thing. Huang Junlang stepped closer, whispering in Lin Dong's ear. Jiang Shan has an incredible figure. I can't believe that after all this time, you two have only. Anyway, I must leave. Shan is waiting for me. I even booked a presidential suite at the Golden Leaf Hotel. Do you know that place? An 8-star hotel where a single meal would be beyond your lifetime's earnings. Huang Junlang laughed heartily as he turned to leave. After hearing Huang Junlang's words, Lin Dong felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He and Jiang Shan had been together for 4 years, and throughout that time, they had barely progressed beyond hand-holding and kissing. Each time Lin Dong sought to deepen their relationship, Jiang Shan insisted they wait until marriage. Yet he never imagined that Jiang Shan would succumb to Huang Junlang's charms after only a few days. At that moment, Lin Dong felt his blood surge in his veins, his vision turned crimson, and he could no longer contain himself, spitting out a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. When Lin Dong regained consciousness, he found himself in the school infirmary. Just as he prepared to rise, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Super wealthy system binding in progress. 10%, 30%, 50%, 80%, 100%. Binding of the wealthy system complete. Suddenly, a panel appeared before Lin Dong, visible only to him. Host: Lin Dong balance. 10 quadrillion yuan physique. 15 weak spirit. 28 average skills. Free to add. Requires wealth points. 0. Before Lin Dong could comprehend it, the voice in his mind spoke again. Welcome, host Lin Dong, to the super wealthy system. This system is an unknown binding system, non-transferable. Should the host perish, the system will vanish. The host balance is linked with major banks in the world, allowing for payments by fingerprint, facial recognition, or retinal scan. System gameplay. For every billion spent, the host Lin Dong will earn 1 wealth point, which can be used to enhance physique, increase comprehension, add skills, and upgrade skill levels. Rule. There is but one rule to this system. The host must never haggle over prices. Those who bargain are unworthy of possessing this system. Chapter 1. The Super Rich System. Lin Dong, let's part ways. In a secluded grove by the playground of Jiangnan University, Jiang Shan addressed her boyfriend, Lin Dong. Shan, why? What have I done wrong? Why are you being so heartless? Lin Dong inquired, his voice tinged with agitation. Lin Dong and Jiang Shan had been high school classmates, and they became a couple during their senior year. Despite coming from a modest background, Lin Dong was handsome and academically gifted, embodying the quintessential warm-hearted boy that many female classmates admired. Jiang Shan was equally exceptional, known as the belle of the class, her academic performance slightly trailing Lin Dong's, yet still among the top tier. Their relationship had drawn the ire of teachers, but they had both assured them that their studies would not suffer. They promised to break up if their grades ever slipped, which led the teachers to overlook their romance. Indeed, as they had claimed, both excelled and gained admission to a prestigious university, Jiangnan University, earning the envy of countless peers. However, Lin Dong never anticipated that less than a year into university, Jiang Shan would begin to withdraw from him, and now she was outright declaring her desire to break up. He had sensed her change since the start of the semester. She often seemed distracted when they were together and had repeatedly declined his invitations for dates. One Saturday, he even spotted her getting into a car belonging to a notorious playboy from their class. Yet he comforted himself with the thought that it might merely be a casual gathering. But today, Jiang Shan's request for a breakup shattered Lin Dong's illusions. Lin Dong, let us part amicably, leaving behind beautiful memories of one another, shall we? Shan, tell Mice it because of Huang Junlang? And if it is, Shan, Huang Junlang is infamous for his philandering ways. Don't you know he got one girl pregnant last semester? Junlang has explained it to me. It was merely a drunken mistake, and the girl was the one who initiated it. He compensated her afterwards. Shan, do not believe his words. He is deceiving you. He is involved with many girls simultaneously. Enough, Lin Dong. I am merely here to inform you. Please do not trouble me any further. Goodbye. With that, Jiang Shan attempted to walk away, but Lin Dong seized her arm. Shan, listen to me. Huang Junlang is not a good person. Don't be fooled by him. Did he force you into this? Surely he did. I will confront him. Jiang Shan forcefully shook off his grip. Lin Dong, stop deceiving yourself. Junlang did not coerce me. I made this choice willingly. I no longer wish to be with you. After graduation, I will have to work hard to earn money, buy a house, buy a car, and take out loans. I want to enjoy a good life. Do you understand? Do you see this bag I'm carrying? It's the latest from a luxury brand, costing over 10,000. Being with you, I could never afford such things. Junlang can provide me with what you never could. But Huang Junlang is merely playing with you. He won't marry you. He has discarded several girls before. Lin Dong persisted in his final effort. Oh, Lin Dong, it is wrong to speak ill of others behind their backs. A voice interrupted them, and Huang Junlang swaggered over, draped in designer clothes, his arm wrapping around Jiang Shan's waist. "Junlang, you're here," Jiang Shan cooed, leaning into him like a delicate bird. Witnessing Huang Junlang's possessiveness over Jiang Shan, Lin Dong's heart ached. He recognized that any further words would be futile once a woman's heart strays. It is exceedingly difficult to win it back. He could no longer bear to watch them in their intimate embrace, and said to Jiang Shan, "You will inevitably regret your decision today." He turned to leave. "Wait," Huang Junling called out, then turned to Jiang Shan. Shan, you go ahead. I have a few words to exchange with Lin Dong." "Junling, let's leave together. I have completely severed ties with Lin Dong. What more is there to say?" "Don't worry, it's merely a brief conversation. It won't affect our relationship." "Fine, but make it quick. I'll wait for you at the school gate." Jiang Shan glanced at the two of them before departing. "Speak your mind. If you seek to witness me wallowing in heartbreak, you shall be sorely disappointed. There are plenty of women in this world. I, Lin Dong, shall not hang my hopes on one tree." Though Lin Dong's heart bled, he maintained a stubborn facade. He could display his anguish and humiliation before Jiang Shan, but he resolutely refused to show any vulnerability in front of Huang Junlang. "Lin Dong, I merely wish to convey one thing to you." Huang Junlang stepped closer and whispered into Lin Dong's ear. "Jiang Shan has an exquisite figure. It's astonishing that after such a long time together, you two have it. But enough of that. I must be on my way. Shan is waiting for me, and I've booked a presidential suite at the Golden Leaf Hotel. Are you familiar with it? An 8-star establishment. You could never afford a meal there in your lifetime." With that, Huang Junlang turned and walked away, laughing heartily. After hearing Huang Junlang's words, Lin Dong felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He and Jiang Shan had been together for 4 years, yet in that time, they had only shared innocent gestures of affection. Every time Lin Dong sought to deepen their intimacy, Jiang Shan halted him, insisting they save the best for marriage. Yet he could hardly fathom that Jiang Shan had succumbed to Huang Junlang after merely a few days. In that moment, Lin Dong felt a surge of rage and despair, his vision turning crimson as he could no longer contain himself, spitting out blood before collapsing onto the ground. When Lin Dong regained consciousness, he found himself in the school infirmary. As he prepared to rise, a voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Super rich system binding in progress. 10%, 30%, 50%, 80%, 100%. Binding of the rich system complete." Before him appeared a panel visible only to him. Host, Lin Dong balance, 10 quadrillion yuan physique, 15 weak spirit, 28 normal skills, freely addable, requiring consumption of rich points. 0. As Lin Dong attempted to comprehend this, the voice in his mind spoke again. "Welcome, host Lin Dong, to the super rich system. This system is exclusively bound to you and cannot be transferred. Should the host perish, the system will vanish. The host balance is linked to the major banks of this world, allowing for direct payments via fingerprint, facial recognition, or iris scanning. System mechanics. Upon spending 1 billion yuan, the host will receive 1 rich point, which can be used to enhance physical abilities, increase comprehension, add skills, and elevate skill levels. Rule. There is but one rule to this system. The host must never haggle over prices. Those who bargain are unworthy of possessing this system." Chapter 2. The 8-star Hotel Lin Dong was still pondering the authenticity of this so-called Super Tycoon System when the door to the infirmary swung open. A stunning woman in her 30s, clad in a white medical uniform, entered. She was the school doctor, Dr. Chun Xian, 32 years of age, married for several years without children, and her husband was a small company owner. However, it was rumored that her relationship with her husband was strained, and they were currently embroiled in a divorce. Whispers circulated that her husband, in pursuit of a business partnership with a larger company, had attempted to drug her, intending for her to entertain the company's boss for a night. Fortunately, she discovered his plot early, seizing the opportunity to escape to the school restroom and subsequently residing on campus without returning home. She was now seeking legal counsel to initiate divorce proceedings. "Young man, you may leave once you awaken. Remember to consume more nourishing foods to replenish your vitality. Your health is rather poor, and this cannot continue. Take things lightly and avoid letting anger affect your well-being," Dr. Chun said as she observed Lin Dong opening his eyes and lying on the bed. "Thank you, Dr. Chun. I understand, Lin Dong replied, rising unsteadily from the bed and exiting the infirmary, still feeling a bit dizzy. Oh dear, are today as students so infatuated? Dr. Chen lamented, her thoughts drifting to her husband. In their college days, they had shared an all-consuming love. Yet just last month, he had resorted to such treachery for the sake of his business. Had she not discovered his intentions in time, the consequences could have been dire. She still grappled with the reasons behind his actions. As Lin Dong walked through the campus, he noticed many fellow students pointing and whispering about him. He had gained notoriety. While many couples at Jiangnan University experienced breakups, his was the first in the school's history to result in such dramatic consequences. With Huang Junlang's deliberate promotion of the incident, Lin Dong had become a sensation in mere hours. Nevertheless, he had little interest in these distractions. Upon leaving the campus, he felt parched and approached a nearby vending machine to purchase a bottle of mineral water. When it came time to pay, Lin Dong instinctively reached for his phone to use the balance, but suddenly recalled the newly linked Super Tycoon System and decided to test its validity. He opted for fingerprint payment. Ding! The Super Tycoon System has successfully processed a payment of 3 yuan. A bottle of mineral water was dispensed from the machine. Is this real? Lin Dong murmured to himself as he held the bottle. He then glanced at the screen displaying the information. Host, Lin Dong balance. 999999999999997 physique. 15, weak, spirit. 28, ordinary, skills, freely add. Requiring consumption of tycoon points. 0, ha. Lin Dong suddenly burst into laughter. The Super Tycoon System was indeed genuine. This meant that from this moment onward, he was wealthier than anyone else in the world. The world's richest were insignificant compared to him. The Forbes list was trivial. Collectively, they could not match even a fraction of his wealth. From now on, I, Lin Dong, shall live a different life. The first 20 years were too stifling. The coming decades shall be filled with brilliance, freedom, and grace. All who have looked down upon me shall face my retribution. After calming himself, Lin Dong made his way to the nearest 8-star hotel, the Golden Leaf Hotel, intending to dine as he was quite famished. This was the most luxurious and expensive hotel in Jiangnan province. He recalled how, during a past visit with Jiang Shan, she had expressed a dream of dining there. Sir, how may I assist you? A tall, fair-skinned waitress approached him as he entered. I would like to eat, Lin Dong replied. May I ask how many will be dining? The waitress inquired politely. Just me. Right this way. Then she gestured for him to follow. Lin Dong expected her to lead him directly to a dining area, but instead, she brought him to the front desk. Sir, do you have a membership card? Asked another staff member at the front desk. Several other staff members stood nearby, all remarkably similar in stature to flight attendants, each over 1.7 meters tall, fair-skinned, and strikingly beautiful. I do not, Lin Dong responded. I apologize, but our food is of the highest quality, all imported from overseas. Any uneaten food at the end of the day is discarded to ensure absolute freshness, resulting in significantly higher prices than outside. Without a membership card, a deposit is required for dining. How can I obtain a membership card? Sir, our hotel membership card requires a minimum recharge of 1 million for a standard membership, 2 million for a premium membership, and 5 million for a VIP membership. Then please issue me one. Sir, how much would you like to recharge? Let us start with 100 million. Excuse me, how much did you say? I didn't quite catch that. The front desk attendant stammered, clearly taken aback. I said, start with 100 million. Are you certain? Sir? Absolutely. Please hold on a moment. Our manager will be with you shortly. The attendant took out a walkie-talkie and called, Manager Zhao, please come to the lobby. She likely thought Lin Dong was joking. He hardly appeared to be someone capable of recharging a membership card with such an amount. Received, came a crisp voice over the walkie-talkie. Shortly after, a striking woman in her 20s, clad in a black professional skirt suit, approached. This manager clearly outshone the other staff members in every regard. What seems to be the issue? The manager asked as she arrived at the front desk. The previous attendant whispered a few words into her ear. Sir, are you indeed looking to recharge your membership card with 100 million? The beautiful manager asked Lin Dong. Yes, he affirmed. Are you certain you wish to recharge 100 million? Yes. Then, which bank will you be using for the payment? The manager began to operate the front desk computer. Any will do, What payment method would you prefer? Fingerprint. Very well, sir. Please verify the amount and confirm by placing your finger here. The manager turned the computer screen toward Lin Dong, allowing him to check the amount. Lin Dong verified that the amount was indeed 100 million, tapped to confirm, and placed his finger on the scanner. 3 seconds later, a mechanical voice echoed from the front desk. Transfer successful. 100 million received. In that instant, all 6 or 7 tall staff members at the front desk, including the manager, collectively gasped in astonishment. Their gazes toward Lin Dong transformed from disdain to sheer admiration. Their eyes filled with a longing that suggested they wished to devour him whole. Chapter 3. Zhao Xian had served as the lobby manager at this 8-star hotel for over 3 years. She had encountered numerous wealthy individuals, some with fortunes in the tens or even hundreds of billions, as those who frequented this establishment were typically affluent. Although the membership cards were refundable, many large corporations routinely recharged their cards with millions. However, witnessing someone directly recharge 100 million was an unprecedented occurrence. Such individuals undoubtedly possess fortunes exceeding 100 billion, as only the bold dare to engage in such extravagant displays. While Forbes frequently listed the wealthiest individuals in the world, Zhao Xian realized, upon entering this elite circle, that there were countless invisible billionaires. Those listed might not even represent 1% of the true affluent. Most wealthy individuals preferred to remain low-key, and the young man before her was clearly among the elite hidden wealthy, a super-rich scion from an obscure family. Initially, upon seeing Lin Dong, Zhao Xian had looked down upon him. His attire likely cost no more than 200. Such individuals were commonplace. However, when she heard at the front desk that Lin Dong intended to recharge his membership card with 100 million, she immediately concluded that he must be jesting with them. Nevertheless, adhering to her professional decorum, she inquired further and proceeded to facilitate the payment. Inwardly, she hoped for a failure in the transaction to see how Lin Dong would extricate himself from the situation. She was even prepared to summon security. To her astonishment, the payment was successful. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. Having mingled with the upper echelons of society, Zhao Xian yearned for that lifestyle, dreaming of stepping into that world. Although many nouveau riches had hinted at their interest, she held little regard for those ostentatious individuals, most of whom merely sought her physical company. For what she gathered, those who had shown her interest were not genuinely wealthy, merely pretenders masquerading as affluent. She aspired to win the favor of true aristocrats, who typically maintained a low profile. This young man, without a doubt, fit her criteria: young, wealthy, and discreet. She resolved to align herself with this towering figure. Recognizing this as her optimal chance to alter her destiny, she was confident in her own allure. Meanwhile, the front desk attendant who had summoned the manager was now filled with regret. Had she directly assisted Lin Dong, that business would have been hers. But by calling in the manager, she had forfeited the opportunity. Zhao Xian regained her composure and addressed Lin Dong. "Sir, may I please see your identification? I will assist you in obtaining your membership card." Lin Dong handed over his ID. He had already discerned her insincerity. Why request identification only after the successful transaction? It was clear that she doubted his intentions. However, Lin Dong remained unfazed. After 2 decades of encountering disdain, he found her relatively courteous. Had this been elsewhere, he might have been ejected by security. "I am a student at Jiangnan University, and starting today, I will be dining here for all 3 meals. Please prepare the finest ingredients according to breakfast, lunch, and dinner standards. If I am unable to come for any reason, simply discard the food and continue preparing for the next meal." As soon as Lin Dong finished speaking, a wave of astonishment rippled through those present. Dining thrice daily with the finest ingredients would likely cost hundreds of thousands per day for one person. To discard food if he did not arrive? That was extravagance personified. This was far beyond what could be described as merely wealthy. He was a veritable tycoon, and to think he was a student at Jiangnan University. Such youth combined with such wealth epitomized the archetype of a high-flying elite. Everyone gazed at Lin Dong with starry-eyed admiration, eager to associate themselves with him, willing to sacrifice anything for the chance. They did not necessarily aspire to marry into such a prestigious family. but any connection to him would undoubtedly be advantageous. At this moment, a mere hint from Lin Dong would likely have them lining up for his favor. "Very well, Mr. Lin. We will fulfill your requests," Zhao Xian responded. After arranging the membership card, Lin Dong was escorted to a luxurious private room. "Mr. Lin, this is our hotel's finest suite. Your meal will be served shortly. Here is my business card. Should you require anything, please feel free to contact me, and I shall ensure you receive the highest caliber of service." Zhao Xian presented Lin Dong with her personal card, distinct from the hotel-issued ones, reserved for individuals who met her standards. As she handed it over, she subtly brushed her delicate hand against the back of Lin Dong's, sending a shiver of exhilaration coursing through him. Such soft hands. This woman was truly captivating, a veritable enchantress, he mused. Before long, a lavish spread adorned the table. Lobsters, abalone, king crabs, shark fins, bird and oppos, nest, Japanese tomahawk steak, French foie gras, Spanish ham, and caviar, an array of world-class delicacies. Each dish was not only visually appealing, but also tantalizing to the appetite. A bottle of 1983 Lafite accompanied the feast. The total cost of this extravagant meal likely exceeded $1 million, far more than Lin Dong could possibly consume. Yet he was unperturbed. He was now wealthy enough to afford discarding any excess. Money was no object. Lin Dong sampled a bit of everything. Truly, this 8-star hotel lived up to its reputation. The flavors and presentation were exceptional. "Mr. Lin, how is the meal? Are you satisfied?" Zhao Xian leaned in closer, her breath warm against his neck. A sensation both pleasant and intimate. "Delightful. The cuisine is exquisite, as expected from a grand hotel. I am thoroughly pleased," Lin Dong replied. "Please, enjoy your meal at your leisure, and should you need anything, feel free to summon me. I shall not intrude on your dining experience," Zhao Xian remarked, preparing to take her leave. "Miss Zhao, considering the abundance of dishes, I cannot possibly finish this alone. Moreover, it feels somewhat lacking to indulge in such fine fare without an enchanting companion. Would you honor me by dining with me?" Lin Dong inquired. He genuinely found Zhao Xian appealing. Her physique and visage were unparalleled, and her attire accentuated her allure. The fragrance she wore stirred his senses, and each unintentional gesture ignited a yearning within him. Dining with such a beauty was undoubtedly a pleasurable experience. "This, Mr. Lin, that seems rather inappropriate, especially since I am currently on duty." Zhao Xian hesitated, though inwardly she yearned for the opportunity to share this meal. Such moments of intimacy were rare, and many of the exquisite dishes before her were ones she had never tasted, despite her position. Yet, she understood that a woman must maintain a degree of reserve. The best allure lies in subtlety, not in overt displays of temptation. What impropriety could there be? If your employer raises an issue, simply inform them I will address it. If necessary, I could even purchase the hotel and appoint you as its owner, Lin Dong proclaimed with grandiosity. "Then I shall humbly accept your invitation," Zhao Xian replied, shedding her previous restraint as she took a seat beside him, pouring wine with newfound enthusiasm. She realized that further excuses might provoke his ire. This moment required careful navigation. As for Lin Dong's jest about purchasing the hotel, she merely smiled, dismissing it lightly. Joking aside, acquiring this hotel would undoubtedly require no less than 15 billion. Although she holds Lin Dong in high regard, she does not perceive him as possessing such formidable capabilities. However, her personal assessment of Lin Dong and Oppo's financial prowess does not imply that his family and Oppo's resources are lacking in strength. Nowadays, many individuals boast fortunes in the hundreds of millions or even billions, yet most of these assets are tied up in stocks and other intangible commodities. Those capable of presenting several hundred billion in liquid cash are exceedingly rare. Such individuals embody the true essence of nobility. Should Lin Dong genuinely purchase the Golden Leaf Hotel and appoint her as the proprietor, she would wholeheartedly devote herself to him, willing to sacrifice anything for his sake. Unbeknownst to Lin Dong, Zhao Xian harbors such sentiments. Otherwise, he would have proceeded with the purchase without hesitation. What an insignificant matter it would be, let alone 150 billion, Even 300 billion would pose no obstacle for us. The two continued their meal amidst laughter and lively conversation. Chapter 4. Jiangnan International Mansion. After finishing his meal, Lin Dong stepped out of the 8-star hotel, glancing back at the entrance where Zhao Xian was bowing politely with a few attendants. At that moment, Lin Dong felt as though the world had transformed into something extraordinarily beautiful. What was Jiang Shan to him? If he so desired, he could easily establish a harem of 3,000 beauties now. What was next on his agenda? Naturally, it was time to purchase a home. He had long since grown weary of living in the school dormitory, where 4 students shared a room, yet now only 2 remained, as the other 2 had found girlfriends and rented places of their own. Furthermore, the remaining roommate was reportedly quite enamored with his girlfriend and planned to move out as well. Lin Dong had also contemplated renting a place with Jiang Shan, but she had vehemently refused. The thought that Jiang Shan had jumped into bed with Huang Junlang just a few days later twisted his heart in agony. Damn, if only he had acted more forcefully from the start. Now that little brat Huang Junlang had taken advantage of the situation. At that moment, Lin Dong and Appo's battered second-hand phone rang. He picked it up to see it was a call from his roommate, Lu Peng. Although Lu Peng had recently moved out to live with his girlfriend, their bond remained strong after over a year of living together. Additionally, the dormitory fees were tied to their tuition, so even if they no longer resided on campus, they had already paid for it. Thus, they occasionally returned to the dormitory for a few rounds of gaming. Dongzi, where are you? Lu Peng's anxious voice came through the phone. We're all at the infirmary. Dr. Chun said you've left. We heard about what happened. Please don't do anything foolish. Remember, when the old fades, new things come. Once you feel better, we'll organize a gathering to help you find someone better. Lin Dong felt a bit comforted by this and replied, Da Peng, what are you thinking? How could I possibly do something foolish? Don't worry about me. I'll be back soon. Are you really okay? Absolutely. Then tell me. Where are you? We'll come find you. No, I've gone home. Don't worry. I'll definitely be back in 2 or 3 days. Really? Of course it's true. Going home to relax is good. Just remember you have family who loves you, and we're here too. All right, I'm not that foolish. Don't worry. Hang up now. Jiangnan International Mansion stood before him, known for being the most expensive housing in Jiangnan province. With an average price starting at 200,000, its geographic location was unparalleled, as the entire estate was encircled by a river, with only one exit and flanked by water on 3 sides. The scenery was nothing short of breathtaking. The complex consisted of 6 buildings, each 38 stories high, with the smallest units exceeding 200 square meters and the largest over 1,000. This was truly a haven for the affluent, where luxury vehicles filled the parking lot, and even cars valued under $1 million fell out of place. Upon arriving at the sales office of Jiangnan International Mansion, Lin Dong entered the lobby, which appeared somewhat empty. Only a handful of saleswomen sat together, chatting casually, and none seemed inclined to approach him upon his arrival. The property had been on the market for 3 years, but remained largely unsold due to its exorbitant prices, with even the smallest units costing tens of millions. Affording them was no small feat initially. There had been a decent turnout for viewings, but after 2 years, those who could afford to buy had already done so, leaving behind those who could not. As Lin Dong stood there for a couple of minutes, feeling a bit awkward, a young woman in her mid-20s emerged from the restroom. Cui Jia had just begun working at Jiangnan International Mansion last month, having secured her position with a monetary gift arranged by her uncle. Coming from a small town, she had expected to earn a fortune selling properties in such a high-end location, but after over a month, she had yet to attend to a single client. Most of the guests were quickly whisked away by seasoned employees, leaving her with no opportunities. Seeing a young man of similar age standing in the lobby, and noting that the older employees showed no interest in him, she decided to approach. Excuse me, sir, are you here to view properties? Cui Jia inquired. Yes, Lin Dong replied. Cui Jia felt a surge of excitement. Finally, she had the chance to show a client around. What type of unit are you interested in? What options do you have? Lin Dong asked. Cui Jia eagerly began to list the available units. The remaining inventory was limited, so Lin Dong eventually chose a spacious 500 square meter flat on the 22nd floor of Building 3. Cui Jia retrieved the key from the front desk, and the two set off to view the property. As they left, The remaining staff began to gossip. Look at him. He is here to view properties? Just look at his attire. He is clearly a loser. Does he even realize where he is? A single square meter here could cost him a lifetime of hard work. Only a novice like Cui Jiao would take him around. It's such a waste of time. He probably hails from the countryside and has no clue about the prices here. Once he finds out, he'll be terrified. 2 hours later, Lin Dong and Cui Jia returned to the sales hall. They settled into a chair at the edge of the lobby, where Cui Jia prepared a cup of tea for him. Mr. Lin, were you satisfied with the viewing? She asked, sitting across from him. Not particularly. The location of Building 3 isn't ideal. Is there any availability in Building 1? Lin Dong remarked, believing that since he was buying, he might as well invest in the best. Please hold on. I'll check, Cui Jia replied, picking up her tablet to search for information. Mr. Lin, due to its prime location, there is only one unit left in Building 1. It's a large duplex occupying the 37th and 38th floors, boasting a total area of 1,300 square meters. However, the price is quite steep, and I wouldn't recommend it. Oh, may I see it? Lin Dong asked, not even inquiring about the price. It is possible, but let us go see it. Lin Dong interrupted decisively. Cui Jia considered it for a moment before responding. All right, Mr. Lin, please wait while I grab the key. Just as they prepared to view the property, a seasoned employee in her 30s, still exuding charm, chimed in from a nearby spot. Xiao Jia, are you going to see the crown jewel of Building 1? Yes, Lu Jia, Cui Jia replied. Xiao Jia, I'm not criticizing you, but the properties here aren't just for anyone to view, especially the crown jewel of Building 1. It was designed by international masters. If anything were to get damaged, who would be responsible? Lu Jia, I'll be careful. Xiao Jia, as you have just arrived and are unfamiliar with the depths of this industry, it is imperative to possess keen insight. Just observe him. Does he strike you as someone capable of affording a residence in this area? Sister Lu unabashedly pointed at Lin Dong. Sister Lu, I firmly believe that Mr. Lin is not that kind of person. Alas, if you choose not to heed Sister Lu's counsel, then so be it. However, once you step outside, ensure that the ground is spotless, leaving not a single trace of your footprints. Understood? Understood, Sister Lu. With that, Cui Jia took Lin Dong and made their way directly to the top floor of Building 1. Chapter 5. The Crown Jewel of Tower 1. Upon entering, Lin Dong was utterly astounded. Indeed, the Crown Jewel of Tower 1 boasted an unparalleled opulence. Approaching the 3-meter-high, 10-meter-long floor-to-ceiling window, he gazed at the breathtaking scenery before him, feeling as if he had ascended to the pinnacle, surveying all beneath him. Mr. Lin, this is the Crown Jewel of Tower 1. The glass in this window is bulletproof, imported from abroad, with a thickness of 10 centimeters, impervious even to conventional missiles. Its clarity is exceptional, allowing sunlight to pour in unobstructed. The value of this single window exceeds 10 million. And above you, this magnificent chandelier is imported from France, capable of shifting through over 10 colors. The real estate agent explained, this is the kitchen, this is the bedroom, this is the study, this is the wine cellar, this is the restroom, this is the reception area, this is the entertainment room. They then ascended to the 28th floor, where an indoor swimming pool awaited, featuring a daily water exchange with purified, sterile water fit for drinking. After demonstrating the water's purity by taking a sip, Cui Jia aimed to assure Lin Dong of its cleanliness. Their exploration had consumed over an hour. As they exited, Cui Jia remarked, Mr. Lin, please return to the sales office to rest. I'll tidy up and join you shortly. She prepared to wipe the floor. No need to clean. I'll take the house, Lin Dong declared. Cui Jia trembled at his words. Mr. Lin, what did you just say? I said no need to clean. I'll take the house. Really? Of course. Lin Dong affirmed confidently. Thank you. Mr. Lin, shall we proceed with the paperwork? Cui Jia asked excitedly. Certainly. The two returned to the sales office, where Cui Jia felt as though she were in a dream. Lin Dong was genuinely purchasing this property. She calculated the total price, 39,800,000, and realized her commission would be 398,000. She had never seen such a sum. It could purchase 10 houses in her small hometown. Her belief in Lin Dong's intentions stemmed from her humble origins and her recent entry into the industry. Had it been anyone else, They would hardly have believed that someone who appeared unremarkable could afford such a property. Returning to the sales office, Cui Jia busied herself with the contract and called her manager, who arrived with the finance team. By the time all transactions were completed, evening had fallen. Yet the staff remained, struggling to accept that Cui Jia had indeed sold the crown jewel of Tower 1. Only upon receiving payment did they begrudgingly acknowledge the reality. Their hearts aching at the loss of 400,000, money that had slipped through their fingers while Lin Dong had stood in the lobby, unnoticed. Sister Lu cursed herself, wishing she could slap her own face. 400,000. Last year, she had endured a month of torment to sell a house worth 800,000, earning a mere 80,000. Yet in just half a day, Cui Jia had made 400,000, a prospect that made her feel faint. After leaving the Jiangnan International residence, Lin Dong called Zhao Xian, dined in a hotel, and then spent over 10,000 on a new phone, discarding his old second-hand device. Upon returning to the top floor of Tower 1, he felt at home, knowing he would likely reside there for a considerable time. He called his university mentor to request a few days of sick leave, as news of his recent health scare had spread. His mentor, aware of the situation, did not press him. Lin Dong had no desire to return to school, anticipating ridicule. Tomorrow, I'll buy a luxury car and drive it back to school. Let us see who dares mock me then. You, Jiang Shan, forsook our 3-year relationship for a bag worth over 10,000. When I return in a car worth millions, I wonder if you'll regret your choice. Reclining on the imported leather sofa, Lin Dong marveled at the comfort that wealth afforded. He glanced at his personal dashboard. Owner, Lin Dong balance, 999999501986412 yuan physique, 15, weak, spirit, 28, average skills, freely increase, requires godly points, 4 without hesitation. Lin Dong allocated all 4 godly points to his physique, elevating it from 15 to 19. In an instant, warmth spread through his body, and the weakness he had suffered from years of malnutrition began to dissipate. He felt invigorated, noticing a newfound strength and even a slight increase in muscle mass. Such results were astonishing. If a few dozen godly points could achieve this, would he not surpass even Olympic champions? Lin Dong's outlook brightened. He retrieved his phone and opened WeChat, receiving friend requests from Zhao Xian and Cui Jia, both of which he accepted. Soon, Zhao Xian sent a message. Lin Dong, are you asleep? Not yet. Is something the matter, Xian Jia? Is it wrong to send a message if I have nothing to say? Of course not. I'm delighted to hear from you. You flatter me, Lin Dong. I have Sunday off. Are you free? I'd like to invite you to go swimming. As Lin Dong read the message, images of Zhao Xian in a bikini flashed through his mind, igniting a heat within him. How could he resist such blatant temptation from this stunning beauty? Ultimately, he realized he could not. He replied, I'm free, Xian Jia. How could I decline your invitation? Great, then it's settled. See you Sunday. All right, Xian Jia. Good night, Lin Dong. Good night, Xian Jia. Lin Dong found himself eagerly anticipating Sunday as arrival. After spending some time on WeChat, he felt somewhat bored. His social circle was limited, comprised mainly of acquaintances from school, including middle school, high school, and university friends, along with a few family members. A few roommates reached out to check on him. Lin Dong's parents had passed away in an accident when he was under 10, leaving him to live with his second uncle until high school. During the struggle for his guardianship, his 2 uncles and 1 uncle contended fiercely, and for a time, his second uncle and aunt treated him exceptionally well. Lin Dong believed he would have a good life with them, ultimately choosing to stay. However, once guardianship was secured, his life took a downturn. He faced abuse and neglect, often receiving only leftovers, leading to his long-standing malnutrition. It was only later that he realized their interest was not in his well-being, but rather in claiming his parents' nearly $2 million in compensation. Since he began high school at 16, they had given him not a single cent. Had it not been for his aunt and older cousin's assistance, he might have dropped out. Originally, the nearly $2 million in compensation was supposed to be given to him upon turning 18, yet to this day, he had seen not a penny. His aunt, great-aunt, and uncle had incessantly engaged in disputes with his second uncle and aunt over this matter. Yet, what could be done? The money lay in the hands of others, and his aunt had bluntly stated that all those funds had been expended on Lin Dong over the years. Lin Dong silently estimated that the total amount spent on him at his uncle's home had likely not exceeded 5,000 yuan, primarily consisting of essential school fees during junior high and 1 or 2 sets of inexpensive clothing each year. Reflecting on this, Lin Dong felt that life was truly absurd. Chapter 6. Gifting. Leaving the WeChat interface, Lin Dong opened the Douyin app. During his leisure time, Lin Dong enjoyed scrolling through Douyin. He noticed that his longtime followed streamer, Shui Wire, was live. Lin Dong had been following her since she first started broadcasting over a year ago. He considered himself among her initial supporters. From a handful of fans, she had grown to amass 50,000 followers. The number of viewers in her live streams had also increased, from a mere few to now 200 to 300. However, Lin Dong had never sent her gifts. He simply enjoyed her voice and her songs. Shui Wire, with her talent, could achieve greater heights, yet her streaming format relied solely on audio without showing her face. This style struggled to capture the attention of major influencers on Douyin, as few viewers were solely interested in listening to music. Most were drawn to visual appeal. Thus, despite her melodious voice and singing, she remained a modest streamer, neither rising nor falling in popularity. Due to recent events concerning Jiangshan, Lin Dong had not entered Shui Wire's live stream for nearly a month. As he entered the stream, he was greeted by the familiar sound of her singing Unrequited Love. The lyrics resonated with him. The heartache I endure for you, you will never comprehend. Why must I force myself to love every part of you? You have relentlessly pushed away my defenses, tightly shutting the door while I silently count my tears. Hearing this song brought tears to his eyes. Humble love often leads to no resolution. The devoted admirer ends up with nothing. As the song concluded, gifts began to flood the live stream. Yet they were modest offerings, mere few or dozens of yuan, with none exceeding 100. Nevertheless, Shui Wire graciously acknowledged each one. Being a small streamer, she was grateful for any gifts received. Thank you, Brother Sinyu, for your gift. Thank you, Brother Gaoshan Lu Shui, for your gift. Thank you, Sister Xian, for your gift. Feeling financially secure at present, Lin Dong decided it was time to gift the streamer he admired. He topped up his Douyin account with 10 million yuan and began showering Shui Wire with gifts, selecting the most expensive option, the World Star. Shui Wire was in the midst of thanking her supporters when the first gift arrived. She had been streaming for over a year and had never received a World Star before, although she had seen others receive them in different streams. One World Star cost 2,000 yuan. Typically, she would earn that much over the course of a week. Today, however, someone was gifting her World Stars. Before she could grasp who it was, another burst of light flashed in her stream. The effects continued to cascade. One little match, sent to streamer Shui Wire. World Star X10. One little match, sent to streamer Shui Wire. World Star X11. One little match, sent to streamer Shui Wire. World Star X66. Such a continuous gifting of over 66 World Stars would not only light up the streamer's interface, but also promote her across the entire Douyin platform. Suddenly, numerous streamers noticed that Shui Wire's stream had attracted a wealthy benefactor. Wow, an unknown streamer has suddenly attracted a tycoon. Let us go check it out. Shui Wire's stream was inundated with curious onlookers, and her viewer count soared from over 200 to more than 1,000, with numbers continuing to rise. Thank you. Little match for the World Stars. Thank you, thank you. Moi, Shui loves you. Shui Wire was so overwhelmed with excitement that she hardly knew what to say. Yet, the effects showed no signs of abating. One little match, sent to streamer Shui Wire, World Star X666. One little match, sent to streamer Shui Wire, World Star X999. One little match, sent to streamer Shui Wire, World Star X1314. In the end, Lin Dong's gifts culminated at the number 1314, as he began to feel fatigued. Meanwhile, Shui Wire's stream erupted in excitement, her viewer count skyrocketing to 100,000. Wow, Little Match is amazing. Little Match is powerful. Does Little Match need a follower? Shui Wire was momentarily dazed. What did 1314 World Stars signify? In monetary terms, that equated to over 260,000 yuan. Even if she received half, it would amount to a staggering 130,000. She glanced at the gifter's name, Little Match, who had followed her for quite some time, but had never gifted before. She quickly sent a private message. "Thank you for the gifts. Could I add you on WeChat?" Lin Dong, upon receiving her message, promptly shared his WeChat ID. Before long, she added him. "Thank you for your gifts, little brother." "No problem. I've been listening to your songs for a while and felt bad for not gifting sooner. So I made up for it today. Thank you for your support. When I have time, I'll sing just for you. My name is Li Shuawei. What's yours?" "I'm Lin Dong." Their conversation flowed with casual exchanges, with Li Shuawei expressing her gratitude in nearly every sentence. Lin Dong approached the 3-meter-high, floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the enchanting riverside nightscape, vibrant and captivating. He captured a few photos of the night view with his newly purchased phone and posted them on his social media, captioning, "The riverside night view is truly mesmerizing." Lin Dong seldom posted on social media, but today his spirits soared, prompting him to share. After posting, he felt a wave of fatigue and lay down on his luxurious 4-meter-wide bed, drifting into slumber. While Lin Dong slept, many others on Douyin found it hard to rest, particularly the major streamers. Despite the top-ranked streamers racking up millions in gifts, those funds were often funneled through agencies, leaving them with nothing. The true earnings were siphoned off by the lesser-known streamers. Just moments ago, a small streamer had received over 260,000 yuan in gifts, a feat that such streamers would never achieve without the backing of an agency. This was a genuine display of wealth from a benefactor. Why hasn't this lucrative opportunity come our way? Some began analyzing Shui Wire's stream, strategizing on how to lure this benefactor to their platforms. Chapter 7. The role of the skill bar. Li Shuawei lay on her dormitory bed, unable to sleep. Tonight, her 3 roommates had gone to socialize with the boys from another dormitory. She had fabricated an excuse about feeling unwell to avoid attending. In truth, she seldom participated in such gatherings. After all, her family's circumstances were not comparable to those of her peers. Her family had nearly exhausted their resources to support her admission to the music academy, and she would only attend such events when it was utterly unavoidable. Now, she felt a genuine sense of relief for not having gone, lest she have missed the generous tipping from the affluent patron. A one-time donation of 2.6 million was a rare occurrence, even for the most prominent streamers, let alone for someone of her modest standing. Just before ending her broadcast, a guild had reached out to her, expressing interest in promoting her. They proposed connecting her with 2 well-known streamers to entice this wealthy patron, suggesting that with his lavish nature, he might even donate tens of millions in one go. The temperaments of such patrons were well understood by the guild. What do they value most? Certainly, their reputation. They could not afford to lose face before their favorite streamers. By grasping this notion, they could coax these patrons into showering gifts. However, the guild's ulterior motive was to exploit her, leaving her with nothing but a share of the profits, if that. Li Shuawei declined their offer, unwilling to deceive Lin Dong in such a manner. In the end, she was threatened, warned that she would struggle to make a mark in the streaming world, uncertain if she would regret her decision. She also pondered whether Lin Dong's interest was merely a fleeting whim. She contemplated how to judiciously utilize the more than 1 million from the profit share to better her family situation. Thus, she was destined for a sleepless night. Meanwhile, Lin Dong's WeChat moments were abuzz with activity. His post featuring the riverside night view had garnered hundreds of comments. The angle of his photograph was impeccable, unmistakably taken from a residence above the 30th floor of the Jiangnan International Mansion. What is the Jiangnan International Mansion? It is the most extravagant property in the entire Jiangnan province, starting at 200,000 per square meter, with even the smallest units priced at a baseline of 50 million. Lin Dong had posted a picture taken from this location. Comment 1. Lin Dong, where did you steal this picture? The angle is impressive. Comment 2. Dongzi, are you moonlighting as a part-time worker here? Can you introduce me? Perhaps I could make friends with the local tycoons. Comment 3. Dongzi, have you been taken care of by a wealthy woman here? Any connections left? I'm tired of working hard. The comments varied widely, yet no one speculated whether Lin Dong had purchased property there. The next day, Lin Dong awoke late, the sun already high in the sky. After freshening up, he approached the window to admire the riverside scenery, still feeling as though he were dreaming. What was on his agenda for the day? Ah yes, he intended to buy a car. Suddenly, it struck him, he didn't know how to drive. What should he do? Should he hire a chauffeur? It seemed absurd to purchase a sports car and not drive it himself. Enrolling in driving lessons would take at least a month, and Lin Dong felt he could not wait that long. Then he recalled the skill bar in the system, where skills could be added freely. He opened the panel. His status as a wealthy patron had increased. He had spent 10 million on Douyin last night, bringing his total to over 500 million, thus gaining another point. He clicked the plus sign next to the skill point and entered car driving. The system began to load, and moments later, Lin Dong felt a surge of knowledge flooding his mind, all pertaining to driving. He understood which was the brake, the accelerator, the clutch, how to start, shift gears, turn, and reverse. It was as though he had experienced driving firsthand, and the clarity was remarkable. Excited, Lin Dong could hardly wait to test his newfound skills behind the wheel. He exited the international mansion and made his way to the Jinya Hotel. Upon arrival, Zhao Xian greeted him at the entrance. "Mr. Lin, breakfast is ready. Please follow me." Lin Dong found Zhao Xian to be quite capable and discerning. Last night, she had addressed him affectionately as little brother over WeChat. Yet today, she maintained a professional demeanor, calling him Mr. Lin. This clear distinction between personal and professional conduct pleased him. After breakfast, as they left the hotel, Zhao Xian leaned in closer and whispered in his ear, "Little brother Lin Dong, don't forget our agreement." Her breath brushed against his ear, igniting a flutter of excitement within him, and he inwardly cursed, "What a temptress." Lin Dong then spent several $100,000 to revamp his wardrobe. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. After replacing his streetwear with designer labels, he felt rejuvenated. Coupled with the 4 points he had added to his physique last night, he appeared far more vibrant, resembling a true heir to wealth. Had he worn this outfit to purchase property yesterday, he likely would not have been left waiting in the lobby for several minutes. Dressed to impress, Lin Dong headed to a Mercedes dealership. After setting his sights on a Mercedes G-Class priced over 3 million, he paid in full and drove off. With his new attire, he encountered no disdain from sales staff, who would have otherwise looked down on him, only to be surprised by his card. Driving his newly acquired Mercedes G-Class, Lin Dong felt no unfamiliarity. It was as if he had been driving for years. The system was indeed impressive. However, a pressing issue remained. He could drive but lacked a driver's license. How could he obtain one? None of the acquaintances he knew seemed capable of assisting him. Zhao Xian? Lin Dong thought she might be able to help. Considering her position as the lobby manager at an 8-star hotel, where she likely knew influential individuals, he drove the car to the hotel entrance and called Zhao Xian. "Little brother Lin Dong, you miss your sister so soon?" Zhao Xian's alluring voice came through the phone. "Xianjia, I need your help," Lin Dong stated directly. "Whatever you need, just ask. I will not refuse," she replied. "Could you come out to discuss?" "I'm at the hotel entrance, in a new Mercedes G-Class that hasn't been registered yet." "All right, brother, wait for me. I'll be right out." In less than 5 minutes, Zhao Xian appeared outside Lin Dong's car. After taking her seat in the passenger side, she inquired, "What do you need help with, brother?" "I need to get a driver's license." "Do you have any connections?" "Money is not an issue," Lin Dong asserted. "A driver's license?" Zhao Xian was puzzled. How could such an affluent young man not have one at his age? Yet, she refrained from questioning him further. "That shouldn't be difficult. When do you need it?" "The sooner, the better." "Then please give me your ID. I'll take a picture." "Sure." Lin Dong retrieved his ID and handed it to her. Zhao Xian snapped a photo and sent it to someone before making a call. "Hello, sister, I and Amp, Oppos. VE sent you a picture of the ID. Can you ask my brother-in-law to help me get a driver's license as quickly as possible?" "Okay, I understand. Thank you, sister, and please extend my gratitude to brother-in-law." Zhao Xian hung up and turned to Lin Dong. "You can expect to have it by this afternoon at the earliest." "Thank you, Xianjia. How much do I owe you?" "I can transfer it to you." "Forget about the money. Since you call me Xianjia, let us not be so formal." "All right then. Xianjia, do you have time? Would you accompany me somewhere?" Lin Dong no longer held back. The younger brother made plans. Even if he was busy, he would find a way to become available. With that, Sister Xian settled in, and we set off. Lin Dong started the car and departed from the Golden Leaf Hotel. Chapter 8. The car delivery Lin Dong escorted Zhao Xian to a Porsche dealership. As they entered, a striking saleswoman approached them. Noticing that they had just disembarked from a newly purchased Benz G-Class and observing Lin Dong and Amp, Oppos, as affluent attire, she greeted them enthusiastically. "Good day, sir and madam. Are you here to view our vehicles?" "Indeed," Lin Dong replied. "Which model are you interested in?" She inquired. "Do you have a Porsche 911 in stock?" "Yes, we do." "Then please take us to see it." "Right this way, sir." The beautiful saleswoman led them to the side of a Porsche 911. "We currently have 2 units available, one in red and one in black. Which would you prefer?" Lin Dong glanced casually and declared, "I'll take the red one. Please prepare the invoice." "Excuse me?" The saleswoman was taken aback. "You wish to purchase it without even a proper inspection? This is quite extravagant. Isn't it enough to have seen it? This red one is quite appealing." The saleswoman, having worked there for quite some time, was astonished at such a straightforward approach to purchasing a car without considering the interior. "Please follow me," she said, and guided them to the front desk, where she began to explain the car's specifications. This red Porsche 911 is the latest high-performance model, equipped with a 6-cylinder horizontally opposed twin-turbo engine. Before she could finish, Lin Dong interjected, "All right, that and Amp, Oppos, that's enough. Just tell me the price. What additional options would you like? Select the finest options available. Please hold on while I calculate that." 2 minutes later, "Sir, the total comes to 3.28 million. After completing the payment, the two settled onto a sofa in the lounge, awaiting the paperwork. Zhao Xian surmised that Lin Dong had brought her along to help drive the car back, for it would be impractical for one person to manage 2 vehicles. Although she was uncertain as to why he chose the red one, she suggested, "Lin Dong, it seems that red may not suit you. Why not opt for the black one? I believe it would be more fitting." "This is not for me. It is for you." Lin Dong smiled. "I think it would complement your aura beautifully." "For me? Are you joking, Lin Dong?" Zhao Xian asked, astonished. "Do I appear to be jesting? This is indeed a gift for you." No. This is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it," she hastily declined. "Xianjia, since you call me brother, please do not be so formal. You know this amount is trivial for me, just the cost of a couple of meals. If you refuse, how can we continue to enjoy our time together?" "Well, all right. Thank you, Lin Dong." Zhao Xian felt an overwhelming joy. She was still driving a modest car worth over 100,000, with an annual salary of around 5 to 600,000. Her monthly expenses on rent, clothing, and cosmetics consumed half her income, and she had a brother recently graduated from university without a job, meaning most of her remaining funds were sent home. Thus, despite her seemingly glamorous appearance, she had little savings and could not afford such luxury vehicles. Moreover, the red Porsche 911 was a model any woman would adore. As the saleswoman approached them from behind, she overheard their conversation and cast a glance at Zhao Xian filled with envy and desire. She too wished for a brother who could gift her a luxury car worth over 3 million without a second thought. "Sir, please provide your identity or identification number for the insurance and registration process." "Xianjia, please use your information," Lin Dong suggested. "Lin Dong, this doesn't Oppos seem appropriate?" Zhao Xian hesitated. Although Lin Dong claimed the car was a gift for her, she thought it was merely for her use, not realizing it would be registered in her name. At that moment, she felt slightly dizzy from the unexpected turn of events. "Didn't we agree this was a gift for you? Did you think I was joking?" "Well, all right. Thank you so much, Lin Dong." Zhao Xian reluctantly handed her identification to the saleswoman. Approximately 10 minutes later, "Sir, the paperwork is complete. Here are the keys and documents. You may take the car now." "Xianjia, here you go. Let us head out," Lin Dong said, rising to leave. Zhao Xian took the documents and keys, proceeding to drive the car. The 2 vehicles followed each other on the road. Shortly after departing, Lin Dong received a call from Zhao Xian. "Lin Dong, where are we headed now? Let us go to a hotel for a meal. Although I'm not particularly hungry." "Neither am I," Zhao Xian replied. "How about we go to my place then?" Lin Dong suggested. "Sounds good." The two arrived at Jiangnan International Mansion, parked, and walked towards Building 1. Zhao Xian had long been familiar with the name Jiangnan International Mansion, and, given its proximity to her workplace, every time she passed by, her gaze was filled with envy, dreaming of owning a residence there. Though such aspirations felt distant, she was pleased to have the opportunity to step inside. Upon entering the elevator of Building 1, they ascended directly to the 27th floor. Even though Zhao Xian had mentally prepared herself, she was still awestruck by the opulence before her. The magnificent chandelier overhead, the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the river, and a luxurious sofa, television, and artwork, all exuded an air of extravagance. Living in such a lavish home, Zhao Xian thought she would happily trade years off her life. "Please have a seat." Lin Dong gestured for her to sit down and poured her a glass of water. "Lin Dong, your home is truly stunning. The night view of the river from here must be breathtaking," Zhao Xian remarked, gesturing toward the grand windows. "Indeed, if you ever wish to see it, you are welcome anytime." "Really?" Zhao Xian asked, her uncertainty evident. "Of course. By the way, Xianjia, where do you hail from?" "I'm from Yunqing, but I've been working in Jiangsheng for 3 to 4 years now." "Have you purchased a house in Jiangsheng?" "Not yet. The housing prices here are so high. I have no idea when I'll be able to afford one," Zhao Xian sighed. "With your salary, securing a mortgage for a house in Jiangsheng should not be too burdensome, right?" Lin Dong queried, puzzled. "Honestly, my salary isn't very high. I have my parents and brother to support, and my expenses for rent, clothing, and cosmetics are significant, leaving me little room to save," Zhao Xian replied, her voice tinged with melancholy. Chapter 9. Why don't you move in with me? Lin Dong suggested, almost impulsively. He was aware that he had only known Zhao Xian for 2 days, and such an invitation might seem rather abrupt. Yet, there was a flicker of anticipation within him. Unbeknownst to Lin Dong, during his previous relationship with Jiang Shan, he had felt quite subservient, often yielding to her wishes and rarely voicing his own opinions. However, things were different with Zhao Xian. She always prioritized his thoughts and sought his input in every matter. Isn't that how it should be? Every man possesses a hint of masculinity, a desire for a woman to regard him as her anchor. Zhao Xian's approach to life and her manner of speaking instinctively made Lin Dong feel at ease, fostering a subconscious fondness for her companionship. "Is that all right?" Zhao Xian hesitated, her heart racing with excitement. The prospect of moving in with Lin Dong felt like an opportunity to secure a stable future. She was indifferent to the notion of him behaving inappropriately. In fact, she might even tempt him intentionally. After all, every woman experiences that moment in life. From a young age, Zhao Xian had been a woman of intent, crowned as the school beauty throughout her high school and university years, pursued by countless suitors, including some affluent and charismatic individuals, all of whom she had turned down. This meant that Zhao Xian had never been in a relationship. She was aware of her desires, and, should she wish to settle for an ordinary man for a mundane life, dating multiple suitors would pose no issue. However, she yearned to realize her worth, to change her destiny and that of her family, for someone capable of fulfilling her aspirations. The difference between a used object and a pristine one was monumental. Thus, she remained single, waiting for this very moment. Lin Dong represented the pathway to her aspirations. She only needed to ascend to the first branch of his metaphorical tree, not necessarily reaching the top. She had never envisioned marrying a super-rich heir like Lin Dong, as such families typically sought a well-matched partner for their offspring. She firmly placed herself in the right position, resolved to pursue this path without ever contemplating marriage. Therefore, when Lin Dong invited her to move in, she felt an overwhelming surge of happiness, albeit unexpected, leaving her momentarily speechless. What is the harm? I can't occupy such a large house alone. Having someone to talk to would be delightful. Of course, if you have a boyfriend. Just pretend I never mentioned it to avoid any misunderstandings, Lin Dong replied. No, I don't have a boyfriend. To be honest, I've never been in a relationship. I just wondered if it would disturb you. Zhao Xin quickly responded, fearing Lin Dong might misinterpret her intentions. Never been in a relationship? That is hard to believe, Lin Dong thought, though he said, it won't be a disturbance. I enjoy a lively atmosphere. Living alone in such a spacious place feels rather empty. If you don't come, I might invite a couple of friends over to liven things up. Since you said that, I'll take you up on it. Should I move in tomorrow? Is there anything I can assist with? Zhao Xin asked. No, I can manage. I don't have much to bring anyway, she added. All right, you may explore the space and choose whichever room you fancy. This floor is entirely at your discretion. I reside on the upper level, but if you prefer the top floor, that's fine too. Just remember to close the door at night, Lin Dong teased. Lin Dong, if I occupy the lower level, I'll leave the door open for you to come in whenever you like, Zhao Xian replied, her voice laced with playful charm. Oh, what a siren. Lin Dong thought to himself. By the way, Zhao Xian, weren't you interested in inviting me for a swim? We have a pool upstairs, he said. Why not go now? Zhao Xian suggested seductively. Let us save it for another day, Lin Dong stammered. He felt utterly outmatched in their banter, especially with Zhao Xian reclining in such an enticing manner. He sensed that if this continued, he would lose control of himself. Zhao Xian stood and sauntered over to Lin Dong, leaning close to whisper, Lin Dong, feel free to invite me anytime. I've already bought my swimsuit, and no one has yet appreciated it. Lin Dong felt a rush of heat course through him. He yearned to take her right there, yet he managed to restrain himself. Zhao Xian, look around as you please. I'll go upstairs to fetch something. We'll head back to the hotel afterward, he said, his face flushed as he sought an excuse to retreat. As he ascended, he lamented inviting Zhao Xian to live with him. Enduring her flirtations daily would be unbearable. Meanwhile, Zhao Xian remained behind, laughing heartily. She found Lin Dong utterly endearing and was convinced he was still a novice in romantic matters. How could a super-rich heir like him be inexperienced? Was there something amiss with him? If that were the case, how could she ever ascend to the heights she desired? No, that couldn't be true, she reassured herself inwardly. If Lin Dong were aware of her thoughts, he might have reacted quite defensively, feeling insulted by her doubts regarding his capabilities. Upon reaching the top floor and entering his bedroom, Lin Dong threw himself onto the luxurious bed, seeking refuge from Zhao Xian's overwhelming allure. He retrieved his phone and opened WeChat, noticing that his photos of the riverside night view had garnered over 100 comments, mostly mocking in nature. He responded to a few friends but refrained from revealing his new residence, knowing no one would believe him. Returning to the chat interface, he discovered several messages waiting for him. One was from Cui Jia, wishing him a good morning, while another was from his cousin Wang Li, the eldest daughter of his aunt, who was 2 years younger and studying in a different city. Their relationship had always been close, especially during their high school years when he stayed at his aunt's house. Wang Li, Lin Dong, where did you take those beautiful photos? Lin Dong replied, they were taken in Jiang City. If you like them, come visit during the holidays, and I'll show you around. Wang Li responded eagerly, really? You better not be lying. Absolutely. Well, have I ever deceived you? Lin Dong reassured her. Great. It's settled then. I'll come find you as soon as the holiday begins. Okay, Lin Dong replied. Wang Li added, by the way, Lin Dong, I'm currently streaming at Whale Live every evening. Don't forget to come and support me. Wow, you're a streamer now? Lin Dong remarked. Weren't you aware? My roommates and I all stream. It's fun and a way to earn some pocket money, she explained. Then I'll come by tonight to boost your audience. Lin Dong promised. By the way, are you still working part-time? I earned over 3,000 last month from streaming, and Mom sent me another 1,500. I'll transfer 2,000 to you shortly, so you and Jiangshan can enjoy some good food, Wang Li offered. Lin Dong felt a surge of emotion upon realizing the situation, although they had seldom met since moving away from his aunt's house in their second year of high school. The bond between them remained intact. Lin Dong, no need for that. You should buy yourself some lovely clothes to wear when you come to Jiangshan during your break. I'll have a surprise for you. Wang Li, what kind of surprise? Lin Dong, it's a secret. Wang Li, you're so annoying. I can't chat anymore. I have class. Bye. Lin Dong, goodbye. Shortly thereafter, Lin Dong noticed that Wang Li had transferred 2,000 yuan to him via WeChat. After contemplating for a moment, he accepted it. He thought to himself that later he would reciprocate with gifts worth 1,000 or even 10,000 times that amount. Feeling that the time was right, he descended the stairs and tossed a set of keys to Zhao Xian. Since they had made a promise, he intended to uphold it. If it became unbearable, they could simply move out and purchase another place. After all, what mattered was not the quantity of possessions, but rather the abundance of wealth. In his mind, he believed that until they established a romantic relationship, they should refrain from acting impulsively as he aspired to be a responsible man. Subsequently, the two prepared to return to the Golden Leaf Hotel together. Chapter 10. Boss Yi at this moment, atop the Golden Leaf Hotel on the 33rd floor. Within the confines of the chairman's office, General Manager Lu Xian stands facing a man in his 30s. This man reclines in the chairman's seat, his feet casually propped up on the desk. He is Yi Hong, the chairman of the Golden Leaf Hotel and its largest shareholder. Lu Xian, has there been anything noteworthy at the hotel recently? Yi Hong inquires. He has come to Jiangnan province for business and decided to stop by, an unexpected visit, as he typically only comes once or twice a year. Chairman Yi, everything is running smoothly at the hotel, and our business volume has steadily increased. Approximately a 20% rise compared to the same period last year. Lu Xian responds. Excellent, Lu Xian. You have done splendidly. The year-end bonuses will be doubled, and the staff's bonuses will rise by 50%. Thank you, Chairman Yi. Lu Xian bows respectfully. Well then, if there is nothing else to report, you may return to your duties. I merely stopped by for a brief visit before departing. Yi Hong remarks nonchalantly. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Xian speaks up. Chairman Yi, I have something to report. Yesterday, a guest acquired a membership card at the hotel, depositing 100 million directly. Oh, was it in a personal or corporate capacity? Yi Hong's interest is piqued. In a personal capacity. Furthermore, he spent 1.5 million on a single meal yesterday and requested that the hotel prepare a daily meal for him, the finest available, which must be discarded if he does not come. That sounds rather extravagant. How old is he? According to the records, he is 21 years old, seemingly a student at Jiangnan University. 21? A student? Spending 100 million on dining? Have you met this individual? Chairman Yi, I have not met him. He was attended to by our lobby manager, Zhao Xian, yesterday. Summon Zhao Xian for me, Yi Hong commands. Yes, Chairman Yi. Lu Xian promptly calls over the intercom. Is manager Zhao available? Please respond. After a brief pause, a voice responds. Lu General, Manager Zhao went out this morning and has yet to return. Lu Xian glances at Yi Hong and inquires through the intercom. Does anyone know her whereabouts? No, she did not inform us, comes the reply. Lu Xian falls silent. Turning to Yi Hong, Chairman Yi, I will call her now. Yi Hong, maintaining a stoic demeanor, replies, no need. We shall wait here for her return. Lu Xian, how do you manage a staff that is absent without notice during working hours? I apologize, Chairman Yi. It is my oversight. I shall reinforce management and implement a thorough rectification of hotel operations. Lu Xian responds cautiously. At this moment, he feels a surge of indignation. How could Zhao Xian behave in such a manner? She usually performs excellently, yet falters at this critical juncture, causing him to incur the chairman and Amp, Oppo's, displeasure. The two lapse into silence. Yi Hong is engrossed in his phone while Lu Xian remains standing, unable to move, silently hoping for Zhao Xian and Oppo's swift return. Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Dong heads directly to the dining room, while Zhao Xian makes her way to General Manager Lu Xian's office. As she approaches the front desk, she is informed that Lu Xian is looking for her. Upon discovering the office empty, Zhao Xian takes out her intercom and calls, Hello, General Lu, this is Zhao Xian. I am currently at your office door. May I ask where you are? Lu Xian, feeling somewhat anxious in the chairman's presence, finally hears Zhao Xian's voice through the intercom. He responds, Zhao Xian, come to the chairman's office. Upon hearing Lu Xian's request, Zhao Xian is taken aback. His tone seems slightly off. Being summoned to the chairman's office indicates that Chairman Yi has arrived. Yi Hong is a rather enigmatic figure, and having worked at the hotel for over 3 years, she has only met him during annual meetings. Now, he wishes to see her unexpectedly, and she is not even present during working hours. If this situation is not handled properly, her job may be at stake. She rushes towards the chairman's office. A few minutes later, she arrives at the door of the chairman's office. Knock, knock. Zhao Xian taps lightly on the door. Come in a steady voice beckons from within. Zhao Xian enters to find General Manager Lu Xian standing while Chairman Yi Hong is seated across from him. Chairman Yi, General Lu, greetings. I am Zhao Xian, she says, closing the door and approaching with trepidation. Yi Hong observes Zhao Xian closely upon her entrance. She is strikingly beautiful, her figure accentuated by her professional attire, which showcases her poise as a career woman. He is pleasantly surprised that such an outstanding individual serves as a lobby manager. Her talents seem underutilized. Manager Zhao, how do you justify leaving your post during working hours without any notice? How did you attain the position of lobby manager? Yi Hong questions sternly. Zhao Xian feels her anxiety spike at Yi Hong and Amp Oppo's immediate reprimand, The aura of authority emanating from him is daunting. Nevertheless, she musters the courage to explain, "I apologize. Chairman Yi, I left the hotel without permission to accompany a client." Accompany a client? When did our hotel require a lobby manager to attend to clients personally? Was this for the hotel and Oppo's interest or your personal ambition to ingratiate yourself with them? Yi Hong and Oppo's words are sharp and incisive. He is well aware of women who aspire to ascend the social ladder, willing to do whatever it takes to achieve their goals. He now views Zhao Xian through a lens of suspicion, interpreting her actions as indicative of such tendencies. Initially, he found her impressive, but her justification of and Oppo's, accompanying a client and Oppo's, has tarnished that perception, as the term and Oppo's, accompanying and Oppo's, often carries dubious connotations. Chairman Yi, you may punish me or even dismiss me, but please do not insult my character. I assisted Mr. Lin in retrieving his car. As he is a distinguished guest of our hotel, Zhao Xian responds, her irritation evident. Feeling unjustly accused, she is offended by Yi Hong's implication that she is merely a woman who can be bought. At 27 years old, in a world rife with temptation, it has been a challenge for her to remain virtuous, and she is proud of her integrity. Who is Mr. Lin? Yi Hong inquires. He should be the esteemed guest who deposited 100 million yesterday, Lu Xian interjects. And where is he now? Mr. Lin is currently dining in room 3. Zhao Xian replies, let us pay a visit to this esteemed guest and ascertain the truth of your claims, Manager Zhao. Yi Hong stands and exits the office, with Lu Xian and Zhao Xian quickly following in tow. Chapter 11. Is this hotel for sale? Lin Dong was savoring the finest culinary delights in a private room. The pleasures of wealth were indeed exhilarating. These were dishes he had once only dared to dream of, yet now he found himself indulging in them, half consumed and half uneaten. Just as he was relishing his meal, the door to the room swung open. Assuming it was Zhao Xian arriving, he called out, Sister Xian, come join me. However, upon turning his head, he was greeted not by Zhao Xian, but by a man in his 30s, followed by Zhao Xian and an older gentleman in his 40s or 50s, both of whom were unfamiliar to him. Noticing Zhao Xian's somewhat displeased expression and slightly reddened eyes, Lin Dong sensed something was amiss. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Yi Hong, the owner of this establishment. Are you satisfied with our ingredients and service? If you have any requests, please do not hesitate to let us know. We will certainly accommodate you. Yi Hong said courteously as he approached Lin Dong. He found Lin Dong intriguing. Anyone capable of spending 100 million on entertainment at such a young age was likely a wealthy heir. It was advantageous to cultivate such connections. Yi Hong, a businessman, understood that the more acquaintances one had, the more avenues opened for future collaborations. The Golden Leaf Hotel was merely one of his ventures. He managed numerous businesses, and perhaps one day, he could partner with Lin Dong or his family. Hello, Mr. Yi, I'm quite satisfied with everything here. That is wonderful to hear. I understand that you are an outstanding student from Jiangnan University. Truly impressive, Yi Hong complimented. Indeed. However, while I appreciate the flattery, I'm quite aware of my own capabilities, Lin Dong replied humbly. You are too modest. Jiangnan University is among the top 5 universities in the nation, and those who gain admission are destined to excel in their respective fields. Here is my business card. Should you require my assistance, please feel free to contact me. Yi Hong said, handing Lin Dong a shiny golden card. Mr. Yi, I would like to ask you something. Lin Dong stated, accepting the card. Please go ahead. Is this hotel for sale? Yi Hong was momentarily taken aback. It was not only Yi Hong who was bewildered. Lu Xian and Zhao Xian behind him shared the same expression of disbelief. Mr. Lin, are you joking? Yi Hong smiled, attempting to maintain his composure. Do I appear to be joking? If your hotel is for sale, I am ready to buy it. What is there to joke about? Lin Dong asserted earnestly. Mr. Lin, do you realize that the initial construction cost of this hotel exceeded 1 billion, not including the land? Are you certain you wish to proceed with a purchase? Of course. Just name your price if you're selling. If not, we could drop the subject, Lin Dong replied nonchalantly. Yi Hong studied Lin Dong for a moment, finding it difficult to read this young man who was over a decade his junior. Spending 100 million for leisure was one thing. Directly inquiring about the sale of the hotel was another. Many could muster a few billion in cash, but very few possess the capability to produce hundreds of billions. Even if Lin Dong and Appo's family had assets in the thousands of billions, it was unlikely they would allow him such extravagant indulgences. Could he be an heir from one of those hidden wealthy families? Yi Hong pondered internally. If you're genuinely interested in purchasing, it is not impossible. However, I must consult with my fellow board members, as this hotel is not solely mine. But I must warn you, we require cash, Yi Hong said. Feel free to ask. Please respond to me as soon as you can, Lin Dong replied with an air of indifference. Very well, please enjoy your meal. I will provide you with an answer shortly, Yi Hong said before turning to exit the private room, followed by Lu Xian. Zhao Xian intended to leave as well. But Lin Dong called her back. Sister Xian, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you. After considering it, Zhao Xian decided to stay. She could afford to lose her job, but she must cling to the opportunity presented by Lin Dong. His recent statement about purchasing the hotel had sent a shiver down her spine. This was a sum in the hundreds of billions and in cash. If Lin Dong truly bought the hotel, given their relationship over the past couple of days, he would undoubtedly retain her, potentially even promoting her. She sincerely hoped that the owner would sell the hotel to Lin Dong, and that Lin Dong was indeed capable of such a purchase. Having already registered with the owner, her job security was uncertain without a change in ownership. Back in his office, Yi Hong retrieved his phone and opened WeChat, sending a message in a small group of only 4 members. Guys, someone is interested in purchasing our Golden Leaf Hotel in Jiangxing. Should we sell? Soon. A response came from Chen Dongsheng. Who is it? Sounds extravagant. Yi Hong replied, a university student named Lin Dong, currently studying in Jiangxing. A university student? Old Yi, are you being played for a fool? Can a student really come up with hundreds of billions to buy our hotel? Liang Jie questioned. I think so too. Chen Dongsheng added. Do I appear to be someone easily fooled? Yi Hong retorted. Maybe. Li Bin chimed in. I'm not joking. Seriously, will we sell or not? Others are waiting for my response. Yi Hong insisted. That's up to you. You are the largest shareholder, Chen Dongsheng replied. But your combined shares exceed mine. If I say yes to selling and you all unite to say no, then I'm at a loss, Yi Hong countered. Is he really going to buy? Who is this person? Are you sure he has the means? Liang Jie pressed. It seems likely. He just charged 100 million onto a membership card yesterday to dine and entertain here, Yi Hong explained. That suggests he is not jesting. What do you all think of him? How can someone so young possess such liquidity? Chen Dongsheng pondered. Perhaps he is one of those hidden family heirs. Li Bin, what do you think? You've encountered such heirs before, haven't you? Liang Jie asked. If he can truly muster hundreds of billions in cash to acquire the Golden Leaf Hotel, it is quite likely he belongs to that category. They often endure hardships and gain experience before eventually taking over a portion of the family business. Li Bin elaborated. Should we investigate further? Yi Hong proposed. Absolutely not. If we are discovered, it could lead to dire consequences, Li Bin warned. Is it really that serious? What kind of society are we living in? You seem to be overreacting, Yi Hong replied. There are matters you have not encountered, and you are unaware of their depths. Their influence can be extraordinarily formidable. I can introduce you to them when the opportunity arises, Li Bin suggested. I have long wished to witness just how impressive these so-called hidden figures are, Liang Jie admitted. So, are we selling the Golden Leaf Hotel or not? Yi Hong reiterated. What price is he offering? Li Bin inquired. He asked me to quote a price. Yi Hong replied. And what about you two? I have no preference, you decide. We aren't lacking in cash. If a deal goes through, I would like to meet this individual, Li Bin stated. I believe we can sell for 180 billion. The hotel's total initial investment was around 120 billion, and we have recouped several billion over the years. Selling for 180 billion would yield nearly double the profit. I have a promising project in mind where we could invest the funds, Liang Jie suggested. What project? Yi Hong asked. It's not finalized yet. Once it is, we can find a time to meet and discuss, Liang Jie replied. I agree with Liang Jie. Old Yi, just quote him 200 billion. If he negotiates, hold firm at 180 billion. If he wants lower, simply say we won't sell, Chen Dongsheng advised. Very well. I will quote him 200 billion and see how he responds. I will return shortly with an update, Yi Hong concluded, preparing to head downstairs to provide Lin Dong with a quote. Chapter 12, 2 billion Golden Leaf Hotel, room number 3. Zhao Xian lingered and asked Lin Dong, "Are you truly intent on purchasing the hotel?" "Indeed, I wish to buy it, but I fear your boss may not be willing to sell." "What is his background?" Lin Dong inquired. Zhao Xian replied, "I am not certain. Chairman Yi seldom visits the hotel, only appearing during annual meetings. I have heard he owns many other companies, and Golden Leaf Hotel is merely one of them." "So mysterious?" "That might pose a challenge. He likely does not lack funds," Lin Dong remarked. "Funds? 2 or 300 billion, and you merely refer to it as funds? Is this the realm of these super rich individuals? It is utterly astonishing." Zhao Xian felt almost numb. Having worked for 3 to 4 years in this premier hotel in Jiangnan, she had leveraged her advantages to meet numerous clients and forge many friendships, some of whom were worth tens or even hundreds of billions. She believed she was nearing this elite circle, only to discover from Lin Dong's recent revelations that her encounters constituted merely the tip of the iceberg. In the presence of these true, super-rich individuals, spending hundreds of billions could be as casual as a whim. The so-called billionaires she knew would likely pale in comparison to Lin Dong and Chairman Yi, who could casually spend sums that dwarfed their entire fortunes. How could one even compare? They were not on the same level. As Zhao Xian contemplated this, her gaze towards Lin Dong became more affectionate. He embodied the ideal man in her mind. Though youthful, his demeanor was impeccable. Even a simple meal revolved around negotiations involving hundreds of billions, reminiscent of ancient monarchs directing their realms. If Lin Dong were to learn of Zhao Xian and Appo's thoughts, he would likely find it amusing. An impeccable demeanor? A monarch and Appo's presents? Just 2 days prior, he had been abandoned by his girlfriend over a purse costing more than 10,000 yuan, left with little over 1,000 yuan to his name. In this materialistic society, any ordinary individual suddenly endowed with such boundless wealth would likely possess a refined demeanor, perhaps even more depth than him. Zhao Xian observed Lin Dong, who was engrossed in his meal and reined in her fluttering emotions. Not necessarily. Every commodity has its price. If you, Lin Dong, offer a high enough price, Chairman Yi will surely sell. He is a shrewd businessman, and maximizing profit is his primary goal. Listening to Zhao Xian's analysis, Lin Dong felt a glimmer of hope. "Cool me. Zhao Xian, don't just stand there. Sit down and eat something. If I acquire this hotel, I will appoint you to manage it," he casually remarked as he continued to eat. Zhao Xian and Appo's mind reeled at Lin Dong and Appo's words. Did he just say he would let me manage the hotel if he bought it? Make me the general manager? Although she held the position of lobby manager, the difference in status and compensation was vast. The general manager, Lu Xian, was the highest-ranking official aside from Chairman Yi and a few directors. When Chairman Yi was absent, he reigned supreme, earning a salary and bonuses exceeding millions. How much did she earn in comparison? Now Lin Dong was suggesting she could be the general manager? Was this not a meteoric rise? "Lin Dong, are you joking with me?" Zhao Xian asked, her head spinning. "Joking? Why does everyone think I am jesting? Did I not mention that if your boss makes things difficult for you, I would purchase the hotel and make you the boss? I noticed your eyes were red when you entered. I assume your boss caught you with me this morning." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian's eyes brimmed with tears once more. But this time they flowed freely, not from indignation, but from gratitude and joy. "Lin Dong, we have only known each other for 2 days. Why are you being so kind to me? You gifted me a car, provided me with accommodation in such a luxurious residence, and now you are contemplating acquiring the hotel and promoting me." Lin Dong sensed something was amiss in Zhao Xian's voice and turned to her. "Zhao Xian, why are you crying?" Just as he was about to say more, the door to the room swung open. Zhao Xian quickly composed herself and stepped aside. Yi Hong entered, followed closely by Lu Xian. Lu Xian had been shadowing Yi Hong since they reached the chairman and Appo's office and continued to do so now. He had no choice. This moment could determine his fate. If the hotel changed ownership, would he still retain his position as general manager? Given Zhao Xian's connection with Lin Dong, his prospects appeared grim. Currently, he earned an annual salary of 6 million, with bonuses reaching around 10 million. Moreover, with Chairman Yi's infrequent presence, he had carved out his territory here, pocketing several million in hidden profits. Such a lucrative position will be hard to find again. Over the years, he had exploited his power to manipulate female employees aspiring to rise in their careers, having even made several advances toward Zhao Xian, all of which she had rebuffed. Had it not been for her exceptional capabilities, he would have long seen her dismissed. At this moment, he could only pray that the transaction would not materialize. Otherwise, his good fortune would truly come to an end. Lu Xian, please step out with Manager Zhao for a moment. I need to discuss some matters with Mr. Lin. Yi Hong instructed as he entered. Understood, Chairman Yi. Both Lu Xian and Zhao Xian replied in unison before exiting the room. Mr. Lin, do you genuinely wish to purchase this hotel? Yi Hong inquired once seated. Certainly, Chairman Yi. If you're inclined to sell, I am eager to buy, Lin Dong responded. I have just conferred with several shareholders, and if you're earnest about acquiring this hotel, here is the price. Yi Hong gestured with his hand, forming a scissors shape. 200 billion? Indeed, Mr. Lin. You are aware that this hotel is situated in the most prosperous area of Jiang City, the pinnacle of Jiangnan and Oppos, has affluence. Its renovation adheres to the highest standards, and profits have steadily increased each year. Purchasing it at this price is undoubtedly a sound investment. Very well, 200 billion it is. However, I am not well versed in the transfer process. Please liaise directly with Zhao Xian. She will be the general manager here moving forward. Lin Dong stated nonchalantly. 200 billion is but a minor inconvenience. In truth, he had never spent 200 yuan so readily before. Splendid. Since you have agreed, let's finalize the deal. However, the transfer process can be somewhat intricate and may take about a week. According to protocol, you will need to pay a 10% deposit. Should the transaction fail, due to your reasons, the deposit will not be refunded, Yi Hong clarified. Understood. Yi Hong then retrieved his phone and made a call. Before long, a voice came through the line. Hello, Chairman Yi. This is Zhou Wenhua. How may I assist you? The financial director of Golden Leaf Hotel. Zhou, please come to room number 3, Yi Hong instructed. Certainly, Chairman Yi. I will be there shortly, Zhou responded. Chapter 13. From now on, this is under your care. 10 minutes later, a knock echoed from outside the door. Come in. Lu Xian. You all come in as well, Yi Hong instructed. The door to the private room swung open, and Zhou Wenhua, Lu Xian, and Zhao Xian entered together. I have an announcement to make. I have reached an agreement with Mr. Lin. The Jinya Hotel will be transferred to him for 2 billion. Director Zhou is prepared to receive the deposit and issue a receipt. The transaction will be completed within a week, Yi Hong stated, fixing his gaze on the 3 individuals. The trio reacted with varied expressions to this news. Zhou Wenhua appeared indifferent. He had been a long-time confidant of Yi Hong, serving not only as the financial director of Jinya Hotel, but also holding positions elsewhere. The sale of the hotel would alleviate some of his burdens. In stark contrast, Lu Xian and Oppos' face turned ashen. He was a senior manager hired by Yi Hong from a headhunting firm. Although he could easily find another job, securing one as favorable as this would be a daunting task. Zhao Xian, however, was the most exuberant, her face flushed with excitement, making her look particularly stunning. Zhou Wenhua provided Lin Dong with an account number, and Lin Dong promptly transferred 20 billion, representing 10% of the deposit, in exchange for a receipt issued by Zhou Wenhua. With the completion of the deposit transfer, the transaction was virtually a foregone conclusion. Yi Hong's gaze towards Lin Dong had also shifted, reflecting a newfound respect. According to Li Bin, this young man must belong to one of those hidden elite families, who were notoriously mysterious and wielded considerable influence. It was said that their wealth was merely a fraction of their true power. At this moment, Lin Dong spoke up. Boss Yi, I am still a student and lack the time to handle the transition. You can directly consult Sister Zhao Xian. She will be the general manager here from now on. Director Zhou, let us proceed according to Mr. Lin and Oppos' instructions, Yi Hong directed Zhou Wenhua. Understood, Chairman Yi, Zhou replied. Yi Hong then turned to Lin Dong and said, Mr. Lin, now that the deal is finalized, we may as well be friends. Calling me Boss Yi feels rather formal. Just call me Yi Ge if you will. Since Yi Ge has put it that way, I shall no longer refer to you as Mr. Yi. Call me Lin Laodi instead. Lin Dong laughed heartily. Excellent. Lin Laodi, you are indeed straightforward. If you ever find yourself in Lake City, do reach out to me. I would be delighted to extend my hospitality, Yi Hong encouraged. Rest assured, when I arrive in Lake City, I will definitely seek you out, Lin Dong affirmed. Recalling that his cousin Wang Li was studying at university there, and he might indeed require assistance in the future. Then I won't keep you any longer. I must return to Lake City this afternoon. Lin Laudi, remember to find me when you arrive. I have some connections there, Yi Hong reminded. Absolutely. With that, Yi Hong left, accompanied by Zhou Wenhua and Lu Xian. Zhao Xian remained behind, acutely aware that she would soon be serving this remarkably young boss. Sister Xian, I entrust the hotel to you from now on, Lin Dong said to the remaining Zhao Xian. Rest assured, Chairman Lin, I will not let you down and will manage the hotel effectively, she replied confidently. In the chairman's office of Jinya Hotel, Yi Hong and Lu Xian were engaged in conversation. The hotel is about to change ownership. If you wish to remain here, I could speak to Lin Laudi on your behalf. Even if you cannot become the general manager, a departmental manager position is still attainable. Upon hearing that Yi Hong was willing to keep him on as a departmental manager, Lu Xian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The disparity in status and treatment between a departmental manager and a general manager was vast, and he hastily replied, Chairman Yi, if you are leaving, I do not wish to stay here any longer. I wish to follow you. Lu Xian, there is currently no suitable position for you here. How about I pay you your annual salary for this year, and you seek opportunities elsewhere? Yi Hong suggested. But Chairman, we still have several years left on our contract. You cannot just abandon me like this. Lu Xian exclaimed anxiously. Lu Xian, I have made my position clear. Do you still not understand? Do you need me to spell it out? You think I am unaware of your actions over the years. You have not crossed my bottom line yet, which is why I have chosen to overlook certain matters. If I were to pursue this, the transgressions you have committed, while not monumental, would certainly warrant a significant sentence. Yi Hong warned. Upon hearing Yi Hong's words, Lu Xian was drenched in cold sweat. He had believed his actions to be discreet, especially given the scale of the hotel's operations. To his shock, he realized the boss was fully aware of his misconduct. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lu Xian replied, Chairman Yi, I understand. I will pack my things and leave immediately. You have served me for several years. Go find Director Zhou and collect your salary for this year before you depart, Yi Hong advised. Thank you, Chairman Yi, Lu Xian said before exiting the room. After leaving the hotel, Lin Dong contemplated purchasing a sports car. However, after several rounds of searching, he found nothing to his liking, only mass-produced models, with slightly more expensive options being out of stock and requiring pre-order. After purchasing a laptop and some designer clothing, Lin Dong returned to the international mansion. Reclining on a leather sofa, he checked his system and discovered an additional 20 godly wealth points. Host, Lin Dong balance, 99999978925989996 physique, 19, weak, spirit, 28, average skill, driving skills, beginner, godly wealth points. 20 his physique had reached 19 points but remained classified as weak. His spirit was still at 28 points. The skills section now included entry-level driving skills. Lin Dong allocated 11 points to enhance his physique, raising it to 30 points, thus elevating it from weak to average. The warmth coursing through his body gradually subsided after a full minute. Next, he allocated 6 points to his spirit, increasing it from 28 to 34 points, and he felt an immediate clarity in his mind, as though he had genuinely become more intelligent. The remaining 3 points were dedicated to improving his driving skills. After completing these adjustments, Lin Dong felt a slight perspiration accumulate. He ascended to the 28th floor, stripped off his clothing, and dove into the crystal-clear swimming pool. What a refreshing experience! After swimming several laps, Lin Dong rested at the pool's edge, marveling at the invigorating sensation. Upon climbing out, he caught sight of a large mirror. Approaching it, he was startled to see a figure reflected within. Is that me? Lin Dong could scarcely believe his eyes. The person staring back, while still bearing his features, had undergone a remarkable transformation. The former Lin Dong, though handsome, had a frail physique that did not complement his nearly 6-foot stature. In contrast, the reflection now revealed a well-defined physique brimming with strength. After a moment of amazement, Lin Dong finally spoke. This system is truly invincible. Having donned a newly purchased designer outfit, Lin Dong approached the massive mirror once more. The reflection now depicted him as a strikingly handsome individual with a well-proportioned body, suggesting a background of affluence. With a smug grin, Lin Dong proclaimed, "Gentlemen, keep a close watch on your girlfriends, sisters, and sisters-in-law for I'm about to step out." Haha. Chapter 14. Bugatti Chiron. As the evening descended, Lin Dong entered the Golden Leaf Hotel with the confident strides of a wealthy elite. "Hello, Chairman Lin," greeted four beautiful hostesses, their eyes filled with admiration. The news had spread throughout the hotel that Lin Dong was poised to become its owner, with Zhao Xian already assuming the responsibilities of the general manager. The former manager, Lu Xian, had already departed. Upon entering the lobby, the four hostesses began to whisper among themselves. "Chairman Lin is so young and handsome. Indeed, not only handsome, but also affluent. He is the embodiment of our dreams. You vixen, Chairman Lin wouldn't even glance your way. How do you know? What if he prefers someone like me?" Uffed. "Chairman Lin is more suited to someone like Manager Zhao. Don't you know that constantly consuming the same dish can become tiresome? If one day Chairman Lin desires a change, our chance may arise." Unaware of the chatter behind him, Lin Dong was approached by Zhao Xian as he entered the hall. "Xianjia, why are you still here? Were you not appointed as the general manager? Have you not begun the handover?" Lin Dong inquired with curiosity. "Chairman Lin, I have already taken over the general manager's responsibilities. I came specifically to welcome you. Here is your driver's license," Zhao Xian replied, handing him a small booklet. "Thank you, Xianjia. Please attend to your duties. I will leave after my meal. By the way, could you ask your sister and brother-in-law when they are available? I would like to invite them to dinner as a token of my appreciation." "Certainly. I'll check with them. I am quite busy right now and not fully versed in many matters, so I shall leave you to your meal," Zhao Xian said, summoning a front desk staff member to guide Lin Dong to the dining area before departing. "Chairman, please follow me," the front desk attendant said respectfully. "I can find my way." "There's no need for that," Lin Dong replied. "Chairman, we have already reserved a private room for you. Allow me to escort you," the attendant insisted. "A private room? Why the change?" Lin Dong asked. "Chairman, you were a VIP yesterday, hence the use of room 3. However, today you are the chairman, and the chairman's exclusive room is room 1, the attendant explained. "All right then, lead the way," Lin Dong conceded. After dining, Lin Dong strolled around Jiangcheng. Though night was falling, Jiangcheng was a city that never slept, with many shops remaining open until midnight. However, he still could not find the sports car of his dreams. After inquiring, he learned that limited edition cars were typically sold out upon release and would not appear in dealerships. Only elite car dealerships had them, often at prices significantly higher than the original. Thinking it over, Lin Dong recalled that the only person he knew with connections was Yi Hong, the former owner of the Golden Leaf Hotel. He promptly called Yi Hong. The call connected swiftly. "Lin, you're in Huqing already?" Yi Hong's voice resonated through the phone. "Brother Yi, I'm still in Jiangcheng. However, I have a favor to ask. I wish to purchase a limited edition sports car. Do you have any connections?" Lin Dong inquired. "Ah, so you fancy collecting limited edition cars too? What man doesn't have a penchant for automobiles?" Yi Hong chuckled. "You've come to the right person. I just opened a car dealership with some friends, specializing in the resale of high-end vehicles." Indeed, Yi Hong had partnered with friends to open a dealership, but they dealt exclusively with top-tier models, dismissing anything below 10 million. "Excellent. Brother Yi, please help me find something suitable," Lin Dong requested eagerly. "I have a limited edition Bugatti Chiron from 3 years ago. Only 8 were produced worldwide. The original price was 60 million, but due to its rarity, the price has increased to around 80 million. What do you think? That sounds good. Do you have pictures? Send me a couple to review," Lin Dong replied. "I'll send them shortly. I believe this car would suit you perfectly. Arriving at Jiangnan University in this vehicle would undoubtedly make a statement," Yi Hong affirmed. "Ha, you know me well, Brother Yi. I'll transfer the funds to you directly. Are you coming to Huqing to drive it, or should I arrange for it to be shipped to you?" "I'll come over during the May Day holiday. I have something to attend to in Huqing then," Lin Dong stated, planning to visit his cousin Wang Li and enhance her living standards. As some matters were too delicate to discuss over the phone, Lin Dong transferred 80 million to Yi Hong without hesitation, as money had become a mere number to him. With the sports car secured, Lin Dong returned to the international mansion. He opened his newly acquired laptop, downloaded Whale Live, and registered an account as a matchstick. Having never experienced Whale Live before, his previous lack of a computer had hindered him. Whale Live was the largest live streaming platform for computers, while Douyin dominated the mobile sector, together capturing over 80% of their respective markets. Entering his cousin Wang Li's live stream ID, Lin Dong noticed it was nearly 11:00 and Oppo's clock, and the girl was immersed in her broadcast. As he entered the live stream, Wang Li was expressing gratitude to viewers sending gifts, though the contributions were modest, 10 or 8 yuan at most. Upon checking the leaderboard, he saw that the top contributor had only over 10,000, while the second place had dropped to several hundred. Lin Dong thought it necessary to remind her during his May visit that her brother was now a billionaire. Surely, her gratitude seemed rather meager. If others found out, he would be embarrassed. He loaded 1 million into his account, intending to send gifts to Wang Li. Initially contemplating a few million, he reconsidered, fearing it might overwhelm her. He resolved to save some wealth for her during his visit, ensuring she could alert her aunt to his newfound fortune, preventing any misconceptions about his activities. Thanks for the gifts, Brother Wang. Thanks for the little star. Thanks to Senior Brother for the supercar. Thank you, Wang Li expressed joyfully. As Lin Dong watched, he noticed someone named Senior Brother had gifted her a supercar, valued at 200 each, and this individual was at the top of the leaderboard. He sent a message in the chat. Little sister, call me brother, and I'll help you surpass the top contributor instantly. In Huqing, within the dormitory of Yunhu University, Wang Li was live streaming, thanking her gift givers. A comment caught her attention. Without hesitation, she exclaimed, "A matchstick. Is it true that you will help me surpass the top contributor?" "Absolutely," Lin Dong replied enthusiastically. "Then I must thank you, matchstick." At that moment, Senior Brother commented, "Dude, who are you? Trying to take my top spot? Let's see if you have the prowess." Lin Dong chose not to engage and instead opted for the most expensive super rocket. Launching, a matchstick sends a super rocket to the live streamer X1. He continued to send rockets. A matchstick sends a super rocket to the live streamer X2. A matchstick sends a super rocket to the live streamer X3. A matchstick sends a super rocket to the live streamer X66. Each super rocket cost 2,000, and by sending 66, he had already spent over 100,000. Senior Brother, having sent a few, hesitated to continue. The popularity of a live stream surged as sending 66 super rockets advertised across the entire channel. The chat was flooded with comments. "Wow, a big shot. Why does this matchstick seem familiar? Oh my god, is that the super big shot from Douyin? He gifted 2 million in an hour last night. Is it really him? I can't believe he came here a true big shot, and he starts off with 66 super rockets. Is he that impressive? I had never heard of it before. It has just emerged, primarily gaining attention in small live streaming rooms. Now it all makes sense." Chapter 15, Han Shiyun, Lake City. Yunhu University, Girls' Dormitory. Wow. Lily, who is this? So extravagant. Could it be yet another senior who has a crush on you? Indeed. He is far more generous than Zhou Sudong. That Zhou Sudong claimed to like you, and we gave him your live stream ID. Yet he only gifted you over 10,000. But this senior, known as Little Matchstick, is quite lavish. At this moment, Wang Li was equally perplexed. She had no acquaintance with this Little Matchstick, yet he had showered her with over 100,000 in gifts upon entering. She had only recently begun her live streaming, and her supporters were primarily her classmates and alumni from the university. Zhou Sudong, a senior pursuing her, held the top position in her gift rankings, being 1 year her senior. "Sisters, should I add him as a friend?" Wang Li inquired. Typically, streamers would add wealthy patrons as friends to retain their generosity and encourage continued gifting. It was said that some streamers even met their affluent supporters in person, making certain sacrifices to maintain their patronage. "Lily, don't concern yourself with him. It's merely over 100,000. Our Lily is not so easily swayed. If he truly wishes to pursue you, he'll surely reveal himself at school." Lin Dong, having gifted over 100,000, ceased, not out of reluctance for the expenditure. He could easily gift his cousin hundreds of millions without a second thought, but rather to avoid overwhelming the young lady. He resolved to visit Lake City during the May Day holiday. After gifting, Lin Dong exited the live stream without disclosing his identity. casually browsing through Whale Live. Upon discovering a streamer that piqued his interest, he gifted a wave of 66 super fires. After an hour of exploration, he had gifted over 1 million, garnering significant attention in the streaming community. His ID and AMP, Oppos, Little Matchstick and AMP, Oppos, had gained some renown on Whale Live, with many smaller streamers hoping for his presence to boost their traffic. As he prepared to leave, Lin Dong noticed a notification in the upper right corner of his screen. Clicking it, the interface shifted to indicate it was locating nearby streams. Within seconds, a selection of new live streams appeared, likely from the Jiang City area. Selecting a popular stream, Lin Dong was surprised to find that the host was none other than Han Shiyun, one of the 3 most admired beauties at Jiangnan University. Han Shiyun was not only stunning, but also exceptionally talented. Her captivating dance at the freshman gala had enraptured over 80% of the male students at the university. She had become a figure of discussion, rumored to be involved with several wealthy suitors, yet none had successfully won her affection, Huang Junlang being one of them. These affluent suitors vied for her attention, presenting imported delicacies, designer clothing, luxury handbags, and even a wealthy second-generation heir who gifted her a luxury sports car worth hundreds of thousands. Such finesse allowed her to navigate the affections of numerous wealthy admirers without yielding to any, igniting their competitive instincts and desires for conquest. With her multifaceted talents and striking beauty, it was no surprise that she drew substantial attention during her live streams, boasting thousands of viewers. Lin Dong's entrance certainly caused a stir, having recently gifted over 1 million and ranking at a high level. Whale Live allowed users to ascend in rank by gifting. Each 10,000 gifted elevated their status, with no cap on levels, leading to increasingly grand entrances. Having recently gifted 172 million, his rank was 172, placing him at the top of the leaderboard in this stream, with the second highest only at 120. Welcome, little matchstick brother, to the live stream. As Lin Dong entered, Han Shiyun and Oppos' voice welcomed him, prompting him to gift another wave of 66 super fires. Thank you, little matchstick brother, for your super fire. Would you like to hear a song or watch a dance? Han Shiyun asked, eager to retain this esteemed patron. Oh my, the matchstick lord has arrived. He's incredible, no matter which stream he enters. A wave of 66 super fires is a given. All hail the matchstick lord. After chasing you for so long, I've finally found you. Does Chairman Matchstick need a loyal attendant? Countless comments flooded the screen. At that moment, another prominent figure entered the stream, boasting an even higher rank than Lin Dong at 298, instantly pushing Lin Dong to second place. This newcomer, known as Lang Lang, sent a message that glimmered due to his elevated status. Shiyun, tonight I'll dethrone the top position. Will you truly go on a date with me? Yes. Junlang, as soon as you take the top spot tonight, I will go on a date with you tomorrow, Han Shiyun replied with a soft, melodious voice. The audience erupted in excitement. Who is this? Is the goddess about to be swept away? This is our school's wealthy elite, Huang Junlang. His family is quite affluent. It seemed Huang Junlang was prepared to invest heavily to win Han Shiyun's affection. Tomorrow would undoubtedly bring headlines. Perhaps titled wealthy, elite Huang Junlang spends millions to win over campus beauty Han Shiyun. Lin Dong had initially intended to depart, but upon witnessing this, he thought, what the hell? Huang Junlang, already involved with Jiang Shan, dares to pursue Han Shiyun here? Dream on. I must thwart your plans. Tonight, I will collect some interest and later retrieve the principal. Huang Junlang was resolute in his quest to win Han Shiyun, having spent considerable sums over the past few months without success. However, the allure of Han Shiyun only intensified his desire for conquest. His family, known for their business, was well off, with a fortune exceeding 10 billion, allowing him to spend lavishly at school, earning a reputation as a prominent figure. Throughout his university years, he had successfully courted every woman he desired with his wealth, yet Han Shiyun remained an enigma, evading his efforts. Despite spending tens of thousands over the past months, he had yet to even hold her hand, a reality shared by other suitors. Yet this only fueled Huang Junlang and Oppos' competitive spirit, no matter the cost. He was determined to win Han Shiyun's heart, not only to fulfill his desires but also to silence his rivals. As for Jiang Shan, he had already had his fill. If she was agreeable, he might linger a few more days. But if she sought to compete for Han Shiyun's affection, she could forget it. Chapter 16. The battle for the top spot. During this period, Han Shiyun found herself in a rather dismal mood. Although her family circumstances were modest, her parents had devoted themselves to nurturing her since childhood, particularly because of her innate talent in singing and dancing. From middle school to high school, she was the center of attention at her school. Even after moving to Jiangshan for university, she quickly became a beloved figure among her peers. She found herself entangled in a web of affluent admirers who vied for her affection by showering her with lavish gifts. Some even went so far as to offer her luxury cars worth hundreds of thousands. However, she was hesitant to accept such extravagant tokens and opted instead for clothing and accessories, which she sold a lower price for a decent profit. Eventually, she devised a plan to utilize live streaming as a means to garner gifts from her admirers. In just a few months, she amassed over $1 million in gift revenue, much to her delight, as it proved far more lucrative than her previous methods of selling gifts. Recently, however, she noticed a waning interest from her admirers, with a couple of them already shifting their affections elsewhere. Most troubling was the fact that one of her primary supporters, Huang Junlang, had also begun pursuing another woman. Rumor had it that he was frequently seen with Jiang Shan at the Jinyi Hotel, which instilled in her a sense of urgency. She understood that such relationships could not endure indefinitely. After all, no one was a fool, having invested so much in her without any tangible returns. They might as well pursue others. Thus, she resolved to send a subtle message to her suitors. Whoever could secure the top spot on her leaderboard that evening would earn a date with her. With one of her key supporters, Huang Junlang, already present, she awaited the arrival of Zheng Yong. As long as both were in attendance, she was certain to reap a bountiful reward. Upon hearing Han Shiyun's proposition, Huang Junlang prepared to secure the top position. He noted that the current leader had received gifts totaling 780,000, courtesy of Zheng Yong, with nearly 400,000 already contributed. He realized that he merely needed to match Zheng Yong and Oppo's as contribution to seize first place, assuming Zheng Yong did not arrive in time. At that moment, Zheng Yong SID, brave to the world, entered the streaming room, instantly displacing Huang Junlang from his position. Shiyun, I'm here, Zheng Yong declared in the comments. Welcome, Yongge. Thank you for your support. Han Shiyun replied enthusiastically. I prepared thoroughly tonight and am determined to win you over. Then I shall await your invitation, Shiyun. Huang Junlang interjected. Jing'er, I'm still present. Don't speak too confidently. You might end up with egg on your face, Huang Junlang retorted. Don't underestimate me. Let us settle this with action, Zheng Yong replied, both men determined yet secretly anxious. Aware that their backgrounds were similar and that a prolonged conflict would likely lead to mutual ruin. Yet, the allure of Han Shiyun's delicate form and enticing voice spurred them on relentlessly. Without further ado, they opted to unleash a barrage of gifts. Half an hour later, the streaming room was in a frenzy, with attendance surpassing 100,000. Countless affluent supporters flooded the chat with their comments. Han Shiyun was exhilarated. She had not anticipated such generosity, with each man contributing over 2 million in gifts. This surge would likely push her earnings beyond 3 million, an unfathomable sum. However, both Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong began to realize that if they continued on this path, the outcome might not be favorable. If one of them managed to win Han Shiyun's favor, it would be worth it. If not, it could lead to frustration. This was not an auction where one could reclaim their bids. Consequently, Huang Junlang decided to call Zheng Yong. Without pleasantries, he stated, Jing'er, I'm prepared to invest 5 million for Han Shiyun. If you exceed that amount, I will withdraw, and I request a refund for my previous gifts. After a moment of silence, Zheng Yong replied, Huang, transfer 3 million to me now, and I won tea contest for Han Shiyun. If that doesn't work for you, we can continue this battle. After a moment's contemplation, Huang Junlang agreed. All right, I'll transfer 3 million, and you must refrain from any contact with Han Shiyun thereafter. Deal. Zheng Yong confirmed over the phone. Huang Junlang promptly transferred the funds, demonstrating that despite their questionable morals, they still honored their words. Calculating his expenditures, Huang Junlang realized he would need to contribute nearly 400,000 more to secure the top position, totaling over 6 million spent on Han Shiyun. Though his family's wealth was substantial, parting with such a sum was still painful. Yet, he believed that winning her affection would justify the cost. The allure of Han Shiyun was particularly compelling. She had once mentioned that she had never had a boyfriend, which meant she was still untouched, a quality that heightened her desirability far beyond that of others like Jiang Shan. In the streaming room, after receiving the 3 million from Huang Junlang, Zheng Yong exited, leaving his gifts at 1314. The audience was bewildered. What had begun as a fierce competition had abruptly changed, with one contender withdrawing unexpectedly. Huang Junlang then sent a flurry of 200 rockets, surpassing Zheng Yong and claiming the top spot. Shiyun, I'm now number 1. Zheng Er has conceded and left. I'll be waiting for you tomorrow night. The chat erupted in chaos. A date tonight? We all know what that entails. Oh no, my heart is breaking. Please, my goddess, don't go. Yet, there was no turning back for Han Shiyun. She was perplexed by Zheng Yong's sudden exit, as she was well aware of their comparable backgrounds. Her plan had been to have them compete fiercely, allowing their gifts to balance out so that she could enjoy a date with both. But now, with Zheng Yong's departure, her plans had been disrupted. Although she had received over 5 million in gifts, the prospect of a solitary date with Huang Junlang was fraught with complications. With a silent sigh, she accepted the chaos of her once flawless plan, finding solace in the substantial earnings she had garnered. Chapter 17, Record-Breaking Handsome. I await your call tomorrow. The voice of Han Shiyun echoed in the live broadcast room, igniting a frenzy among the viewers. My goddess, my heart aches to the point of suffocation. Another divine figure is about to depart from us. The grand golden barrage from Huang Junlang reappeared on the screen. Well, Shiyun, tomorrow I shall ensure you have a splendid night. Yet, at that moment, Huang Junlang's thoughts were consumed by the notion of having spent over 6 million. He was determined to keep her in bed for 3 days straight. Lin Dong sensed it was time to act, sending a barrage of his own, his high-level status making it exceptionally noticeable. I heard if you dethrone the top rank, you can date the host? He inquired. Firestick Boss, please rescue our goddess. Others chimed in. Indeed, Firestick Boss, save the goddess from the clutches of the demon. What nonsense! If Firestick Boss dethrones the top rank, the goddess will belong to him. Then I too wish for Firestick Boss to take down the top rank. The ordinary comments flooded the screen. I just want to ask the host, is it true that if you dethrone the top rank, you can date you? Lin Dong pressed on. Yes. Han Shiyun replied. Great. Lin Dong ceased speaking and launched a barrage of rockets. A small fire stick sent to host Han Xiao, Super Rocket X1, 10 minutes later. A small fire stick sent to host Han Xiao, Super Rocket X 666, half an hour later. A small fire stick sent to host Han Xiao, Super Rocket X 1314, an hour later. A small fire stick sent to host Han Xiao, Super Rocket X 2520, 2 hours later. A small fire stick sent to host Han Xiao, Super Rocket X 5200. The audience was left in a state of bewilderment. Huang Junlang was stunned. Han Shiyun was also taken aback. The viewership surged to over 300,000. What does it mean to send 5,200 super rockets? That amounts to over 10 million. This marked the largest single instance of gifting since the inception of Whale Live. Chairman Chai is incredible. Chairman Chai is magnificent. Chairman Chai is imposing. Chairman Chai, you are my idol. Chairman Chai, I wish to bear your children. Countless such comments appeared on the screen. At this moment, Huang Junlang felt as if he had swallowed a fly. Over 6 million had been squandered, with nothing to show for it. He was filled with murderous intent. He took out his phone and called Jiang Shan, needing a vent. The call connected. Hello, Junlang, what is it? Calling me so late. Jiang Shan's voice came through the line. Shan, come out immediately. I am waiting for you at the school gate, Huang Junlang commanded. Junlang, it's already past 2 in the morning. Can we discuss this tomorrow? I want you out here right now. Huang Junlang gritted his teeth. But there are no buts. You need to come out this instant. If you don't show up tonight, you know the consequences. He hung up with a decisive click. On the other end of the line, Jiang Shan, roused from sleep by Huang Junlang and Appo's call, was taken aback by his tone. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, she slowly rose, careful not to wake her roommate, and began to dress. When she was with Lin Dong, such situations would never arise. He truly loved her and always considered her feelings. Whenever she expressed hunger, regardless of the hour, Lin Dong would bring food to her dormitory and call her. He had never spoken to her in such a manner. Moreover, he respected her. After 4 years together, he had never crossed boundaries simply because she had said she wasn't ready. However, after being with Huang Junlang, his initial kindness had faded, revealing his true nature once he had won her over. Last month, he had even forced himself upon her during her period, showing no regard for her well-being. Now, at 2:30 in the morning, she was being coerced to meet him, undoubtedly driven by his base desires. Tears began to stream down Jiang Shan's face as she contemplated her naivety and vanity. Her roommate and close friend, Zhu Yin, awoke to the commotion, noticing Jiang Shan's movements. Shan, what are you doing? Zhu Yin rubbed her eyes and asked. Nothing, Yin, just go back to sleep. I and Appo's am a bit hungry. Junlang is waiting for me at the school gate to take me out to eat, Jiang Shan replied. Zhu Yin detected an unusual tone in Jiang Shan's voice. Since there were only the two of them in the dorm, she turned on the light and saw Jiang Shan sobbing as she dressed. Zhu Yin rushed over and embraced her. Shan, what is wrong? Did Huang Junlang bully you again? No, not at all. What do you mean no? It's obvious. Zhu Yin insisted. I've told you before, Huang Junlang is not a good person. I warned you to keep your distance, but you didn't listen. And now look where you are. Yin, I and Appo's am fine. You think you can fool me? I've seen you crying in the night several times. Shan, I truly don't understand. Lin Dong loves you so much. Why did you choose Huang Junlang? Just because he has money? Yin, please stop. Shan, leave Huang Junlang. Go back to Lin Dong. He is the one who truly loves you and can bring you happiness. Huang Junlang is merely seeking novelty. He has had at least 10 girlfriends over the years, all of whom he discarded after a few days. It's too late. There's no going back now. Jiang Shan could no longer contain herself, bursting into tears in Zhu Yan's embrace. Minutes later, after crying enough, Jiang Shan broke free from Zhu Yan's hold and continued to dress. Zhu Yan intervened, saying, Shan, it's late. Don't go out. Let's talk about this tomorrow. Yin, I must go. Junlang is waiting for me at the school gate. If I don't go out, he will abandon me. Let him go. What is the big deal? But I'm pregnant with Junlang's child. If he leaves me, what will I do? Jiang Shan cried. Shan, you. Zhu Yin sighed, unsure of what to say, retracting her hand from stopping Jiang Shan. Once dressed, Jiang Shan hurriedly made her way to the school gate. Meanwhile, Han Shiyun was beaming with excitement. Thank you, Chairman Chai, for the 5,200 super rockets. Chairman Chai, I love you. Moi. She promptly sent a friend request to Lin Dong. After they connected, Han Shiyun messaged, Chairman Chai, let us add WeChat. This is my phone number. I await your notification tomorrow. They successfully added each other on WeChat. Chapter 18. Are you Lin Dong? The following day, Lin Dong slept until noon. After refreshing himself, he made his way to the Golden Leaf Hotel. Good day, Mr. Lin. As he entered the hotel, numerous greetings were exchanged. After having lunch, Lin Dong retreated to the chairman's office for a brief respite. Not long after, a knock echoed through the room. Knock. Please come in. Zhao Xian entered. Mr. Lin, the handover of the hotel has commenced. When would you be available? Xian Jia. I have stated that I shall not involve myself in the handover. You may take charge. Just notify me when payment is required. Understood. I shall not disturb your rest any further. By the way, I'll be moving in tonight, so I'll leave the door open for you. Without waiting for Lin Dong and Appo's reaction, Zhao Xian exited the office. Goodness, yet another flirtation. Lin Dong mused while seated in his chair. Scrolling through his phone, he opened WeChat and found a message from Lu Peng. Dongzi, when are you returning to school? Probably tomorrow, Lin Dong replied. Dongzi, I have some news. You must brace yourself. Go on. Huang Junlang, that scoundrel, posted a photo of you unconscious and bleeding on the campus website, along with some details about you. Now you're famous. Damn it, send it to me. Moments later, Lin Dong received the image Lu Peng had sent. Indeed, it was a photo of him collapsed in a small grove. What a ruffian. Last night, I merely collected a small amount of interest. Just wait. I will make you rue the day, Lin Dong cursed inwardly. After toying with his phone for a while longer, he messaged Han Shurian. 6 o'clock tonight. At the Golden Leaf Hotel. Just give your name upon arrival. Okay, Mr. Chai, I look forward to meeting you. Han Shurian replied. Han Shurian was currently in class, but she had been attentively watching her phone since morning, fearing she might miss a call or message from Lin Dong, the esteemed figure. Unlike the half-hearted, flirtatious rich second-generation types like Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong, she preferred to associate with someone of Lin Dong's stature. She was genuinely eager to meet someone capable of casually spending millions. Upon receiving Lin Dong and Oppo's message, she promptly replied. Despite her excitement, a flicker of concern crossed her mind. What if he turned out to be a grotesque individual? Yet, a part of her hoped that Lin Dong was indeed the charismatic high-flyer he was reputed to be. She was well aware of the Golden Leaf Hotel, being the only 8-star establishment in Jiangnan Province and renowned among Jiangnan University students, with reports that even a simple meal could start at tens of thousands. She had never dined there herself, but she was certain that many affluent young men would be eager to treat her. The afternoon swiftly passed. At 5:30, Han Shurian arrived at the Golden Leaf Hotel, clad in form-fitting jeans and a tailored shirt. It was undeniable that she possessed the allure to captivate attention, which explained why so many wealthy young men gravitated towards her. Years of dance training had sculpted her physique, presenting an angelic visage paired with a devilish figure. Upon entering the hotel lobby, a server approached her. "Excuse me, miss, are you here for lodging or dining?" "Hello, my name is Han Shurian. I have an appointment." She replied politely. "Miss Han, welcome. Please follow me." The server led Han Shurian to room 1, having been informed earlier that Mr. Lin was expecting her for dinner. Upon entering the private room, she found it empty. Choosing a seat, she felt a flutter of nervousness. After a brief moment, the door swung open. Han Shurian's heart raced as she looked towards the entrance. A young man stepped inside. "Are you Lin Dong?" she questioned, rising with uncertainty. "Hello, Han classmate. I am Lin Dong. I never imagined you would recognize me. It appears I have gained some notoriety at school," he replied with a wry smile. "Is it truly you, Lin Dong?" she asked again, her disbelief evident. "Indeed, it is I. You are the one who gifted over 10 million last night? Does it not seem plausible? How could this be? If you're Lin Dong, how could you?" Han Shuyun stammered, astonished. Lin Dong had indeed become a figure of fame at Jiangnan University, but not for commendable reasons. His tale of heartbreak, his girlfriend poached by another, leading him to collapse from the emotional toll, had spread like wildfire through WeChat and campus forums. "Han classmate, alas, it is a long story. Please, take a seat and let us dine and converse." As Han Shurian sat down, her gaze remained fixed on Lin Dong, struggling to reconcile the person before her with the rumors that had circulated. Soon, the door opened again, and dishes began to arrive, filling the table with a lavish spread. "Mr. Lin, your meal is served. Please enjoy, and call me if you need anything." The newly appointed manager exited the room. "Mr. Lin? Could it be that he is indeed referred to as Mr. Lin? But why such a title?" Han Shurian pondered, a multitude of questions swirling in her mind. "Classmate Han, let's eat. I'm sure you must be hungry," Lin Dong suggested, pouring her a glass of red wine. Han Shurian marveled at the exquisite array of dishes before her, many of which she had only seen on television. Sampling one, she was taken aback by its exquisite flavor. The 8-star hotel truly lived up to its reputation. After they had dined for a while, Han Shuyun could no longer contain her curiosity. "Lin Dong, is it true that the person everyone is talking about at school is you?" "Indeed it is," Lin Dong confirmed. "How is that possible? There is nothing implausible about it." "Han classmate, I used to believe that love should remain untainted, hence I concealed my identity. However, well, the results speak for themselves. Now I see. I had thought it strange that anyone would part ways with such a prominent figure," Han Shuyun realized. "In truth, I merely wished to vex Huang Junlang, the one who stole my girlfriend, to cause such a stir over a simple annoyance. You are indeed formidable, Lin Dong. Is your girlfriend Jiang Shan?" "Yes. Do not be disheartened, Lin Dong. Let go of one tree, and a whole forest awaits you, Han Shuyun consoled. Not too bad. I've come to terms with it. After being dumped, I realized why not utilize my advantages? Lin Dong replied with a grin. Very true, Lin Dong. However, I must ask you to keep today's events under wraps. I am accustomed to discretion. In return, how about complimentary meals for you whenever you dine here? Complimentary? Oh, I forgot to mention, I am the owner of this Golden Leaf Hotel. Han Shuyun. Chapter 19. Returning to school, as Han Shuyun exited the Golden Leaf Hotel, she remained in a state of bewilderment. The rumors circulating in school about the seemingly inconspicuous Lin Dong being a concealed titan of industry were almost too incredulous to fathom. How could he possibly be the owner of the Golden Leaf Hotel? What is its worth, 1 billion or 2? Yet, to Lin Dong, the hotel appeared to hold little significance. Just how much wealth did he possess? 1 trillion or 2? Even more absurd was the fact that such a magnate had been cast aside by Jiang Shan. Han Shuyun knew Jiang Shan. They were both members of the school's dance club. While they were not particularly close, they were acquainted. If Jiang Shan were to discover Lin Dong and Oppo's true background, she would likely rue her decision immensely. Truly a case of gaining a sesame seed while losing a massive airplane. Since Lin Dong wished for her to maintain discretion and continue to keep a low profile, she resolved to comply, as it meant no one else would vie for his attention. She had already made up her mind to align herself with him. It seemed that live streaming was no longer an option. The moment she went online, she would surely be met with derision, as the chat would be rife with scathing remarks. In the eyes of the majority, she had probably become Lin Dong's person, but in reality, nothing had transpired between them beyond sharing meals. Han Shuyun wished to avoid public humiliation, with over 7 million in gift revenue. She could afford a larger home for her family. Once she was connected to Lin Dong, financial concerns would be a thing of the past. After finishing his meal, Lin Dong drove around Jiang City, purchasing some ordinary attire, preparing to return to school the next day, with a preference for discretion. Upon returning to the international mansion, he found Zhao Xian had already moved in and was busy organizing her space. Lin Dong chose not to disturb her and headed straight upstairs. The following day, Lin Dong rose early. After completing his morning routine, he descended to find Zhao Xian ready for work. Good morning, Sister Xian, he greeted. Good morning, Mr. Lin. Why are you up so early today? She inquired. I'm still a student. I haven't attended classes for 3 days, and today I plan to return to school. He replied. Let us go together then. In a striking contrast, 2 cars, one red, one black, departed the international mansion and arrived at the Golden Leaf Hotel. After breakfast, Lin Dong walked to the school. He had opted not to take the luxurious vehicle. The hotel was merely a 10-minute walk away, and he felt the grandeur of the car was excessive given that many wealthy students drove vehicles in the 300,000 to 400,000 range. He had seen 2 or 3 of those luxury cars at school, along with others even more extravagant. Lin Dong planned to wait for his limited edition Bugatti to return before making his entrance. For now, he preferred to lay low, aiming for a complete and utter dominance. Upon entering the school, throngs of students filled the corridors, the Lin Dong incident having reached its peak of notoriety after 3 days of fervent speculation. Most students eyed him with curiosity. Female students smiled discreetly before whispering amongst themselves, while male students openly discussed him. "Isn't that Lin Dong?" one exclaimed. "It appears so. I heard he coughed up quite a bit of blood 3 days ago. I thought he'd be hospitalized for at least 10 days. Yet here he is, back already. His health must be remarkable. He couldn't have lost that much blood. The photos didn't reveal much on the ground. You have no idea. Such a severe emotional upheaval can be detrimental to one's health. He could have easily met his end. Is it that serious? He must have a strong constitution." Lin Dong, feigning ignorance, continued towards his classroom. He found it impractical to confront them directly. After all, taking on 3 alone would be courting disaster. He resolved to endure a few more days. Once his Bugatti was back, he would dazzle them with his brilliance. Upon entering his classroom, he noticed that most of the seats were already filled with students who turned their curious gazes toward him. Lin Dong settled into his seat, and soon Lu Peng and a few others approached. "Dongzi, are you all right?" Lu Peng asked. "I'm fine. Why are you all acting as if I were on the brink of despair?" Lin Dong retorted. "Just concerned. You know, we wouldn't want you to lose your spark and diminish the reputation of our four rascals, chimed in Fan Biao, one of the group. It was just a woman. In this day and age, it's harder to find a three-legged frog than to find a two-legged woman, added Zhou Wenhua, another rascal. Enough. I'm perfectly fine. Do I look like someone troubled? Lin Dong asserted. All right, as long as you're good. Tomorrow night, we're organizing a gathering. I've already set it up and will inform you of the location tomorrow afternoon. It's been far too long since we've all been together, Lu Peng declared. Gathering is fine, but why the need for a social event? Lin Dong questioned. Lu Peng leaned in close and whispered, rest assured, our gathering isn't with students from our school, but rather from Jiangnan Media University. The art students, they're all stunning, far surpassing the girls here. How do you know students from the Media University? Lin Dong inquired. My brother just started dating a girl from there. What do you think? Lu Peng boasted. Another one? Your pace is rather swift. It's because of guys like you, the affluent and fickle, that people like me end up with nothing, Lin Dong replied. Hey, don't compare me to Huang Junlang. We're playing for keeps here, while he's just throwing money around. Look at how devastated anyone is after breaking up with me. We part amicably, and I never pursue married women, Lu Peng countered. Sounds all too similar, Lin Dong remarked, anticipating Lu Peng's rebuttal. All right, I was just joking. Tomorrow afternoon, right? I'll be there. Thanks, guys. That's more like it. The group returned to their seats as the morning classes passed swiftly. As the lunch break approached, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom and announced, May Day is fast approaching, and just like every year, each class must prepare a performance. Has anyone volunteered? The teacher scanned the room, but no one raised their hand. If there are no volunteers, perhaps we can have Su Yingxue perform a piano solo again. However, since she performed last year, it might lack novelty. Would anyone like to collaborate with her? Perhaps one could sing while the other plays the piano? No sooner had the teacher finished speaking than someone stood up to volunteer. Ding Wei, the class monitor. Teacher, I'll do it. As the class monitor, I should take the lead, he proclaimed. Upon hearing this, the entire class scoffed. Seriously? You didn't volunteer when the teacher asked for participants, but now you want to take charge while collaborating with Su Yingxue? It's obvious you have ulterior motives. Su Yingxue was renowned as one of the school's three goddesses, known for her aloof demeanor. The line of admirers hoping to win her favor could circle the schoolyard thrice. Unlike Han Shiyun, who accepted gifts from anyone only to resell them at a discount, Su Yingxue would discard any gift without a second glance, tossing it straight into the trash. Chapter 20. Whispers of rumor after Ding Wei was the first to register. Several other boys expressed their desire to collaborate with Su Yingxue. Ultimately, however, the homeroom teacher made the decision to stick with Ding Wei. After all, he was the class leader and held a certain stature in the eyes of the teacher. Yingxue, Ding Wei, you have a few days left to rehearse. I did not expect you to secure any particular rank, but you must not bring shame to yourselves, the homeroom teacher stated before departing the classroom. No sooner had the homeroom teacher left than a voice called out from the doorway. Is Lin Dong in? Everyone in the classroom turned to look at the entrance. Oh my, isn't that one of the three goddesses, Han Shiyun? Someone exclaimed. Did she just say she's looking for Lin Dong? Han Shiyun, may I ask who you are seeking? A student inquired. I am looking for Lin Dong. Han Shiyun replied. Is she really looking for Lin Dong? Everyone gazed at Lin Dong with incredulity. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Lin Dong had no choice but to rise and walk outside. Upon reaching the door, he turned to Han Shiyun and said, Let us go. Before leading the way, Han Shiyun obediently followed behind him. As Lin Dong and Han Shiyun exited, the classroom erupted in a flurry of excitement. Can you believe it? After just 3 days, Lin Dong has managed to win over one of the school's three goddesses. Han Shiyun, did you see? Goddess Han just followed Lin Dong like he was her master. Come on, pinch me. Tell me this isn't real. Be gentle. That hurts. Oh no, this is not a dream. Wait, what was Lin Dong's ex-girlfriend's name again? A student asked. Wasn't he a Jiangshan? Jiangshan was taken by Huang Junlang, right? And Huang Junlang is one of Han Shiyun's two protectors. Lin Dong is impressive. What a clever play. You steal my woman, and I'll charm your goddess. This retaliation is fierce enough to make Huang Junlang cough up blood. At this moment, Three of the four rascals shared a knowing glance and simultaneously exclaimed, "Our third is amazing." Meanwhile, Su Yingxue gazed on with curiosity. As one of the school's three goddesses, Han Shiyun navigated among several wealthy heirs, never having been seen alone with anyone, fearful of misunderstandings. Yet now, she sought Lin Dong alone? Did this mean she had ultimately chosen him? What could Lin Dong possess that captured Han Shiyun's heart? Su Yingxue found herself puzzled. Sensing that Lin Dong was not as simple as he appeared, there was an air of mystery about him. At that moment, Su Yingxue developed an intense curiosity towards Lin Dong, unaware that curiosity was merely the inception of her entrapment. Lin Dong guided Han Shiyun to the playground behind school. As it was lunchtime, the playground was sparsely populated, save for a few couples lingering about. "Speak, Han Shiyun, what brings you to me?" Lin Dong inquired. "Can't I come to see you without reason, Lin Dong?" Han Shiyun retorted. "Well, you could have sent me a message or called. Why come directly to the classroom?" "Lin Dong, I am currently assisting you. Please do not mistake my goodwill for foolishness." "Oh, assisting me? How so?" Lin Dong asked. After pondering, Han Shiyun explained. "Think about it. Following the embarrassing incident from a couple of days ago, the moment you appear, people will whisper, 'Look, that's Lin Dong, the one whose girlfriend was stolen, who fainted from rage.' However, now that I have come to seek you, when you show up, the gossip will shift to whether we are truly together. Which of these two narratives would you prefer people to discuss?" Lin Dong considered her words and realized she had a point. "In that case, I owe you my gratitude, Han Shiyun. There is no need for thanks. I haven to even thank you for showering me with gifts to keep me from dating Huang Junlang and treating me to lavish meals every day. However, Han Shiyun, aren't you concerned about tarnishing your reputation?" "Not at all. I owe you this much," Han Shiyun replied nonchalantly. As Lin Dong and Han Shiyun continued their leisurely stroll, discussing trivial matters, the news of Han Shiyun's visit to find Lin Dong spread like wildfire. The school was modestly sized, and with the involvement of one of the three goddesses, the speed of dissemination was astonishing. Of course, the contributions of the other three rascals were not insignificant. With communication being so convenient nowadays, a single post in a WeChat group ensured that everyone was informed. The most widely circulated tale depicted how, 3 days prior, Huang Junlang had stolen Lin Dong's girlfriend, Jiang Shan, leaving Lin Dong so furious that he fainted. Yet just 3 days later, Lin Dong had managed to win over Han Shiyun, whom Huang Junlang had pursued for months. Huang Junlang's face must have been burning with humiliation. Initially, many were skeptical. Han Shiyun had been pursued by numerous wealthy and handsome suitors without ever being linked with anyone. So why would she choose Lin Dong, who appeared so ordinary? However, when they witnessed Lin Dong and Han Shiyun exit the school together, they had no choice but to accept the reality. Lin Dong had intended to simply stroll with Han Shiyun around the playground before parting ways. However, suddenly recalling it was lunchtime, he naturally invited her to join him for a meal. Han Shiyun, of course, would not decline, and together they exited the school grounds. This scene was witnessed by many, including Huang Junlang and Jiang Shan. Huang Junlang, upon seeing Lin Dong and Han Shiyun leave together, nearly erupted in rage, but ultimately restrained himself. He understood that confronting Lin Dong would only further disgrace himself. Imagining that the goddess Han Shiyun, whom he had spent 6 or 7 million trying to win over, was now so easily captured by Lin Dong, the turmoil within Huang Junlang was palpable, comparable to the despair Lin Dong felt when he was heartbroken 3 days prior. With a swift motion, Huang Junlang returned to the dormitory, devoid of any appetite, leaving Jiang Shan standing alone, feeling desolate. As Jiang Shan watched Lin Dong and Han Shiyun laughing together as they left the school, her heart ached. That spot beside Lin Dong had always been hers, yet she had pushed him towards another. Some things are only truly appreciated after they are lost. With Huang Junlang, she had to tread carefully, afraid of provoking his displeasure. Whereas with Lin Dong, he had always been the one cautious around her. The shift in status from princess to servant made her acutely aware of the sacrifices Lin Dong had made during their 4 years together. Yin Yin was right. Perhaps she would never find someone who loved her as deeply as Lin Dong did. However, everything had irrevocably changed. She had buried her own happiness with her own hands. With tears welling in her eyes, Jiang Shan turned and walked away. Chapter 21. The Malevolent Capitalist. After their meal, the two of them took a brief respite at the Golden Leaf Hotel. Naturally, Lin Dong rested in the chairman and amp. Oppo's office, while Han Shiyuan occupied a presidential suite, which, with Lin Dong as the chairman, required no expenditure. When they returned to school for afternoon classes, their leisurely outing had consumed 2 to 3 hours, igniting the imaginations of their peers. The afternoon swiftly passed. As Lin Dong wandered through the campus, it became evident that, as Han Shiyuan had surmised, the gazes directed at him had transformed from disdain to envy and jealousy. Upon returning to the Golden Leaf Hotel, Lin Dong was greeted at the entrance by 4 tall receptionists who bowed and exclaimed, "Good day, Chairman Lin." Entering the lobby, the newly appointed manager hurried over, also bowing to him and saying, "Good day, Chairman Lin." There and amp. Oppo's. No need for such formality. We are all familiar here. You may continue with your duties. I can manage on my own, Lin Dong replied amicably to the new manager. Indeed, Chairman Lin, he responded promptly. Lin Dong then entered the elevator, disappearing from view. However, he failed to notice a striking woman seated in the designated guest relaxation area, who had been observing him intently. Sun Siyu had been sitting in the lobby and Oppo's guest area for over an hour. As a third-year student in the Performing Arts Department at Jiangnan Media University, she, like her peers, had begun to leverage her resources to secure roles in films to lay a solid foundation for her future career. Many of her classmates had already landed roles, with 2 even achieving notable recognition as supporting actresses. Yet in her third year, she had not acquired a single role, not due to a lack of beauty, but rather because she held steadfast to her principles, unwilling to appease so-called directors and investors for a part. Moreover, she was not financially constrained. Her parents were business owners with assets in the tens of millions. Consequently, she had never lacked for money and would not compromise her dignity for a mere role, unlike some of her less fortunate classmates, who were willing to sacrifice their integrity or even their bodies for an opportunity. At the beginning of her third year, a director had shown interest in her, offering a minor role, but required her to dine with an investor. Naively, she thought it was merely a meal. However, during the dinner, the director and investor persistently toasted her, which she declined. Unexpectedly, the investor's hand found its way to her thigh. In retaliation, she splashed a glass of water in his face, infuriating the director, who threatened to blacklist her. Since that incident, few directors had approached her for roles. Until today, when she received a call from a renowned director, who offered her a chance at a major film with a budget exceeding $100 million for a significant supporting role, but insisted on an in-person discussion. After contemplation, she decided to meet. However, upon arriving at the Golden Leaf Hotel, she had not received any further communication from him, leading her to sit in the lobby and amp. Oppo's waiting area. Lin Dong's arrival caught Sun Siyu's attention. As he entered, the 4 receptionists bowed once more. Although she could not hear their words from afar, she noted their respectful expressions. Throughout her hour in the waiting area, numerous guests had entered and exited, yet none elicited such deference from the staff. Thus, she surmised that Lin Dong either had an extraordinary background or was the heir to the hotel and amp, Oppo's ownership. Yet, this was of little consequence to her. Her curiosity was piqued, but she continued to await the call. Approximately half an hour later, her phone finally rang. "Hello, Director Xiang, where are you? I've arrived at the Golden Leaf Hotel." Sun Siyu inquired upon answering. "Miss Sun, I apologize for the lengthy wait. Please come directly to room 15-1. I am waiting for you here." Director Xiang and Oppo's voice resonated through the receiver. "Director Xiang, is there a reason we cannot discuss this outside?" she suggested. "Miss Sun, you must understand that we are discussing a commercial secret. If it were to be leaked, what would happen to the investment?" Director Xiang, "I believe it would be just as effective to find a private room. No one would know." Miss Sun, you must realize this is a film with an investment of over $100 million. The role of the supporting actress is crucial, and many are vying for it. I exerted considerable effort to secure this opportunity for you. Please seize it. If you choose not to come, I may have to consider other candidates. Then go ahead and contact others. Goodbye. Sun Siyu concluded, ending the call. Ridiculous. She was not an inexperienced novice. Night was approaching. And who could guarantee her safety in such a situation? After hanging up, she gathered her belongings and departed the hotel, hailing a cab back to campus. There was no way she would sacrifice her integrity for a mere supporting role. On the 15th floor of the Golden Leaf Hotel, in Room 1, the highest specification presidential suite, Chen Xiang, a man in his 30s, was accompanied by a middle-aged man in his 40s and a woman in her 20s, dressed as a secretary. Following Sun Siyu and Appo's abrupt call termination, Chen Xiang and Appo's face cycled through hues of anger. Director Xiang, with your reputation in the industry, how could anyone dare to refuse you? They must be keen to exit the entertainment circle, remarked the portly, well-fed middle-aged man. Mr. Yu, this girl is still a novice, unfamiliar with the unspoken rules of our industry. Her family likely possesses a modest fortune, which has prevented her from fully committing to this line of work, Chen Xiang explained. Oh, a novice? Splendid. I relish such prospects. If you can secure her, I will increase the investment by an additional 20 million, Yu Qinghai proposed. Mr. Yu, that may prove challenging. As you heard, she is quite resolute, Chen Xiang expressed his concerns. Then let us offer her the lead role. Let us see if she can withstand such temptation. However, the lead role has already been assigned to Yao Shui. A last-minute change would likely provoke dissatisfaction, Chen Xiang cautioned. Contracts have yet to be signed. Adjustments can be made at any time. If she is displeased, what of it? Yu Qinghai declared nonchalantly. I will do my utmost to persuade her. Chen Xiang replied. Not just your utmost, but a certainty. Chapter 22. The social gathering at this moment. Chen Xiang and Appo's mind was a tempest of frustration. These nefarious capitalists, driven solely by their self-serving interests, were meddling in affairs that should not concern them. They expected a mere junior student, yet to graduate and inexperienced in acting, to assume the leading role in a film with over 100 million in investment. Moreover, they had the audacity to cast a top-tier actress as the second female lead. If word of this leaked, the fans of Yao Shui would undoubtedly unleash their fury. Should the leading actress prove to be competent, fame would come swiftly. However, if her skills fell short, the film would likely be doomed. In such a case, the investors would suffer losses, and the public outcry would inevitably land him in the line of fire. Though he harbored a torrent of disdain for Yu Qinghai, he maintained a facade of obsequiousness, assuring him, rest assured, Mr. Yu, I will find a way to make this work. In this era, wealth equated to power. Despite his modest reputation within the industry, he was far from being in a position to disregard the whims of capitalists. Only top-tier directors wielded such influence. When they announced a project, countless leading actors and actresses would flock to them, eager to seize the opportunity. Capitalists, clutching their fortunes, would seek out these directors, desperate for them to spend their money. The choice of which funds to utilize directly correlated with the potential for profit, resulting in soaring stock prices for the companies involved. Such was the nature of capitalists. Those who could generate profit would receive their favor. Chen Xiang aspired to attain such heights, dreaming of becoming a director of that caliber. The following afternoon, Lu Peng informed Lin Dong that the evening's gathering would take place at the Golden Leaf Hotel and urged him to arrive early. Lin Dong, in turn, messaged Zhao Xian, instructing her to inform the others that he wished to blend in as an ordinary guest upon entering the hotel, as he wished to avoid unnecessary complications. After finishing his classes, Lin Dong arrived early at the Golden Leaf Hotel, waiting in the chairman and Appo's office while the other three guests prepared themselves. Sun Siyu also made her way to the Golden Leaf Hotel, but this time it was not to meet any director. Rather, she was there as her roommate, Zhang Min and Appo's new boyfriend was treating them. The four of them stood at the entrance, awaiting Lu Peng and Appo's arrival. Min, is your boyfriend really treating us here? We were just joking about it yesterday. Should we choose another place? Her roommate, Chun Lan, inquired. They had casually suggested the Golden Leaf Hotel when Zhang Min mentioned her boyfriend wanted to take them out. Donand Appo's, worry, Lun. Trust my judgment. If he can end Appo's, to even afford a meal, he doesn't end Appo's. He deserved to be Zhang Min and Appo's boyfriend, Min replied confidently. It seems your boyfriend is quite capable. He must be from a wealthy family. I am so envious. Ask him if he has any wealthy friends who are still single and could be introduced to us. Another roommate, Zheng Yun, chimed in. Though he is treating us, he might also bring along a few roommates. Perhaps you'll find someone you like, and I could play matchmaker. Zhang Min added. Does he have any rich friends like him? Or are they all just poor losers? I'm not sure, Zhang Min replied. Yin Yun, you shouldn't just be looking for rich heirs. Finding someone with potential isn't a bad idea either, Sun Siyu interjected. See, we're not like you. Your family is wealthy. If all else fails, you can just return and inherit the family fortune. We can't compare to you. For us, the best outcome is to marry a rich heir who will cherish us. As for becoming a star, we can't imagine the hardships involved. In the end, we might be left with nothing. Don and Amp, Oppos, TB's so pessimistic. It end Amp, Oppos. That's not pessimism. It end Amp, Oppos. That's reality. For students like us, without any background, what role can we secure without compromising ourselves? In the end, we may sacrifice everything and still not achieve fame. So, I no longer wish to be a star. I just want to find a rich heir and live a stable life. Sun Siyu found herself unable to counter this perspective, as Zheng Yun and Oppos. This assertion rang true. Without her family and Oppos as support, she would likely face a similar struggle. Before long, Lu Peng arrived, driving a BMW X7, accompanied by the other two guests. Look, they've already arrived. The four of them over there, Lu Peng remarked. Wow, they're clearly from a different league compared to us. No wonder they're from the performing arts department. They're destined to become stars. Any one of them would outshine anyone in our class, except perhaps Su Yingxue. Especially the tallest one. She is not far behind Su Yingxue, definitely goddess level, one of them commented. Beep, beep. Lu Peng honked the horn as they arrived at the Golden Leaf Hotel's parking lot. My boyfriend is here. Let us go, Zhang Min exclaimed, spotting Lu Peng's car. After a brief introduction, the seven of them proceeded into the hotel, led by a staff member to their reserved private room. Once seated, Lu Peng called Lin Dong. Dongzi, where are you? We in Oppos. In room 46. Hurry up, we're just waiting for you, Lu Peng said. Okay, I'll be there shortly, Lin Dong replied. Apologies. I was delayed by something, Lin Dong said as he took a seat. As dishes began to arrive, everyone started to eat. Apart from Lu Peng and Lin Dong, the remaining six were dining here for the first time and praised the food enthusiastically. They ordered standard fare, unlike Lin Dong, who was accustomed to the finest cuisine. Upon seeing Lin Dong, Sun Siyu felt a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, she recalled that he was the same person who had been greeted by the staff with a bow upon entering the Golden Leaf Hotel yesterday. What a coincidence! She had thought she would never intersect with someone of his stature, yet here they were, sharing a meal. Although she was curious about Lin Dong and Oppos' background, she hesitated to inquire, as they were not yet close. After finishing their meal, Lu Peng suggested heading upstairs to sing, and the proposal was met with unanimous approval. As an 8-star hotel, the Golden Leaf offered a plethora of entertainment options. However, when it came time to settle the bill, they were informed that the hotel was running a promotion, and their table had been randomly selected to enjoy a complimentary meal. Everyone was overjoyed. After all, this amounted to several tens of thousands, and their karaoke outing could easily escalate to 100,000. They jokingly insisted that this round didn't count and that Lu Peng would have to treat them again in the future, to which he readily agreed. Lin Dong, however, remained silent, a smile playing on his lips. Sun Siyu suspected something was amiss. No hotel would simply waive a bill like that, especially not a high-end establishment willing to forego a $10,000 tab without a catch. This only reinforced her suspicion that Lin Dong held a significant position within the hotel. However, since he chose not to reveal his status, she felt no need to expose him. Chapter 23. Hello, my name is Sun Siyu, under the guidance of the waiter. The group arrived at the KTV section. Upon entering the private room, everyone began to let loose. The dim lighting, combined with a few drinks, led Lu Peng and Zhang Min, the couple, to retreat to a corner where they indulged in each other's affections. The display of their affection caught everyone off guard, but it did not deter the others from enjoying their own activities. 3 lovely ladies were singing, while the two uninvited guests, aside from Lin Dong, were engrossed in their phones. Lin Dong sat on the sofa feeling somewhat bored. He wanted to leave but felt it would be impolite. Thus, he could only appreciate the melodious voices of the ladies. It must be said that although they were studying performing arts, their singing was quite commendable. As time passed, when the ladies took a break from singing, Lu Peng seized a microphone and said, "Today, we thank the three lovely ladies for gracing us with their presence." He then pointed at Lin Dong and added, "This is my brother Lin Dong, who is still single. If any of you ladies are without a boyfriend, feel free to exchange contact information and get to know each other better. Who knows, you might end up as a couple. Yes, you. My brother is absolutely devoted to love." Upon hearing this, Lin Dong felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Was this a compliment or a jab? He indeed was devoted, to the point of feeling devastated after a breakup. Those who didn't know him might take it as praise, but those who did would surely find it comical. Lu Peng was probably a bit tipsy. After Lu Peng and Appo's remark, he awaited the ladies and Appo's reactions. From Zhang Min, he had learned that none of the three ladies had boyfriends. Hence the setup. The tallest among them, Sun Siyu, seemed beyond Lin Dong's reach. A goddess of her caliber would undoubtedly leave him in the dust, even for a seasoned flirt like Lu Peng. However, the other two still presented an opportunity for Lin Dong. Recently, he had appeared to undergo some changes. He seemed sturdier and exuded a newfound confidence that was quite distinct from his previous demeanor when with Jiang Shan. Overall, he looked quite presentable. Upon hearing Lu Peng and Appo's words, Zheng Yun and Chun Lan remained unresponsive. They had discerned that among the four roommates, aside from Lu Peng, who was a wealthy heir, the rest were, in their eyes, mere underachievers. It was evident from their arrival in Lu Peng's car, which affluent heir would ride in someone else's vehicle. To save on gas, please. A true wealthy heir wouldn't concern themselves with such trivialities. Although Lin Dong had joined them later, his attire suggested he was not affluent, appearing to be dressed in low-end fashion. Despite his handsome and stylish appearance, they knew looks alone wouldn't suffice. After all, they were students of the Jiangnan University of Media and had encountered countless attractive men. Lin Dong would merely be average among them. They had no desire to waste their youth on someone like him. While the two remained indifferent, Sun Siyu was intrigued by Lin Dong. Here was someone of notable stature who preferred to masquerade as an ordinary underachiever. She was eager to alert her roommates that the wealthy heir they aspired to be with was right before their eyes. Yet they acted as if they were blind to him. Once, a mountain of gold lay before them, but they treated it as if it were worthless. She wondered what expressions her roommates would wear if they discovered Lin Dong's true identity. Would they feel regret or remorse? For those who aimed for wealthy heirs, it could very well drive them to despair. Well then, if they wouldn't approach him, she would. Thus, Sun Siyu stood up, walked to Lin Dong, extended her right hand, and said, "Hello, Lin Dong. I am Sun Siyu, a third-year student from the Performing Arts Department at Jiangnan University. It's a pleasure to meet you, and I hope we can become friends and get to know each other better." As soon as she spoke, the room fell silent. Lu Peng nearly dropped the microphone in shock. Could it be that a goddess like Sun Siyu was genuinely interested in Lin Dong? Who would believe it? The three uninvited guests simultaneously recalled that just yesterday, the goddess Han Shiyin had sought out Lin Dong as well. Was there some kind of charm about him that attracted goddesses? Perhaps yesterday was a mere coincidence, but what about the second occurrence? Could there be a third, or even a fourth? Was it possible that after being rejected, he was now experiencing a turnaround? Lin Dong, momentarily taken aback, reflected on his recent luck in romance since acquiring the system. First Zhao Xian, then Han Shiyin, and now Sun Siyu, all of them goddesses. Which one should he choose? Choosing is for children. I want them all. Quickly regaining his composure, Lin Dong stood and replied, "Hello, Sunday. I'm equally pleased to meet you." They exchanged a brief handshake and then traded phone numbers and WeChat accounts. Just then, the door to the private room swung open. The group initially assumed it was the waiter, but the first to enter was a short and stout middle-aged man, followed closely by Chun Xiang, the director who had arranged to meet Sun Siyu the previous day. Chun Xiang and Yu Qinghai had come to accompany two investors, but upon seeing Sun Siyu and her classmates, Yu Qinghai instructed his secretary to follow them and ascertain which room they entered. After ensuring the investors were settled, they made their way here. Upon entering the room, Chen Xiang introduced himself. "Hello, everyone. I am Chen Xiang." He then introduced the short, stout man beside him. "This is Mr. Yu from Yuan Entertainment. We are here primarily to meet you all. You must be students from Jiangnan University, right? We have come to your university to cast for a film with an investment exceeding 100 million. Would you mind sharing a drink with us?" As soon as Chen Xiang finished speaking, Yu Chenghai eagerly approached Sun Siyu, saying, "You must be Sun Siyu. I am Yu Chenghai from Yuan Entertainment. It's a pleasure to meet you. I find you to possess great charisma, making you an excellent candidate for the leading role in a film we are producing." Yu Chenghai and Appo's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Sun Siyu, who was not only stunning but also taller than he was, forcing him to look slightly up at her as they spoke. He had a particular fondness for taller women. Height did not matter when it came to him overpowering them with his own hefty frame. This only fueled his desire to conquer her. He was determined to win her over. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yu, but I am not interested in acting in your film," Sun Siyu replied calmly. Recognizing the sudden appearance of Chen Xiang and Yu Chenghai, Sun Siyu understood that Chen Xiang had likely invited her to accompany the rather rotund Mr. Yu. The mere thought of having to entertain such a man made her feel nauseated. The idea of playing a leading role mattered little to her. "Ms. Sun, you may not be aware, but our film boasts an investment exceeding 100 million, with the potential for additional funding. We have also secured the popular actress Yao Shui as the supporting lead. If you accept this role, you could achieve instant fame." Yu Chenghai continued to entice her. However, while Sun Siyu remained unmoved, Zheng Yun, Chen Lan, and Zhang Min were visibly captivated by the prospect. The leading role? Yao Shui as a co-star? It promised to be a blockbuster. After all, who wouldn't want to become famous if they had chosen the performing arts? They were simply waiting for an opportunity. "I'm truly not interested, Mr. Yu," Sun Siyu reiterated, remaining resolute. "Mr. Yu, I am interested. Mr. Yu, I am too." Zheng Yun and Chen Lan eagerly chimed in. Due to her boyfriend, Liu Peng and Appo's presence, Zhang Min hesitated to approach, fearing the potential consequences of her newfound relationship with a wealthy second-generation heir. Yu Chenghai exhibited little interest in Zheng Yun and Chen Lan, having encountered numerous women of their ilk. He discreetly signaled to Chen Xiang to intervene. However, Sun Si preempted their intentions, directly addressing Zhang Min. Min, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Enjoy yourselves." She then turned to Lin Dong and inquired, "Lin Dong, would you be so kind as to accompany me for a while?" "Oh, certainly," Lin Dong replied eagerly, seizing the opportunity to depart. After exchanging pleasantries, the two exited together. Chapter 24, Prosperity and Abundance. Tonight, we feast. Lin Dong and Sun Siyu departed, leaving Yu Chenghai in the private room with a rather grim expression. Ever since he assumed the role of general manager at Yuan Entertainment, it had been a long time since he encountered a woman who was so utterly unyielding. Faced with a woman who had no desire to enter the entertainment industry and was impervious to persuasion, Yu Chenghai found himself at a loss for solutions. Zheng Yun and Chen Lan flanked Yu Chenghai, encouraging him to drink, genuinely eager to secure their roles. Among the trio, known as the Three Miscreants, aside from Liu Peng, who remained obstinately himself, the other two began to curry favor with Chen Xiang, a director of some repute, whose influence was considerable in their eyes. Thus, the group indulged in their drinks, each harboring their own thoughts. Meanwhile, Lin Dong and Sun Siyu descended in the elevator. Suddenly, Sun Siyu broke the silence, inquiring, "Is this hotel owned by your family?" "Huh?" Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback. "There's no need to fabricate excuses. I can tell you have a deep connection with this hotel," Sun Siyu continued. "I am not concealing anything, nor do I understand what you are implying," Lin Dong retorted. "Lin Dong, hotels rarely waive fees, and when they do, it can amount to over 100,000. Your actions seem excessive. A discount would have sufficed. What does the hotel's policy on waiving fees have to do with me? Even if you refuse to admit it, just know that a woman's intuition is often quite accurate. The waiver was undoubtedly your directive, and only someone of significant standing at the hotel could execute such a request. Once Min and the others return, we shall analyze the situation together to uncover who wields such power." Lin Dong found her astuteness rather impressive. Her intellect seemed almost formidable. To deduce the identity of the orchestrator behind the waiver from a mere exemption was a talent worthy of a detective. What he did not realize was that Sun Siu had observed the servile treatment he received from the staff when he entered the hotel the previous day. "All right, son. You win. The waiver was indeed orchestrated by me," Lin Dong conceded, realizing evasion was futile. "And what is your relationship with this hotel?" Sun Siu asked curiously, now that he had admitted to it. "As you mentioned, this hotel belongs to my family." "A young heir, then?" "One might say that." "Impressive. I never imagined you were a super rich second generation." "Son, you are not lacking either, having turned down offers from directors and investors for the leading female role. That still pales in comparison to your status as a super rich heir." As they continued their conversation, they exited the hotel. "Shall I give you a ride home?" Lin Dong asked as they stood at the hotel entrance. "Of course. Do you expect me to hail a cab?" Sun Siu replied, her tone assertive. With a resigned shrug, Lin Dong fetched his luxury vehicle, driving Sun Siu back to Jiangnan Media University. After dropping her off, he returned to the International Mansion, where Zhao Xian was already asleep. Lin Dong surmised that Zhao Xian must have been exhausted from the extensive hotel handover, which likely entailed considerable detail. After showering, he lay on his bed and opened his laptop, navigating to Whale Live. Neither Han Shiyin nor his cousin Wang Li were streaming. He aimlessly browsed, noting his own astonishing level, over 1,100. Surpassing 1,000 levels conferred the title of king. He casually clicked on a gaming livestream, entering a room where a 5-clawed golden dragon spiraled across the screen, announcing the arrival of the king. The entrance was nothing short of spectacular, and the chat exploded with excitement. "Wow, it's the legendary Chairman Chai. Welcome, Chairman Chai." The host, a cute girl named Jasmine, was playing Survivor Island. Upon seeing Lin Dong's king-level status, she quickly found a corner, then stood up with delicate gestures, exclaiming, "Welcome Chairman Chai to my livestream. I am honored." The streamer's deference to Lin Dong made him chuckle. Indeed, wealth could command extraordinary respect. He decided to contribute to the chat. "Little Jasmine, focus on the game. If you secure a chicken dinner, I will reward you with 666 super gifts." Jasmine, visibly thrilled by Lin Dong's message, realized that achieving a chicken dinner in this match would be worth more than 100 or even 1,000 typical games. She hastily resumed her gameplay, declaring, "Thank you for your support, Chairman Chai. I will do my utmost to secure a chicken dinner." The audience's excitement surged. Chairman Chai is incredible. Chairman Chai is mighty. Truly a remarkable presence. Jasmine skillfully maneuvered her character, and although she typically performed well, the pressure was palpable. One misstep could mean losing over 1 million in gifts. As the match progressed, she felt a sense of relief upon reaching the final 3, believing victory was within reach. Suddenly, a grenade was thrown near her, and despite her instinct to jump aside, it was too late. The explosion claimed her character and amp, Oppo's, life, leaving her momentarily stunned at the loss of a potential $1 million gift. The live chat echoed her disappointment. Lin Dong, sensing the situation and feeling a bit restless himself, sent another message. "How about playing a match with me, little Jasmine?" Finally coming to her senses, Jasmine eagerly responded, "Sure. Where are you, Chairman? I will find you." They joined forces in a new game, landing in a valley to gather equipment and arm themselves. Jasmine closely followed Lin Dong, offering her best gear to him. Lin Dong, who was still somewhat inexperienced, accepted her generosity without hesitation. Fortuitously, they encountered no formidable opponents, and Jasmine guided Lin Dong to a triumphant chicken dinner, his very first. Despite his novice skills, the chat was filled with compliments rather than criticisms. Who would dare to chastise someone of such stature? With his spirits lifted, Lin Dong generously showered Jasmine with gifts, sending super rockets in escalating quantities until the total reached 1,314, valued at over 2 million. The highest gift for a gaming companion on Whale Live had been achieved. Jasmine added Lin Dong as a friend, inviting him to reach out whenever he wished to play again. Chapter 25. A great change at home due to the impending May Day holiday. This weekend was not a break. The May Day Cultural Gala was scheduled for the day before the holiday. During this time, Lin Dong continued his routine of attending classes and dining normally. As time passed, the fervor surrounding the Lin Dong incident gradually diminished. Yet he had become a notable figure within the school. The handover of the Jinya Hotel had been completed, and Lin Dong officially assumed the role of its proprietor, successfully spending 180 billion, which earned him 180 points in the godly wealth category. After allocating 40 points to enhance both his physical and mental attributes to 50, he refrained from further expenditure, feeling little distinction between 45 and 50 points. Reaching 50 marked a significant improvement in both his physique and mental state. The remaining 140 points were conserved for any future skills he might wish to acquire. On the eve of the May Day holiday, Lin Dong had no classes in the afternoon and chose to rest in his dormitory, preparing to attend the school's cultural gala that evening. At Jiangnan Media University, the holiday had already commenced, and those living nearby began departing in succession. Sun Siyu was busy packing her belongings in her dormitory in anticipation of her journey home. Suddenly, her phone rang. Upon checking, she saw it was her mother calling and quickly answered. However, after the call, Sun Siyu was left in a state of shock. Her mother urged her not to return home for the time being and transferred 100,000 yuan to her for her expenses. Instinctively, Sun Siyu sensed that something was amiss at home. After persistent questioning, her mother tearfully revealed the devastating news. The family business had failed, incurring significant debts. Their house was now under the watchful eyes of creditors, and if she returned, she would undoubtedly be confronted by them. For the time being, they were hiding at her grandparents' and Appo's home. Her father had not eaten or drunk anything for 2 days and had lost considerable weight, refusing any attempts to console him. To Sun Siyu, her father had always been her pillar of strength. Now it felt as though that foundation had crumbled. She couldn't fathom how their family, which had operated a business for so many years, could suddenly face bankruptcy. She felt an urgent need to return home and clarify the situation, fearing she might never see her parents again if she delayed. After hastily packing a few essentials, Sun Siyu set off for her home in Yangcheng, which was not far from Jiangcheng. A train journey would take just over half an hour, while a bus ride would only require 2 to 3 hours. By the time she arrived at her grandparents' house, it was nearly evening. She knocked on the door, attempting to calm her racing heart. No one answered. She knocked again, but still no response. Could it be? No, that was impossible. A chill ran through her as she quickly dialed her mother and Appo's number. The call connected. "Mom, I'm back, right outside Grandma's house. Please open the door." Sun Siyu spoke with urgency. "See, you're back? Didn't I tell you not to come?" Her mother's voice, though fatigued, brought a wave of relief to her heart, confirming that she was still alive. The door finally opened, and upon seeing her mother, Sun Siyu could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears, embracing her tightly. After they had cried together for a while, they entered the house. Noticing the emptiness, Sun Siyu inquired, "Mom, what on earth happened? Where's Dad? Where are Grandpa and Grandma? And what about my little sister?" Her mother replied, "Your grandparents and little sister have been taken to your uncle's house. Your father has locked himself in his room and won't come out. Siyu, please go and persuade him. He hasn't eaten for 2 days. If this continues, his health will deteriorate." Upon entering the room, Sun Siyu was confronted by a man sitting there smoking. She struggled to reconcile the sight of this man, whose hair had turned mostly gray, with the image of her once vibrant father. He had risen from humble beginnings to establish a prosperous life in the city, earning admiration from all who knew him. Yet now, this man appeared despondent, looking far older than his 40-some years. "Dad!" Sun Siyu cried, tears streaming down her face. The man remained unresponsive, lost in his thoughts as he lit another cigarette after finishing the first. "What happened? Why has Dad changed so much?" Sun Siyu turned to her mother, desperate for answers. "Sigh. Your father was deceived. His business partner absconded with all the company's funds, and your father, being the legal representative, is liable for all loans and debts, both from the bank and predatory lenders. The blow was too much for him. In just one night, he aged significantly and has been sitting here for 2 days. Why? How could this happen? How could our once happy family suddenly fall apart?" Sun Siyu sank to the floor, tears flowing uncontrollably. Just months ago, when she had left home, everything had been harmonious, filled with warmth. Her father was still the towering figure in her life, and her mother was the nurturing woman who loved to chat with her daughters. How could everything have disintegrated so rapidly? Quadrillion knelt down to embrace her daughter, her eyes dry but heavy with sorrow, as she had wept far too much in recent days. She did not blame her husband, knowing he bore the brunt of the burden, lamenting only the cunning of the swindlers who had deceived them. See you, this challenge is one that your father and I cannot surmount. If we're no longer here, you must take care of your sister. You are now an adult and must shoulder the responsibility of looking after her. Do you understand? Quadrillion spoke gently. Hearing her mother's words, Sun Siyu's heart tightened. Mom, please don't do anything foolish. I beg you. Quadrillion seemed not to hear her daughter's pleas as she continued. But do not worry too much. Your father and I have saved a little money with your uncle. Though it is not much, it should suffice for your needs. Mom, please don't do anything reckless. There must be a way out of this. Sun Siyu insisted. Quadrillion continued, however, you will need to relocate to somewhere they cannot find you. Many of these creditors are loan sharks, and I fear for your safety. Mom, if we repay the debt, won't that resolve everything? A thought struck Sun Siyu. Lin Dong, the young master of Jinya Hotel, surely had substantial wealth. If he could lend her money, she could alleviate her family's crisis. She could repay him gradually or even become his mistress if necessary. At that moment, Sun Siyu felt that, regardless of his appearance, even if it were a man like Yu Chenghai, short and unattractive, she would not hesitate to accept his help if it meant saving her family. In her heart, nothing was more important than her loved ones. Foolish girl, repaying the debt might seem a solution, but we cannot repay it. Your father and I have exhausted every option. We have sold everything we could and borrowed as much as possible, but it was merely a drop in the bucket. Chapter 26. Is 100 million enough? Jiangnan University. Thousands of students were seated neatly on the playground, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the May Day Arts Gala. The event began with speeches from the school leaders, followed by performances from the students. Singing, dancing, skits, comedic dialogues, and magic tricks unfolded one after another on stage. However, at that moment, Lin Dong was not among the audience enjoying the spectacle. Rather, he had been summoned back to the classroom by his homeroom teacher, along with the entire class, leaving everyone perplexed. The teacher then addressed the class, explaining that due to Yingshue's illness, she would not be able to perform. He asked if anyone could play the piano as a substitute, reassuring them that proficiency was not necessary, merely a basic ability to manage the task. All eyes turned to Su Yingxue, whose previously rosy cheeks had turned pale. After a prolonged silence with no volunteers, the teacher added, whoever takes on this task will have a clear path for any future request for leave. This statement stirred interest among the students. Yet playing the piano was a delicate skill, one not easily mastered in a few days. Lin Dong felt a flicker of desire to take on the responsibility, envisioning the convenience it would afford him for future absences. Thus, he utilized his points to add piano to his skill set and immediately upgraded it from novice to proficient with an additional 10 points. Soon, he felt an influx of knowledge flooding his mind. With newfound confidence, he stood up and declared, "Teacher, I will give it a try." All the classmates turned to him in disbelief, including the three troublemakers, Su Yingxue, and the homeroom teacher. Lin Dong playing the piano? It seemed absurd. Over the years at university, he had either been busy with part-time jobs or commuting to them. Where would he have found the time to learn the piano? The teacher hesitated, asking, "Can you really play?" "Yes, I learned while working part-time." Lin Dong replied. "Can you play a complete piece?" The teacher inquired again. "Absolutely." "Very well then. Since no one else has volunteered, go ahead and give it a try. Remember, we seek no merit, only no blunders." At that moment, Ding Wei stood up, feigning distress. "Teacher, I'm not feeling well either. Let Lin Dong go up alone." He had no desire to share the stage and risk embarrassment alongside Lin Dong, whom he deemed a lowly peer. The class stifled laughter at Ding Wei and Oppo's theatrics, which the teacher noticed but chose not to expose. Instead, he turned to Lin Dong, asking, "Can you manage it alone?" "Yes," Lin Dong affirmed, secretly pleased that Ding Wei would not accompany him. Yet, he thought playing solo might be somewhat monotonous. So he spent 30 more points to elevate his skills in lyric writing, composition, and singing to proficiency. With everything set, The class returned to the playground to enjoy the performances, while Lin Dong awaited his turn backstage. In Yangcheng, at Sun Siyu's grandmother's home, she implored her parents, "Dad, Mom, I have a classmate who is the heir of the Jinya Hotel. You know it, right? An 8-star establishment, the most luxurious in Jiangnan province, worth a fortune. If he helps us, we could overcome this crisis." Sun Siyu was determined to keep her parents hopeful. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, they would not give up. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Sun Weiqing finally turned his attention to her and her mother, his expression no longer lifeless. As a native of Jiangnan province and a former billionaire businessman, he was well aware of Jinya Hotel and Oppo's reputation, having hosted significant clients there. The hotel's valuation was at least 15 billion. If what his daughter said was true, it might indeed save them. If he could settle his debts and free the company, he could surely make a comeback. How could he consider relinquishing such a happy family? Really? Sun Weiqing asked, his voice almost hoarse. This was the first sentence he had uttered in 2 days. Yes, truly, Sun Siyu exclaimed, wiping her tears in relief. Seeing her husband finally speak, Chun Suilian also felt a sense of relief. However, a cloud of doubt lingered. Even if he has the means, why would he help us? You're just classmates, and our family is facing a shortfall of nearly 100 million. Can you truly borrow that much? 100 million? Sun Siyu was taken aback by the figure. She had initially thought their debts were only in the millions, and with Lin Dong being a super-rich heir, she believed he might not mind lending a small sum. But she had not anticipated their debt reaching such staggering heights. 100 million, even if Lin Dong were indeed a wealthy heir. Could he really produce that amount in cash? Perhaps his family could, but as a student, it was improbable they would allow him to use such a sum to lend to someone he had only known for a few days. What to do? What to do? No. She couldn't let her parents see her despair after finally igniting a flicker of hope in them. Dad, Lin Dong will lend it to me. Because he is my boyfriend. We've been together for 6 months, but I was afraid you'd think I'm too young, so I didn't tell you. Sun Weiqing and Chan Quadrillion were momentarily stunned, their last shred of doubt dissipating. They felt no surprise at their daughter's choice in a partner. They held absolute confidence in her judgment. Yet, Sun Weiqing's mind turned to another question. Was it possible that she was merely trying to comfort herself and had fabricated a lie? Very likely, he mused, prompting him to say, "Then call him now and see if you can borrow the money." Sun Siyu felt a tightness in her chest as she replied, "Dad, let us wait until tomorrow. You should eat something first, and I'm hungry too." As a seasoned businessman, Sun Weiqing could easily perceive the subtle shifts in his daughter's demeanor. He sighed internally, recognizing this was merely a stalling tactic. At that moment, Chun Suilian interjected, "See, you just call him. If you can borrow the money, your father can prepare accordingly. If not, we need to ensure you and your sister are settled. Otherwise, we would never find peace." With no other option, Sun Siyu reluctantly took out her phone and dialed Lin Dong's number. Despite her sense of despair, she still hoped for a miracle. At Jiangnan University, Lin Dong awaited his turn backstage when suddenly his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw his son Siyu. What could this girl want? Though puzzled, he answered the call. "Hello, son. Is there something you need?" On the other end, Sun Weiqing heard Lin Dong refer to his daughter as son, and his last flicker of hope extinguished. No man would address his girlfriend in such a manner. "Lin Dong, are you free right now? I need to talk to you," Sun Siyu said. Lin Dong glanced at the lineup. There were still several acts before him. He stepped away to a quieter spot. "What's on your mind?" "Lin Dong, I would like to borrow some money." Lin Dong was taken aback. Borrow money? Wasn't it Oppo's? To your family well off? Why would she ask him? How much? He inquired. 100 million. How much? Lin Dong thought he had misheard and asked again, 100 million. What do you need such a large sum of money for? Lin Dong inquired. "Lin Dong, my family's business has failed, and we owe a significant amount to loan sharks. If we do not repay them, our family will be ruined. I beg you, please help me. I promise to repay you slowly." Sun Siyu and Oppo's choked voice came through the phone. "Loan sharks? That is a perilous matter," Lin Dong thought, recalling the image of her rejecting that so-called president use illicit advances. If he were to refuse her now, it would not be long before she might become a plaything for those individuals in pursuit of money. Very well, let this be the rescue of a girl on the brink of ruin. Would 100 million suffice? Lin Dong asked. Chapter 27. The boy is 100 million enough? This was undoubtedly the most melodious phrase Sun Siyu had ever heard in her life, for it had pulled her family back from the brink of despair. Sun Weicheng and Chun Zuolian exchanged wide-eyed glances, their faces painted with astonishment. Their daughter and Appo's boyfriend seemed to possess an inscrutable depth. To him, 100 million appeared to be of no consequence. This sum was unimaginable, even during their family's most prosperous times. Yet, he could produce it with such ease. Such a figure was indeed their daughter's partner. They felt a wave of relief for their daughter. Moreover, his willingness to offer such a substantial amount was a testament to his genuine affection for her. Enough. Enough. Thank you, Lin Dong. At that moment, Sun Siyu yearned to weep, having felt a constant tension since the afternoon. Finally, she could relax and release her pin-up emotions. Please send me your account number, and I will transfer the funds shortly. Lin Dong and Appo's voice resonated through the phone. All right. Thank you so much, Lin Dong. After hanging up, Sun Siyu sent her account number to Lin Dong, only to discover her parents were staring at her intently. When Appo's, the matter, Mom and Dad? Siyu, is this Lin Dong truly your boyfriend? Yes. Otherwise, he wouldn't casually lend 100 million, would he? That makes sense. When will you bring him home for us to express our gratitude properly? Whenever he has time. He is usually quite busy. Well, when he does, you must bring him back for us to meet. All right. Mom, please go prepare dinner. I've been hungry for ages. At that moment, a mechanical voice emanated from Sun Siyu and Appo's phone. Your account ending in XXXX has received a transfer of 100 million. The three of them were momentarily stunned, followed by simultaneous sighs of relief. Although Lin Dong had promised to lend the money until it was actually in their account, their anxiety remained. Now that the funds had arrived, their family's crisis was averted. Chun Tian happily headed to the kitchen, while Sun Weicheng exited the room he had occupied for 2 days, sipping some milk before heading to take a shower. Sun Siyu sat on the living room sofa, reflecting on the day's events. She couldn't bear to think of what might have transpired without Lin Dong's assistance. Her parents might have borne the weight of their troubles alone and left this world. Meanwhile, she and her sister could have ended up in a place devoid of family, living in solitude. Lin Dong had saved her parents, her sister, and this family on the verge of collapse. Thus, she resolved that from that day forth, her life would belong solely to Lin Dong. Whenever he needed her, she would be present. When he did not, she would vanish. Whether as a lover or a servant, she would remain devoted to him. At Jiangnan University, Lin Dong was awaiting his turn to perform. Little did he know, Sun Siyu's thoughts were swirling around him. Lending out 100 million was one thing, but now he seemed to be entangled in something unexpected. Just then, the host and Appo's resonant voice filled the auditorium. Due to the next performer, Su Ying Xue, being unwell, we now invite Lin Dong to present a piano solo. As the host finished speaking, the audience erupted into chaos. What? Lin Dong is up now? Where's my goddess? They and Appo's switch performers. Can Lin Dong even play the piano? He might as well be playing cotton. Hey, Lin Dong, why don't you show us how you bled that day? I could use the tips. My girlfriend is about to break up with me. Laughter echoed through the room, and once on stage, Lin Dong was met with a chorus of jeers. Ignoring them, he approached the piano, took the microphone, and said, "Good evening, esteemed teachers and fellow students. I am Lin Dong, and tonight I will perform my original song, The Boy. I hope you enjoy it." Seated before the piano, Lin Dong steadied his nerves, recalling every practice session. His fingers began to dance across the keys, and the notes floated gently into the ears of every listener. Wow, this is quite impressive. He actually can play. Lin Dong's voice soon followed, resonating through the venue. Once by chance, he and she fell in love. In an era devoid of hesitation, believing they understood one another, love was pure and unburdened. A pair of hands could not release their grip, entwined with hope and longing. Unforgettable is your love, yet the ending remains unchanged. I could not keep you with me, nor could I provide you with the future you wished for. An immature boy. As the first half of the song concluded, the audience fell into a profound silence. Quickly, the second half began. Your care has always been a constant presence. In solitude, I long to inquire if you now feel sorrow, like basking in the sun upon the sea, like colors carefully brushed with intent, bringing forth your smile and courage. Unforgettable is your love, yet the ending remains unchanged. I cannot keep you with me, nor could I provide you with the future you wish for. An immature boy, I miss you. Right now, I miss you. Whenever I wander, all regrets are not for the future. All love ultimately cannot escape the pain. No need to relive it. Oh, now, I only wish for the pain to come swiftly, for the past cannot be relived. The song concluded, yet the audience remained silent, utterly captivated. Was it a shock? Indeed, no one anticipated Lin Dong could deliver such a heartfelt performance. Every element, lyrics, composition, singing, and playing, resonated profoundly. Many who had experienced similar feelings found their eyes welling with tears. Jiang Shan leaned against her friend Zhu Yin, weeping openly. The song Lin Dong had written echoed their past, the he and she in the lyrics representing Lin Dong and her. Zhu Yin sighed inwardly, reflecting on how such an exceptional and devoted man was lost to her friend over a scoundrel. She was unworthy of him. Su Yingxue sat in the audience, gazing at Lin Dong on stage, feeling as though she hardly knew this man who had been her classmate for 3 years. His piano skills, vocal ability, and songwriting were all top tier. Most impressively, he had woven his own experiences into such poignant lyrics. Exceptional men are like fireflies in the night, irresistibly captivating. Su Yingxue wondered if Lin Dong had been spurred into revealing his hidden talents after their breakup. Just how many secrets did he hold? Her curiosity about him only deepened. Han Shiyun felt somewhat disheartened. She was not at all surprised by Lin Dong's exceptional prowess. What ist? Would such a distinguished individual lack any depth? Yet, did Lin Dong not profess to be modest? Is this his interpretation of humility? Now, it is evident that he will face a multitude of competitors. While Han Shiyun seldom regarded others with much concern, the presence of Su Yingxue, who shares the same class as Lin Dong, instilled a sense of urgency within her. She resolved that while the world still had a limited understanding of Lin Dong, she must hasten to secure his attention. Otherwise, this opportunity might slip through her fingers. Meanwhile, the music instructors at the school gazed at Lin Dong as if he were a rare gem, astonished that such a prodigiously talented student had eluded their notice. It was uncertain who initiated the first round of applause, but soon it cascaded, and within moments, thousands erupted in thunderous ovation. Lin Dong rose, bowed to the audience below, and then exited the stage. This evening, he was destined to be the most radiant man in the room. Chapter 28. Lake City, a coastal metropolis, boasts a level of development that surpasses the inland Jiang City in every regard. At this moment, Lin Dong finds himself aboard a luxurious first-class flight from Jiang City to Lake City, resting with his eyes closed. Behind him, a strikingly beautiful and tall flight attendant is diligently kneading his shoulders. He occupies an opulent private suite in first class, replete with gourmet dining options and one-on-one service from the charming attendant. The high quality of service is matched only by the exorbitant price, 50 times that of economy class, a luxury reserved for the elite. Mr. Lin, would you like something to eat or drink? Lan Xian inquires, continuing her massage. After nearly an hour of this soothing treatment, her hands have begun to ache, yet Lin Dong remains silent, prompting her to check if he desires anything further. Lan Xian, an elite flight attendant for the top-tier first class, enjoys a work environment that is both relaxed and lucrative compared to her counterparts in business and economy classes. The demands for this role are exceedingly high, as passengers in first class are invariably affluent individuals. Having taken on this position for less than a month, she is aware that her predecessor had resigned to pursue a life of luxury with a wealthy partner. The turnover in this profession is significant, as one never knows when a colleague might be swept away by a fortune. Therefore, many hopefuls await their chance to board flights. Upon entering the training program, they sign lengthy contracts, incurring substantial penalties should they choose to resign. These fees cover the costs of their training. Despite this, many still leave each year, with outcomes varying from prosperous to dismal. Lan Xian harbors no aspirations of securing a wealthy partner. Her focus is on cherishing her current position. Mr. Lin? She calls once more, Noticing his lack of response, Lin Dong, in the midst of a deep slumber, stirs slightly. Mr. Lin? She tries again, but still receives no reply. Upon realizing he is asleep, she breathes a sigh of relief, ceasing her massage and quietly exiting the cabin. Half an hour later, Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin? Lon Xin's voice gently rouses him from his sleep. The plane has landed in Lake City. Ah, so soon? Lin Dong yawns in surprise. Mr. Lin, you've been asleep for over an hour, she informs him. Thank you, Miss Lon. Lin Dong expresses his gratitude. It's my pleasure, Mr. Lin. It's what we are here for, she replies with a smile. Rising to stretch, he disembarks the aircraft, carrying only his phone, devoid of any luggage. Upon exiting the airport, he stands by the roadside, having already called Yi Hong before boarding. Yi Hong had promised to pick him up, but for reasons unknown, he is yet to arrive. After about 10 minutes of waiting, a familiar voice calls out to him. Mr. Lin. Turning around, he sees Lon Xin, now dressed in her flight attendant uniform, wheeling a small suitcase behind her. Hello, Miss Lang. Lin Dong responds warmly. Are you waiting for a friend? She inquires. I was planning to take a taxi, he admits, intending to head directly to Yi Hong's company. A taxi? She questions, puzzled at the notion that someone who can afford first-class travel would need a cab. Coincidentally, I'm also planning to take a taxi to my hotel. Why don't we share a ride? Just as Lin Dong contemplates declining, another voice interjects. Lon Xin, is this your boyfriend? A more mature flight attendant approaches, dragging her own suitcase. Don't misunderstand, sisterly. This is Mr. Lin, who is in my section on the flight, Lon Xin clarifies. Lon Xin, be cautious in your choice of men. Some merely enjoy the luxury of first class to deceive newcomers like you into trusting them. Our crew has had several sisters fall victim to such schemes, leaving them with nothing, sisterly warned sagely. Really, it's not as you think, Lon Xin tries to explain. I know, young ladies like you prefer handsome partners. But as you grow older, you'll realize that looks one tea feed you. It's essential to find someone practical, kind, and wealthy. Trust me, sisterly wouldn't tea steer you wrong. Lin Dong casts a glance at Sister Li, her heavy makeup and assertive demeanor suggesting a rather bitter disposition. What a strange woman, he muses, feeling his irritation rise. Just then, a luxurious Range Rover pulls up in front of them. My boyfriend has arrived, Lon Xin. Would you like a ride? Sister Li offers somewhat boastfully. As the car door opens, a man steps out. The sight of him instantly quells Lin Dong's urge to retort. This fellow stands a mere 6 meters tall, weighing around 180 kilograms. He bears a striking resemblance to a certain entertainment mogul, and his balding head suggests he is at least in his 40s. No wonder Sister Li had been so critical of Lon Xin. Jealousy is a potent motivator. No thanks, Sister Li. We'll manage on our own. Lon Xin insists. Isn't he flying first class? Why resort to a taxi? Sister Li chides. Lon Xin, if you're scammed, don't blame me for not warning you. At that moment, a roar of engines draws their attention, accompanied by gasps of admiration from onlookers. Look at that stunning car. Wow, what a sleek supercar. I dream of owning one. Two dazzling supercars glide to a stop behind the Range Rover. The doors swing open, and Yi Hong strides out, heading straight for Lin Dong. Apologies, my friend. I was delayed. Here is your car key, Yi Hong says, tossing a key to Lin Dong. Catching it, Lin Dong embraces Yi Hong. You shouldn't have gone out of your way, brother Yi. I feel guilty. Let's not be formal. Come, let's check out your car. It's been 3 years, and it hasn't even hit 300 kilometers. Practically brand new, Yi Hong exclaims, placing an arm around Lin Dong's shoulder. Approaching his Bugatti Chiron, Lin Dong caresses the sleek exterior, marveling at the tactile pleasure it provides. More satisfying than touching a woman. Absolutely stunning. What a magnificent vehicle. Driving this back to school will surely turn heads. Brother Yi, this car is incredible. I adore it. Delighted to hear that. Now hop in. I'll take you somewhere special to celebrate your arrival. Then I shall follow your lead, Brother Yi. Just then, a figure emerges from the other striking sports car, approaching Yi Hong and handing him a set of keys. Mr. Yi, here are your car keys. Li, take a cab back to the company, Yi Hong instructs. Yes, Mr. Yi. Standing beside the Bugatti, Lin Dong prepares to get in when he notices Lon Xin still standing in astonishment by the roadside. Miss Lon, where are you headed? Allow me to give you a ride, he offers. Mr. Lin, it's no trouble. I can take a taxi, she replies politely. Get in. Lin Dong insists, climbing into the driver's seat of his Bugatti. After a moment of hesitation, Lon Xian approaches and settles into the passenger seat. Once inside, Lin Dong calls Yi Hong, informing him that they'll be making a brief stop. The route aligns perfectly, and Yi Hong leads the way. The two magnificent supercars roar to life, disappearing into the distance as they leave the airport behind. Sisterly gazed at the departing supercar, her expression somewhat troubled, primarily due to the suddenness of the slap in the face she had just received, leaving her momentarily dazed. As she regarded her affluent boyfriend, whom she had once held in high esteem, an unexpected disillusionment washed over her. Nearby, several flight attendants had also witnessed the recent spectacle. Did you all see that? Lon Xian got into that supercar. Did anyone manage to capture a photo? Quickly, let us find out what kind of car it is. I've never seen one like it before. I did take a picture. I'm searching now. Oh my goodness. This is the latest limited edition Bugatti Chiron. With only 8 units released worldwide, originally priced at 60 million. What? 60 million? That's outrageous. What is even more astonishing is that 60 million was the price 3 years ago. It has now skyrocketed to 80 million. My heavens. Lon Xian has only been here for a month. How did she encounter such a young, handsome, and wealthy tycoon? Why can't I have such luck? Chapter 29. Welcome to SCC. Lin Dong escorted Lon Xian to her hotel before accompanying Yi Hong to the Lakeside Club. The Lakeside Club, the most prestigious establishment in Lake City, is situated at the center of an artificial lake. Besides its picturesque scenery, it boasts a golf course and a racetrack, catering to the whims of the affluent. Yi Hong led Lin Dong to the golf course, where a group of 7 or 8 young men and women were engaged in casual conversation, all around the ages of 20 to 30. Outside, a man and a woman were playing golf. The man held the woman from behind, guiding her hands as if teaching her the sport. Allow me to introduce my brother, Lin Dong, who is currently attending university in Jiangsheng, Yi Hong announced to the group in the lounge. He then turned to Lin Dong and added, "These individuals are members of our SCC." The group regarded Lin Dong with indifference, given his youth. "Old Yi, did you summon us here just to introduce this Lin Dong?" queried a young man in his mid-20s named Wang Chong. Like Yi Hong, was a mid-level member of SCC. Within SCC, membership levels indicate one and Oppo's S status, with higher memberships reflecting greater influence. Lower-level members typically refrain from challenging those of higher rank. However, since both he and Yi Hong shared the same level, there was no need for formality. He spoke his mind freely. Moreover, Yi Hong possessed a charismatic demeanor, making him quite approachable. Wang Chong, today I called you here primarily as witnesses. I intend to exercise my privileges as a mid-level member to invite Lin Dong to join our SCC, Yi Hong declared. The members present were taken aback, casting curious glances at Lin Dong. It was no small feat for Yi Hong to directly invoke his mid-level membership privileges. After all, a mid-level member is permitted to invite only one individual, a coveted opportunity that some would pay millions to acquire. To bestow this sole invitation upon the young man before them raised questions about his background. At that moment, a man in his 30s spoke up. "Since old Yi has exercised his mid-level membership privilege, Lin Dong, you are now officially a member of SCC. Cool, me. Add me as a friend and send me your ID number. I will report it to headquarters. In 3 days, your membership badge will be issued, and I will also provide you with an overview of our SCC." After speaking, he took out his phone, prompting Lin Dong to add him as a friend. Lin Dong, somewhat bewildered, had no understanding of what SCC entailed or what benefits membership might confer. Nevertheless, since Yi Hong had invited him, he complied. They exchanged friend requests, and Lin Dong sent his ID number, soon receiving a document in return. Upon reviewing it, Lin Dong discovered that SCC was merely an abbreviation, with its full name being the Modus Supercar Club. Headquartered in Modu, it boasts branches in numerous first-tier cities, including Jiangsheng, though all listed cities appear to be in the south. Initially, SCC was established for car enthusiasts to race and socialize. However, it has since evolved into a highly organized elite circle. Members not only gather for leisure activities such as dining, racing, horse racing, and golf, but also engage in business discussions, fostering a mutually beneficial sharing of resources. Many nouveau riche individuals aspire to infiltrate this circle to connect with elite talents. Yet entry is not solely determined by wealth. Membership requirements are stringent, mandating 3 conditions. First, ownership of a supercar valued at over 10 million. Second, personal assets exceeding 1 billion or family assets surpassing 10 billion. And third, a recommendation from a mid-level member, which is the most challenging criterion. While the opportunity to invite someone may not be overtly available for sale, the reality behind the scenes remains uncertain. SEC membership is categorized into 4 tiers: ordinary, mid-level, advanced, and core members. Ordinary members lack the privilege of recommendations, while mid-level members possess 1. Advanced members have 3, and core members enjoy unlimited recommendations. Those who ascend to core membership are typically influential figures and part of SCC's management. Advancement in membership level necessitates contributions to SCC. SCC annually hosts numerous racing competitions and gatherings to enhance camaraderie among its members. After perusing the document, Lin Dong recognized Yi Hong's astuteness in fostering valuable connections. Had Yi Hong not introduced him to this circle, he would have remained oblivious to its existence, regardless of his wealth. Unbeknownst to Lin Dong, Yi Hong had expended his sole invitation on him because Li Bin had mentioned that if Lin Dong could procure 2 billion to purchase the Golden Leaf Hotel, he would undoubtedly be a direct descendant of a hidden aristocratic family. Yi Hong had never encountered individuals from these enigmatic families or, if he had, remained unaware of their presence, as they are shrouded in mystery, operating from the shadows. Naturally, Yi Hong was keen to cultivate relationships within such circles. Lin Dong, I also require a proof of assets, one member stated. No need for that. I recently sold the Golden Leaf Hotel in Jiangsheng to Lin Dong. He holds 100% ownership, Yi Hong responded. The attendees were taken aback by this revelation. The renowned 8-star Golden Leaf Hotel was valued at no less than 2 billion, indicating that Lin Dong's assets must exceed 5 billion. Were your family involved in the hotel industry? Wang Chong inquired, assuming Lin Dong and Oppo's acquisition of the hotel was a strategic move to monopolize the market in Jiangxing. Not at all. I simply found the food to my liking, and it was conveniently located near my school, Lin Dong replied. This revelation left the assembly, aside from Yi Hong, in stunned silence. 2 billion spent merely for culinary satisfaction? Such an extravagant expense was beyond their comprehension. Haha. Lin Dong truly has a sense of humor. Wang Chong chuckled. Lin Dong merely shrugged, opting not to elaborate further, recognizing that honesty would be met with disbelief. Chapter 30. Yao Shui Soon. Lin Dong and Oppo's membership procedures for SCC were completed, and he had officially become a regular member of the SCC. In fact, anyone who was internally recommended for membership was merely going through the motions, as no one would squander a recommendation slot on someone who did not meet the criteria. The exclusive SCC member badge would be dispatched from headquarters in 3 days. Lin Dong felt that the status of a regular member was somewhat beneath him. Yet the guidelines merely stated that contributions to SCC were necessary for an upgrade, without specifying what those contributions entailed. Thus, he inquired Brother Yi, what contributions are required to advance to intermediate member status? Why the rush to upgrade so soon after joining, my young friend? Yi replied, I was merely curious, as the guidelines do not clarify how one qualifies as a contributor to SCC. In truth, transitioning from regular to intermediate was quite feasible. By diligently participating in events and contributing to the best of one's abilities over a few years, one could attain intermediate status. Are there no other avenues? Lin Dong pressed. The simplest and quickest method is to donate 10 billion. That would automatically elevate you to intermediate membership. 10 billion for an upgrade? Lin Dong's heart leapt with joy, for he was troubled with excess funds, having only 100 luxury points remaining. The power of these luxury points was indeed formidable. It was prudent to accumulate more for unforeseen circumstances. And what if I aspire to attain senior membership? Is a financial contribution also acceptable? How much is required? Are you genuinely considering a donation, my young brother? It's truly unnecessary, A higher membership rank merely signifies slightly greater privileges. Spending such a fortune is hardly worthwhile. I find it quite worthwhile. Problems that can be solved with money are not true problems, Lin Dong asserted with a hint of bravado. The others were impressed by his words, exclaiming, "Well said, truly impressive." While 10 billion suffices for an upgrade from regular to intermediate, transitioning from intermediate to senior requires a staggering 100 billion. Do you still intend to make that donation? Indeed, I shall. Are you serious? Absolutely. In the end, Lin Dong indeed spent 110 billion to become a senior member of SCC. At that moment, not only the other members, but even Yi Hong couldn't help but wonder if Lin Dong had lost his senses. Even if he were a descendant of a hidden elite family, 110 billion was an astronomical sum. The number of individuals capable of producing such wealth on the spot was fewer than half, and even those who could would be nearly depleting their fortunes. Yi Hong was among the wealthiest present, with 110 billion being roughly 1/5 of his own assets. However, his wealth was tied up in investments and fixed assets. If he were to withdraw 100 billion now, it would pose a significant challenge. How many people in this world were still toiling for a mere few thousand in salary? 110 billion for personal use would surely be far more gratifying. The others regarded Lin Dong with a mix of incredulity and disbelief. Yet, Lin Dong reveled in the addition of 110 luxury points, feeling a sense of satisfaction. While the group pondered ways to cultivate a rapport with Lin Dong, a man's furious voice echoed from a nearby golf practice area. "Slut, did I give you face?" Followed by a woman's choked sobs. The others rushed to intervene, pulling the man back. He continued to hurl insults as he was restrained. "Believe me, I'll ruin you by tomorrow." The woman approached, and Lin Dong recognized her. Wasn't she the famous star Yao Shui? Just days earlier, he had overheard General Yu discussing plans to cast her in a film alongside Sun Siyu, who had rejected the offer. Now, however, this star was far from the glamorous figure seen on television. The left side of her face was swollen and red, evidently a result of recent violence. Loud enough for Lin Dong to hear from his position. Lin Dong had once admired Yao Shui, who had starred in numerous dramas and films, earning the title of the killer. At that time, he himself was witnessing his once cherished goddess in such a state left him feeling disheartened. Indeed, those who appeared radiant in the eyes of the underprivileged were often little more than tools for the amusement of the powerful. After being mistreated and struck, she was still compelled to follow along, unaware that Lin Dong had now ascended to the ranks of the influential himself. Yao Shui gently covered her swollen face with her left hand, weeping softly. She felt deeply wronged. The man had groped her, and when she attempted to fend him off, he had struck her. Yet she dared not leave, for her manager had warned her that angering such powerful individuals could jeopardize her career. Not only would her future be in peril, but her agencies as well. Thus, she remained, hoping to placate the aggressor. "Yin Yong, can you please calm down?" Yi Hong interjected, frowning. "Old Yi, this is none of your business. He merely touched a few places, and now he and Amp oppose as putting on a show of innocence. I tell you, Yao Shui, if you don't clear your name tonight, I'll ensure you're utterly disgraced by tomorrow." "I and Amp oppose. I'm sorry, Mr. Yin," Yao Shui murmured softly. "Apologies mean nothing. You better clear your name tonight. Do you understand? I and Amp oppose. I'm sorry, Mr. Yin. Did you hear me? Mr. Yin, are you looking for a fight?" In a moment of desperation, Yin Yong stood and raised his hand to strike Yao Shui again. She stood frozen in fear, unable to move. Yet this blow never landed upon her cheek. Lin Dong, unable to bear the sight of his former idol being struck, stepped in front of Yao Shui, catching Yin Yong and Amp Oppo's hand with his own. Yin Yong was taken aback, astonished that someone dared to intervene. "Who do you think you are? Do you dare meddle in my affairs? Are you courting death? Yin Yong, is it? You relish in assaulting women. Do you still consider yourself a man?" As tensions escalated between the two, Yi Hong hurriedly placed himself between them, saying, "Yin Yong, brother Lin, we are all part of the same circle. Let's not act impulsively. Who the hell is he to me? I don't even know him." Yin Yong scoffed. At that moment, someone quietly whispered into Yin Yong's ear. His previously sour expression slowly transformed into a smile. "Ah, it's brother Lin. My apologies. We are all part of the same circle. Since brother Lin has taken a liking to this young lady, I shall relinquish her to you. Yin Yong said generously. Someone had informed him that Lin Dong had just spent 110 billion to elevate his membership status from regular to senior. As a mere intermediate member, he was now one rank below Lin Dong. Such a hefty donation for an upgrade had never been seen in SCC and Oppo's history. While there have been instances of 10 billion for intermediate upgrades, this was unprecedented. To possess the means to spend such an amount signified a wealth beyond that of mere nouveau riche. It was indicative of an affluent lineage, one that he could not afford to provoke. Seeing Yin Yong back down, Lin Dong chose not to pursue the matter further. The group then settled down to engage in a lively conversation, predominantly seeking to establish connections with Lin Dong, while Yao Shui remained quietly behind him. Chapter 31. The Peril of My Cousin. On this day, Lin Dong spent his time at the Lakeside Club, engaging in lively conversations until the evening, when he finally parted ways with the others. Exiting the club, he drove his limited edition Bugatti Chiron, carrying his former goddess, Yao Shui, towards the Sheraton Hotel where she resided. Lin Dong intended to drop Yao Shui off at the hotel before seeking out his cousin, Wang Li. In the car, Yao Shui expressed her gratitude, saying, "Mr. Lin, thank you. Had it not been for him, she would have faced a dire fate, either succumbing to Yin Yong or waiting for the morrow to witness her disgrace." She had no doubt about Yin Yong and Oppo's capabilities. Even her boss feared him. As she slightly turned to gaze at Lin Dong's profile, she found herself captivated. His looks, physique, and character all epitomized excellence, not to mention the formidable background that even instilled fear in Yin Yong. Such a man was akin to a star in the night sky, dazzling wherever he went. She pondered what kind of woman could possibly be worthy of such an extraordinary man, perhaps only one of equal standing. Yao Shui concealed her infatuation deep within her heart. "It's nothing, just a small favor, Miss Yao. I actually quite enjoy your films," Lin Dong replied. "Really? Mr. Lin, you genuinely like my movies?" Yao Shui exclaimed, surprised. She had not expected someone of Lin Dong's stature to take notice of her, leaving her feeling both flattered and astonished. Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly such a surprise? After all, she was a rising star, one of the 4 flower actresses. Was it odd for him to enjoy her films? There were countless admirers at school, and not only did they appreciate her movies, but there were also 2 posters of her in swimsuits adorning their dormitory walls, though that was a secret he could not disclose. "Indeed, I genuinely enjoy them," he affirmed. "What is your favorite film of mine?" Yao Shui inquired. "I like," Lin Dong began, but his phone rang, interrupting him. He pulled the car over to check the caller ID. It was his cousin, Wang Li. "Hello, Wang Xiaomei. I'm in Lake City and will be there shortly," Lin Dong said. "Brother, I'm at the Golden Splendor KTV. Hurry, I think I've been drugged. My head feels so dizzy." Wang Li's weak voice echoed through the phone. Lin Dong felt a jolt of alarm as the gravity of the situation hit him. "Quickly send me your location. I'll be there right away. Hang in there." He turned to Yao Shui. "Miss Yao, I'm afraid I have an urgent matter to attend to." Seeing Lin Dong's urgency, Yao Shui replied, "Mr. Lin, if you have something to handle, please go ahead. My place is just up ahead. I can walk back." "Thank you, Miss Yao. I'll treat you to a meal next time," Lin Dong said as he accelerated away after Yao Shui exited the vehicle. As Yao Shui watched Lin Dong speed off, a hint of disappointment crept in. Not even contact number left. And he speaks of treating me to dinner. Such lack of sincerity. However, thinking about her crisis now being averted, her spirits lifted once more. She retrieved her sunglasses and hat from her bag and made her way to the Sheraton Hotel. At the Golden Splendor KTV, in the private room labeled D, Wang Li locked herself in the restroom to call Lin Dong. What was supposed to be a fun outing with friends had turned into a nightmare when they encountered a few seniors from their school. The gathering, initially intimate, quickly swelled to over 10 people, most of whom she did not recognize. After numerous attempts to leave, they were thwarted, for they were merely a few vulnerable girls against a group of 7 or 8 men. Eventually, after much pleading, they were permitted to leave, but only after each consumed a drink. Wang Li, feeling dizzy and weak after drinking, realized she had been drugged and sought refuge in the restroom. Knowing Lin Dong was in Lake City, she felt compelled to call him, hoping he would arrive swiftly to save her from this precarious predicament. As Lin Dong drove towards the Golden Splendor, the city traffic hindered his speed. Glancing at the distance, he estimated it would take around 20 minutes to arrive, and he worried whether Wang Li could endure that long. In desperation, he called Yi Hong. "Hello, Lin, what is up?" Yi Hong's voice came through. "Brother Yi, do you know the owner of Golden Splendor? Can you get in touch with him?" Lin Dong asked, urgency lacing his tone. "Golden Splendor? Of course. That kid Wang Chong is the owner," Yi Hong began, but Lin Dong hung up, lacking the luxury of time for explanations. After disconnecting, he called Wang Chong. "Brother Wang, I need you to listen. My cousin is at the private room in Golden Splendor, and she has been drugged. I'm on my way, but it'll take about 20 minutes. I'm unsure if she can hold on that long. Please have someone look after her until I arrive." Upon hearing the gravity of the situation, Wang Chong assured him, "Don't worry, Brother Lin. I'll handle this and ensure your cousin is safe." After hanging up, he immediately contacted the manager of Golden Splendor, dispatching over 20 security personnel to the designated room. Meanwhile, shortly after Lin Dong concluded his call with Wang Chong, Wang Li's phone rang again. "Brother, where are you? Hurry, they're knocking on the door," she cried, her voice laced with panic. "Don't be afraid. Xiao Mei, help is on the way. Just hold on for 5 minutes. No, 2 minutes. Just 2 more minutes." Lin Dong reassured her. "I'm so scared. Please hurry." Suddenly, with a loud bang, the restroom door was forced open. "Why are you taking so long? Your friends are waiting for you." A strange man's voice boomed. "Ah, I don't know you. Get away." Wang Li yelled, and the phone fell silent. "Damn it," Lin Dong cursed, fury igniting within him. He regarded Wang Li as his own sister. Having lived with her family for 2 years, they treated him as one of their own. How could he face his aunt and uncle if anything happened to her? Yet, he felt utterly powerless, left to hope that Wang Chong would keep his promise. Chapter 32. Rescue. Upon hearing his sister Wang Li and Appo's piercing scream on the phone, Lin Dong could no longer contain himself. Despite the heavy traffic, he activated his overtaking mode, leaving car after car in his wake. Several near collisions occurred, yet he skillfully avoided them with his exceptional driving prowess. At the opulent KTV, outside a private room, Su Wanli was knocking on the bathroom door. Wanli had just entered and had yet to emerge. The effects of the drug were likely taking hold, and he was determined to force his way in. The thought of possessing such an exquisite student as Wang Li thrilled him immensely. The elaborate setup he had orchestrated today was all for this climactic moment. After several unsuccessful knocks, Su Wanli lost patience and kicked the door open. He found Wang Li on the phone and swiftly snatched it from her, disconnecting the call before dragging her out. As he pulled her from the restroom, he noticed others in the room indulging in their own predatory pursuits. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Su Wanli embraced Wang Li from behind. Under the influence of the drug, her body was feeble and unresisting. Even without it, she would stand no chance against a grown man. Despair enveloped her. Once inside the private room, she saw her friends being taken advantage of, some with hands already beneath their clothing. Despite their clarity of mind, they were rendered powerless, mere victims of circumstance. Wang Li could foresee the grim fate awaiting them. Just then, the door to the private room was violently thrust open. A cadre of over 20 security guards, wielding electric batons, stormed in. "Nobody move. Anyone who dares to stir will face dire consequences," barked Li Hu, the manager of the KTV, as he entered. The atmosphere froze, and no one dared to budge. "Who is Miss Wang Li?" Li Hu inquired. I am. Wang Li exclaimed, breaking free from Su Wanli and Appo's grasp and attempting to reach Li Hu, believing him to be Lin Dong as promised savior. However, after just 2 steps, her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. "Quickly, assist Miss Wang to the sofa," Li Hu commanded the nearest guards. They rushed to help her up. Confronting Su Wanli, Li Hu remarked, "You and Appo's, he got quite the audacity, daring to engage in such antics on my turf, especially involving a friend of the big boss. What do you propose we do about this?" Terrified, Su Wanli fell to his knees, slapping his own face in a frenzy. "Master Hu, I was wrong. Please spare me. We've dined together. My father is Su Zhongtian." Panic surged through him. Though Li Hu was merely a manager, he was notorious in the underworld, now closely aligned with the enigmatic owner of the KTV. Wang Li, a friend of the illustrious owner? Su Wanli felt as though he had sealed his own fate, not only endangering himself, but also implicating his father. Liu surveyed the quaking Su Wanli before him, recalling how in earlier years he would have acted with brute force. However, having learned much since aligning with the boss, he now favored employing influence and authority over violence. "Come here." Liu beckoned the others. Trembling, they approached, forming a line beside Su Wanli, beginning to slap their own faces in penance. Su Wanli dared not challenge Master Hu, and neither did they. Minutes passed, and the kneeling individuals had swollen faces, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, yet they did not dare cease. If Master Hu chose to intervene personally, it would not merely be a matter of slaps. "Enough for now," Li Hu declared. "Thank you, Master Hu. Thank you." They exhaled in relief. At this moment, Lin Dong arrived. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of security guards brandishing electric batons and several individuals kneeling with battered faces, while his sister sat on the sofa. Sister, brother, Wang Liandamp, Appo's eyes welled with tears at his arrival. Lin Dong rushed to embrace her. It's all right. It's all right." He comforted her. "You must be Mr. Lin," Li Hu acknowledged, having recognized him. "Greetings. I am Lin Dong. Thank you for rescuing my sister." "No need for gratitude, Mr. Lin. Such incidents occurring on my premises warrant an apology from me," Li Hu replied courteously, aware that the big boss had instructed him to ensure the safety of such esteemed guests. "Mr. Lin, how shall we deal with these individuals?" Li Hu inquired, casting a glance at the prostrate group, who dared not inhale audibly. They sensed Lin Dong's significant stature, likely a friend of the big boss. Lin Dong regarded the kneeling figures. Had Wang Li been harmed, he would have lost control and dealt with them personally. However, with her safety assured, calmness returned to him. "Sister, how would you like to handle them?" he asked Wang Li. "Brother, I just want to leave this place," she replied weakly. "Then let Wang Chong take care of it," Lin Dong said, supporting Wang Li as they prepared to depart. "Brother, those are my roommates. We came together. Can they leave?" he asked Wang Li's roommates. "Of course," they replied in unison. "Then let us go together." Lin Dong guided Wang Li ahead, with her 3 roommates following suit. Once they were gone, Li Hu pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Is everything resolved?" Wang Chong asked. "Resolved. Mr. Lin has departed, and his sister is unharmed," Li Hu confirmed. "Good job. However, Mr. Lin requested that you handle these individuals. What is their background?" "Likely the second-generation offspring of small-time bosses. Send them away and manage their families as you see fit." "Understood, boss." Chapter 33, confronting my cousin as Lin Dong emerged from the KTV with Wang Li and her 3 roommates. He realized that the sports car could only accommodate 2. What to do with the remaining 3? Ultimately, Lin Dong decided to escort them to a nearby hotel, initially intending to book separate rooms for each of them. He was met with their insistence to stay together. Thus, he reserved 2 suites, one for himself and the other for the 4 young women. After settling everyone in, Lin Dong retreated to his room for a shower. Lying on the bed, he reflected on the events that had transpired, still shaken by the ordeal. Fortunately, his sister was unharmed. Otherwise, he would have been haunted by guilt for a lifetime. Had he not joined the SEC and met Wang Chong, the situation could have escalated unfavorably. Thus, he resolved that since he had ample funds, he ought to spend generously to forge friendships. After all, having connections could prove invaluable in times of need, just as it had today. With this clarity, Lin Dong dialed Wang Chong and Appo's number. "Brother Lin, is your cousin all right?" Wang Chong inquired over the phone. "She is fine, thanks to you, Brother Wang. If you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." "You're too kind, Brother Lin. I share some responsibility for today's events. After all, it was my venue where your cousin faced trouble. That has nothing to do with you. It was merely her lack of caution. By the way, Brother Wang, if you have any projects requiring investment, feel free to approach me. Yes, you. I will only be a shareholder and will not interfere in management." Wang Chong felt a surge of joy at Lin Dong's words. This was precisely his aim in befriending him. Given that Lin Dong had the audacity to donate a staggering 11 billion to the SEC for elevating membership status, it was evident that his wealth was extraordinary. This was not just any affluent family. It was a lineage of the utmost prestige, akin to the power wielded by major conglomerates. Cultivating a relationship with such an individual could only yield benefits. Since Brother Lin holds me in such high regard, I do happen to have a project in mind. Tomorrow night, the Lakeside Club is hosting a charity gala. Shall we meet there to discuss? Sound good. See you tomorrow. Wang Chong hung up the phone, humming a cheerful tune, his spirits lifted. A certain second-tier actress, who was giving him a massage, inquired, "What has you in such high spirits, young Master Wang? I have encountered a benefactor. Should I not be pleased?" The actress paused, taken aback. For her, young Master Wang was indeed a fortune bestower. What kind of person could serve as his benefactor? Her status did not afford her access to such lofty realms. After concluding his call with Wang Chong, Lin Dong reached out to Yi Hong, similarly informing him that he was available for investment opportunities. Yi Hong extended an invitation for the charity gala as well. In another suite, the four young women had finished their showers and were gradually regaining their composure. Although the recent events had left them somewhat rattled, they were ultimately carefree young ladies. As they lounged on the beds, gossip ensued. "Lily, was that person who rescued us really your cousin?" "Indeed. What do you think? My cousin is quite impressive." "Impressive is an understatement. He is practically a god. Didn't you say your cousin had a rough childhood, with his parents absent and his uncle treating him poorly? Living with you for 2 years. Wasn't that what you said?" "Yes, that is accurate. But did you not witness how the manager treated him with utmost respect, addressing him as Mr. Lin? Did you see those scoundrels kneeling before the manager, slapping themselves? Your cousin must be hiding many things from you. I cannot fathom it. I shall inquire tomorrow. By the way, does your brother have a girlfriend?" "Yes, her name is Jiang Shan. They've been together since high school." "Why? Are you interested in my brother? Aiming to be my sister-in-law? Get lost." The following morning, Wang Li's roommates took a taxi back to school. "Brother, I have something to ask you," Wang Li said after her friends departed. "I know you have many questions. Come, let us find a quiet place to talk." Lin Dong led Wang Li back to the parking lot of the Golden Splendor. "Get in the car," Lin Dong said, unlocking the door of his Bugatti Chiron. Wang Li gazed at the sleek vehicle, momentarily at a loss for words. "Brother, is this your car?" she stammered. "Indeed. Now hop in," Lin Dong replied, sliding into the driver's seat. "Oh, okay." Wang Li, still bewildered, climbed into the car. Lin Dong drove Wang Li to the seaside. Throughout the journey, their car attracted nearly universal admiration. Many onlookers turned their heads in awe. Other vehicles kept their distance, even at red lights. As the presence of such a formidable car was unmistakable, they found a tranquil spot by the sea, leaning against the railing while the ocean breeze enveloped them. "Wang Xiaomei, I know you have many questions. Ask away." Lin Dong gazed out at the distant waves. "Brother, is that car really yours?" Wang Li inquired. "Yes. I just purchased it yesterday here in Lake City. My trip was partly to see you and partly to acquire this vehicle." "How much did it cost?" 80 million. What? 80 million? Where on earth did you acquire such wealth? Did you rob a bank? If I had robbed a bank, do you think I'd be here chatting with you? Besides, which bank could yield 80 million? Then how did you come by it? I earned it. How? It's a lengthy explanation, but rest assured, I've not engaged in any illicit activities. Just know that your brother is indeed a genuine tycoon now. Does Mom know? No. Who else is aware? As of now, only you. Really? So, how much hush money are you planning to offer me? Whatever amount you desire. There is no sincerity in that. The two engaged in lengthy conversation. Despite the time apart, they felt no estrangement. That day, Lin Dong took Wang Li on a shopping spree across Lake City, acquiring luxurious clothing and cosmetics. Wang Li did not hold back. After all, he was her brother, and with newfound wealth, he naturally indulged her. By 5 in the afternoon, Lin Dong drove Wang Li in his Bugatti Chiron to the Lakeside Club. With such a car, no one dared to obstruct their entry. After parking, they boarded a yacht to reach the central gathering spot on the lake. Upon arrival, several yachts awaited to ferry guests. They casually boarded one, and the captain set off toward the heart of the lake. Leaning against the side of the yacht, Lin Dong admired the crystal-clear waters below, marveling at the affluent lifestyle of the wealthy. "Brother, why have you brought me here?" Wang Li's voice called from behind him. "To attend a gathering and meet a couple of people. In my absence from Lake City, should you ever need assistance, they can help you. One of them is the owner of the Golden Splendor." Chapter 34. The charity gala. Lin Dong and Wang Li arrived at the center of the lake. After disembarking from their yacht, They were guided by a waiter to the second floor of the building. Please. The waiter opened the door to the grand hall on the second floor and gestured for them to enter. As Lin Dong and Wang Li stepped into the hall, they were instantly enveloped in an entirely different world. The expansive hall, at least 5,000 square meters, was exquisitely decorated, with dazzling lights illuminating the space where hundreds of people congregated, engaged in lively conversations. Dozens of strikingly beautiful and tall waiters weaved through the crowd, carrying drinks and food. It was Wang Li's first time in such an opulent setting, and she felt a bit anxious, gently tugging at Lin Dong's sleeve. Don't be afraid. Relax. Just help yourself to whatever you fancy. Lin Dong reassured her with a pat on the back. He, too, felt a twinge of nervousness, having never experienced such grandeur before. However, he reminded himself, as the world's richest man, he had no reason to feel anxious. Together, they ventured further into the hall. As Lin Dong passed by a waiter, he casually grabbed a glass of wine. After taking a sip, he found it quite delightful. Wang Li, however, remained more reserved. Lin, you finally arrived, exclaimed Wang Chong, approaching them with a drink in hand. Apologies for the wait. Let me introduce you. This is my cousin, Wang Li, who is studying at university in Lake City. I hope you will look after her. Don't mention it, Lin. Your cousin is like my own, Wang Chong replied warmly. If she needs anything, she can always reach out to me. In Lake City, I still hold a bit of influence. He handed Wang Li a gilded business card. Thank you, Brother Chong. Wang Li whispered gratefully. You two go ahead and take care of your business. I and Amp, Oppos, I'll explore on my own, she added, feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension. Wang Chong led Lin Dong to a private room on the third floor. Upon entering, they found two individuals already seated, a man in his 40s, exuding a refined demeanor, and a woman in her 30s, elegantly made up, radiating the charm of a mature woman. Lin, allow me to introduce you. This is General Manager Xiao Jia, and this is General Manager Tang Ling. This is my brother Lin Dong, the fourth shareholder I brought along. Wang Chong introduced them succinctly. After shaking hands with both, Lin Dong took a seat as Wang Chong began discussing the project. In essence, Wang Chong had secured access to a diamond mine abroad, which he had personally inspected and found to be of exceptional quality. The total investment would range between 15 to 20 billion. Wang Chong planned to contribute 5 billion for a 40% stake, while the remaining 60%, amounting to 10 billion, would be shared among the three of them. Xiao Jie and Tang Ling would each invest 2.5 billion for a 15% share each, leaving 30% of the shares valued at 5 billion. Lin, if you feel that this is insufficient, we could bring in another shareholder. I have personally verified the quality of this mine. It is undoubtedly a new discovery, Wang Chong suggested. Lin Dong felt that the offer was too modest. Only 5 billion, really? All right, I will invest 50 billion for a 30% stake. Very well. It's settled then. I will send over the details shortly. Now let's raise a toast, Wang Chong affirmed. As Lin Dong departed, Wang Li began to wander around the hall, gradually relaxing as she noticed that no one seemed to pay her any mind, which she found quite pleasant. When she reached the food station, she was captivated by the array of desserts, each looking more delectable than the last. Oh, this is so sweet. This one is so crispy. This one smells divine. This is so soft. Wang Li sampled each treat, filling her plate with anything that caught her fancy. Suddenly, she spotted someone and rushed over. Are you Yao Shui? Yao Shui was engaged in conversation with an industry veteran when her name was called. Turning, she saw a young girl in her 20s. Hello, I am Yao Shui. Wow, you are really Yao Shui. I love the movies you've made. Can we take a picture together? My friends in the dormitory adore you. Wang Li exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Thank you for your support. I promise to create more wonderful films. After taking a photo together, Yao Shui left, and Wang Li immediately posted the picture on her social media, captioning it. Can you guess who this is? She then tucked her phone away and resumed her search for more celebrities. Oh, isn't that the popular actor Wang Kai-xian? And over there, is that the diva Lung Qingqiu? In the hall, a young woman, balancing a pastry in one hand and her phone in the other, was on a quest to snap photos with celebrities. Almost every star obliged her, as the attendees were all prominent figures from Lake City. Despite her seemingly naive demeanor, one could not dismiss the possibility that she was accompanied by a powerful ally. Wang Li was in high spirits. Having gathered 7 or 8 photos with some of the hottest stars, she could only imagine how envious her classmates would be when she returned to school. Just then, a voice interrupted her reverie. Wang Li, looking up, she saw a heavily made-up young woman clinging to a portly older man's arm. Wang Minjun? Wang Li inquired, uncertain due to the heavy makeup. It truly is you. How did you manage to get in here? This is Lake City and Amp, Oppo's most prestigious gathering. I know you must be here working as a waitress, Wang Minjun remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Not at all. I came with my brother, Wang Li retorted. Your brother? Is he security here? You must be desperate to let someone in like you. Wang Minjun scoffed. Do not speak ill of my brother. Wing is nept inanja. Mimin, why not introduce this lovely lady? The older man beside Wang Minjun interjected. This is my classmate Wang Li, she reluctantly introduced, fully aware of the man and Amp, Oppo's intentions. Hello, Wang Li. The older man extended his hand for a handshake. Is this your father, Wang Minjun? Wang Li queried. Wang Minjun. Older man. The question ignited a firestorm of anger in both. Wang Li, if you continue to spout nonsense, I swear I will tear your mouth apart. This is my boyfriend, Wang Minjun exclaimed, flustered. The older man then spoke. Wang Li, if you apologize now, and provide me your contact details, ensuring you will meet when I summon you, I might let this slide. Otherwise, not only will you be expelled, but your brother's job will be at risk as well. Clearly, he took Wang Minjun's earlier remarks seriously, believing that Wang Li's brother was indeed part of the security team. Chapter 35. Conflict boyfriend? Wang Li was taken aback. Oh no, I misspoke. Primarily, Wang Minjun had always presented herself as a wealthy heiress at school, adorned with designer bags, luxury clothing, and chauffeur-driven cars. Who would have imagined she would choose such a partner? How repulsive. Yet, a mistake is a mistake. After all, who asked you to speak ill of my brother? I certainly want to apologize. With that, Wang Li turned to leave. However, she was unexpectedly seized by Wang Minjun. Once Wang Minjun grasped Wang Li's hand, she began to shout loudly. Where are the organizers? Where are the organizers? This person sneaked in to eat and drink for free and is looking for celebrities to take pictures with, flaunting them around. Isn't anyone going to do something about this? I did not. Wang Li protested, struggling to break free. Their altercation drew the attention of several onlookers, and the crowd gradually swelled in size. After all, it was rare to witness such a commotion in a place like this. Everyone found it quite intriguing. At that moment, a staff member from the organizing committee approached. What is going on? The staff member inquired. Wang Minjun pointed at Wang Li and proclaimed, It's her. She snuck in to eat and drink and is looking for celebrities to take pictures with. Miss, please present your invitation. The staff member directed at Wang Li. Since the organizers had booked the Lakeside Clubhouse for this charity gala, most influential business owners in Lake City would have received invitations. These invitations were supposed to be shown upon entering the venue, but due to Lin Dong's extravagant vehicle, no one dared to stop them. I don't have an invitation. Wang Li nearly cried, feeling the weight of the crowd's gaze upon her. See, I told you she came in a freeload. You organizers let just anyone in, Wang Minjun arrogantly declared. Security, security, the staff member shouted. Soon, several security personnel arrived. Please escort this young lady out. The staff member instructed the guards. As they approached, 2 voices rang out simultaneously. One belonged to the renowned singer Lung Qingxiu, and the other to one of the rising stars, Yao Shui. She's my temporary assistant. I brought her in, Lung Qingxiu stated. Yes, I can vouch for that. Yao Shui chimed in. Lung Qingxiu had taken a liking to the vivacious and charming Wang Li. Seeing her isolated and helpless stirred her compassion, prompting her desire to assist the girl. For her, it was merely a small gesture. Yao Shui, reflecting on her own recent fortunate encounter with a benefactor, felt compelled to help Wang Li as well. With 2 prominent stars backing her, the security personnel hesitated to act. At that moment, a man standing beside Wang Minjun spoke up. Ladies, do refrain from taking on responsibilities that aren't yours. Some actions carry consequences. Zhang Shuqing was well acquainted with both celebrities. However, as a billionaire tycoon, he regarded stars as mere performers in the grand scheme of things. Wang Minjun interjected, You're speaking nonsense. Wang Li is my classmate. She is still a college student. How could she possibly be your assistant? Besides, she just said her brother brought her here. He must be one of the security guards. Miss, may I ask your brother's name? The staff member inquired. My brother's name is Lin Dong. Wang Li replied, her voice tinged with distress. Lin Dong? Is there anyone named Lin Dong among you? The staff member asked the security personnel. They exchanged glances before responding no. Upon hearing Wang Li mention her brother's name, Yao Shui's heart skipped a beat. Could it be the same Lin Dong who had helped me yesterday? Just as she was about to speak, Wang Li continued. My brother was taken away by someone named Wang Chong. They said something about discussing business, and I think they went upstairs. Wang Chong. The crowd gasped collectively. In Lake City, there is only one person by that name. Wang Chong from the Wang family, one of the city's elite. If her brother was conducting business with him, he must not be of low standing. The staff and Zheng Shuqing began to panic. Wang Chong was not someone they could afford to offend. He was notorious for being fiercely loyal to friends and ruthlessly vindictive towards enemies. Many small business owners had suffered devastating losses at his hands, leading to the saying in Lake City, even if you cannot befriend Wang Chong, you must never become his enemy. Zheng Shuqing broke into a cold sweat at the thought. His wealth, worth billions, seemed insignificant compared to Wang Chong's influence. He could easily reduce him to ruin. Just then, Lin Dong and Wang Chong descended the stairs after concluding their business discussions. Lin Dong glanced around but did not see Wang Li. Instead, he noticed a crowd gathering in the center of the hall. Hastily, he pushed through the throng and spotted his cousin Wang Li, who was being held by a heavily made-up young woman. Wang Li appeared distressed, attempting to break free, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Little sister, Lin Dong called out. Brother. Upon hearing Wang Li call for her brother, Wang Minjun instinctively loosened her grip, allowing Wang Li to rush into Lin Dong's embrace. It's all right. It's all right, Lin Dong comforted her. Just then, Wang Chong stepped forward, inquiring about the situation. Oh no. Upon seeing Wang Chong, Zheng Shuqing felt faint, nearly collapsing to the ground. The staff member wiped the cold sweat from their forehead and quietly recounted the events that had transpired. Who is he? Wang Chong asked, pointing at Zheng Shuqing. Wang Xiao. This is Zheng Shuqing, the owner of Shangyun Real Estate, a bystander explained. Mr. Zheng, you have 3 days to pack your things and leave Lake City. If not, I will take matters into my own hands after 3 days, Wang Chong commanded. Wang Xiao, I was wrong. Please let me go. It was all this woman's fault. She caused me to be in this situation, Zheng Shuqing exclaimed. And in a fit of desperation, he slapped Wang Minjun across the face, sending her crashing to the ground, stunned. Zheng Shuqing immediately knelt, pleading for mercy. Being ordered to leave Lake City within 3 days felt worse than a death sentence. While he had billions in assets, they were not liquid cash. If he truly had billions in cash, he could leave without a second thought. Money could be made anywhere. However, those billions were tied to fixed assets, and to liquidate them in 3 days would incur significant losses. Moreover, with Wang Chong's decree hanging over him, it was uncertain if anyone would dare to buy from him. He was also in the midst of a project that had already required substantial investment. Leaving now would lead to financial losses. Ultimately, he could find himself transformed from a billionaire tycoon into a penniless debtor with numerous mistresses and illegitimate children relying on him for support. Chapter 36. Tracking I1 and AMP. Oppos. To repeat myself, Wang Chong stated, his expression devoid of emotion. Zheng Shuqing felt utterly defeated, but then a voice rang out among the crowd. Wang Chong, are you bullying people again? Yi Hong entered the scene. Mr. Yi, save me. We VE collaborated before. I am Zheng Shuqing from Shangyun Real Estate. Zheng Shuqing grasped at this opportunity as if it were a lifeline. If anyone in Huqing could save him, it would undoubtedly be Yi Hong. As the second son of the Yi family, Yi Hong had initially been the secondary heir. However, he had managed to turn the tides and was now in fierce competition with his elder brother, leaving the family elders uncertain about whom to designate as the rightful heir. Ultimately, they decided to grant each of them a sum of money to develop independently for 10 years, after which the more accomplished would inherit the family estate. 5 years had elapsed, and it was rumored that Yi Hong had secured a significant advantage. Old Yi, I'm not the one bullying. He asked the one intimidating Lin and Appo's cousin. What do you suggest we do? Wang Chang pointed at Lin Dong. Upon seeing Lin Dong embracing a young woman, Yi Hong raised an eyebrow. Oh, bullying Lin's cousin? You have quite the audacity. Yi Hong inquired of Zhang Shuqing. Huh? Zhang Shuqing was momentarily dazed. Wang Chang, how did you handle this? I told him to leave Huqing within 3 days. 3 days? That's excessive. I believe a single day should suffice. As soon as Yi Hong spoke, Zhang Shuqing collapsed, overwhelmed by the pressure of having both city titans targeting him. He fainted from the rush of blood to his head. Throw him out and call for an ambulance. If he doesn't wake up, so be it. If he does, inform him that what he said tonight remains valid. Wang Chang ordered the staff. Yes, young Master Wang. Several security personnel hoisted Zhang Shuqing away, while Wang Minjun was also escorted out. With the matter resolved, the onlookers turned their curious gazes toward Lin Dong. Cultivating relationships with two of Huqing's powerhouses was indeed intimidating. When Yao Shui spotted Lin Dong, her heart soared. She had assumed that due to her status, she might never see him again. To her surprise, after parting ways just yesterday, they found themselves reunited today. She had held some hope upon her arrival. Since everyone is here, allow me to declare that Lin Dong is my brother, and his cousin is my cousin. Henceforth, in Huqing, should anyone dare to bully her, they shall not escape my wrath, Wang Chang proclaimed to the gathered crowd. And me, Yi Hong added. Thank you. My two brothers, Lin Dong replied. Given that Yi Hong was already in his 30s and Wang Chang at least 26 or 27, Lin Dong felt that addressing them as brothers was not a disadvantage. Lin, no need for formality. All right, everyone disperse. Gradually, the crowd began to break apart. Yao Shui approached Lin Dong and said, Mr. Lin, we meet again. Miss Yao, greetings. At that moment, Wang Li also regained her composure and, glancing at Lin Dong and then at Yao Shui, asked, Brother, do you know Sister Yao Shui? Yes. Sister Yao Shui, thank you for your assistance earlier, as well as to Sister Qingxiu. Lung Qingxiu, who had intended to leave, turned back upon hearing Wang Li call her name. No need for thanks, little sister. Lin Dong expressed his gratitude. Mr. Lin, you are too kind. Both stars replied in unison. In Jiangcheng, at Jiangnan International Mansion, Zhao Xian drove her Porsche 911 through the entrance, unaware that a taxi trailed behind her. Inside the taxi, a young man and woman sat with the driver. Master, what place is this? The young man inquired. Young man, this is the affluent district of Jiangcheng. I can't go in, just drop you off here. That LLB 50, replied the driver. So expensive? The young man questioned. I've been waiting for over half an hour. Does time not cost money? All right then. Thank you, driver. The pair paid and exited the vehicle, approaching the entrance of Jiangnan International Mansion. Just as they were about to step closer, a security guard stopped them. Hey, what are you two doing? Hurry and leave. This isn't a place for you. Brother, may I ask who owns that red Porsche that just entered? The young man asked. Whose? Of course, it belongs to the owner. Is it yours? Get lost. The housing prices here must be quite high, right? Kid, are you from a remote area? Let me tell you, the price per square meter starts at 200,000, and a house here is at least 50 million. Do you think that's expensive? Wow, so pricey? Is it possible that someone rents here? Are you out of your mind? Who buys a house for 50 million just to rent it out? Besides, those who can afford to live here woon and amp, oppose, quibble over a bit of rent. Now scram. All right, I'm leaving. Thank you, brother. The young man and woman departed, seeking a budget hotel for the night. Once they entered their room, the young woman spoke. Zhao Yang, can't we go find your sister directly? Zhao Yang, the younger brother of Zhao Xian, was accompanied by his girlfriend, Feng Miao. However, their relationship faced opposition from Feng Miao's family due to Zhao Yang's rural background. They had secretly eloped to seek refuge with Zhao Xian. Upon arriving, Zhao Yang discovered that his sister had misled their family. Zhao Xian had claimed that it was challenging to earn money in the city, having to pay rent and manage living expenses. However, Zhao Yang saw his sister driving a luxury car and residing in a mansion. Wait, let us wait for my parents to arrive before we go. I've always been afraid of my sister. Only my parents can handle her. I'll call my mom first. Zhao Yang took out his phone and began dialing. "You little rascal, where have you run off to? Hurry back." A middle-aged woman's furious voice erupted from a phone. "Mom, I'm in Jiangxing now, and I'm not going back." The young man replied, "You rascal. You've eloped with someone's daughter, and they're looking for you. Hurry back." "Mom, listen to me. I found my sister. She's really wealthy now, driving a $1 million sports car and living in a mansion worth tens of millions. Come see for yourself. Have you gone mad over money?" "Mom, it's true. I'm not lying. I saw her at her workplace yesterday, and she drove away in a red sports car worth several million." "And then what?" came the voice from the phone. "Then I couldn't catch up, so today I took a taxi and waited at the entrance. I saw my sister enter a neighborhood where the price per square meter starts at $200,000. We could buy a house for that amount where we live, and each apartment is at least $50 million. Are you serious? You didn't mistake her for someone else, did you?" "Why would I lie? I know my sister." "Fine. I'll come with your dad first thing tomorrow morning. That girl only sends back $20,000 a month. Yet she drives a luxury car and lives in a mansion in the big city." Chapter 37. The Snail Meow Meow. "You should also call your parents and ask them to come tomorrow." After Zhao Yang finished his call with his mother, he turned to Feng Miao. "Why should they come? To drag me back? They never approved of us being together." "You're foolish. The reason your parents disapprove is that your family is from the town, while mine is from the countryside, and we are not as wealthy as you. But once they see how prosperous my sister is now, they will surely change their minds. Then we could be together openly," Zhao Yang explained. Feng Miao pondered this and realized Zhao Yang had a point. Thus, she called her parents. Her mother scolded them harshly, but they would definitely come the next day. Zhao Yang lay on the bed, holding Feng Miao, and said, "Meow meow, we want an amp. Oppos, to go back. We an amp. Oppos, LL stay in Jiangxing. And my sister will buy me luxury cars and mansions. We will cruise around in style every day. But will your sister really buy you those?" Feng Miao questioned, a hint of disbelief in her voice. "I'll ask her, and she might hesitate. But if my parents ask her, she will comply. Did you not see that I directly invited my parents over? Don't worry. My parents are always supportive of me. Since childhood, everything good has been mine. I am the sole heir in their eyes, and my sister is here to serve me. Yes, I want the kind of car your sister drives. It's so beautiful. I dream of it. All right, I'll buy you one when the time comes. We'll each have our own." As they fantasized about their beautiful future, they gradually fell asleep. In Lake City, the Lake Heart Club is now hosting tonight's charity auction. All the attendees are seated in the hall on the first floor. The host on stage is the renowned Rao Xiaoqing from the provincial television station. "Esteemed guests, good evening. Welcome to the third charity auction held in Lake City. This is a day filled with compassion, warmth, and harmony, showcasing the spirit of philanthropy from various sectors." After reciting her script, a video begins to play on the big screen. The video depicts students in remote mountainous areas struggling to attend school. Some needing to walk 2 to 3 hours through rugged terrain just to reach their classrooms. Each day, they expend 5 to 6 hours merely commuting. The conditions at their schools are dire, with desks and benches provided by families, all in a dilapidated state. Many students are left at home with elderly grandparents or younger siblings while their parents seek work elsewhere. These young children become the pillars of their families, adept at chores like cooking and laundry. They yearn for education and dream of stepping outside their mountainous confines to explore the world beyond. After the video concludes, Rao Xiaoqing states, "Tonight's auction proceeds will be entirely donated to the children in the video, providing them with new schools, desks, chairs, backpacks, and clothing." Next, the first item for auction is introduced, a new song by the diva Lin Dong. The bidding begins with no reserve price. 100,000, 150,000, 300,000, 500,000. All right, guest number 17 bids 500,000. Is there a higher bid? Lin Dong glanced at his paddle, number 7. He raised it casually and declared, "I bid 5 million. With that astonishing bid, many heads turned to Lin Dong, eager to identify this affluent individual. 5 million. Guest number 7 bids 5 million. Is there a higher offer? 3, 2, 1 sold. Please welcome diva Lin Dong to perform her new song." As Lin Dong took the stage, she was surprised that her song fetched such an astronomical price, even though she would receive none of it, as all proceeds were to be donated. Yet, she felt a sense of joy, knowing it would help the children in the video. After Lung Qingxiu performed her song, the second auction item, a painting by a master, was sold for 80,000, despite its actual value being only around 10,000. Given the charitable spirit of the event, such inflated bids were expected. One by one, items were auctioned off, and Lin Dong refrained from making further bids until it was time for Yao Shui's performance. She auctioned a dance, which Lin Dong purchased for 5 million. His nature dictated that he would repay kindness with generosity. Since they had assisted his cousin Wang Li that evening, he felt it necessary to honor them. Soon, the auction neared its conclusion. As the final item was sold, Lin Dong raised his paddle again. "Host, I wish to donate a song." Rao Xiaoqing, who was preparing to deliver closing remarks, was taken aback by Lin Dong's announcement. He had already spent 10 million tonight, and this gesture warranted acknowledgement. "Mr. Lin, are you prepared to offer a price for your song?" She inquired. Can I buy it back for myself?" Lin Dong asked. "Buy it back for yourself?" "Yes. Since Mr. Lin wants to reclaim his song, let us have him sing it for everyone. How much are you willing to bid to buy back your song?" she asked. 100 million. "Wow, what?" Rao Xiaoqing stammered in astonishment. "I bid 100 million to buy back my song." This declaration not only stunned Rao Xiaoqing on stage, but also left the hundreds of guests below, aside from Yi Hong and Wang Chong, utterly shocked. Buying back one's own song for 100 million? That was tantamount to directly donating 100 million. It seemed Lin Dong had never made such an appearance in Lake City before. Not only had he befriended the wealthy scions, but he was also donating over 100 million, a display of opulence beyond measure. Lin Dong approached the piano and seated himself. "Tonight, I present a song titled in amp, oppos, the snail, and amp, oppos, with the hope that one day the children in the video will possess their own sky," he proclaimed before beginning his performance. The gentle melody flowed from the piano. "Should I shed my heavy shell, seeking where the blue sky resides, drifting softly with the gentle breeze? The pains I've endured no longer sting. I will climb step by step, waiting for the sunlight to gaze upon my face. A small sky harbors grand dreams, the weighty shell encasing my gentle aspirations. I will climb step by step, soaring forward on a leaf at the peak. The small sky carries the tears and sweat I've shed. One day, I shall have a sky that belongs to me. P.S. Let me reiterate. This is a parallel world. A parallel world. A parallel world. Important matters are worth repeating thrice." Upon finishing the snail, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The children in the video, much like the snail in Lin Dong and Oppo's song, longed to escape the mountains and find their own skies. "Mr. Lin, did you compose this yourself?" a member of the audience inquired. "Yes," Lin Dong replied. "Mr. Lin, you are incredibly talented and handsome." Yao Shui gazed at Lin Dong on stage. Her eyes filled with admiration. He was the man she revered. Lung Qingxiu, too, looked at Lin Dong with astonishment, recognizing that this man was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 38. Returning to Jiangsheng early the next morning, Lin Dong accompanied Wang Li back to school, transferring 100 million to her account, allowing her to spend freely and to inform her aunt and uncle as needed. He then drove his Bugatti Chiron back to Jiangsheng. The distance from Huqing to Jiangsheng was nearly 1,000 kilometers, and Lin Dong made the journey directly. A luxury vehicle like this is indeed justified in its cost, as its performance is unparalleled. Coupled with Lin Dong's exceptional driving skills, the Bugatti Chiron cruised effortlessly in the overtaking lane. As he drove along the road back to Jiangsheng, Lin Dong reflected on the events of the past few days. From the peril his cousin faced at the Golden Splendor to the bullying at the charity gala, it was Wang Chong who had resolved these issues for him. Despite possessing boundless wealth, he realized he lacked anything substantial beyond money. Relying solely on others to resolve his problems was not a sustainable strategy. If Yi Hong and Wang Chong discovered his lack of a solid background, they might covet his fortune. It was highly likely. Thus, he recognized the urgent need to enhance his own strength and establish a personal influence. With his limitless financial resources at hand, forming a faction was relatively easy. The challenge lay in finding individuals who were absolutely loyal to him. This would require time to identify, but establishing power was imperative. Furthermore, he needed to improve his own capabilities. A glance at his panel revealed that his godly wealth points remained at 200, indicating that the 100 million he donated last night and the 100 million transferred to his cousin Wang Li today did not increase his points. It appeared that gifting money did not yield additional points. Rather, one must acquire items. However, his donation of 110 billion to SCC had indeed increased his points, and he had also attained the status of a premium member. Thus, donations were viable, but one must receive corresponding benefits in return. His physical and mental prowess both stood at 50 points, rated as robust. Since his physicality had risen from 18 to 50 points, Lin Dong felt confident that his physique could rival that of regular athletes, even though he had not been tested. He pondered whether augmenting his physicality to 100, 200, 500, or even 1,000 points might grant him superhuman abilities. This remained a mystery to explore gradually. Enhancing his mental acuity would sharpen his senses and clarity of thought, an essential pursuit. Lastly, he considered his skill set. Currently, he possessed 5 skills: driving, composing, lyric writing, singing, and playing the piano, all rated at 10 points, with an expertise level of proficiency. Since he could freely augment his skills, could he possibly add dragon, subduing palm? It was worth a try. Thus, Lin Dong pulled into a service area to test whether he could enhance his abilities with this legendary skill. If successful, it would be extraordinary. Excitement coursed through him as he entered dragon, subduing palm into his skill set. The panel displayed detection in progress. Wait, hadn't there been such a situation when he previously increased his skills? At that moment, a voice resonated in Lin Dong's mind. Upon system assessment, the skill and amp, Oppos, dragon subduing palm and amp, Oppos, does not exist in the host and amp, Oppos, S-World. Addition failed. 10 godly wealth points deducted. Damn, I knew it wouldn't work. Novels are just novels after all. Lin Dong resigned himself to this reality. As he prepared to continue his journey, he suddenly felt his car jolt forward slightly. He paused in surprise. Had he just been rear-ended? He quickly opened the door and stepped out to investigate. Indeed, a BMW had collided with the rear of his Bugatti. After assessing the situation, he felt this was likely the other party's fault, as he had parked inside the service area. What bad luck! Not only had he lost 10 godly wealth points, but his newly acquired Bugatti had also been hit. Upon closer inspection, he was relieved to find the damage was not severe. Hey, how did you park? Don't you know this is a roadway? A woman in her 30s exited her vehicle and shouted at Lin Dong. Miss, I parked in the service area. You should be fully responsible for the rear-end collision. Lin Dong replied calmly. Fully responsible? Clearly, you parked haphazardly. Don't think you're impressive just because you drive a sports car. It could easily be rented or borrowed. Look at what you've done to my precious car. I'll tell you, you're not leaving until you compensate me. Initially, Lin Dong considered letting the matter slide since it wasn't into Oppos. A significant issue, but he anticipated encountering such an arrogant individual. Fine, he thought. I'll let the authorities handle it. The woman's loud voice attracted a crowd of onlookers. It was the May Day holiday, and with many vehicles on the road, the sight of a Bugatti being rear-ended drew attention. Wow, that is a Bugatti Chiron. It starts at 30 million. Just a paint job will cost at least several $100,000. Is it really that expensive? The BMW must be fully liable for the accident. They probably can't afford the damages. Luxury cars are too fragile. I'll steer clear of them in the future. Hey, what are you all talking about? Lin Dong interjected, noticing the woman arguing with the crowd. Soon, the traffic police arrived at the scene. After gathering evidence and reviewing the service area footage, they determined that the BMW was at fault for the rear-end collision. At this, the BMW driver fell silent. Miss, since it has been determined that you are fully liable, I must inform you that this car is a limited edition Bugatti Chiron, with only 8 units globally. The official price is 60 million, and it has now appreciated to 80 million. Given the damage to the rear, I estimate repairs will start at 1 million. How do you plan to compensate? As Lin Dong finished speaking, the crowd gasped in astonishment. 80 million? Just a minor scratch would incur repair costs starting at 1 million. Their perceptions of wealth had been utterly transformed. What? 1 million to start? Impossible. Are you trying to con me? The BMW driver retorted defiantly. Search it on your phone. You'll see if I'm trying to deceive you, Lin Dong replied. The woman, using her phone, quickly grew unsettled at the prices she found. I don't have any money. I have a life, but no money. Here we go again with the theatrics. What a piece of work. Miss, if you lack the funds, I can initiate enforcement proceedings. Your house and car will be auctioned off, and you may face detention for 10 to 15 days. What do you think? The BMW driver was struck speechless by Lin Dong's words. Her face shifted from pale to flushed as the crowd relished the spectacle. Brother, please don't arrest my mother. I'm begging you. I'll apologize for her. When I grow up and earn money, I'll repay you, okay? Lin Dong looked down to find a 5 or 6-year-old girl clutching his pant leg. Little one, is she your mother? Lin Dong pointed at the BMW driver. Yes. Is she nice to you? Yes. Has she ever hit you? Only when I misbehave. When I'm good, she doesn't hit me. Your mother owes me a lot of money. Are you scared? I'm not scared. I'll study hard, earn money when I grow up, save a little, and then pay you back. Do you have any money with you? I do. The little girl pulled a 10 yuan note from her pocket and handed it to Lin Dong. I only have this much. Lin Dong took the 10 yuan, stood up, and walked toward his car, muttering, adults really have no sense. He opened the car door, started the engine, and with a press of the accelerator, vanished from sight. Wait, you're just going to let go of over $1 million? The crowd marveled. The world of the wealthy is indeed beyond comprehension. Hurry back and conceive a daughter. If you happen to collide with a luxury car, you shall bear no financial repercussions. Chapter 39. Arrival in Jiangcheng. Zhao Xian returned to Jiangnan International Mansion after work, driving her Porsche 911. Just as she reached the entrance, she was suddenly stopped by someone. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was her parents and her younger brother Zhao Yang, who were the other 3 individuals accompanying them. How do they come be here? Zhao Xian quickly exited her car. Dad, Mom, Zhao Yang, what brings you here? How would we know you were living lavishly in the big city with luxury cars and mansions while we toil away at home? Zhao Xian's mother, Li Chunying, remarked. Mom, it's not what you think. This car belongs to my boss. Zhao Xian explained. Your boss? You drive your boss's car every day? Why doesn't he let anyone else drive it? Can we discuss this somewhere else? Do you have a place to stay? I can take you to a hotel to book 2 rooms. I'm not going anywhere. I want to stay here. Don't think I'm unaware. Your brother has been observing you for days. You stay here every day. Li Chunying pointed at Jiangnan International Mansion. Mom, this place belongs to my boss. I cannot let you in. Nonsense. What boss? I suspect he's your boyfriend. What kind of boss would let you drive his car and stay in his house? You've truly forgotten your family once you have a boyfriend. Do you believe I want to discipline you right now? Zhao Xian's father, Zhao Taiju, declared as he raised a wooden stick to strike Zhao Xian. Caught off guard by her father's sudden aggression, Zhao Xian felt a sharp pain on her arm, tears welling in her eyes from the injustice. She felt wronged. For years she had scrimped and saved for her family, covering her brother's university tuition and living expenses. Each month, she sent home 20,000 yuan, and nearly all her earnings over the years had gone to support her family. Now, she faced physical punishment and harsh words. Yet what could she do? They were her parents and her brother. Ultimately, with no other choice, she led the 6 of them into the mansion. As she entered the room, she thought about how Lin Dong had gone home for the May Day holiday, so he likely wouldn't return soon. Upon entering, everyone was taken aback. The opulence of the place was beyond anything they had seen on television, now standing vividly before them. Feng Miao and her family were also speechless, stunned into silence. They had thought their circumstances were decent, looking down on Zhao Yang's family background. But here they realized they were mere frogs at the bottom of a well. Zhao Yang no longer found his sister off-putting. In fact, he admired her more. With such a sister, how could he not succeed in life? Sister, this place is too extravagant. The decor, the view, it's even more splendid than what's shown on TV. Zhao Yang exclaimed, standing before the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, imagining what it would be like to live here every day. The space was so vast that he and Feng Miao could easily reside here together. As they regained their composure, the initial awkwardness faded, and they realized this was Zhao Xian's home, making it their own as well. At this moment, Zhao Xian asked, Dad, Mom, what did you come to see me about? Speak up. Zhao Taiju pointed at Feng Miao and her parents, saying, This is Feng Miao, your brother's girlfriend, and these are her parents. Our 2 families have come together to discuss arranging your brother's marriage. You just need to provide 500,000 yuan for them to buy a house and a car. Zhao Xian was so enraged that she almost laughed. Her father, who had spent his life as a farmer, was asking for 500,000 yuan. Did he even understand how much that was? It was undoubtedly Zhao Yang's idea. I don't have that much money, Zhao Xian replied. How much are you willing to contribute? Zhao Taizhu inquired, realizing that 500,000 was indeed excessive, something Zhao Yang had prompted him to suggest. I want to contribute a single cent. What? Do you want to be hit again? Zhao Taizhu shouted. Even if you beat me to death, I want to give you a dime. You ungrateful girl. Do you want to drive me in my grave? You must contribute. Zhao Taizhu scolded Zhao Xian. Overcome with emotion, Zhao Xian cried out, since childhood, you have always favored him simply because he is your son. Any treats go to him, while I earn my own university tuition through work. Have you ever contributed a single yuan? When he wanted to go to college and we lacked the funds, I borrowed money and repaid it painstakingly. Do you know how I suffered during that time? I fainted from malnutrition at work. Later, as my job improved, I sent every penny home, keeping only a small amount for myself. What more do you want? And you little brat, you've wasted your education. You have no gratitude whatsoever, and now you demand 500,000 yuan from me. Do you think I'm an ATM? I'm telling you clearly, from today onwards, I want to give you a single cent. Zhao Xian had held in her grievances for too long. Just because she was the daughter, she had never been recognized by her family, regardless of her achievements. Even when she consistently ranked first in exams, her parents showed her no acknowledgement. Conversely, Zhao Yang could be mischievous, yet they always sided with him. If he complained, she would surely be punished. After finally getting into university, she nearly dropped out due to their unwillingness to fund her education. They would say, what is the point of a daughter studying so much? She'll just get married and leave anyway. It's better for her to work and support the family sooner. Fortunately, her teachers supported her, and she managed to complete her studies through working part-time. Now, they had the audacity to demand 500,000 yuan for her brother's wedding. Where would she find such an amount? Although she had received a promotion, Lin Dong had yet to discuss a raise with her. Zhao Xian's outburst left everyone present stunned, especially Li Chunhua and Zhao Taizhu. They had always perceived their children as obedient, and now they found themselves confronted with defiance. Well, regardless, if you don't give us money, we'll stay here and not leave, Li Chunhua said stubbornly. Since that's the case, let me be clear. This house was given to me by my boss out of pity. Do you know how much it's worth? Zhao Xian posed the question before continuing. 400 million. 400 million? My goodness. They could not fathom the true value of 400 million. It could likely buy an entire street in their town. When Zhao Yang claimed his sister's house was worth at least 50 million, they had dismissed it as impossible, but now they realized 50 million was an understatement. Do you know what 400 million means? Anything here could buy a house back in our hometown. If you refuse to leave, I will leave. Don't blame me if the security catches you for trespassing. Such high-end neighborhoods typically impose prison sentences of 10 years or more for theft. Having said this, Zhao Xian stood to leave. Stop. You insolent girl. Are you trying to revolt? Zhao Taizhu stood up, prepared to strike Zhao Xian again, but was held back by Li Chunhua. Dad, you've called me an insolent girl since I was little. I'm your daughter, not some beggar on the street. Zhao Xian said through her tears. Zhao Yang was also taken aback. He had thought that calling their parents would ensure Zhao Xian would give him whatever he wanted, as it had always been before, but now the situation was unfolding differently than he had anticipated. Sister, we don't say anything. You think just because you brought mom and dad here, you can secure a stable life at my expense? How old are you? Shouldn't you be earning your own living if you want to marry? Zhao Xian ignored them and walked out. The others, being from a small town, quickly followed, fearing they might be captured and imprisoned for years without any means to defend themselves. As Zhao Xian reached the entrance, the door swung open unexpectedly from the outside. Chapter 40. 10 million in gifts. By the time Lin Dong arrived in Jiangcheng, night had already fallen. Had he not encountered delays on the road, he would have arrived much earlier. Dragging his weary body back to Jiangnan International Mansion, he opened the door and found Zhao Xian with slightly reddened eyes, preparing to leave. What's the matter, Sister Xian? Are you going out? Lin Dong inquired, noticing the group of individuals behind her. Upon seeing Lin Dong, Zhao Xian's heart tightened. Hadn't Oppos Ti gone home for the May Day holiday? How could he return so soon, and at this particular moment? Mr. Lin, I apologize. These are my family members who came to visit from my hometown. I just brought them here to rest for a bit, and I will take them away shortly. Zhao Xian replied, her voice tinged with nervousness. She feared Lin Dong would be displeased. After all, this was a property worth 400 million, and allowing others in while he was away could hardly sit well with him. Were you planning to go at such a late hour? There are plenty of rooms here. It's not as if you can't accommodate them. Lin Dong questioned. In truth, Zhao Xian was overthinking the situation. The house was indeed meant for habitation, and there were several rooms downstairs that would suffice for their stay. Lin Dong had no objections. No, I've booked a hotel for them. Mr. Lin, I must. Zhao Xian began before being interrupted by Zhao Taizhu. You must be this girl's boyfriend, right? Since you are already living together, you should settle down sooner rather than later. You are a big boss, and while we may come from humble beginnings, we still expect the proper courtesies. Our demands are modest. A bride price of 10 million, and a house and car for your brother in Jiangcheng. It doesn't need to be extravagant. Considering you can afford such an expensive house, this request shouldn't be excessive, should it? Lin Dong was taken aback. Girl, was he referring to Zhao Xian? What kind of father addresses his daughter in such a manner? It seemed he had assumed Lin Dong was Zhao Xian and Appo's boyfriend. But considering they lived together, to outsiders, it indeed resembled cohabitation. It seemed there was no way to clear this misunderstanding. However, the 10 million bride price along with a house and car in Jiangcheng felt like selling a daughter. Lin Dong remained silent, casting a glance at Zhao Xian. He noticed her chest rising and falling dramatically, her eyes wide with fear, tears streaming down her face as she shouted at her father, Dad. What nonsense are you talking about? What nonsense? You two are already living together. Isn't that clear enough? If he doesn't marry you, how will you find a husband in the future? How can we hold our heads high in front of the villagers? Zhao Taizhu retorted. Uncle. I'm merely Zhao Xian's employer, not her boyfriend. Lin Dong interjected, unable to hold back. Employer? Is it common for employers to live with their subordinates? Are you trying to evade responsibility? Zhao Taizhu probed. Lin Dong was speechless. This was indeed a mess. No matter how he explained, it seemed futile, so he chose silence. Dad, please just stop. Are you trying to drive me to despair? Zhao Xian cried out to Zhao Taizhu. Sister, Dad is trying to help you. Zhao Yang chimed in, visibly pleased. If their father was already suggesting that his sister and her husband buy property and a car in Jiangcheng, it was a done deal. Moreover, with the 10 million bride price, he would undoubtedly benefit. This way, he would have a car or a house. And savings, who needed a job when he could spend his days joyriding. Feng Miao and her family were equally thrilled. If they followed Zhao Taizhu's wishes, they would wholeheartedly support their daughter and Appo's marriage. 10 million plus a house and car in Jiangcheng would grant them prestige upon returning home. Zhao Xian glanced at her family, who showed no signs of guilt for her distress, even as she appeared desperate. They were clearly here for the money. Had Lin Dong been a penniless man, they would have found ways to pressure her into breaking up. Now that they saw Lin Dong's wealth, it felt like they were attempting to extort him for a hefty sum. In their eyes, money was paramount. Perhaps having a daughter was secondary. In that moment, Zhao Xian suddenly realized the truth. From the moment she was born, she had been viewed merely as a tool by her family. She lamented her past foolishness, having sent money home, believing that was her true foundation. At this moment, she recognized herself as a mayfly, rootless and aimless. Her heart turned cold, and she felt utterly desolate. Zhao Xian ceased to speak, turning to step into the elevator. She merely wished to escape this place. Lin Dong sensed the situation had taken a wrong turn and hurried after her, squeezing into the elevator just as the doors were closing. Left behind, Zhao Yang and the others exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Ultimately, they decided to leave, realizing they were in someone else's home and feeling intimidated by Zhao Xian's outburst, fearing they might be mistaken for thieves. Chapter 41. Extremes in a Park in Jiangcheng. Lin Dong and Zhao Xian sat beside a river. Zhao Xian recounted her experiences of the past 2 decades. Lin Dong listened quietly, offering no words. Lin Dong, am I foolish? I give them whatever they want. If I don't have it, I borrow and then scrimp and save to repay, Zhao Xian asked after finishing her tale. Sister Xian, you are not foolish. You simply hold your emotions too dearly. The more you give, the more they believe it is their due. Lin Dong replied after pondering her words. Perhaps you and Appos rewrite. However, I have decided, for the first 20 years, I live for them, but in the decades to come, I wish to live for myself. Lin Dong, let's invite my parents to the hotel for dinner tomorrow. You traveled so far. I should at least show my appreciation. And if you need any financial assistance, feel free to take it from the finance department. Whatever decision you make, I will support you, Lin Dong stated. Thank you, Lin Dong. Zhao Xian cried as she leaned against him. She had feared that Lin Dong would scorn her for her family, yet he showed no disdain. Little did she know, Lin Dong had lost his parents at a young age and had not fared much better under his uncle's roof. However, he had a caring aunt and a loving cousin, while Zhao Xian had no one, which made him feel a pang of sympathy for her. She had always prioritized her family and Appos, needs, only to realize that they viewed her merely as a means to generate income. Sister Xian, cry as much as you need. It will feel better once you let it out. Lin Dong gently patted her back. Zhao Xian cried in his embrace for about half an hour before finally lifting her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed to see the wetness on Lin Dong and Appos' shirt. I'm sorry for getting your clothes wet. It's nothing. Sister Xian, let us head back. They returned to Jiangnan International Mansion, only to find that Zhao Yang and the others had already left. Lin Dong, I'll go look for them, Zhao Xian said, attempting to leave. But Lin Dong stopped her. Sister Xian, did you not say that you wish to live for yourself from now on? You must learn to refuse. If you go look for them now, it will only embolden their behavior further. And they are adults. They can handle themselves. Well, all right. Good night, Lin Dong, Zhao Xian replied, retreating to her room. She acknowledged that Lin Dong and Appos' advice was sound. If she intended to live for herself, she must learn to say no. Lin Dong lay on his bed, gazing at the system panel before him. Host, Lin Dong balance, 9999968654625 physique, 50 strong mentality, 50 strong skills, driving, 10 proficient, piano, 10 proficient, singing, 10 proficient, lyric writing, 10 proficient, composition, 10 proficient, wealth points, 190. He contemplated enhancing his abilities swiftly. Resolutely, he allocated 50 wealth points to his physique. The original 50 points in that category instantly doubled to 100. In that moment, Lin Dong felt a surge of warmth coursing through him, as if countless ants were crawling beneath his skin, a delightful sensation that persisted for 5 minutes before fading. He felt as if he had emerged from water, completely drenched. Not rushing, Lin Dong then assigned another 50 wealth points to his mentality. His mind became foggy, akin to being inebriated. He closed his eyes, lying quietly on his bed. After a few minutes, Lin Dong felt clarity returning. He opened his eyes. My vision seems significantly enhanced. Previously, he had experienced slight nearsightedness, yet now he could discern a mosquito on the 3-meter-high ceiling, even observing which leg it moved. How astonishing! Lin Dong quickly checked the panel once more. Host, Lin Dong balance, 999968654625465 physique, 100 limit mentality, 100 limit skills, driving, 10 proficient, piano, 10 proficient, singing, 10 proficient, lyric writing, 10 proficient, composition, 10 proficient, wealth points, 90. Both his physique and mentality had reached 100 points, seemingly at their limits, for the addition signs had vanished. Did this mean he could no longer improve? It felt implausible. Was it possible to reach such a plateau so swiftly? What would he do with the remaining wealth points? Increase skills? He couldn't even enhance Dragon's subduing palm. So what would it do? Never mind. He decided to set that aside for now and ponder it later. He sensed that the system was more intricate than it appeared. Lin Dong rose, feeling sticky all over. He approached the poolside. Sister Xian must be asleep by now, he thought. Without further ado, he stripped and jumped into the pool. What a refreshing sensation. After swimming a couple of laps and cleansing himself, Lin Dong emerged and examined his body. There were no visible changes or particularly prominent muscles, yet he felt an explosive power within him. He believed he could now strike down a bull with a single punch. Chapter 42. Donglai International the following morning, in the office of the chairman at the Jinya Hotel. Xianjia, I am preparing to establish an investment company named Donglai International, but I lack the time to manage it. I need a trustworthy individual to help me build the foundation, and I hope you can assist me. Director Lin, I fear I may not perform well. Zhao Xian hesitated in her response. She wished to accept the offer, but was concerned about her capabilities and the potential repercussions on Lin Dong's significant undertaking. Xianjia, you possess the ability. You should not confine yourself to this modest hotel. You ought to explore the wider world. Well, I shall give it a try. Go forth with confidence. The greatest support I can offer is boundless financial resources. If you identify someone suitable, we shall recruit them. If others offer 1 million, we shall provide 5 million or even 10 million. As long as they are talented, we shall not shy away from expenditure. Very well. When shall I commence? The sooner, the better. I shall set out tomorrow. Excellent. Summon uncle and aunt over so we may enjoy a meal together. Following the events of the previous night, Lin Dong perceived a transformation in Zhao Xian. Once cheerful and optimistic, she was now evolving into a resolute businesswoman. Truth be told, Lin Dong preferred the former Zhao Xian, who would occasionally provide him with subtle temptations. However, one cannot escape the changes that life experiences bring. Meanwhile, at a modest inn where Zhao Taizhu and his family were staying. Father, what shall we do today? Zhao Yang inquired. What shall we do? We shall go directly to her hotel and seek her out. But what if my sister refuses to see us? Refuse? After all these years of raising her, now that she is doing well, she wishes to deny me as her father? Then I shall cause a scene at her workplace, making it impossible for her to hold her head high before her colleagues. Yes, let us proceed with that plan. This rebellious girl believes she can sever ties with us now that she has gained some independence. It shall not be so easy. Li Chunhua chimed in. Feng Miao and her family remained silent, yet they harbored hopes that Zhao Yang could secure assistance from Zhao Xian as it pertained to their daughter and aunt, Oppos, as future happiness. As the group prepared to head to the Jinya Hotel where Zhao Xian worked, her phone call arrived, inviting them to dine at the hotel. Father, it seems my sister has relented. Our prospects for a house and car are looking promising. Zhao Yang exclaimed joyfully. Feng Miao also shared in the joy, recognizing that Zhao Yang's success would benefit her as well. At that moment, Zhao Taizhu smiled and remarked, Look at your enthusiasm. Your brother-in-law is a significant businessman, residing in a mansion worth hundreds of millions. He certainly cannot manage such a large hotel alone. Did you not mention your sister is a manager? Have her arrange a position for you. Indeed, my sister is the general manager. Aside from her husband, she holds the highest authority. Have her secure a position for me and allow Miao Miao to join as well. Let your sister arrange a managerial position for you and a financial role for Miao Miao, so that your brother-in-law does not stray with his newfound wealth. You both ought to support your sister a little, Li Chunhua suggested. Thus, the group cheerfully made their way to the Jinya Hotel. Upon arrival, they were led to a private dining room where Lin Dong and Zhao Xian were already seated, the table laden with exquisite delicacies. Gazing at the sumptuous spread, they felt their mouths water. Such fine dishes could only be fit for an emperor on television. I never imagined I would have the opportunity to savor such luxuries. Uncle and aunt, you have traveled from afar. Today, I shall extend my hospitality. Please indulge yourselves. If the food is insufficient, let us have the kitchen prepare more. Lin Dong said warmly. Thank you, brother-in-law. Zhao Yang exclaimed as he took his seat, followed by the others. This giant lobster is delectable. Miao Miao, do try some. Father, mother, please enjoy this lobster as well. Why is this crab so enormous? Mother, this is a king crab. It is incredibly expensive, costing thousands. What is this? It is dark and melts in the mouth. It is exquisite. This is caviar, even more expensive. And this is abalone. This one I do not recognize. This one is even more delicious. As they feasted, Lin Dong stood up and said, Uncle and aunt, please enjoy your meal. I must attend to some matters and will take my leave. If you require more food, let Xianjie inform the kitchen. Brother-in-law, go about your business. Zhao Yang replied with his mouth full. After Lin Dong departed, Zhao Xian finally spoke. Once you finish eating, please pack your things and return home. I will send money back regularly. Sister, I do not wish to return. Please arrange a position for me here. Zhao Yang insisted. Zhao Xian pondered for a moment. If Zhao Yang could secure a good job here, it would be beneficial. Then, please provide me with your college diploma so I can assess which position suits you. Suddenly, Zhao Yang fell silent, and the atmosphere grew tense. Zhao Xian fixed her gaze on him, causing him to feel uneasy. Although he had feared Zhao Xian before, never had it felt as intense as it did now. Zhao Xian's penetrating look instilled dread in him. Ultimately, he could only muster the courage to say, Sister, I actually did not attend university. Oh, did not attend university? What about the money I scrimped and saved to send you to school? Zhao Xian inhaled deeply, questioning him. Well, I lost some money due to gambling, and I had no choice but to lie to you and say I was enrolled in college. Zhao Yang stammered. So, your entire family conspired to deceive me? While I worked tirelessly, even risking my health to provide for you, the savings I sacrificed were squandered on your gambling debts? Sister, we had no choice. The debt collectors threatened to take my hand if the money was not repaid. Father and mother were compelled to deceive you. Zhao Yang explained, his voice trembling. I can attest to that. Yang has indeed changed. Li Chunhua interjected. Zhao Xian took several deep breaths, striving to quell the rage simmering within her. Chapter 43. Managing People and Money. Zhao Xian took several deep breaths, striving to calm the fury that surged within her. Very well. You shall commence your journey from the most fundamental position of a server. Sister, I refuse to be a mere server. Please assign me a managerial role and grant Miao Miao a position overseeing finances. This way, we can prevent my brother-in-law from squandering his wealth on frivolities. I assure you, every one of his actions will be faithfully reported to you, as mother instructed us to support you. Zhao Yang boldly asserted. Zhao Xian was truly incensed to the point of laughter. Managing people? Overseeing finances? Supporting herself? Was she attempting to undermine Lin Dong? Did they envision that this hotel would one day bear the Zhao name? It was astonishing that they could even conceive such ideas. Do you comprehend the monthly turnover of this establishment? Do you realize the cost of the meal you just consumed? Allow me to enlighten you. Your meal totaled 1 million, and our monthly income nears 10 billion. Do you truly believe you possess the capability to manage such a sum? As Zhao Xian and Amp, Oppo's words hung in the air, all present ceased their dining, lifting their heads in astonishment. 1 million for a meal? This is utterly outrageous. Zhao Yang stammered, swallowing his food. How much did you say we spent on this meal? You collectively spent 1 million on this meal, Zhao Xian replied, leaving them momentarily speechless. After the initial shock subsided, Li Chunhua remarked, the establishment earns such a substantial amount each month. Clearly, your discernment is commendable. Since we've labored for most of our lives, it is time we indulge ourselves. Given your wealth, you ought to purchase a house and a car for Yang promptly, allowing him to settle down and marry. Zhao Taizhu added. Zhao Xian gazed at her family with a sense of despair. They were all cut from the same cloth. She felt a profound sorrow for being born into such a family. Initially, she had hoped that, as relatives, they might support one another. However, now all she desired was to escape their presence, not wishing to see them for another moment. Please continue your meal. I shall step outside for a moment, Zhao Xian declared before rising and leaving. Her heart was heavy with disillusionment. Her family had conspired to deceive her. The money she had painstakingly saved was being squandered to settle gambling debts. Today, having acquiesced to their demands, she knew that tomorrow they would ask for more, forever insatiable, eternally ungrateful, only capable of relentless demands. She truly wished to distance herself from them. The others resumed their meal, for to waste a lavish spread worth over 1 million was simply unthinkable. Zhao Xian made her way to the chairman and Amp, Oppo's office, where Lin Dong was idly engaged with his phone. Sister Xian, what brings you up here so soon? Chairman Lin, I wish to leave right away. I cannot bear to see them any longer. Zhao Xian replied. Leave now? What about them? Should I provide them with some money? Lin Dong inquired, sensing that Zhao Xian and Amp, Oppo's family must have uttered something hurtful to provoke such a reaction. Since she had made her decision, he resolved to support her. Please do not. If you do, it will become an endless cycle, They will never be satisfied. Then shall we ignore them? Indeed, no need to concern ourselves with them. Should they cause a ruckus at the hotel, we shall simply report them, and a couple of days in detention will surely temper their behavior. Very well. Sister Xian, where shall your first destination be? I shall head to the Magic City. It is a world-class metropolis with a concentration of talent. Additionally, I have a college roommate there who may assist me. Excellent. I wish you a safe journey, and upon your return, I shall host a celebration in your honor. Thank you, Chairman Lin. Unbeknownst to Zhao Taizhu and the others, Zhao Xian had already departed for the Magic City. They were thoroughly satiated, yet reluctant to part with the exquisite feast worth 1,000,000, persisting in their meal for a full 3 hours. Chapter 44. The silent departure. After a few individuals finished their meal, they were escorted by a waiter to the chairman's office. Brother-in-law, where's my sister? Zhao Yang inquired. No, Don and Amp. Oppos, call me brother-in-law. I have told you, my relationship with Xian Jia is purely professional. We have never crossed any boundaries, and I am still a university student. How could I be your brother-in-law? Lin Dong replied. The group exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. It was acceptable to call him that during dinner, but now it seemed inappropriate. Boss Lin, where's my sister? Zhao Yang asked again. Your sister has already left. After you finish eating, you should head home, Lin Dong responded. Left? Then we will go find her, Zhao Yang exclaimed. When I say left, I do not mean she has departed from the hotel. She has left Jiangsheng. Here is Xian Jia's resignation letter. You can read it for yourselves, Lin Dong said, handing Zhao Yang a piece of paper. She resigned? The group felt a sudden chill, sensing the gravity of the situation. Zhao Yang took a look and confirmed it was indeed a resignation letter written by Zhao Xian. Boss Lin, why did my sister resign? How should I put it? Xian Jia felt that working here would subject her to your constant entanglement. And as she is unable to meet your demands, she had no choice but to leave, Lin Dong explained. And where did my sister go? I'm not sure. It seems she has gone to stay with a college friend, Lin Dong replied. At that moment, Li Chunhua quickly took out her phone and dialed Zhao Xian's number. Sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off. Sorry, it in Oppos, over. Completely over. Li Chunhua collapsed onto the floor. You little rascal conspired with that dead girl to deceive us, didn't you? I tell you, if she doesn't come out, we will stay here and not leave. Zhao Taizhu said angrily, glaring at Lin Dong. Old man, don't lose your temper here. Your daughter left on her own. It was not I who forced her out, but you who drove her away. What does it have to do with me? If you continue to throw a tantrum, that would be your fault. Lin Dong calmly retorted. I don't care. If she doesn't come out, I will stay here. After all, I am well-fed and well-treated every day. Zhao Taizhu remained unmoved. Old man, when Xian Jia was still here, I treated you to the best food in the hotel, which cost over 1,000,000. Now that she has left, there is no need for me to be courteous to you anymore. If you continue to make a scene, I could report you, and you may end up spending a year or so behind bars. Don't blame me for your misfortune when that happens, Lin Dong said leisurely. Indeed, Lin Dong's words struck fear in them. After all, he was a person of considerable stature in their eyes. Don't try to scare me. I've lived a long life, and I'm not easily frightened, Zhao Taizhu replied, though the tremor in his voice revealed his inner turmoil. Old man, how could I be trying to scare you? I know a bit about Xian Jia's situation. You say she's your own daughter, yet why is there such a vast difference? If you had shown her a little care, she wouldn't have left today. I saw her crying terribly when she left, and she said she had repaid her gratitude for your upbringing over the years and did not wish to see you again. It is likely that you will find it very difficult to locate her in this lifetime. Zhao Taizhu gasped, nearly fainting. Li Chunhua hurried to support him. Zhao Yang's mind buzzed with disbelief. All his dreams of a bright future had crumbled. Feng Miao and Oppos, parents were pulling her away, unwilling to accompany Zhao Taizhu in his madness. What if they truly ended up in jail? Miao Miao, Zhao Yang called out. Feng Miao turned, looking pitifully at Zhao Yang. What are you still doing with this useless fellow? He forced Zhao Xian to leave, and now look, we've gained nothing. With his abilities, when will he ever afford a house or a car? Let's go home quickly. You are not allowed to associate with him anymore. Your mother will find you someone better, Feng's mother said sternly, dragging Feng Miao away from Zhao Yang. In that instant, Zhao Yang felt as if he had fallen from heaven to hell. Meanwhile, Zhao Taizhu and Li Chunhua were engulfed in fury and frustration. If Zhao Xian truly changed her contact information, where would they find her? Furthermore, over the years, Zhao Xian had been sending money back home monthly, and they had grown accustomed to it, having not labored for a long time. In the village, they were envied for having a good daughter who provided financially without the need for work. What would happen if that source of income suddenly ceased? Would they have to return to the days of hard labor from dawn till dusk? How would the villagers perceive them? As these thoughts consumed them, the elderly couple regretted their past decisions. Staying at home would have been so much better. They could have played cards and strolled leisurely through the day. All of this chaos was due to that reckless Zhao Yang. If it weren't for him, they would still be living carefree at home. Now they had lost everything. The couple did not reflect on their harsh treatment of Zhao Xian during her upbringing. Instead, they lamented their decision to heed Zhao Yang's advice to leave their hometown. Of course, they were right in thinking that if they had remained there, Zhao Xian would have continued to send money without fail. Lin Dong sat quietly on the sofa, observing the family's performance. He could have paid them off to leave, even if they demanded an exorbitant sum. However, he was unwilling to part with his money. In light of their family background, it was nothing short of miraculous that Zhao Xian managed to rise above her circumstances. He held a certain admiration for her. Zhao Xian was a woman of both beauty and figure, not inferior to the three great goddesses of Jiang University. And she possessed a certain mature charm that made her even more alluring to men, something he had experienced firsthand. Working at the prestigious Golden Leaf Hotel, she was in contact with many affluent businessmen. If she truly desired to earn money, it would be exceedingly easy for her. Old man, if you still don't believe me, you can come to the hotel entrance every morning and wait to see if Xian Jie shows up for work. Of course, you must not interfere with the hotel's normal operations. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ungracious. That is all I have to say. You may leave now. The group left in a daze. Lin Dong was indifferent to whether they would return to their hometown immediately or continue to wait. However, that was no longer his concern. Some lessons are only learned through loss. Once they lose Xian Jie's support and experience a downturn, perhaps they will finally remember her kindness. Author and Oppos. S-Note. These chapters primarily depict Zhao Xian and Oppos as transformation from a lively, optimistic individual into a cold, sophisticated businesswoman, which will also see her become a pivotal ally for the protagonist, Lin Dong, in his future global business endeavors. Fasten your seatbelts. The protagonist is about to take off. Chapter 45. Truly unable to return in the afternoon, Lin Dong registered a company named Donglai International Investment Company, Limited, with Zhao Xian serving as the general manager, and the Jinya Hotel incorporated under its umbrella. However, it remained but a skeletal structure, awaiting Zhao Xian to recruit a variety of talents to expand the company. The following day, upon arriving at Jinya Hotel, Lin Dong discovered Zhao Yang and his family concealed in a corner of the outdoor parking lot. As expected, they were still unwilling to let go. Lin Dong chose to ignore them and proceeded into the hotel. The morning drifted by leisurely until Lin Dong received a package from the SCC headquarters, a high-level membership badge, which was in fact a ring engraved with the SCC logo. Just as he was preparing to leave, an unexpected phone call interrupted him. The call was from Zhu Yan, Jiangshan and Oppos, as close friend. She informed Lin Dong that Jiangshan had suddenly collapsed and was now in a hospital. Taken aback, Lin Dong pondered. What does Jiangshan and Oppos has collapse have to do with me? She has already broken up with me. Shun and Oppos. This be directed to Huang Junlang instead? Despite his intention to disregard the situation, he found himself unable to shake off the burden in his heart. Ultimately, he decided to go, as it bore the weight of 4 years of memories. It was only fair to grant himself a sense of closure. Driving to the hospital Zhu Yin had mentioned, he stopped along the way to purchase some fruit. Arriving in his limited edition Bugatti Veyron, he inevitably drew quite a crowd at the fruit stand, much to the vendor and Oppos' delight, as he sold out in no time. Thus, the fruit Lin Dong bought was particularly plentiful. As he walked through the hospital corridor, Lin Dong suddenly overheard voices emanating from adjacent medical room. "Doctor, please, you must save my mother. I beg you," pleaded a voice, followed by the doctor's response. "Sir, We are not a charitable institution. Without funds, how can we provide treatment? The man insisted, just treat her first. I'll find a way to gather the money. The doctor then candidly replied, to be frank, your mother in Oppo's condition is dire. Even if she undergoes surgery here, the success rate is low. You should seek a hospital with more advanced medical equipment. The chances of success will be higher there. Doctor, how long can my mother survive? The man asked, desperation lacing his voice. Without surgery, she has approximately 3 months left. If the surgery is successful, she could live for another 10 years, but if not, she may not last even 3 months. As Lin Dong passed by the medical room, he caught a glimpse of a man in his 30s, beseeching a doctor in his 50s to save his mother. Lin Dong chose not to intervene. Such scenes unfolded daily. A lifetime of hard work could be undone by a single grave illness. Entering the ward Zhu Yan had indicated, Lin Dong found her seated by the bedside, where Jiang Shan lay pale and frail, a doctor examining her. He set the fruit on a chair, and, upon seeing him, Jiang Shan's face flickered with a glimmer of joy, knowing Zhu Yan must have informed him. Lin Dong remained stationary, waiting for the doctor to finish the examination. When the doctor turned, he recognized Lin Dong immediately. You must be the patient's boyfriend. You youngsters really should be more cautious. She is 3 weeks pregnant and in such a fragile state. If you wish to keep the child, you must ensure her health is restored before considering any procedures. Pregnant? The doctor and Amp, Oppo's words reverberated in Lin Dong and Amp, Oppo's mind, sending a searing pain through his heart. For whole years, countless days and nights spent delivering meals to Jiang Shan beneath her dormitory, joyous at the prospect of buying her gifts after receiving his part-time wages. They had wept together, laughed together, and fantasized about a future filled with a loving family. Yet, he had never anticipated such an outcome. Throughout their 4 years together, he had never violated her wishes. How ironic that she had become pregnant immediately after being with someone else. Was their 4-year relationship truly so trivial? Worth less than a new designer handbag? Drawing a deep breath, he replied, I understand. Thank you, doctor. Upon hearing the news of her pregnancy, the last flicker of hope within Jiang Shan extinguished, rendering her already pallid face even more ashen. She opened her mouth to speak, but found herself voiceless. Zhu Yan, taken aback by the turn of events, had hoped to reconcile her friend with Lin Dong, knowing he still harbored feelings for Jiang Shan, having witnessed their sweet moments together. Yet, this scene was beyond her expectations. Once the doctor departed, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. Finally, Jiang Shan broke the stillness. Lin Dong, I'm so sorry. There is nothing to apologize for. Everyone has the right to make choices. Since you have chosen this path, I wish you well, Lin Dong replied. I truly am sorry. If it weren't for my vanity, accepting Huang Junling's gifts, I wouldn't have been unable to refuse his invitation to his gathering. And I certainly wouldn't have ended up in this situation after drinking too much. By the time I awoke the next day, it was already too late. Jiang Shan sobbed. Strangely, Lin Dong felt no stirrings of anger at her explanation. He had expected to feel rage and seek vengeance against Huang Junling. Yet nothing of the sort arose within him. Was it merely intoxication? Perhaps there were other underlying reasons. Just days prior, his cousin, Wang Li, had faced a similar predicament. However, if Jiang Shan's heart had been resolute, how could Huang Junling have seized such an opportunity? Ultimately, it seemed their 4-year relationship lacked the necessary fortitude. Jiang Shan had already entertained such notions, and even without Huang Junling, another would surely arise. All right then, since you're fine, I'll take my leave, Lin Dong stated. Wishing to depart, Jiang Shan was taken aback. His demeanor was utterly unexpected. No fury directed at Huang Junling, no sorrow for her plight, just an unsettling calmness. After 4 years, she realized she no longer understood the Lin Dong standing before her. As Lin Dong exited the ward, he silently whispered, Jiang Shan, farewell, thus closing the chapter on 4 years of their relationship. From this moment forth, Jiang Shan would become a mere memory of his past. Within the room, the sound of Jiang Shan's sorrowful cries echoed, but they no longer pertained to him. Chapter 46. Xiao Pejun. As Lin Dong stepped out of the hospital, he inhaled deeply a few times. Everything had come to an end. In that moment of complete release, Lin Dong felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Just as he drove his car out of the hospital gate, a voice pierced the air. "Thief! Catch the thief!" Quickly, Lin Dong pulled over. Exiting the vehicle, he noticed a young man sprinting towards him, clutching a wallet, with a woman in her 30s trailing behind at a distance. "Get away! Get away! Do you want to die?" the young man shouted, brandishing a dagger in his other hand as he ran. Lin Dong was about to test the limits of his enhanced physical abilities when, in an instant, a shadow zipped past him with remarkable speed. When he turned to look at the thief, he found him pinned to the ground by a powerful hand. The thief writhed on the ground, unable to escape the iron grip that held him down. A master. This was Lin Dong and Amp Oppo's immediate impression. His senses were heightened to their peak, and he could feel the intense aura emanating from the individual who had just passed. Upon closer inspection, he realized this was the man who had been pleading with doctors to save his ailing mother in the hospital. Xiao Pejun emerged from the hospital, his heart filled with anxiety. His mother's illness was grave and required substantial funds for treatment. However, he was destitute. For years, he had been a mercenary abroad, and though he had earned a considerable sum, it had all been lost in a tragic ambush that left only 3 of the 12 members of his team alive. Upon returning home, the trio decided to share their earnings with the families of their fallen brothers, as they had survived while their comrades remained forever in a foreign land. Unexpectedly, his mother's condition had deteriorated rapidly, and surgery was essential before it was too late. But where could he possibly find such a large sum of money? As the saying goes, a single penny can thwart a hero, and now he faced a far greater sum. What to do? After so many years abroad, the only companions who had returned with him were the 2 who had survived alongside him, both of whom came from impoverished backgrounds, who would willingly risk their lives for money. Upon their return, they had nothing to show for it. They too were likely struggling to make ends meet, and seeking their assistance would yield little help. Just as he exited the hospital, he heard cries of "Catch the thief." Instinctively, he charged towards the commotion and subdued the thief. With one hand, he pressed the thief down, rendering him powerless despite his frantic struggles. Soon, the woman whose wallet had been stolen caught up, reclaiming her belongings from Xiao Pejun. "Thank you, big brother," she exclaimed gratefully. "Think nothing of it. Quickly report it to the police." Xiao Pejun replied, Yes. The woman pulled out her phone and dialed the authorities. A few minutes later, the police arrived and took the thief away. The woman continued to express her gratitude and offered him a portion of the money from her wallet, but he refused. He had not apprehended the thief for monetary gain, even though he was in dire need. Just as he was about to leave, a figure blocked his path. He moved left, and the figure mirrored him. He moved right, and again, the figure obstructed him. After several attempts, he realized the person was deliberately keeping him from leaving. "Young man, what do you mean by this?" Xiao Pejun inquired, fixing his gaze on Lin Dong. "Brother, shall we find a place to talk?" Lin Dong suggested. "We should not know each other, should we? I can provide the funds needed for your mother's treatment. But do not misunderstand. I merely witnessed your plea for help at the hospital," Lin Dong clarified. Xiao Pejun scrutinized Lin Dong closely. Having navigated the perilous edges of life and death for years, he sensed a faint threat emanating from this young man. Curiosity piqued. He wondered how this youth had managed to instill such a feeling in him. It was rare to encounter anyone capable of posing a threat. Even in the mercenary world abroad, they found a nearby park, which remained relatively empty due to the early hour. "What is your name, my brother?" Lin Dong asked. "I am Xiao Pejun," he replied. "Brother Xiao, I understand you are in urgent need of funds for your mother's treatment. I can arrange for her to receive the best care, utilizing the finest facilities and medications. However, regardless of the outcome, you must serve me for 10 years. What do you say?" Lin Dong proposed. Xiao Pejun regarded Lin Dong intently, and Lin Dong met his gaze with equal resolve. After a moment, Xiao Pejun conceded. "Agreed, but my obligation will solely be to ensure your safety. I will not engage in any unlawful activities." "Deal." Lin Dong extended his hand. Xiao Pejun clasped his hand in return. Thus, a legendary partnership began to unfold. Chapter 47. A Sparring Match. Brother Xiao, I am Lin Dong. You may refer to me as Young Master Lin from now on. Young Master Lin, please refrain from calling me Brother Xiao. Simply address me as Pajun. Very well, Pajun. I wish to engage in a sparring session with you. Lin Dong had long desired to test his own strength. Ever since reaching the limits of both his physique and spirit, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, along with heightened senses. Please, young Master Lin. Pajun replied, eager to gauge the prowess of this young man who posed a modicum of threat to him. The two stood several meters apart. Lin Dong possessed no particular technique, only his keen senses and explosive strength. He concentrated, summoning the energy within him to fill his entire being. In that moment, Lin Dong emanated an aura akin to that of an ancient Tyrannosaurus. Pajun felt an intense pressure, astonished, as he unleashed the ferocity born from years of surviving the precipice of life and death. With a powerful push from his legs, Lin Dong propelled himself towards Pajun, delivering a punch. Since this was merely a spar, Lin Dong was not entirely aware of his own capabilities. Thus, he exerted only 50% of his strength. As Lin Dong surged forward, Pajun sensed the overwhelming force approaching. Momentarily taken aback, he quickly crossed his fist defensively over his chest to block the incoming strike. The impact reverberated. Pajun was sent staggering back 7 or 8 meters before coming to a halt. Lin Dong paused at the spot where Pajun had stood, grimacing as he shook his slightly pained right hand. Meanwhile, Pajun stared at his somewhat swollen arm, his face a mask of astonishment. Lin Dong and Appo's strength exceeded his wildest expectations. Initially, while he felt a minor threat from Lin Dong, he had dismissed it due to the young man's apparent youth. He looked no older than 20. How could someone of such tender years, even with years of practice, possibly compare to someone like him who had spent years on the battlefield? Thus, he had harbored a certain underestimation of Lin Dong. Yet, the reality that Lin Dong's punch had propelled him back several meters and left his arm bruised shattered that misconception. Indeed, there are always greater talents beyond one's own realm. Unbeknownst to Pajun, Lin Dong had only used half of his strength. How would he feel if he were to learn that truth? Pajun, how was that punch? Lin Dong inquired, still shaking off the lingering pain in his right hand. Young Master Lin, you are the first person I have encountered at your age with such remarkable strength. I am truly in awe, Pajun admitted. The first of my age? Does that imply you have met others who surpass me, albeit older? Lin Dong felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at Pajun's assessment. Having reached the dual limits, was there truly someone more formidable? Did that mean he would be unable to surpass them? Even with my extraordinary abilities, I cannot achieve invincibility? It seems I must delve deeper into understanding the system. He mused. Pajun, let us proceed. We must assist Aunt in transferring to another hospital so that her surgery can be conducted promptly, allowing you to remain by my side with peace of mind. Thank you. Young Master Lin, Pajun responded with excitement. Lin Dong inquired within the SCC group in Jiangnan province if anyone had connections with the upper echelons of the first hospital. He swiftly received a reply. A person named Lu Chun added Lin Dong as a friend and provided him with a phone number to contact the hospital's director. Upon calling, Lin Dong explained his intentions. The director responded politely and warmly, assuring Lin Dong that they would arrange for expert consultations at the earliest opportunity, regardless of when he transferred his aunt. When Lin Dong, along with Pajun and his mother, arrived at the first hospital that afternoon, they were greeted by a team of over 10 specialists awaiting their arrival. Are you Mr. Lin? Greetings, I am Lu Chuan, the director of the first hospital. Welcome. We shall do our utmost to assist the patient. Thank you, Director Lu. Mr. Lin, it is my duty to provide assistance. What followed was a series of examinations conducted by the team of specialists on Pajun's mother. The final conclusion was that surgery was imperative and must be performed without delay to prevent further deterioration of her condition. With each passing day, the surgical risks would escalate. Hence, the hospital scheduled her operation for the following day. In the high-level ward of the first hospital, Pajun asked, ISN and Appo's, this hospital quite expensive? Mother, rest assured, I have already resolved the financial matters. You need only focus on your treatment, he reassured her. I don't wish to undergo treatment any longer. Save that money for your future wife. You're already over 30 and still have yet to find a partner. Look at that boy next door who grew up with you. His son is almost in middle school. Mother, please recover swiftly. and I shall bring home a wife to bear you a healthy grandson. All right? Very well. You must keep your promise. My entire life, I have yearned to hold my grandchild. Pajun stepped out of the ward, wiping the moisture from his eyes. He felt profound regret towards his parents throughout his life. He could not allow his mother to leave this world with unfulfilled wishes. Chapter 48. The Gathering the following day. Xiao Pajun's mother underwent a successful surgery, performed by the most esteemed medical professors in Jiangnan province. The hospital had specially assigned 2 senior nurses to attend her care. Lin Dong entrusted his luxurious banshee to Xiao Pajun, who commenced his duties, discreetly safeguarding Lin Dong from the shadows. Meanwhile, Zhao Yang and his family divided their efforts. Zhao Taizhu and Li Chunhua stood guard at the hotel entrance, while Zhao Yang stationed himself at the entrance of the Jiangnan International Mansion. It appeared they were unwilling to depart in disgrace. Lacking Zhao Xian's financial backing, they found themselves adrift, uncertain of their future. Lin Dong chose to ignore them, curious to see how long they could maintain their vigil. This time, at the very least, they would receive a profound lesson. Good news arrived from Zhao Xian as well. Lured by the prospect of substantial financial gain, potential investors had begun to express interest in Donglai International, and discussions were currently underway. As an investment company, Donglai International's foremost requirement was the recruitment of a formidable legal team, negotiation specialists, and evaluators. Lin Dong urged Zhao Xian to expedite the process, emphasizing that financial outlay was of no concern, as he was on the verge of collaborating with Wang Chong and hoped that the newly recruited individuals would prove useful. As evening fell, they gathered at the opulent Jinsha Entertainment City in Jiangxing. Zhang Min accompanied Lu Peng to this class reunion, organized by those who remained at school during the holidays, with some early returnees in attendance as well. However, Sun Siyu was absent due to a family emergency, likely necessitating a few days of leave. Zhang Min brought Lu Peng along, as he was a wealthy heir and possessed an appealing appearance, embodying the archetype of a tall, rich, and handsome gentleman, an element of pride for Zhang Min. Upon entering an expansive private room, they found approximately 30 young individuals already present, a mix of both genders. The attendees, all strikingly attractive, were students from the drama department of a media university. After all, one needed a certain allure to pursue acting. The arrival of Zhang Min and Lu Peng captured the attention of the crowd, as Zhang Min was among the more prominent figures in her class. Zhang Min, who is this? Care to introduce? A classmate inquired. Zhang Min replied with a flourish. This is my boyfriend Lu Peng, a student at Jiangnan University. His family runs a small business, boasting assets of several tens of millions. Wow. Zhang Min, you've landed yourself a tall, rich, and handsome one. I envy you. Min, who would have thought you and Amp? Oppos, D quietly step ahead of us. You're set to become a wealthy lady after graduation, while we still have to strive for success. The surrounding voices brimmed with envy. Zhang Min basked in the admiration, relishing the feeling of being envied and desired. Hello, everyone. I am Lu Peng, Min and Amp, Oppos, boyfriend. Thank you all for looking after her. I'd like to raise a toast to you all, Lu Peng declared, lifting a large glass of beer from the table and downing it in one go. His display earned him praise from the young women present, while the men felt a twinge of discomfort, seeing one of their class's gems whisked away by someone from another university. Following the brief introductions, the gathering resumed its revelry with singing and dancing. Lu Peng quickly grasped the atmosphere of being in a KTV with media students. It felt akin to a miniature gala. Each individual exuded a strong desire to perform. The room was filled with singing and dancing, leaving Lu Peng with little opportunity to showcase his own talents. Although he yearned to join in, he hesitated, fearing embarrassment in comparison to these professionals, opting instead to sit back and enjoy the show. Eventually, Zhang Min excused herself to the restroom. Lu Peng remained on the couch, playing the role of an audience member, applauding the budding stars around him. Approximately 10 minutes later, Zhang Min rushed back into the room, urgently grasping Lu Peng's hand. Peng, we must leave quickly. What is wrong, Min? Lu Peng asked, sensing her distress. Just hurry, we could talk outside. Zhang Min insisted, her urgency palpable. As they prepared to exit, the door swung open abruptly, and a group of men in black surged into the room. The lights flickered on, and all activity ceased as the uninvited guests entered. "Who just hit me?" A bald man bellowed as he stepped forward. He was in his 30s, with a brutish visage, bare-chested and adorned with peculiar tattoos. An eerie silence enveloped the room, with no one daring to respond, all present rendered speechless by fear. The bald man quickly spotted Zhang Min and Lu Peng, advancing toward them. He seized Zhang Min and Amp, Appo's hair, yanking her forcefully, prompting a scream as she was pulled into his embrace. "You're the one who slapped me, aren't you? How dare you? This is the first time I've ever been struck. What do you think I should do about it?" He growled into Zhang Min and Appo's ear. Lu Peng, witnessing this shocking scene, was taken aback but quickly regained his composure. "What are you doing? Let Min Min go, or I'll call the police," he threatened, reaching for his phone. However, before he could dial, a henchman kicked him onto the couch, leaving him gasping for breath, his phone tumbling into the midst of the panicking students. Several timid girls let out terrified screams, and the rest stood frozen in shock. Chapter 49. Brothers in peril. The bald man grasped Zhang Min and Appo's hair and addressed the others in the private room. "You all are together, aren't and Appo's. You? This little girl just slapped me. What do you suggest I do about it?" "It was you who touched me first," Zhang Min cried out. "I dare to touch you because I find you worthy. Ask around, how many girls would desire a touch from me? Your black brother? I am simply not interested." The atmosphere in the room was thick with fear, and no one dared to speak. At that moment, a female classmate, hiding behind crowd, quietly picked up Lu Peng's phone. She composed a brief message, "Danger in room 47, Golden Sands," and randomly sent it to someone before discreetly placing the phone back where she found it. Lu Peng, regaining his composure, looked at the bald man and said, "You're black brother, right? I apologize on behalf of Min Min. How much do you want to let her go? Name your price." He realized the dire situation. Despite their numbers, most were women, and if a fight broke out, they would likely be the ones to suffer. Furthermore, whether anyone else would dare to intervene remained uncertain, as he observed the terrified expressions on their faces. "Are your boyfriend?" the bald man inquired. "Yes," Lu Peng replied. "All right, I see you are quite reasonable. Just hand over 1 million, and I will let you go. Otherwise, this girl is quite a catch. I could have my fun." The bald man laughed heartily. "De Peng, save me," Zhang Min cried, her voice laced with desperation. She was unable to move, held captive by the bald man's grip, who continued to take advantage of her. 1 million is too steep. We are merely students and cannot possibly afford that amount. If you release Min Min, I am willing to compensate you with 100,000. Lu Peng pleaded. 100,000? Are you trying to insult me?" The bald man squinted at Lu Peng, his tone dripping with disdain. "That is all I have. I hope you, black brother, can show mercy and let us go." Lu Peng truly had only 100,000, although he came from a wealthy family. His parents and Appo's business was not overly large, and he had extravagant spending habits, leaving him with little savings. This sum represented his living expenses for the upcoming month, but he felt he had no choice but to act to rescue Zhang Min. "Fine. 100,000 it is. Transfer the money first," the bald man said, surprised by the wealth of students today. He had expected to negotiate down to a lesser amount, but was taken aback by Lu Peng's offer. Relieved, Lu Peng thought 100,000 was manageable. He could easily fabricate an excuse to ask his parents for money later. Just as he was about to retrieve his phone to initiate the transfer, Zhang Min suddenly screamed, "Ah, bastard! Stop it!" Lu Peng's anger surged upon witnessing the scene. Without a moment's hesitation, he picked up a bottle and charged at the bald man, smashing it against his head. In that moment, while Lu Peng had intended to retrieve his phone, the bald man, with one hand gripping Zhang Min and Appo's hair, had the other hand carelessly groping her chest. Blood streamed down the bald man's head as he released Zhang Min, howling in pain. A group of men in black swiftly subdued Lu Peng, pinning him to the ground. The students from Amelia University were frozen in shock. They had never witnessed such brutality. Zhang Min was taken aback. She had not expected Lu Peng to dare intervene on her behalf, and a flicker of gratitude stirred within her. As she watched Lu Peng being restrained, she tried to help him, but was caught by the recovering bald man. Now, the bald man appeared menacing, blood trickling down his face presenting a terrifying sight. Kid, you really have guts. In this city, you are the first to make me bleed. I cannot let this slide. How will I face others after this? Lift his head. You can't bear to see your girlfriend being mistreated? Open your eyes and witness how I am treating her. One of the men in black seized Liu Peng's hair, forcing him to face the bald man. The bald man proceeded to assault Zhang Min, his hands roaming indiscriminately over her body. Zhang Min struggled, but the bald man and oppose. Retaliation came swiftly in the form of several resounding slaps that left her dizzy and unwilling to resist any further, succumbing to his advances. Before long, the bald man tore away Zhang Min and Oppo's outer garment, exposing her inner wear. Stop! Stop! I will give you money. 1 million. Liu Peng felt his heart shatter, struggling to rise, but the men held him down firmly, rendering him powerless to intervene as he helplessly watched the bald man violate Zhang Min, disregarding Liu Peng's pleas. The bald man continued his assault on Zhang Min, recalling how, just moments ago in the restroom, he had been unable to resist touching her. He had often engaged in such behavior, and his reputation had ensured that victims remained silent. However, after being slapped, he had followed Zhang Min to this room, intent on asserting his dominance over her. Seeing the beauty now at his mercy, the bald man leaned in to kiss Zhang Min's lips. Chapter 50. An opportunity to call for help. Lin Dong reclined on the sofa, engrossed in his mobile phone, when suddenly a message arrived. Upon closer inspection, it was from Liu Peng. Opening the message, he read, "Room 47 at luxurious Golden Sands is in danger." Instantly, Lin Dong sprang to his feet. Liu Peng would not send such a message without reason. He contemplated calling him for clarification. However, realizing that Liu Peng had opted for a text, it was evident that he was currently unable to talk. Thus, he called Xiao Pejun, instructing him to come out immediately. In a hurry, Lin Dong descended the stairs and drove towards luxurious Golden Sands. En route, he met up with Xiao Pejun, and together they hastened to their destination. Soon, they arrived at luxurious Golden Sands, where a waiter guided them to room 47. As Lin Dong pushed the door open, he was confronted with the sight of a bald man, covered in blood, assaulting a woman. Liu Peng was pinned to the ground by several men in black, one of whom was yanking his hair, forcing his head upwards. Liu Peng's eyes blazed with rage as he glared at the bald man. In the corner of the room, there were 20 to 30 young men and women. The moment Lin Dong entered, everyone in the room froze momentarily. The bald man ceased his advances on Zhang Min, Liu Peng's girlfriend, and barked, "Who the hell are you? Do you even know where you are barging in?" It was then that Lin Dong recognized the woman being harassed was indeed Zhang Min. The audacity of bullying Liu Peng's girlfriend while forcing him to watch was utterly twisted. Lin Dong disregarded the bald man's taunt and simply remarked, "Pejun, it and Oppos. It's your turn." "Yes, young master," Xiao Pejun replied, stepping forward. "You're asking for death." Everyone attack, the bald man shouted, grabbing a bottle and charging at them. Bang! The moment the bald man made contact with Xiao Pejun, before he could swing the bottle, he was sent flying several meters back, collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony. In less than half a minute, the 8 or so men in black, along with the bald man, lay on the floor, emitting cries reminiscent of slaughtered pigs. With the pressure of the assailants lifted, Liu Peng quickly scrambled up. Shedding his jacket to cover Zhang Min, Lin Dong approached Liu Peng, patting him on the shoulder, and inquired, "Are you all right, De Peng?" "I'm fine, thank you, Dongzi," Liu Peng replied. "That an amp, Oppos. That's good to hear." Lin Dong then stepped in front of the bald man, placing a foot on his face, and said, "You assaulted my brother and harassed his girlfriend. What do you have to say for yourself?" The bald man, muffled beneath Lin Dong's foot, stammered, "Why, you're finished. I'll tell you, I'm under the command of Chen Luyi. If you harm me, there will be no place for you in Jiangcheng." "Oh, such bravado. I am indeed curious to meet this Chen Luyi. Get up and call him here," Lin Dong commanded, releasing the bald man. The bald man scrambled to his feet, glancing nervously at Xiao Pejun behind Lin Dong, clearly intimidated by his formidable presence. "Hurry up," Lin Dong urged. Trembling, the bald man retrieved his phone and made the call. He informed the person on the other end that there was trouble at luxurious Golden Sands and that he had been assaulted, urging them to come quickly as the troublemakers were very powerful. Lin Dong paid no heed to the bald man's deceit. He only cared that help was on the way. "Kid, Lu Yi will arrive shortly. You are doomed." With the knowledge that Lu Yi was on his way, the bald man regained some of his confidence. Who will meet their end remains uncertain. "Let us head to the lobby," Lin Dong declared as he led the way downstairs. In the lobby of luxurious golden sands, Lin Dong sat in the center, his foot planted on the bald man's face, with Xiao Pejun standing protectively behind him. Surrounding them lay more than a dozen security guards who had been swiftly incapacitated. The manager of luxurious golden sands stood among the onlookers, astonished at Xiao Pejun and Oppo's strength. As the guards fell one after another, unable to rise, a crowd gathered around, including a group from the Media University, who remained curious spectators, along with Lu Peng and Zhang Min. All eyes were fixed on Lin Dong. Adorning his hand was the ring exclusive to SCC's elite members, as he had summoned all SCC members in Jiangcheng to luxurious golden sands, a privilege reserved for high-ranking members. Only fellow high-ranking members could refuse his call. Intermediate and junior members had no right to decline. The combined power of all SCC members gathered was unprecedented, and it remained to be seen whether Lu Yi could withstand such force. Chapter 51. Lu Ji, whose true name is Chen Sheng, carved out a considerable reputation in Jiangcheng over a decade ago with his formidable iron fists. Known as Lu Ji due to the 6 fingers on his left hand, his notoriety only grew with time as he ruthlessly consolidated the underground forces of Jiangcheng. People began to refer to him as Lu Yi, and the name Lu Ji gradually faded from memory. Few dared to address him directly by that name. Today, Lu Ji received a call from his subordinate, Hei Pai, urging him to come quickly as trouble had erupted at the opulent Jinsha establishment. Who would dare to create a disturbance on his territory? Moreover, Hei Pai had been assaulted. This individual must be a newcomer to Jiangcheng. Although Hei Pai was not his most capable enforcer, he commanded a small group of followers, indicating that his assailant was no ordinary foe. With over 100 men in tow, Lu Ji made his way to Jinsha. It had been quite some time since he had taken matters into his own hands, and he felt the need to shake off the rust. Upon arriving at the entrance, he led the charge, followed closely by his entourage. Upon entering the grand hall of Jinsha, Lu Ji was taken aback. At the center sat a young man, flanked by a middle-aged man, with Hei Pai beneath his feet. Scattered across the floor were more than a dozen security personnel, while hundreds of patrons observed the unfolding scene. Years had passed since Lu Ji had faced such humiliation. This was not merely a slap in the face. It was an affront of the highest order. With so many witnesses present, if he failed to resolve this situation properly, how could he maintain his standing in Jiangcheng? Taking a few steps forward, he positioned himself about 7 or 8 meters from Lin Dong, his followers forming a formidable backdrop. The crowd, witnessing the sudden influx of people, began to disperse, wary of the impending violence. However, many bold onlookers remained, inching closer to the periphery of the hall. Despite the overwhelming odds, the presence of over 100 men did little to instill confidence in the gathered crowd, even when faced with the formidable prowess exhibited by Xiao Pejun. At that moment, Lu Peng discreetly whispered to Zhang Min before stepping into the center of the hall, positioning himself behind Lin Dong. Zhang Min attempted to restrain Lu Peng, torn between concern for his safety and gratitude for Lin Dong's protective actions, ultimately withdrawing his hand, anxiously observing the encounter. Youth, do not act so rashly. Some actions carry consequences. Lu Ji cautioned Lin Dong. 6. Lu Yi, save me. Hei Pai, trapped beneath Lin Dong's foot, cried out. Is he your pet? Are you aware that your dog is biting indiscriminately? Lin Dong retorted, ignoring Lu Ji's warning as he pressed his foot down on Hei Pai. My dog may bite, but I will be the one to intervene. If anyone dares to strike, I will break their hands. Lu Ji declared, asserting his dominance. The reason matters little. You have harmed my people, and you shall not leave this hall unscathed. With that, Lu Ji surged forward, his iron fist poised to strike. Although he had not fought in some time, he had diligently maintained his training. He needed to subdue Lin Dong swiftly to preserve his reputation in Jiangcheng. As he charged, Xiao Pejun, standing behind Lin Dong, also sprang into action, swiftly positioning himself to intercept Chun Luji's strike. Chun Luji, anticipating an easy victory, was taken aback to find Xiao Pejun blocking his path. Impressive speed, Chun Luji thought, astonished that his approach had been anticipated. This individual was undoubtedly a master. Undeterred, he launched a powerful punch at Xiao Pejun. The latter, adopting a defensive stance, channeled his energy into a counterstrike. The two fists collided with a resounding thud, creating a shockwave that reverberated through the hall. Xiao Pejun staggered back slightly, while Chun Luji was forced to retreat several paces, astonished by the strength of his opponent. This man is formidable, Chun Luji mused, recognizing that apart from a few hidden masters from prominent families, he had never encountered anyone capable of matching him so directly. Yet, he was determined to reclaim his territory, even if it meant confronting a formidable adversary. He had allies who supported him, enabling him to attain his current stature. Realizing he could not overpower Xiao Pejun, Chun Luji opted to employ sheer numbers to his advantage and capture Lin Dong. However, in an unexpected turn, Xiao Pejun surged toward him with remarkable speed, seizing Chun Luji and Appo's throat in a vice-like grip before he could react. "You!" Chun Luji could barely utter a word before he was silenced, his eyes wide with fear as he stared into the face of his captor. "Lu Yi!" His subordinates attempted to rush forward, but Chun Luji gestured for them to halt. Should Xiao Pejun exert even a fraction of his strength, the consequences would be dire. Lin Dong stepped forward, addressing Chun Luji directly. "So, you are Lu Yi. Your dog has bitten someone outside, yet you wish to break the hands of those who were bitten. I am curious to see what your support entails, your 100-strong followers or your misplaced confidence in your own abilities." At that moment, a thunderous roar of machinery echoed from outside the hall. Chapter 52. The mysterious figure, the opulent Golden Sands, as the largest entertainment venue in Jiangxing, boasts an immense lobby that resonates with the thunderous roar of colossal machines. Suddenly, a custom Aston Martin glides into the hall, followed by a second, a third, and ultimately, a total of 12 limited edition sports cars, each valued at no less than 10 million. The arrival of these 12 exclusive vehicles elicits gasps of astonishment from the onlookers, for it is rare to witness even one in ordinary circumstances. From the first car steps Lu Chun, the young heir of the illustrious Lu family of Jiangxing. He is not only the leader of the Jiangchang SCC, but also a senior member of the organization. Despite his elevated status, his presence at the venue was unexpected. However, a recent notification from headquarters indicated the emergence of a second senior member in Jiangxing, prompting him to make an appearance. Coincidentally, Lin Dong had issued a summons for senior members today, further motivating his attendance. Among the 12 individuals, 10 men and 2 women, all in their 20s and 30s, stand figures who embody a significant portion of Jiangxing and Appo's influence. While ordinary citizens may remain oblivious to their identities, those of a certain caliber would recognize the formidable power that lies behind these individuals. In the eyes of the masses, Chun Luji, regarded as the foremost figure in Jiangxing's underground world, is indeed a towering presence. Yet, unbeknownst to many, he is merely a pawn utilized by others to draw attention. The true power players remain shrouded in secrecy and maintain a low profile. Lu Chun leads the group towards Lin Dong, causing everyone to hold their breath, as if anticipating a cataclysmic clash. "Brother Lin, may I request a favor from you?" Lu Chun addresses Lin Dong upon reaching him. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated confrontation does not materialize, leaving the audience eager for the unfolding events. Lin Dong regards Lu Chun, recognizing him as the sole senior member of Jiangchang SCC and its leader. This is also the individual who facilitated a surgical procedure for Pejun's mother at the first hospital. "Pejun," Lin Dong calls out. Upon hearing his name, Xiao Pejun releases his grip on Chun Luji, who gasps for air after being freed. He respectfully addresses Lu Chun, "Young Master Lu." A sharp sound reverberates throughout the hush hall, catching everyone off guard. "Apologize to Brother Lin," Lu Chun admonishes, delivering a resounding slap to Chun Luji. "Young Master Lu, I slap." Lu Chen strikes again. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chun Lu Ji quickly comprehends Lu Chen's identity. He is the heir of the foremost family in Jiangchen, and his position as the top figure in the underground world is largely supported by the Lu family. In truth, he is but a dog of the Lu family, unleashed to attract attention. Given that only individuals of equal stature can earn Lu Chun and Oppos as camaraderie, it dawns on Chen Lu Ji that he has deeply offended a significant figure. He hastily bows to Lin Dong, declaring, "Young Master Lin, I apologize. It was my folly to offend you. Please show mercy and do not hold it against me." A man of 40, in the presence of so many, humbles himself before a youth of around 20, a feat not easily accomplished, especially when the middle-aged man is the ostensible leader of Jiangqing's underground world. Lin Dong, however, chooses to ignore Chun Lu Ji and addresses Lu Chun. "Since you have spoken, let us consider this matter resolved. Brother Lin is magnanimous. Do express your gratitude." Lu Chun prompts, "Thank you, young Master Lin. Thank you, young Master Lin." Chun Lu Ji quickly responds, "Let us go, Brother Lin. Allow us to find a place to drink." Lu Chun invites, "After you, Brother Lu." Lin Dong reciprocates. Together, they ascend the Golden Sands, followed by a throng of SCC members. As they depart, Lin Dong pats Lu Peng on the shoulder, instructing him to return home. The manager of Golden Sands hastens ahead to lead the way. As the party exits, they leave behind a crowd of daring spectators and over 100 of Chun Lu Ji and Oppos as subordinates, all bewildered by the turn of events. Are we to believe this is how it concludes? What of the anticipated clash? The so-called first figure of Jiangqing's underground world, Chun Lu Ji, has been struck twice and now bows an apology? Many gaze at the frozen Chun Lu Ji, seemingly questioning, Arin and Oppos, to you the ruler of Jiangqing and Oppos, is underground? Why so submissive? Only a few privy to the truth comprehend the absurdity of the scenario, while others find their perception shattered. At that moment, Hei Pai lies on the ground, feigning unconsciousness, terrified that Chun Lu Ji might retaliate against him for the humiliation. Were it not for him, Chun Lu Ji would not have suffered such a significant loss of face. Soon, the tale of today and Oppos' events would circulate throughout Jiangqing, transforming Chun Lu Ji into a figure of mockery. Of course, such discussions would only occur in hushed tones. Zhang Min and her classmates, watching Lin Dong and Oppos' retreating figure, feel incredulous. They wish to inquire about Lu Peng's knowledge of Lin Dong's true identity, but are at a loss for words. Lu Peng himself is equally dazed. He and Lin Dong were roommates in their freshman year, their bond the strongest among their four-man group. He had no inkling of Lin Dong's formidable stature and yearns for an opportunity to delve deeper into this revelation. Meanwhile, Zheng Yun and Chun Lan exchange glances, each reflecting regret. Had they forged a connection with Lin Dong when Zhang Min initially introduced them to Lu Peng and Oppos' dormitory, they might now navigate Jiangqing with ease. How ironic that they once dismissed a person of such immense stature, a figure who now seems to belong only in dreams. Life often presents opportunities that, once missed, are irretrievable. Within a lavish private room at Golden Sands, two young men engage in conversation. "Huali, I appreciate your hard work over these years. Young Master Qin, you flatter me. It is an honor to serve you. Upon your return to Kyoto, I shall host a welcoming banquet in your honor." "Thank you, young Master Qin." Huali responds, visibly elated. Few are graced with such an invitation from young Master Qin. "By the way, how has Minghua been lately?" In response to young Master Qin, "Miss Minghua has been quite well." Just then, a knock resounds at the door. "Come in." A middle-aged man in his 40s enters. "Young Master, a gathering of over 10 SCC members has assembled downstairs." "Oh, do you know the reason for their gathering?" It appears that a senior member issued a summons. Lu Chen? "No, another senior member has emerged in Jiangqing. No need to concern ourselves. SCC is merely a collection of misfits, aside from a few core members and select seniors. The rest are inconsequential." "Understood, young master." The middle-aged man exits the room. "Huali, investigate this newly appointed senior member of SCC in Jiangqing." "Yes, young Master Qin." Chapter 53. Qin Family and Oppos. Qingjing Lin Dong and Lu Chun, accompanied by the manager of the luxurious Golden Sands venue, ascended to the opulent top-floor private room. As the largest entertainment establishment in Jiangsheng, this place not only offered entertainment for guests, but also provided a tranquil environment for business discussions. Come, Brother Lin. Allow me to introduce you to the members of Jiangsheng SCC. This is my younger sister, Lu Xiaoxiao. This is. Lu Chun introduced each member of Jiangsheng SCC to Lin Dong, whose extraordinary mental acuity allowed him to memorize every detail after just one introduction. The 12 individuals present were not the entirety of Jiangsheng SCC and Oppo's S members, as 3 were absent due to not being in the city. Lin Dong surveyed the attendees. Lu Xiaoxiao was dressed like a youthful delinquent, appearing to be around 17 or 18. Who you seem to be of similar age, but was heavily made up. Did these scions of prominent families not attend school? What institution would accept such attire? Unbeknownst to him, the Lu family owned the schools. Who would dare intervene? What brings you to Jiangsheng, Brother Lin? I don't think I've seen you around before, Lu Chen inquired. Upon hearing this question, the others perked up, eager to hear Lin Dong and Oppo's response. After all, ascending to the status of a senior member was no simple feat. The notion of directly spending 1 billion to attain such a rank was far-fetched. There had never been a precedent since the establishment of SCC. Even spending 10 billion to reach the intermediate level had only been achieved by a select few. There were indeed not many who could produce 1 billion in cash. What other ventures could such wealth be employed for? Investing in projects or acquiring land seemed far more appealing than merely purchasing a senior membership, which served little purpose beyond showcasing wealth. Unless one were truly affluent to the point of excess, no one would pursue such a course. If Lin Dong were to suddenly appear in Jiangsheng with his senior membership status, it would undoubtedly signify a formidable backing. This development would compel the various factions in Jiangsheng to reassess their standings. The opportunities in Jiangsheng were finite. The emergence of a new player seeking a share would inevitably diminish the portions held by others. Even Lu Chun entertained such thoughts. Prior to Lin Dong's arrival, he was the only senior member of Jiangsheng SCC and the illustrious young master of the Lu family, wielding considerable influence. Should Lin Dong indeed have ambitions for Jiangsheng, the lack of knowledge regarding his background would necessitate cautious consideration. No senior member of SCC was to be underestimated, and the unknown was always the most daunting. Brother Lu, I am currently attending university in Jiangsheng. However, I also run an investment company. If anyone requires funding, feel free to approach me. I solely invest for equity without engaging in management, Lin Dong replied. The prospect of merely investing without managing or making decisions piqued the interest of those present. Was this not akin to receiving a monetary gift? Such an opportunity was rare. What sectors are you interested in, Brother Lin? Perhaps we could collaborate. Lu Chen expressed his intrigue. Any project will suffice. I am not picky, Lin Dong replied. Let us find a time to discuss this further. Lin Dong received several friend requests, as no one would refuse the offer of financial assistance. There was no doubt about Lin Dong and Oppo's capabilities. Ascending to the status of a senior member of SCC was no trivial matter. However, a lingering doubt remained among them. Could it be that Lin Dong was intentionally playing the role of a benefactor to garner their favor before pursuing his own objectives? In such a case, the prospect of collaboration would require careful deliberation. In truth, Lin Dong merely wished to expend his funds swiftly to accrue more in Oppo's, god of wealth points and Oppo's, and explore any potential new features within the system. At that moment, Lin Dong stated, "Rest assured, I harbor no intentions of encroaching upon Jiangsheng, nor do I wish to partake in its share of opportunities. I simply wish to bestow some financial support upon you all. If it makes anyone uncomfortable, we can stipulate in the contract that I will not involve myself in management regardless of my equity stake." Brother Lin is jesting, Lu Chen replied awkwardly. Acknowledging his own similar thoughts, Lin Dong smiled but offered no response. Since his mental prowess had reached its zenith, not only had his sensory perceptions heightened, but his intellect had also improved, allowing him to perceive the apprehension of those around him. Thus, he chose to be forthright in dispelling their concerns, believing that no one would refuse a generous offering. Since Brother Lin has clarified his position, we shall not be overly formal. Jiangsheng has remained stable for many years, and we hope to avoid any disturbances. We appreciate your understanding. Understood. As I stated, I only invest and do not partake in management. I have no designs on Jiangsheng. Feel free to reach out whenever you require funding. Excellent. Since Brother Lin is so forthcoming, I extend a warm welcome on behalf of all SCC members. I hope we can explore further collaborative opportunities in the future. The atmosphere turned jubilant. Many who possessed projects yet lacked funding began to introduce themselves to Lin Dong. Just as he had stated, since he was offering financial support, no one would decline. Amidst the excitement of their discussions, Xiao Pejun knocked and entered, whispering a few words into Lin Dong's ear. Lin Dong frowned upon hearing this and addressed Lu Chun, Brother Lu. Pejun mentioned that there are experts entering and exiting the adjacent private room. Experts? What kind of experts? Lu Chun inquired. Experts whom Pejun cannot confidently subdue. At the very least, they're not weaker than him, Lin Dong responded. Oh, Lu Chun was taken aback, glancing at Xiao Pejun behind Lin Dong. Upon first glance, he felt an overwhelming aura emanating from man. Moreover, the ease with which he had subdued Chen Luji indicated that his strength was likely on par with the two uncles of the Lu family. Thus, Lu Chun initially speculated that Lin Dong might be a vanguard dispatched by a prominent family to establish a foothold in Jiangxing. However, given that Lin Dong had clarified his intentions, it seemed improbable that he genuinely sought to penetrate Jiangxing. Now, with the emergence of yet another formidable expert, Lu Chun pondered when such high-caliber individuals had proliferated in Jiangxing. He felt compelled to investigate further. The presence of such a powerful figure concealed in Jiangxing would pose a significant threat, and he needed to ascertain their origins, as Jiangxing was the territory of the Lu family. Let's go, Brother Lin. We should meet this individual. Lu Chun rose and led the way, casting a glance at Lu Xiaoxiao as they departed. Upon reaching the door of the adjacent private room, they were met by a middle-aged man blocking their path. Xiao Pejun stepped forward to confront the man. Their energies clashed, creating a suffocating atmosphere for the SCC members, with the exception of Lu Chun and Lin Dong. Lu Chun boldly called out at the entrance, which esteemed guest has graced Jiangxing. I, Lu, wish to extend my hospitality. A voice soon emerged from within. Shan Shu. Let them in. The man named Shan Shu opened the door, allowing Lu Chun and the others to enter. Inside the room sat two young men. Lin Dong glanced over and was surprised to recognize one of them as Zhou Huili, the president of the student union at Jiangnan University, often referred to as the university and AMP, Oppos, as prime male figure. The other man, whom Lin Dong did not recognize, appeared to be a few years older than Zhou Huili. Shan Shu positioned himself behind the latter. Might I ask your name, esteemed guest? What brings you to Jiangxing? Lu Chun inquired. Who I am and where I am going does not require a report to the young master of the Lu family, the man retorted, evading Lu Chun and AMP, Oppos, as question. While your business elsewhere is of no concern to me, your presence in Jiangxing certainly warrants my attention, Lu Chun asserted. The young master of the Lu family wields considerable influence. Heed my words closely. The young man rose and walked to stand before Lu Chun, enunciating each word clearly. The Qin family of Kyoto. Qinzheng. The Qin family of Kyoto. Qinzheng? Lu Chun and AMP, Oppos, as pupils constricted, and he exclaimed in disbelief. Is he the Qinzheng of the 8 kings of the Tsi party in Kyoto? Chapter 54. The Tiger List Master. Upon hearing the name of Qinzheng, one of the 8 kings of the Kyoto Tsi party, the members of SCC standing behind Lu Chun were taken aback, gazing in astonishment at the young man opposite Lu Chun. The Kyoto Tsi party and the Magic City SCC had long been adversaries. The establishment of SCC was originally a countermeasure against the southward expansion of the Kyoto Tsi party's influence. The two factions were entrenched in a bitter rivalry. One, a venerable force with deep roots in the north, and the other, an emerging power radiating brilliance in the south. The 8 kings of the Kyoto Tsi party were legendary figures, and it was unexpected for them to appear before them. Oh, so Master Lu is acquainted with me. I had thought the Kyoto Tsi party had fallen off your radar, Qinzheng remarked. Qinzheng, as one of the 8 kings of the Kyoto Tsi party. What brings you here unannounced? Lu Chan asked, finally regaining his composure. He was indeed surprised. The 8 kings were equivalent to core members of the Magic City SCC. However, he was not intimidated. This was not only the territory of the SCC, but also that of the Lu family. No matter how formidable the opponent was in the north, this was the south, Jiangsheng, where even a dragon must bow. Master Lu, I, Qin Zheng, do not need to report my whereabouts to you. You lack the qualifications. Moreover, if I had a purpose, would I only bring one person? Qin Zheng replied. He had no intention of provoking Lu Chan, recognizing that he was on the latter's turf and had brought only one companion. Otherwise, given his status as one of the 8 kings, he would not be engaging in such dialogue with someone he deemed beneath him. He had come to Jiangbei province on business and had merely stopped by to inquire about Shangguan Mingyue's situation from Zhou Huili, not expecting to be confronted. Shangguan Mingyue was the 3rd miss of the hidden Shangguan family, and both the Shangguan and Qin families were eager for a union between them. Shangguan Mingyue was attending university in Jiangnan province, while Zhou Huili had been dispatched by Qin Zheng to monitor her and to help ward off her suitors. No one was allowed to covet what belonged to him. Qin Zheng. Regardless of your motives, I hope you will depart Jiangsheng promptly. Otherwise, even if you are one of the 8 kings of the Tsi party, today, I, Lu Chun, shall probe your depths, Lu Chen declared. Qin Zheng chuckled. Having not been threatened in such a manner for quite some time, especially by a senior member of the SCC, if he were to leave now, how could he maintain his standing within the Tsi party? What face would he have to continue as one of the 8 kings? He initially intended to give Lu Chan some face, hoping for a graceful exit for both parties, but Lu Chan and Oppo's refusal to relent left him with no choice. Master Lu, I have already afforded you sufficient respect. If you continue to persist, do not blame me for taking advantage of you. The Lu family is merely a minor clan confined to a single city, hardly worthy of my regard, Qin Zheng retorted. Very well. Indeed, my Lu family cannot compare to your Qin family. But today I shall put your legendary prowess as one of the 8 kings of the Kyoto Tsi party to the test. Lu Chen exclaimed, his repeated affirmations betraying his inner fury. The audacity of Qin Zheng to disregard the Lu family was intolerable, regardless of his status. He must impart a profound lesson today, lest others perceive the Lu family as a pushover. At that moment, Lu Xiaoxiao arrived with 2 esteemed members of the Lu family. Brother, she called out. Young master, the 2 venerated members echoed. Uncles, please step in to vindicate the honor of the Lu family, so that no one underestimates us. Lu Chen urged. Yes, young master. They replied in unison. Uncle Shan, go entertain them. Qin Zheng commanded the middle-aged man behind him. Yes, young master. Uncle Shan replied before stepping forward. The 2 esteemed members of the Lu family also advanced, while others retreated, creating ample space for the confrontation. Boom! The 3 engaged simultaneously, their strikes colliding, producing explosive sounds in the air, highlighting their formidable strength. Uncle Shan effortlessly countered the attacks of the 2 members of the Lu family, remaining firmly planted. Bang! Bang! The sound of their fists echoed, yet Uncle Shan stood unwavering, while the 2 members of the Lu family were forced back several meters. The disparity in power unmistakable. Lu Chun, witnessing this, was astounded. His uncles were struggling against a single adversary. Uncle Shan, finish this swiftly, Qin Zheng urged from behind. Understood, Uncle Shan responded. The 2 esteemed members exchanged glances, recognizing the shock in each other's eyes. They nodded in agreement and simultaneously attacked Uncle Shan from both sides, one launching a punch aimed at his upper body, while the other swept low. Having worked together for years, their combined effort was undeniably greater than the sum of its parts. Uncle Shan remained steadfast. As their strikes neared, he suddenly exerted force beneath him, blocking the sweeping kick while simultaneously delivering a powerful punch to meet the other's fist. Clang! The assailant was sent flying against the wall of the private room, spitting blood. What? The onlookers gasped in horror. Moments ago, they had only staggered back a few steps, yet now one had been launched away. Had the opponent been concealing their true strength? The remaining fighter, caught off guard by the unexpected counter, attempted to retreat but was too late. After sending one man careening, Uncle Shan turned and delivered a swift kick to the other. Boom! Another thunderous sound reverberated as the last opponent was sent crashing into the corner. Had he not instinctively raised his hands to shield himself, he would have sustained severe injuries. As it was, his arms were now fractured. Uncle Lu! Uncle Li! Lu Chun and Lu Xiaoxiao rushed to their sides, assisting them. Are you a master of the tiger list? The revived Uncle Lu inquired of Uncle Shan. Uncle Shan offered no reply, instead returning to stand beside Qin Zheng. Chapter 55. The Duel of Masters of the Tiger List? Lin Dong was taken aback. This term was unfamiliar to him. Among the SCC members present, everyone except Lin Dong was visibly shaken. This was a realm inaccessible to ordinary people. While some might dismiss the concept of rankings as mere fabrications from novels or television shows, the truth is that there exists but one list in the underground world, a list that ranks the most elite practitioners globally. The Tiger List is one of the esteemed rankings. How about it, young Master Lu? Your family's sole master, old Master Lu, must be over 70 this year. What will become of your family when he is no longer with us? Qin Zheng teased with a smile. Qin Zheng, the fate of my family is not something for you to concern yourself with. If you think I, Lu Chun, can be easily manipulated, you are gravely mistaken. Lu Chun declared, drawing a gun and aiming it not at Qin Zheng, but at Uncle Shan, who stood behind him. He dared not confront Qin Zheng directly. The Qin family was a venerable lineage in the capital, with a foundation far beyond that of the Lu family. Should Qin Zheng suffer serious harm, or even perish in Jiangcheng, the Lu family might swiftly vanish. His intention was merely to teach Qin Zheng a lesson, not to harm him. If he did nothing today, it would reflect poorly on him as a senior member of the SCC, especially with the T faction and Oppos, as higher-ups lingering near his doorstep. He would become the laughingstock of the entire SCC, forever losing any chance of ascending to the inner circle. Qin Zheng was correct. His grandfather was indeed over 70, and his health was deteriorating. Yet, no one in the Lu family could uphold its legacy. Becoming an SCC core member was essential to reversing the family and Oppos' decline. Thus, despite knowing the formidable identity of his opponent as one of the 8 kings of the T faction, he felt compelled to confront him directly. Defeat would at least demonstrate his courage to stand against such power. As Lu Chun aimed his weapon at Uncle Shan, Qin Zheng and Oppos' expression shifted dramatically from joviality to seriousness. The T faction and the SCC had an unspoken agreement to refrain from using firearms during conflicts, yet here was Lu Chun audaciously brandishing a gun. Young Master Lu, do you comprehend the repercussions of your actions? Lu Chun remained silent. Stop! Lu Shu, standing beside Lu Chun, interjected, attempting to dissuade him. He wished to convey that Masters of the Tiger List no longer feared such rudimentary firearms, but it was too late. Driven by familial duty, Lu Chun hesitated no longer and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshots silenced the room. Uncle Shan, who should have collapsed from the bullet, vanished from sight. Pajun! Lin Dong suddenly exclaimed. His mental acuity had reached its zenith, and he perceived Uncle Shan evading Lu Chun's bullet with ease, charging towards Lu Chun with lethal intent. Xiao Pajun, positioned closest to Lu Chun, reacted swiftly upon hearing Lin Dong and Oppos' call, moving to shield Lu Chun from the impending danger. As Uncle Shan deftly dodged the bullet, he surged forward, eyes ablaze with murderous intent. To dare aim a gun at the young master, you must die. Boom! Another thunderous sound resonated through the room, louder than the previous gunshot. The intense clash produced vibrations that reverberated within the enclosed space, causing ordinary onlookers to cover their ears in distress. The two figures collided and were propelled backward. Uncle Shan staggered back several steps, as did Xiao Pajun, who inadvertently knocked Lu Chun to the ground. Brother! Lu Xiaoxiao rushed to assist Lu Chun. As he rose, blood spilled from his mouth. The sheer force of the confrontation between two masters of the Tiger List had wounded him, illustrating the terrifying prowess of these elite practitioners. Brother, why are you bleeding? Are you all right? Lu Xiaoxiao asked, her eyes brimming with tears. Xiaoxiao, I'm fine. Lu Chun replied, his complexion pale. Grateful. He cast a glance at Lin Dong, acknowledging that without Lin Dong and Oppos' timely intervention, he would have met a grim fate. In a moment of clarity, he reflected on his impulsive actions, spurred by Qin Zheng and Appo's taunts. Even if he had killed Uncle Sean, he would have violated the rules of both factions. He feared Qin Zheng, who would not hesitate to eliminate him, highlighting the disparity in their standings. Qin Zheng observed Uncle Shan's retreat and the equal footing of the so-called Pajun, astonished. He shifted his gaze to Lin Dong, who had been accompanying the formidable fighter. "Who might you be?" Qin Zheng inquired. "I'm Lin Dong, a senior member of the SCC," Lin Dong replied. "You are the newly appointed senior member of the SCC in Jiangshan?" "Indeed. And you intend to stop me?" "If young Master Qin departs now, I shall not hinder you." "Absurd. Liu Chun has just violated the rules of the T faction and SCC, daring to aim a gun at me. He is the first to do so in my life, and I must see him dead." Qin Zheng was genuinely incensed. As the heir of the esteemed Qin family and one of the 8 kings of the T faction, to be threatened by an SCC member was unacceptable. "Then there is nothing more to discuss. Liu Chun, I will ensure your demise. Uncle Shan, unleash your full strength." Without hesitation, Uncle Shan charged at Xiao Pajun, who stood resolute. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. The air filled with the sound of their strikes and the explosive force of their movements. Aside from Lin Dong, even first-rate masters like Lu Shu and Li Shu could barely perceive the rapid exchanges. The power of the Tiger List masters was beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Bang! They each landed a blow on one another, recoiling slightly. Upon closer inspection, both bore wounds, blood trickling from their lips. Qin Zheng was genuinely astonished. Uncle Shan was among the top fighters even within the Qin family, and here he faced an equally matched adversary in this small Jiangxing. After such a prolonged confrontation, neither had claimed victory, and to his shock, Uncle Shan had sustained injuries. Lin Dong remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the two combatants. Should Xiao Pajun falter in any way, he would intervene immediately. The last time he sparred with Xiao Pajun, he had only exerted half of his strength, easily pushing him back several steps. He wondered what might happen if he unleashed his full power. Observing the fierce battle between the two masters of the Tiger List, he felt a surge of eagerness within himself. The two formidable opponents stood silently, merely a few meters apart, seemingly poised to unleash their final strike. Chapter 56. Mutual destruction. Xiao Pajun and Uncle Shan stood a distance of over 10 meters apart, both astonished by each other and Appo's prowess. However, the fiery spirit of combat was evident in their eyes. It was not easy to find an equally matched opponent, especially one with such an aggressive, non-defensive style. Uncle Shan, having grown up in the Shaolin Temple and received its authentic teachings, later joined the military. Due to his reclusive nature, he offended powerful figures, ultimately being rescued by the old master of the Qin family and joining them. Now, he was tasked with protecting the young master of the Qin family, whose strength was highly regarded. On the other hand, Xiao Pajun had long danced on the precipice of life and death, surviving years in war-torn lands and returning alive, which was no mere stroke of luck. Both fighters were renowned for their ferocity, delivering forceful blows without evasion. Consequently, they both bore minor injuries, insignificant in their eyes. They were now adjusting their states, preparing to unleash their ultimate techniques. The atmosphere in the private room had fallen into an intense silence. Lin Dong initially contemplated intervening, but upon seeing Xiao Pajun and Appo's expression, he suppressed the urge. His keen instincts informed him that Xiao Pajun was exhilarated, his blood surging with anticipation for the battle ahead. Eager for self-transcendence, Lu Shu and Li Shu, the revered guardians of the Lu family, were intently observing the duel between the two Tiger List masters. Recognizing this as a rare opportunity, both were top-tier experts, merely a step away from entering the Tiger List, yet that step felt insurmountable, perhaps impossible in their lifetimes. They hoped to glean insights from the clash between these formidable opponents, which might propel them further in their own journeys. Liu Chun, Liu Xiaoxiao, and the members of the SCC gazed in astonishment at the still figure of Xiao Pajun, unable to fathom the depth of his strength. This revelation cast Lin Dong and Appo's background in a more formidable light, prompting a subtle shift in the way they regarded him. Suddenly, the stillness was shattered as both combatants sprang into action. Two fleeting shadows dashed towards each other at incredible speed, converging in an instant. As they met, Uncle Sean drew in his breath, channeling his energy to unleash a powerful palm strike, mentally invoking the mighty Vajra palm. Simultaneously, Xiao Pajuan clenched his right fist close to his chest, summoning all his strength for a decisive blow, silently reciting Tiger Cannon Fist. The clash echoed like thunder, reverberating in the minds of the onlookers, leaving them dizzy. The impact of their full-force collision generated a tremendous shockwave, toppling the tables and chairs where Qin Zheng and Zhou Huili sat, as if they were caught in a tempest. Soon after, two muffled grunts were heard. Both Xiao Pajuan and Uncle Sean were propelled backward by the recoil, and Lin Dong hurriedly stepped forward, placing a hand on Xiao Pajuan's back to cushion his retreat. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng caught Uncle Sean as he careened back. Once they regained their footing, both warriors expelled a mouthful of blood, their breaths labored. The fierce exchange had dealt significant damage to both, and it would likely take weeks for them to recuperate. "How do you feel, Pajuan?" Lin Dong inquired, supporting him. "I'm fine, young master, but I may be unable to protect you for a while," Xiao Pajuan replied. "Don't worry. Focus on healing first," Lin Dong reassured him. On the opposite side, Uncle Sean attempted to speak, but Qin Zheng interrupted. "Uncle Sean, rest for now. I'll take over." He then moved to the center of the room. "Lu Chun, do you think having someone assist you will allow you to escape today?" As Qin Zheng's words fell, a potent aura emanated from him, and he swiftly drew a soft sword from his waist, its blade glimmering ominously. Before Lu Chun could respond, Qin Zheng vanished from sight. "Young master, be careful," Lu Shu and Li Shu shouted simultaneously, positioning themselves protectively in front of Lu Chun and Lu Xiaoxiao. At that moment, Qin Zheng's assault struck. Though he was initially a peak first-rate expert, both Lu Shu and Li Shu were severely wounded, their strength diminished. In a mere exchange, Qin Zheng sent them both flying, crimson blossoms erupting from their wounds. After dispatching them, Qin Zheng surged towards Lu Chun and Lu Xiaoxiao, thrusting his sword at Lu Chun. As the blade neared, Lu Chun closed his eyes in resignation, ready to accept his fate. However, Lu Xiaoxiao pushed him aside, placing herself in the path of the deadly strike. "No!" Lu Chun shouted in disbelief, eyes wide. Xiaoxiao had sacrificed herself to save him. This was a reality he struggled to accept. The sword tip halted just a centimeter from Lu Xiaoxiao, not due to a sudden change of heart from Qin Zheng, but because two fingers had interceded. Those fingers belonged to Lin Dong, effortlessly pinching the blade of this peak first-rate master. Qin Zheng and Appo's eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend the sight before him. "Qin Zheng, this ends here," Lin Dong stated calmly. Before Qin Zheng could respond, Uncle Sean from behind urged, "Young master, we must go." "Uncle Sean," Qin Zheng protested. But Uncle Sean and Appo's voice was firm and resolute. He had sensed an unsettling aura from Lin Dong that even he found alarming. Qin Zheng had never witnessed such a tone from Uncle Sean before, leaving him momentarily stunned. Chapter 57. A flick of the finger shatters the sword at this moment. Qin Zheng found himself in a tumultuous inner conflict. To leave would mean to forfeit the dignity of the heir of the Qin family and a prominent figure among the 8 kings of the T faction. Yet, he had never encountered Uncle Sean speaking to him in such a tone. Having accompanied him for many years, Uncle Sean would surely not harm him. What should he do? Should he stay or depart? Casting a glance at the other individuals in the private room, he noted that, aside from Lin Dong, who appeared unfazed, the others were visibly shaken. The climactic duel between the masters of the Tiger ranking was indeed exhilarating, igniting both his admiration and deep yearning. Qin Zheng felt he could not leave. Even if he could not defeat Lu Chen today, he must impart a lesson that would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. Retreating now would not only diminish his stature, but also adversely affect his mentality. As a peak first-rate master, to ascend into the ranks of the Tiger ranking, he needed to possess unwavering determination. Most importantly, he believed no one would dare to kill him, nor even inflict serious injury upon him. As the heir of the esteemed Qin clan in the capital, he held such confidence and assurance. No one in Jiangsheng could withstand the wrath of the Qin family, not the Liu family, nor any other clan. Hadn't he witnessed Liu Chun only daring to aim his gun at Uncle Sean, but not at him? This was the advantage of a formidable background. He could take lives. Yet others hesitated to take his. After considering the crucial elements, Qin Zheng exerted all his strength, thrusting the sword forward in an attempt to pierce Liu Xiaoxiao's body. However, despite his utmost effort, the sword remained immobile. How could this be? How was it possible that his full strength could not overcome the mere pressure of 2 fingers? Uncle Sean recognized that Qin Zheng had no intention of retreating. With Qin Zheng's determination to stay, he could do little more than hope the reputation of the Qin family would wield sufficient intimidation to dissuade the adversary from striking with lethal force. Please show mercy to this young master. The Qin family would be eternally grateful. Uncle Sean implored hastily. Lin Dong, however, disregarded Uncle Sean and Appo's plea. Addressing Qin Zheng with a casual tone, "Young Master Qin, it seems you remain undeterred." With that, the 2 fingers that had gripped the sword's tip swiftly released, overlapping in an instant and lightly flicking the sword into Appo's point. A clear, resonant sound echoed throughout the room. This was the sound produced by rapid vibrations, bright and piercing. It pierced the ears of all present as if pricked by countless needles. The rapid tremor coursed through Qin Zheng's right hand, rendering his entire arm numb. As though it no longer belonged to him, he instinctively released the sword's hilt. In that very moment, the blade could no longer bear the violent vibrations and shattered into innumerable fragments that scattered across the floor. Everyone stood in stunned silence, including the 2 masters of the tiger ranking. Lin Dong, nonchalantly positioned beside Liu Xiaoxiao, observed her with closed eyes, her petite face contorted in distress, while Qin Zheng, 2 meters away, cradled his right hand in pain, surrounded by a carpet of soft sword debris. Qin Zheng gazed at the shards strewn across the ground, his shock indescribable. This was a weapon crafted from cutting-edge technology, an alloy capable of slicing through iron effortlessly. Yet, it had been reduced to fragments by a mere flick of a finger. The strength of this individual was inconceivable, and a sense of genuine fear began to creep in. How powerful must the family behind such a young man be? Uncle Sean, despite his severe injuries, hastily distanced himself from Zhou Huili's support and stepped protectively in front of Qin Zheng. Zhou Huili stood rooted, watching Lin Dong with a sense of déjà vu. The first time he laid eyes on Lin Dong, he felt a strange familiarity, unable to pinpoint where he had seen him before. It wasn't until Lin Dong introduced himself that Zhou Huili recalled the rumors circulating at school about a Lin Dong who had been abandoned by his girlfriend, collapsing in a grove near Jiang University, bloodied and unconscious. He still had some photos and stories about Lin Dong on his phone. Though they shared similar appearances, names, and ages, the aura surrounding them was worlds apart. He suspected they could not be the same person. Yet what were the odds of such a coincidence? The same name, age, and looks, this was hardly probable. Thus, this must indeed be his classmate Lin Dong, the one who had been forsaken by his girlfriend and had been so enraged that he bled. Yet, here he stood, exuding an air of calm indifference, seemingly dismissing even young Master Qin. "Young Master Qin, do you wish to continue?" Lin Dong inquired. He refrained from making another move. His singular objective was to save Liu Chun, who had assisted him, and they were part of the same organization. He could not bear to witness his comrade's demise, nor wish to make an enemy of Qin Zheng, though he felt his own strength was considerable. He knew he lacked deep-rooted support. Furthermore, they harbored no mortal enmity. Qin Zheng sought to eliminate Liu Chun, not him. If someone truly intended to take his life, Lin Dong believed he would not hold back, regardless of the opponent's background. He would strike first and ask questions later. Such was the transformation brought about by strength. Qin Zheng remained silent, fixing a penetrating gaze on Lin Dong through Uncle Sean. He could not fathom how someone younger than himself possessed such formidable power. Perhaps a realization dawned upon him, providing a possible explanation for everything. With this thought, Qin Zheng felt a sense of relief. Only a select few could nurture such talent. However, this matter needed to be reported to T soon, for their adversaries were beginning to emerge, and some had already joined the ranks of the SCC. A troubling development for the T faction. Uncle Sean, Huili, let us depart. Zhou Huili hurried to support Uncle Shan, and the trio exited the private room. As Qin Zheng reached the doorway, he turned back to Lu Chun, saying, Lu Chun, I hope that when we meet again, luck will still be on your side. He then addressed Lin Dong. Lin Dong, our paths shall cross again. The three departed, leaving only Lin Dong and Xiao Pejun in the room. A collective sigh of relief escaped the others. The presence of such a legendary figure as Qin Zheng, heir to the T faction and Oppos, S8 kings, had been a considerable source of pressure. The gazes of the remaining individuals shifted towards Lin Dong, transforming from initial disdain to profound respect. To have confronted one of the 8 kings of the T faction and emerged victorious while rescuing Lu Chun was a feat that would reverberate throughout the SCC in Modu. Brother Lin, I shall never forget your life-saving grace today. My sister and I will always be indebted to you. Should you require anything in the future, simply call upon me, and I, Lu Chun, shall not decline. And I too, I will not hesitate. Should anything arise in Jiangcheng, just invoke the name of Lu Xiaoxiao. Lu Xiaoxiao promptly reverted to her spirited self. Brother Lu, you are too courteous. Chapter 58. Above the tiger rankings seated in the car, Qin Zheng and Uncle Shan occupied the back seat, while Zhou Huili drove. Typically, Uncle Shan would be at the wheel. However, due to his grievous injuries, Zhou Huili had taken over the driving duties as they made their way back to Jiangbei province. Uncle Shan, to what level has Lin Dong ascended? Qin Zheng inquired. His curiosity piqued about the prowess of someone younger than himself. Young master, I cannot discern his full strength. Just a hint of his aura sent chills down my spine. Moreover, I cannot replicate his ability to shatter a sword with a mere snap of his fingers. I surmise he must be at least at the pinnacle of the tiger rankings, if not higher. Uncle Shan pondered before responding. Above the tiger rankings? How is that even possible? Qin Zheng asked, astonished. Young master, one must understand that there are always those beyond our comprehension. Some individuals possess extraordinary talent. During my time at Shaolin, I encountered a secret disciple who was no less formidable than Lin Dong. Uncle Shan patiently explained. Do you think I have a chance of reaching such heights? Qin Zheng asked. Young master, you possess considerable talent. With diligence, you can certainly achieve it. Uncle Shan encouraged. But by the time I reach their level, how much further will they have advanced? This time, Uncle Shan remained silent, uncertain of how to respond. Human beings differ significantly. Some are born with a starting point that others can never hope to attain. While some individuals are endowed with remarkable abilities, others may toil endlessly without making significant progress. Thus, Uncle Shan found it challenging to answer Qin Zheng's query. Although Qin Zheng had some aptitude, it paled in comparison to that of true geniuses. Young master, I know of Lin Dong. Zhou Huili interjected from the front seat. Oh, you know him? Qin Zheng asked. Indeed, he is a student at Jiangnan University. A student at Jiangnan University? Yes. Zhou Huili then shared various rumors about Lin Dong and showed Qin Zheng images stored on his phone. So he deliberately keeps a low profile at school? Qin Zheng pondered. That seems to be the case, Zhou Huili replied. Fascinating. A person of such exceptional strength, feigning humility, seemingly unfazed even when his girlfriend is taken from him. What manner of individual is he? Lin Dong had brought Xiao Pejun to the first hospital. Although it was nighttime, the hospital's leadership awaited their arrival, likely informed in advance by Lu Chen. After a thorough examination, no significant issues were found, only some internal damage necessitating a period of rest. Lin Dong arranged for Xiao Pejun and Appo's hospitalization in a room not far from his mother's ward, allowing him to be close by. Pejun, focus on your recovery. Spend time with your mother, and don't dwell on anything else. Once both of you are discharged, settle down in Jiangcheng. I will arrange everything for you, Lin Dong advised in Xiao Pejun's hospital room. Thank you, young master. During my hospitalization, I can call my 2 brothers to take my place. They have been with me through thick and thin abroad and are nearly as skilled as I am. Xiao Pejun replied. The 2 men were brothers in arms with whom he had faced life and death. Xiao Pejun wished to support them, having shared the spoils of their endeavors with the families of those who remained abroad. To be able to follow someone like Lin Dong and continue fighting alongside each other was the best outcome. Oh, you have such brothers? Bring them here quickly. The more, The better. I will provide them with the finest treatment, Lin Dong urged. Xiao Pejun's caliber was invaluable, and the more skilled allies he could gather, the better. Money was no object. We were the only three to return from our original group. The others remained abroad forever, Xiao Pejun said, his voice heavy with sorrow. Condolences, Lin Dong said, patting Xiao Pejun and Appo's shoulder. Young master, I am fine. We have all returned from the brink of death. There is nothing to be despondent about. That is good to hear. Invite them over tomorrow. Yes, young master. When Lin Dong returned to Jiangnan International Pavilion, it was already 11 at night. After a quick shower, he lay down and checked his phone, which was filled with messages. Son, see you. Lin Dong, when are you free? My parents would like to invite you to dinner to express their gratitude. Lin Dong, no need. It was not a significant matter. Moments later, Son, see you replied. It may not be much to you, but it is a monumental affair for my family. Lin Dong, all right. However, I am quite busy these days. Let's wait until next week. Sun Siyu. Okay, I will await your call. After finishing his conversation with Sun Siyu, Lin Dong opened Lu Peng's message. Lu Peng, Dongzi, are you all right? Thank you for today. If you hadn't shown up, I don't know what would have happened to Min Min and me. By the way, how did you know I was in room 47 at the Fuli Jinsha? Lin Dong, I'm fine. I'm back and ready to rest. Did you not send me a message saying you were in danger in room 47? Lu Peng, I didn't send you anything. Besides, I had no idea you were so adept at hiding. Given your previous demeanor, calling you over would have been like inviting death. So, when will you explain this to the brothers? Lin Dong paused, realizing Lu Peng had not sent him a distress signal, who had used Lu Peng's phone to message him. Check this out. Lin Dong sent Lu Peng a screenshot of the message he received from his phone. Lu Peng glanced at the timestamp and said, that message must have been sent by one of Min Min's classmates. At that moment, I was kicked and my phone flew away. I owe her my thanks, otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Big Peng, you should comfort Zhang Min properly. She must have been terrified today. When we have time, let us all go out for a meal and talk more, Lin Dong suggested. Do I need to remind you? I was just in the same bed with her. Now, I'm off to take a shower. Lin Dong, damn. You beast. Big Peng, don't be envious, brother. Once you went over Han Shiyan, you can too. All right, I have to go. Min Min is back from her shower. I'll express my gratitude to you later. Lin Dong tossed his phone onto the bed, too weary to respond to anyone else. He had had enough for the day and decided to check messages leisurely the next day. Chapter 59. Changes brought by strength the following day. Lin Dong awoke to find it was already midday. After rising and completing his morning routine, he made his way to the Jinya Hotel for a meal, while also preparing a selection of highly nutritious food for Xiao Pejun and his mother. Before heading to the first hospital, as Lin Dong approached the hospital, two men in their 30s entered Xiao Pejun's hospital room and began conversing with him. Boss, what happened to you? Who could have injured you so severely? One inquired. Indeed, you rarely sustained such serious injuries even amidst gunfire before. With your physical resilience, you ought to take at least a month to recuperate. Are you two planning to avenge me? Xiao Pejun asked. Don and Amp, Oppos, be ridiculous. If we went, it would only be a futile endeavor. One responded. Who the hell said I couldn't and Amp? Oppos, handle it. We both suffered equally, do you understand? He is not in much better shape than I am. He is likely lying in bed, just as I am now. Seriously injured? Who is he? Where can we find him? We'll take care of him. Get lost. By the way, how have you been recently? Xiao Pejun inquired. Don and Amp, Oppos, mention it. I lack education and merely possess brute strength. Back home, that is of little use. I can only earn a living by working on construction sites. But it's more stable than abroad. At least here, I can sleep soundly. I feel the same way. Another chimed in. If we hadn't taken that last job, all 12 of us would still be fine. Xiao Pejun's voice grew somber. Boss, it was a unanimous decision among us all. We all wanted to return home, to be able to afford a car, a house, and marry. Alas, it is merely fate that has been unkind to us brothers. At this point, the trio fell into silence, the weight of their shared grief palpable. Just before their planned return home, 9 of their 12 brothers had perished. Only the 3 of them made it back alive, and upon their return, they distributed every penny they had earned over the years to the families of the fallen. After a brief pause, Xiao Pajun spoke again. Since you're here, don't return. All your skills will go to waste. What can we do? Conditions here are much stricter than abroad. One misstep could land us in trouble, one of them questioned. I'm currently under the protection of young Master Lin. He is studying at Jiangxing University. While I recover, you can take my place. Young Master Lin has assured me he will provide you with the highest treatment. Really? Protecting a client's safety is our forte, and the situation here is far safer than abroad. It should be much easier. How much can young Master Lin offer us monthly? I make 8,000 at the construction site. Anything less, and I want to take it. You're overestimating. Do you think this is abroad? Working for him 1 TB as taxing as construction. It will certainly be less. Another interjected. At the very least, it must be 5,000. With such little ambition, let me tell you, the car young Master Lin provided for me is worth millions. You want to care about your little salaries. It starts at a minimum of 10,000. Really? Then I want to be going back. When can you introduce us to young Master Lin? Perhaps this afternoon. He is likely still resting. I'll call him then. As they continued their conversation, Lin Dong entered the room. Young master, what brings you here? Xiao Pajun quickly attempted to rise, but Lin Dong stopped him. Pajun, rest well. I brought you some food. These two must be the brothers you mentioned. Young master, allow me to introduce them. This is Yu Gabing, who is taller, and Wei Yong, who is slightly shorter. Xiao Pajun introduced his comrades who returned with him from abroad. Both appeared not particularly muscular, yet their movements exuded strength, a testament to their explosive power. Those seen on television, such as bodybuilders, may appear muscular, yet their actual strength is not always substantial. Pajun, you should rest. I'll take them out for a meal to welcome them properly, Lin Dong stated. Young master, we can manage on our own. There's no need to trouble you. Yu Gabing replied. Since you are here, you will follow my lead. Lin Dong insisted. Go ahead with young Master Lin, Xiao Pajun concurred. Lin Dong drove a Mercedes G-Class, taking the two men to the luxurious Fully Jinsan Hotel. He allowed them to drive the G-Class while he took the lead in his Bugatti Chiron. Since Xiao Pajun was unable to drive due to his injuries, the Bugatti had remained behind. In Mercedes, Wei Yong expertly followed Lin Dong's car. For these mercenaries who had spent many years abroad, driving was a fundamental skill. Whether it was a car or even a tank, they could handle it with ease. Guobing, it seems our boss has made the right choice. Young Master Lin is undoubtedly affluent. That car he drives likely costs several million, and he treats people well, even personally delivering food to the boss. Wei Yong commented while driving. Indeed, we must perform well and not bring shame to the boss, Yu Gabing replied. Of course. Lin Dong led them to the Jinya Hotel. Both Yu Gabing and Wei Yong were taken aback by the opulent decor. Despite their years abroad, they had only been in war-torn countries and had never encountered such splendid establishments. Young master, we can simply find a place to eat. No need for such lavishness. They suggested. Not at all. I own this place. Whenever you have the chance, you can enjoy meals and accommodations here. It's all on me, Lin Dong assured them. You own this? We will be eating and living here from now on? The two stared, astonished, at the 8-star hotel. After a sumptuous meal, they were left yearning for more. After living so many years, they had never tasted such exquisite cuisine. Their earlier lives had indeed been rather dismal. That evening, Lu Chun called Lin Dong, requesting him at the Fully Jinsan. Upon his arrival, Lin Dong found Haipi and Chun Liuji kneeling in the private room. As soon as they saw Lin Dong, they repeatedly bowed their heads in apology. Young master, I was wrong. Please forgive me this once. I will never dare again. They pleaded, their foreheads bleeding from the repeated impacts against the floor. Lin, I leave these two in your hands. You can deal with them however you wish, and I will handle the aftermath, Lu Chun stated, rising before exiting the room. Lin Dong regarded the two without uttering a word. This is the transformation brought about by strength. Had he remained an ordinary university student, what fate would Lu Peng and his girlfriend have met? Lin Dong summoned Lu Peng and Zhang Min. Upon her arrival, Zhang Min's first reaction was fear. Lu Peng, however, rushed to Haipi, delivering a series of blows. The room echoed with Haipi and Appo's screams of agony. He had been helplessly watching as his girlfriend was bullied, and had Lin Dong not arrived, he would have carried that trauma for life. Ultimately, Hype was left battered, with multiple fractures, and was taken to the hospital after Lu Peng had finished with him. No one targeted Chun Liuji. Although he was Hype's protector, he had no direct involvement in this incident and had also been dealt with by Xiao Pejun. Chapter 60. The provocation of Huang Junlang. Thus, the May Day holiday came to an end. On the first day of school, Lin Dong strolled through the campus of Jiang University. Wow, isn't that the piano prince, Lin Dong? If he sings Boy Just For Me, I will be his girlfriend. Dream on. How could our Lin Dong ever notice someone like you? What if he actually likes someone like me? He must prefer someone like me. Lin Dong cast a glance at the two who had just spoken, involuntarily shuddering. One weighed 180 pounds, and the other was covered in acne. He hurriedly quickened his pace towards the classroom, where many were discussing him, yet most belonged to the same tier as the two girls. The girls at this school were truly incomparable to those at the Communication University, lacking several levels of appeal. Upon returning to class, he found that most of the students had already taken their seats. His classmates regarded him with unusual glances. At the May Day Gala, Lin Dong had delivered a stunning performance, not only writing and composing the song, but also playing and singing it himself. The song was exceptionally beautiful. He glanced at his classmates and felt a slight relief upon seeing Suing Xue. Finally, there was someone who didn't and oppose. Tea frightened him. After settling into his seat, the morning passed in a flash. In the afternoon, during elective classes, Lin Dong was persuaded by his roommates, including Lu Peng, to play basketball in the indoor court. Lin Dong had often been lured into playing before, and he relished the sound of his classmates cheering for him. Of course, the main reason was that Jiang Shan enjoyed watching him, though that was merely a figment of his imagination. With his skills, he could only participate in informal games with Lu Peng and the others, as he was woefully inadequate. Despite standing nearly 6 feet tall, his slender frame lacked the necessary strength. A mere nudge would send him stumbling back several steps, compounded by the lack of time to hone his skills. However, that was in the past. Now, Lin Dong and Appo's physical condition had reached its peak. Standing there, it was unlikely anyone could push him around. The 4 players divided into teams for a 2-on-2 match. Lu Peng and Lin Dong formed one team, while Zhou Wenhua and Fan Biao made up the other. Lu Peng was a member of the school's basketball team. Although he was merely a substitute, he was not someone just anyone could compete with. Thus, he had to accommodate Lin Dong's lack of skill for the game to proceed. Lin Dong mostly handled the ball distribution. After a while, it became apparent that Lu Peng was playing against 2 opponents alone. As the game heated up, Huang Junlang arrived with a few companions. Due to the limited number of indoor basketball courts, everyone was eager to claim a spot. While there were many outdoor courts, the afternoon sun made them undesirable. Generally, if someone occupied a court, others would not contend for it. Instead, they would either join in or leave if not welcomed. However, this was not always the case. There were a few prominent figures at the school, such as the student union president, the university's first male idol, Zhou Huili, who, upon arrival, would command immediate deference. Huang Junlang had yet to achieve such stature. Lin Dong stood at the 3-point line, preparing to serve when Huang Junlang and his companions approached nearby. One of them loudly inquired, "Huang, I heard you got Jiang Shan pregnant. Is that true?" As if she and Appo's so fragile that just a few times and bam, she and Appo's pregnant. What hassle? Huang Junlang lamented. So what are you planning to do? You won't marry her, will you? Marry? Not a chance. What do you suggest? Pay her a few thousand to abort? What else is there to do? You and Appo's. Re-impressive, Huang. Lin Dong was with Jiang Shan for so long, and she never got pregnant. Yet you only needed a few days. Honestly, when Jiang Shan was with me, she was still a virgin. I don't fancy picking up someone else's discarded shoes. What? A virgin? Is Lin Dong incapable? How would I know? But I wouldn't be surprised. The laughter that followed echoed loudly. Huang Junlang's brazen remarks aroused murmurs among those nearby, rekindling memories of Lin Dong's recent fainting incident from blood loss. Meanwhile, Jiang Shan was approaching with Zhu Yin, overhearing their conversation. Jiang Shan and Appo's face turned pale, and tears welled in her eyes. Lin Dong turned to glance at Huang Junlang, who defiantly met his gaze. Lu Peng and the others soon joined Lin Dong. Huang Junlang, I cannot dictate your words, but if you dare mention my name again today, I will make you leave on your knees. Do you believe me? Lin Dong said, his tone cold. He was genuinely angry. Huang Junlang and Amp, Oppos, as comments about Jiang Shan were irrelevant. She had made her own choices. Yet this scoundrel dared to publicly question his abilities? It was simply intolerable. Huang Junlang opened his mouth to respond, but was met with Jiang Shan's tear-streaked face, her eyes ablaze. Huang Junlang, are you even human? How much suffering has Jiang Shan endured for you? And you dare speak of her like this in front of others? Zhu Yan exclaimed, furious. At that moment, Huang Junlang felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had previously caused Lin Dong to faint from anger in the grove. Seeing Lin Dong here, he had intended to provoke him again, hoping to witness another embarrassing display, especially with so many spectators. Lin Dong had the audacity to be seen with Han Shiyun. He was prepared to retaliate. However, he had not anticipated Jiang Shan's presence. Huang Junlang, why you treat me this way? When we were together, you spoke of eternal love and marrying after graduation. What changed in just a few days? Jiang Shan sobbed, seeking answers. Huang Junlang found himself cornered. Admitting fault in front of so many was out of the question. How could he, the esteemed Huang, continue to navigate Jiang University? Thus, he forced himself to say, Jiang Shan, I've grown tired of you. Wasn't it Amp, Oppos, to you just about getting more money? Just tell me how much you want, and I'll give it to you. In front of so many people, he could not afford to lose face. If necessary, he would later spend more on clothes and bags to placate her. Jiang Shan was taken aback by Huang Junlang's words, speechless. She turned and fled in tears. Huang Junlang, you're nothing but a beast, Zhu Yan exclaimed before rushing off to chase after Jiang Shan. Chapter 61. The bullfight. Jiang Shan and Zhu Yan departed, yet the atmosphere remained rife with arrogance. On Lin Dong's side stood 4 individuals, while Huang Junlang commanded 5, one of whom was the starting center of the school basketball team. A towering figure over 6 feet tall and weighing no less than 250 pounds. On the surface, it appeared that Lin Dong and Amp, Oppo's side was at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the onlookers continued to incite the two parties, ever eager to amplify the discord. However, brawls on a university campus were a serious matter, having crossed the boundaries set by Jiang University. Aside from Lin Dong, who was indifferent, none dared to breach this red line. Even Huang Junlang, a wealthy second generation, refrained from such folly. If expelled, not only would his father sever his financial support, but he might also face a severe beating. The two sides found themselves in a stalemate until someone suggested a basketball 3v3 showdown as the optimal means to settle their differences. Huang Junlang instantly acquiesced, as it aligned perfectly with his intentions. On Lin Dong's team, only Lu Peng was a credible player, a school team substitute, while the other 2 were of mediocre skill. And Lin Dong himself was a novice, hardly worth mentioning. In contrast, Huang Junlang boasted a starting center, and his own abilities rivaled those of Lu Peng. Ensuring his victory was all but certain. Lin Dong, what say you? Do you dare? If you're a man, don't back down. If you're too scared, we can have 3 of us against your 4, Huang Junlang taunted. Dongzi, don't fall for it. He is trying to provoke you. With that gorilla on their side, we don't stand a chance. Lu Peng whispered urgently to Lin Dong. Lu Peng, though not one to easily concede, recognized the prowess of their rival. The starting center Yang Shu, with whom they practiced regularly. Yang Shu was virtually unbeatable in a half-court setting, though fatigue might afford them some opportunity. Huang Junlang, noticing Lu Peng's counsel, directed his scorn towards him. Lu Peng, stop whining like a coward. How about we don't let Yang Shu play and settle this ourselves? Lu Peng shot back, but was interrupted by Lin Dong. Fine, let us have a match, Lin Dong declared. Dongzi, Lu Peng protested, but Lin Dong reassured him. It's all right, Dapeng, just give it your all. With Lin Dong opting to observe, the players on his team were Lu Peng, Fan Biao, and Zhou Wenhua. Huang Junlang's squad consisted of himself, the formidable Yang Shu, and one of his lackeys. The referee was another member of the school team. As the whistle blew, the match commenced. Lu Peng initiated the play, dribbling skillfully, his body low as he maneuvered the ball between his legs, facing Huang Junlang. With a burst of speed, Liu Peng sprinted right, only to be blocked by Huang Junlang. Suddenly halting, he switched to his left hand and darted left. Huang Junlang, caught off guard, allowed Liu Peng to penetrate the paint. As Liu Peng leaped to score, an imposing figure loomed before him. Yang Shu soared in front of Liu Peng, his height and leaping ability poised to thwart any attempt. Quick on his feet, Liu Peng cleverly passed the ball to the open Fan Biao. Unchallenged, Fan Biao took flight, effortlessly sinking the basket. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause. Good shot. Well played. However, Huang Junlang and Oppo's expression darkened. As the second round commenced, Huang Junlang faced off against Liu Peng, showcasing a dazzling array of dribbling skills that elicited gasps from the audience. Yet, Liu Peng effectively guarded him, thwarting every attempt. Huang Junlang, undeterred, stepped back and launched a mid-range jumper, but the ball clanged off the rim. As everyone prepared to contest the rebound, a powerful hand slammed the ball back through the net with authority. The crowd roared with excitement. Incredible! Go Gorilla! Dunk again! The score was now tied 1-1. Chapter 62. The basketball prodigy. In the ensuing moments, the formidable gorilla, Yang Shu, learned from his initial misstep and remained unfazed by Liu Peng's advances. He resolutely stationed himself within the key, refraining from leaping at every opportunity. Consequently, Liu Peng and his two companions found themselves at an impasse, hesitant to breach the paint, relegated to attempts from beyond the arc. Unfortunately, their shooting touch was woefully lacking that day, as they missed multiple attempts without a single basket to show for it. With Yang Shu patrolling the area, Huang Junlang seized the opportunity to shoot at will. Despite his low shooting percentage, he had the advantage of a relentless rebounder in Yang Shu, who claimed virtually every offensive and defensive rebound. Thus, Huang Junlang felt no pressure as the score quickly escalated to 2-8. Lin Dong and Oppo's team had managed a mere 2 points, while Huang Junlang and Oppo's squad had amassed 8. Just 2 more points would secure their victory. At this juncture, Lin Dong was set to enter the game. If he delayed further, Huang Junlang might very well seal the match with a 3-pointer. Lin Dong signaled the referee for a timeout. During the break, Liu Peng and his teammates retreated to the sidelines. I apologize, Dongzi. My shooting touch is off today. I can't seem to make a single shot from outside. Liu Peng expressed with a hint of regret. We're not faring any better, chimed in Fan Biao and Zhou Wenhua. No worries. I'll take care of this. Just give it your all. I'll head in first, and you can rest if you feel fatigued. Zhou Wenhua suggested. All right, Wenhua, you take a breather. With the timeout concluded, Lin Dong rejoined Liu Peng and Fan Biao on the court. Wait, they're substituting? ISNT, that the guy who sang boy at the May Day Gala? What is his name, Lin Dong? Can he actually play basketball? Ding Wei exclaimed loudly nearby. Ever since the May Day Gala, Ding Wei had harbored a growing disdain for Lin Dong, a previously unnoticed classmate who had suddenly emerged as a piano prince. It was supposed to be his moment alongside Su Yingxiu. Yet Lin Dong had stolen the spotlight. Ding Wei's remarks drew ire from several classmates. Ding Wei, it's enough that you refuse to cheer for your own classmates. Why are you here pouring cold water on us? You're still the class monitor. Another student retorted. Exactly. You're just envious. Lin Dong is far more talented than you. He not only writes and composes, but also performs his own songs. How can you compare? Several girls in the class rallied against Ding Wei. Lin Dong had become an idol for many of them, and since the gala, they had noticed his increasing charm and charisma. Presently, Lin Dong boasted a modest fanbase at Jiangda. Su Yingxiu had watched curiously as Lin Dong entered the court, eager to see what he was capable of. Han Shiyun also observed Lin Dong, her gaze filled with admiration. Huang Junlang, eyeing Lin Dong's arrival, taunted, Lin Dong, don't forget about our midday meeting tomorrow at 12. I can't wait to hear your self-assessment, you big loser. The game isn't over yet. Who knows whose self-assessment will be more credible? Lin Dong shot back. Do you really think you have a chance to win? You must be overestimating yourself. Lin the loser, Huang Junlang sneered. We'll see when it's over. Let's get started. Lin Dong refrained from retorting further. He preferred to let his prowess speak for itself. The more one boasts, the harder the fall when proven wrong. The game resumed, with possession in Lin Dong's favor. He stood beyond the three-point line, passing the ball to Liu Peng while signaling for a return pass. As Liu Peng prepared to drive toward the basket, he reconsidered and returned the ball to Lin Dong. Lin Dong caught the ball, lifting it above his head with one hand. Opposing him was Huang Junlang's lackey, who clearly underestimated Lin Dong. Hundreds of spectators fixated on Lin Dong, eager to witness his offensive strategy. With a swift motion, Lin Dong pushed the ball forward, launching a shot. What the? Is this how he plays? The collective incredulity echoed in everyone's mind, including those on the court, as they rushed to secure the rebound. Yet, 3 seconds later, everyone was left in stunned silence. The basketball swished through the net effortlessly. Lin Dong's team. 4. Huang Junlang's team. 8. Could it be? Unbelievable. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Lin Dong, you can do it. So cool. Do it again. His fans began to cheer for him. The game continued. Huang Junlang took control of the ball. Lin Dong stepped up to defend, while Liu Peng positioned himself in the key against the gorilla, Yang Shu. Don't think that just because you got lucky with one shot, you can change the outcome. I'll show you what real basketball is, Huang Junlang declared, showcasing his flashy dribbling skills with a flurry of ostentatious moves. Lin Dong remained nonchalantly in front of Huang Junlang, not even adopting a defensive stance. You're provoking me. Lin Dong, you'll see the consequences, Huang Junlang warned before darting past Lin Dong on the right. However, Lin Dong showed no reaction. Huang Junlang, feeling triumphant, approached the paint, ready to leap for a layup. Where's the ball? Huang Junlang turned in confusion, only to find Lin Dong standing at the three-point line, holding the ball with the same poised stance. He pushed the basketball once more, and it sailed through the net again. Lin Dong's team. 6. Huang Junlang's team. 8. The crowd erupted in excitement. Incredible. How did he steal the ball just now? Did anyone catch that? I didn't see it. It was like a blur, and suddenly Huang Junlang's ball was gone. The astonishment spread like wildfire. Who was it that claimed Lin Dong couldn't play? He was undoubtedly a master. With a scowl, Huang Junlang continued to handle the ball, this time opting for a more straightforward approach devoid of showboating. He dribbled a couple of times before preparing to pass to Yang Shu, intending to let him dominate the paint. However, as he attempted to regain possession, a swift breeze rushed by, and his hands were suddenly empty. Lin Dong had intercepted the ball, crossing the three-point line before casually tossing it again. Another swish. Lin Dong's team. 8. Huang Junlang's team. 8. In that moment, silence enveloped the arena. Everyone was in shock. 3 consecutive three-pointers had found their mark. This was no mere stroke of luck. Lin Dong was undeniably a hidden gem, a basketball savant. Huang Junlang called for a timeout. With the stakes this high, if Lin Dong managed another three-pointer, it would spell disaster for them. They needed to strategize on how to contain Lin Dong's burgeoning talent. Chapter 63. I Can Dunk 2. Huang Junlang called a timeout, deliberating on how to contain Lin Dong. In Lin Dong's team's resting area, cheers erupted. All right, Dongzi, you've been hiding your true abilities, they exclaimed, teasing him. You never took us seriously when we played together. What, do you look down on us? Liu Peng and others jested, astonished by Lin Dong's prowess. Though Liu Peng was aware of Lin Dong's enigmatic identity, he never anticipated his basketball skills to be so formidable. Not all, guys. I've just recently had a breakthrough, Lin Dong replied with a wry smile. How could he explain this? Should he tell them he had acquired an extraordinary system that allowed him to instantly learn anything? Would they believe such a tale? In the stands, Han Shiyun watched Lin Dong during his break, preparing to hand him a bottle of water. However, she noticed several girls had already rushed to offer him drinks, leaving her pouting in frustration. Lin Dong, you're so handsome. Have some water. One girl shouted, running onto the court with a bottle. Drink mine. Mine. Before Lin Dong could react, another girl presented him with another bottle. Lin Dong, I admire you so much. Could you write me a song? I've even thought a title, Girl. Lin Dong was suddenly surrounded by numerous girls, while Huang Junlang was left with his few male teammates, with no one offering him water. Despite Huang Junlang's affluent background as a well-known rich second generation, his reputation was far from stellar, arrogant and a notorious playboy. Witnessing Lin Dong and Appo's As popularity, Huang Junlang felt a surge of discontent and hurriedly beckoned his teammates to resume the game. The match continued, with Huang Junlang poised to inbound the ball from beyond the three-point line. The imposing figure of Yang Shu, nicknamed Gorilla, moved from the paint to receive the pass. Leaning forward, he dribbled with his right hand, preparing to bulldoze his way to the basket, where his height and weight would ensure an easy score. Liu Peng struggled to resist as Yang Shu pushed him back toward the rim. With a significant disparity in physical prowess, Liu Peng could only fend off the impending advance. But it was futile. Yang Shu surged upward, clutching the ball in his right hand, ready to slam dunk over Liu Peng. "Good shot," Huang Junlang shouted, confident of the outcome. In terms of dominance in the paint, Yang Shu was unrivaled at Jiang University. However, just as Yang Shu was about to deliver his thunderous dunk, an unexpected figure appeared before him, swatting the ball from his grasp. The sudden intruder was none other than Lin Dong, who had been keenly observing Yang Shu's movements, waiting for this precise moment to block the shot. The starting center of the Jiang University team, the formidable Yang Shu, had just been denied a dunk. The spectators who understood basketball were left in disbelief. Did Lin Dong just block Yang Shu's powerful dunk? Am I seeing things? This is incredible, they murmured, marveling at the sight of the nearly 2-meter-tall Yang Shu being thwarted by Lin Dong, who stood at only 1.8 meters. The gym erupted in discussions. Lin Dong's impressive three-pointers hadn't elicited such a reaction, but this block was truly astonishing. "Lin Dong, go. We love you." The crowd erupted with cheers. Huang Junlang, however, was visibly distressed. Meanwhile, Yang Shu stood frozen, grappling with the shock of having been blocked, particularly on his home court. He had never experienced such humiliation in his basketball career, even when representing the school in external competitions. Looking at Lin Dong, who stood nearly a head shorter than him, Yang Shu managed to utter his first words on the court. "Lin Dong, you are impressive." However, his tone was laced with barely contained fury. Lin Dong shrugged, responding, "You're not bad either," before darting toward the three-point line to receive the ball. The basketball fell to Fan Biao nearby, who passed it to Lin Dong. Huang Junlang immediately positioned himself closely against Lin Dong, denying him any chance to shoot. Lin Dong feinted left and right, but Huang Junlang remained steadfast. Although Lin Dong could have taken a shot, he deemed it insufficiently spectacular. "Isn't it just a dunk? I can do that too," Lin Dong thought. He passed the ball to Liu Peng, then swiftly maneuvered around Huang Junlang. Liu Peng returned the ball to Lin Dong, and with Huang Junlang no longer obstructing him, Lin Dong charged into the paint. What is Lin Dong planning? Isn't he known for his three-point shooting? Why rush into the lane? Spectators wondered. Perhaps he was aiming to dunk? After all, Yang Shu was still guarding the area. Who could possibly dunk over him? Lin Dong was undeterred as he approached the 3-second zone, leaping high like an eagle, ball in hand, preparing for a ferocious slam. The entire gymnasium held its breath, eyes glued to Lin Dong. Yang Shu, witnessing Lin Dong's approach, leaped to intercept, determined not to allow Lin Dong to humiliate him again. As Lin Dong soared to dunk, Yang Shu sprang up, attempting to swat the ball just as Lin Dong had done to him earlier. However, this time, the basketball did not fly away. Instead, the two hands met in midair, creating a stunning tableau of power. Many spectators captured this defining moment with their phones, recognizing it as a battle of titans. Lin Dong, barely exerting effort, felt Yang Shu beginning to falter under his strength. With a slight increase in force, Lin Dong propelled the basketball toward the hoop, and with a resounding thud, it crashed into the net. Yang Shu instinctively withdrew his hand just before contact, realizing he could not withstand Lin Dong and Appo's might without risking injury. To his astonishment, Lin Dong's strength exceeded his expectations. As Lin Dong's body collided with Yang Shu's, the latter was sent reeling backward, losing his balance and crashing to the floor. Lin Dong landed gracefully, leaving the audience in a state of bewilderment and awe. Chapter 64. The Birthday Banquet. A stunning scene. The entire venue was left in shock. How could Yang Shu possibly have been dunked by Lin Dong? Everyone found it hard to believe. With Lin Dong's height of just 1.8 meters and weight exceeding 100 kilograms, he had managed to directly upend Yang Shu, who stood nearly 2 meters tall and weighed around 260 to 270 pounds. This was nothing short of a complete upheaval of everyone's expectations. Lying on the ground, Yang Shu was momentarily dazed. Being blocked was one thing, but to be dunked like that was utterly humiliating. He felt too embarrassed to get back up. Huang Junlang, standing nearby, stared wide-eyed, his face a mask of disbelief. A deafening cheer erupted from the crowd. Following his title as the Piano Prince, Lin Dong had now acquired a new moniker, the Basketball Prince. The next shot was devoid of suspense. After intercepting the ball, Lin Dong effortlessly turned his back to the basket and executed a graceful reverse layup, the basketball swishing through the net. The score, Lin Dong and Amp, Oppos, S Team 11, Huang Junlang and Amp, Oppos, S Team 8. Did Lin Dong truly shoot without even glancing at the basket? This was simply outrageous. In his previous game, he had made 4 3-pointers and a powerful dunk, all flawlessly executed. Most astonishing was the fact that he had launched a 3-pointer without even looking at the hoop. The game concluded, and Lin Dong's name reverberated once more throughout Jiang University. That evening, Huang Junlang reserved a table of the cheapest dishes at the Golden Leaf Hotel. Lin Dong and his companions did not fuss about it. They were just happy to have something to eat. The following noon, Lin Dong and Oppos' loud proclamation of "I am a loser" in the broadcasting room drew peals of laughter from the entire student body. Huang Junlang felt utterly humiliated, and his resentment towards Lin Dong only deepened as he constantly plotted his revenge. The days that followed were uneventful, and soon 2 days had passed. This weekend, Lin Dong had promised Sun Siyu that he would accompany her home. Once he made a promise, Lin Dong would not go back on it. On Thursday, while attending class, Lin Dong received a text message from Han Shiyan. "Lin Dong, do you have time tomorrow? I would like to invite you to dinner." After pondering for a moment and realizing he had no other commitments, he decided to accept. How could he refuse the invitation from Goddess? He replied, "Sure, just let me know the location, and I will be there tomorrow." Han Shiyan responded, "It's a deal. No backing out. I'll give you the location tomorrow." Lin Dong replied, "Okay." The next day, Lin Dong received a call from Han Shiyan, instructing him to meet at a restaurant next to the luxurious Golden Sands. As the largest entertainment venue in Jiang City, numerous restaurants surrounded it. Dining that would allow for a seamless transition to entertainment afterward. What could be better? Lin Dong drove his Bugatti to the luxurious Golden Sands and parked in front of the venue. Upon arriving at the restaurant, he was taken aback by the crowd. 3 large tables filled with at least 20 individuals. Even Huang Junlang and his group of flamboyant young men were present. "Lin Dong, didn't you just enjoy a nice meal a couple of days ago? Why are you here again, mooching off us?" Huang Junlang seized the opportunity to taunt Lin Dong. "Are you still sore about your loss a couple of days ago? Why not set a time for a rematch?" Lin Dong retorted, "This isn't school. Who would compete against you in basketball here? Besides, today is Shurian's birthday, and you didn't even bring a gift. Are you really here just to mooch?" Lin Dong had genuinely not realized that today was Han Shiyan and Amp, Oppo's birthday. Had he known in advance, he would have refrained from attending, as he disliked mingling with people like Huang Junlang, most of whom he hardly knew. "All right, you two, stop arguing. Today is my birthday, so you should listen to me. Let an Amp, Oppo's, us all sit down and enjoy the meal." Han Shiyan interjected, putting an end to Huang Junlang and Amp, Oppo's jibes. "Thank you all for coming to my birthday banquet today. Everyone seated is one of my closest friends, and I appreciate your care during my time at Jiang University." He propose a toast. After delivering her speech, Han Shiyan raised her glass and downed a full cup of beer. The others followed suit, raising their glasses to drink as well. "Let's enjoy the meal. Once we're full, we have more activities planned for the evening." However, Huang Junlang was seething with rage throughout the dinner. As a recently celebrated new male idol at Jiang University, Lin Dong naturally attracted attention from many female students. Numerous girls approached him to raise toasts, which Lin Dong felt awkward refusing, so he graciously accepted every invitation. Strangely, Lin Dong had previously possessed a poor tolerance for alcohol, easily succumbing after just 2 bottles of beer and unable to handle liquor at all. Yet today, he consumed so much without feeling any effects. Could it be a benefit of his improved physique? Had he developed immunity to alcohol? After the meal, Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong, Han Shuyun's loyal protectors, led everyone to a private room at the luxurious Golden Sands, which they had reserved in advance. Lin Dong had intended to slip away, but Han Shuyun had kept a close eye on him, leaving him no opportunity to escape. Upon entering the private room, his eyes were immediately drawn to a towering cake. Over 2 meters high, adorned with 21 layers, for today marked Han Shuyun's 21st birthday. Wow, I've never seen such a massive birthday cake. It's so romantic, exclaimed several girls in awe. What do you think, Shuyun? I personally arranged for this cake, Huang Junlang boasted. Thank you, Junlang. Han Shuyun replied gratefully. And I worked hard to secure this private room. The luxurious Golden Sands is the best venue in Jiang City. Without connections, you can't even book such a large room. Zheng Yong chimed in, eager to take credit. Thanks to you too, Yongge. Han Shuyun quickly expressed her gratitude. Make a wish already. Han Shuyun closed her eyes and began to wish. Since everyone had just eaten, after making her wish, she pushed the cake aside, planning to eat it later when everyone was hungry again. At that moment, Huang Junlang produced a small box from his pocket and handed it to Han Shuyun, saying, Shuyun, it's your birthday today, and I have a simple gift for you. I hope you'll accept it. Han Shuyun took the box, and the girls urged her, Shuyun, hurry and open it. We are all curious about what Huang is giving you. Encouraged by the others, Han Shuyun opened the box and revealed a sparkling crystal necklace nestled inside. Shuyun, this crystal necklace is something I carefully selected. Do you like it? Huang Junlang asked. As Han Shuyun took out the necklace, a receipt slipped out of the box. This was Huang Junlang's intentional ploy to showcase the necklace's value, inciting envy among the onlookers. Wow, this crystal necklace costs 280,000. That's outrageous. Let me see. Wow, it's true. Huang is incredibly generous. Most of the attendees were left utterly astonished, speechless at the extravagant display of wealth. Chapter 65. Arif Huang Junlang felt a sense of smugness. This time, he had truly invested heavily. For the past couple of days, Jiang Shan had ignored him, despite his attempts to win her over with numerous gifts. Eventually, Huang Junlang grew frustrated and tossed 50,000 yuan to Jiang Shan, urging her to terminate the pregnancy herself, thus severing their ties. After all, he had already enjoyed his time with her, and once the novelty wore off, it was time to pursue new interests. Consequently, his gaze shifted to Han Shuyun, a captivating flower whose fragrance was alluring yet unattainable, stirring a sense of yearning within him. Moreover, having spent several million on Han Shuyun, he was reluctant to give up without securing her affections at least once. For someone of his privileged background, several million was not a trifling sum, leading him to fabricate various excuses to extract money from his parents. At that moment, Zheng Yong interjected, Huang, is gifting a necklace really so lowbrow? Shuyun, come here and see the gift I have for you. With that, Zheng Yong presented Han Shuyun with a beautifully crafted box. Upon opening it, she discovered a car key within, a BMW. Are you serious? A car? Han Shuyun's roommates and classmates were nearly beside themselves with envy. If such a gift were bestowed upon them, they would likely be overwhelmed with elation. Shuyun, I know you didn't fancy the last car I gave you, so I've upgraded to a convertible BMW Z4, far more exquisite than the previous one, Zheng Yong boasted. Meanwhile, Huang Junlang's thunder was stolen by Zheng Yong's grand gesture, prompting him to angrily retort, Zheng, what was it you said last time? You accepted 3 million from me, promising never to compete for Han Shuyun again. Do you think your words are worthless? Huang Junlang unveiled their previous agreement regarding the rankings. What? Zheng Yong actually accepted 3 million from Huang Junlang and pledged not to pursue Han Shuyun? How could this be? Isn't he's supposed to be a wealthy heir? This seems more like a charade of affluence. Huang Junlang is evidently the more formidable one. The surrounding crowd buzzed with speculation, leaving Zheng Yong and Appo's face a mix of hues as he grappled with the unexpected exposure. Huang, how dare you bring up the rankings? You were the one who, out of fear, willingly handed over 3 million, and in the end, you still couldn't secure the top spot. How embarrassing. Zheng Yong shot back. But you accepted the money. A real man keeps his promises. Unless you wish to admit you are not a man. I did vow not to contend with you for Han Shuyun, but if I don't act now, She will end up with Lin Dong, that loser. Did you not see them dining together? You. Huang Junlang was rendered speechless. Lin Dong, somewhat bewildered, thought, what does this have to do with me? Am I being caught in their crossfire? He recognized that both of them were cut from the same cloth. Enough. Today is my birthday. Can you both show me some respect? Han Shiyun interjected, bringing an end to their quarrel. Then she continued, first, I must thank you both. But your gifts are far too extravagant for me to accept. Please, take them back. I apologize. Shiyun, I genuinely wanted to give this to you. Please, feel no obligation. Both men hastily insisted. Listen to me. I invited you both not to receive gifts, but to express my gratitude for your kindness. I must also clarify that I have someone I truly like. So, I ask that you refrain from gifting me in the future, and let us be ordinary friends. Shall we? Han Shiyun summoned her courage to declare. This decision stemmed from careful consideration. During the last ranking event, Lin Dong and Huang Junlang had collectively showered her with over 10 million in gifts. From her share of 7 million, she purchased a new house for her family, a car for her parents, and gifted them 1 million. With 3 million remaining, she had fulfilled her wish to improve her parents' lives sooner than expected. Thus, her desire for wealth had diminished, and she no longer wished to be caught in a tug-of-war between Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong. Frequent encounters with danger often lead to misfortune, and she feared the day they might seek retribution. After all, she was merely a girl from an ordinary family, and if they pressed her, she might not withstand the pressure. Therefore, on her birthday, she chose to make her intentions clear, simultaneously demonstrating her feelings for Lin Dong. Shiyun, are you jesting? Huang Junlang asked, taken aback. Shiyun, please don't make such a joke. My heart can't bear such a blow. Zheng Yong added, clearly struggling to accept this reality. The surrounding crowd was equally astonished that Han Shiyun had rejected their lavish gifts and sought to distance herself from them. Was she out of her mind? With two powerful allies like them, countless girls in school would envy her immensely. I am not joking. I speak the truth. Let us be ordinary friends, please, Han Shiyun softly implored. Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong exchanged glances, each reading the other's unwillingness to accept this fate. Han Shiyun's declaration in front of so many witnesses signified she was not playing games. They were now painfully aware of their positions as mere backups, having devoted their time and affection to her only to see another seize the opportunity. Zheng Yong was somewhat at ease, as he had always been on the back foot in his competition with Huang Junlang and hadn't spent excessively. Huang Junlang, however, was incensed. He had invested millions, and now it seemed all for naught. A surge of fury twisted his features as he confronted Han Shiyun. Tell me, who is that man? I and Appos. I'll take care of him. Junlang, please calm down. We can still be friends, Han Shiyun pleaded, fearful of his relentless pursuit, yet aware of her own guilt in wanting to cast aside someone who had spent so much on her. Don't try to deceive me, Han Shiyun. I have spent too much on you for you to think you can now dismiss me. What will it take for you to let me go? She inquired. If you want me to relent, you must spend a month with me. Absolutely not. Han Shiyun shot back without hesitation. Then there is nothing more to discuss. Let me tell you, Han Shiyun, in this city, you shall not escape my grasp. I will have what I desire. No woman I pursue has ever slipped from my hold. Huang Junlang's visage contorted in rage as he declared, with the mask of civility torn away. Huang Junlang revealed his true self. And me, Zheng Yong interjected. Since you have been so heartless, don't blame us for what comes next. I have also invested a considerable amount in you. If you wish to completely sever ties, you will owe me at least half a month of your time. Otherwise, I will join forces with Huang Junlang, and you will have no place left in this city. Chapter 66. Are you speaking to me? Han Shiyun stood there, feeling somewhat helpless. She had anticipated that the situation would not be easily resolved, yet she never imagined that Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong would utter such words. The people around her began to sense that something was amiss. As Han Shiyun's friends, they naturally supported her. Huang Junlang, Zheng Yong, what do you intend to do? I warn you, do not act recklessly. Otherwise, we will report you. One of Han Shiyun and Appos' roommates exclaimed. Yes, don't do anything foolish. We will report this to the school, and you could be expelled. Another voice chimed in. Get lost. This is none of your business. Otherwise, I will deal with all of you. Huang Junlang bellowed at the girl who had just spoken. She was taken aback, startled by Huang Junlang's sudden transformation. She hesitated to speak further, knowing that Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong were local rich heirs. At that moment, Han Shiyun began to sob. After all, she was a girl, and being threatened like this caused her tears to flow uncontrollably. Han Shiyun, crying, "Want help to resolve this matter? You must accompany us for a month and a half. After that, we promise not to harass you again. Otherwise, you will find it impossible to move around in Jiangxing." Huang Junlang continued his threats. With tear-filled eyes, Han Shiyun looked towards Lin Dong. He was her only hope for salvation. She was aware of Lin Dong and Oppo's background. The owner of the Golden Leaf Hotel was no ordinary person. His family background was certainly not inferior to that of Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong. Lin Dong could no longer bear to watch. "Gentlemen, is it not a bit excessive to threaten a woman like this?" he remarked calmly. The actions of these two wealthy heirs reminded him of his cousin Wang Li and Oppo's ordeal in Wu City. Had no one come to Han Shiyun and Oppo's aid today, her fate might have been dire. "Lin Dong, this is none of your concern. It will be wise for you to remain silent. You lack the ability to play the hero." Huang Junlang sneered at Lin Dong. "Heroism aside, I truly cannot stand by idly." Lin Dong replied. "And what can you do about it?" Huang Junlang mocked. Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open slightly. A small head peeked in, surveyed the situation, and upon spotting Lin Dong, fully entered the room. "Lin Dong ji, so you are here. I saw your car outside and knew you must be here. I searched through several private rooms to find you." A girl with a voluminous hairstyle, large earrings, and heavy makeup exclaimed. She was followed by 5 or 6 similarly dressed individuals, all appearing to be around 16 or 17 years old. "Xiao Xiao, who is this? Why did you look for so long?" one of her companions inquired. "This is my brother," Lu Xiao Xiao replied. "Your brother? I had no idea you had an older brother. You don't know him. He is practically like a biological brother." The two continued their conversation. Huang Junlang was incensed. He was already furious, and now a group of young girls had arrived. "Who let you little girls in here? Get out!" Huang Junlang shouted. Lu Xiao Xiao, bewildered, pointed to her own nose and asked, "Are you talking about me? Who else would I be talking about? Hurry up and get out. Otherwise, I will have your parents teach you a lesson. You don't know who I am?" Lu Xiao Xiao inquired with curiosity. "And why should I know you? If I had known someone like you, I would have dealt with you long ago. Look at your outfit. You look like a delinquent. How were you raised by your parents? Or do you have a life but no one to care for you?" Huang Junlang retorted with disdain. Lu Xiao Xiao turned to Lin Dong and asked, "Lin Dong ji, is this your friend?" "No." Lin Dong replied carefully. "Then that makes things easier," Lu Xiao Xiao declared. She then turned to Huang Junlang and asked, "You think you're tough? What is your name?" Huang Junlang, wanting to assert himself, replied, "What is my name? You're not worthy to know. I haven't even asked for your name. Who am I? Someone tell him," Lu Xiao Xiao said. One of her companions stepped forward and pointed to Lu Xiao Xiao, stating, "Her name is Lu Xiao Xiao, the second young lady of the Lu family in Jiangxing." "Do you know the Lu family?" "There is only one Lu family in Jiangxing." After this revelation, he returned to his position, and the group exchanged amused glances with Huang Junlang. How dare he insult the second young lady of the Lu family? This was going to be entertaining. Lu Xiao Xiao, second young lady of the Lu family in Jiangxing? Zheng Yong's mind went blank. He quickly stepped back, distancing himself from Huang Junlang. Huang Junlang was terrified. He didn't want to be associated with this mess. The Lu family was a top-tier family in Jiangxing. His own background paled in comparison. He had heard rumors about a second young lady of the Lu family, said to be a rebellious spirit. It must be this young girl before him. He felt a chill run down his spine, realizing how close he had come to supporting Huang Junlang just moments ago. Huang Junlang, initially confused, gradually let fear etch itself onto his face. The second young lady of the Lu family? Is she not the legendary troublemaker of Jiangxing? What had he just said? He had threatened to have her parents discipline her, accused her of having a life, but no one to care for her. In that instant, Huang Junlang felt his blood pressure rise, and he became dizzy. Why so silent? Were you not going to have my parents teach me a lesson? Accusing me of having a life, but no one to care for me? Lu Xiao Xiao questioned. In a state of panic, Huang Junlang knelt. trembling as he bowed his head. Lu, second young lady, I'm sorry. I was blind to your greatness and have offended you. Please, spare me this one time. Just moments ago, he had been so brazen. How is it that he could hardly articulate a word now? This scene left all the onlookers bewildered. Just moments before, Huang Junlang had been filled with bravado, and now he cowered on the ground. Who was this young girl? What kind of power did her name hold? The most shocking revelation was that this little girl had called Lin Dong Ji. Chapter 67. Huang Junlang and Appo's downfall. The individuals present were taken aback by Lu Xiaoxiao. The oddly dressed young girl. A mere name had instilled such fear in Huang Junlang, indicating that he was far from an ordinary character. Lin Dong, what is his name? Lu Xiaoxiao inquired. His name is Huang Junlang. It seems his family is quite established here in Jiangxin. He is undoubtedly formidable, a genuine rich second generation. Lin Dong replied with a smile. Offending Lu Xiaoxiao would require no intervention from him. Huang Junlang was certainly doomed. Rich second generation? Lu Xiaoxiao asked, puzzled. She turned to her sisters behind her and asked, do any of you know someone with the surname Huang in our circle? No, not a clue. Never heard of him. The young girls chorused, shaking their heads. Lu Xiaoxiao looked at Huang Junlang and remarked, you haven't even entered Jiangxing's social scene. How can you call yourself a rich second generation? Huang Junlang knelt on the ground, hurriedly responding, yes. Miss Lu, you are absolutely right. I am not a rich second generation. I am merely an ordinary person. Please, show me mercy. Show you mercy? Do you understand? I, Lu Xiaoxiao, have never been insulted like this in my life. You dare to teach me a lesson on behalf of my parents? You claim I have no future and should leave? My grandfather, my parents, and my brother have never spoken to me in such a manner. Lu Xiaoxiao retorted with fury. It was my fault. I spoke out of turn. I apologize. Huang Junlang exclaimed, beginning to slap his own face. At this moment, he was genuinely terrified. If the Lu family targeted him in Jiangxing, his comfortable life would come to an abrupt end, leading to his family's ruin. Everything he had once taken pride in would vanish. Han Shiyun had ceased her tears, watching the scene in astonishment while glancing at Lu Xiaoxiao and Lin Dong. She realized that the crisis of the day had been averted. Huang Junlang had provoked a significant figure and was now in a precarious situation, leaving him little time to concern himself with her. However, she felt a tinge of regret that Zheng Yong had managed to escape. Zheng Yong discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling relieved to have narrowly avoided being dragged down with Huang Junlang. Although Huang Junlang was on the ground, slapping himself, this did little to quell Lu Xiaoxiao's anger. Sisters, attack! Beat him! Lu Xiaoxiao commanded as she and her friends rushed at Huang Junlang, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. Huang Junlang could only passively endure the assault. He was too frightened to retaliate or even evade. However, being young girls, their strength was limited, and their blows did not inflict any significant harm on Huang Junlang. Yet, he screamed in despair, hoping to evoke pity from the young ladies and secure his release. After a few strikes, Lu Xiaoxiao and Appo's hands ached, leaving her unsatisfied. She scanned her surroundings and walked directly to the tea table in the center of the room, seizing a wine bottle and preparing to smash it over Huang Junlang's head. Stop! Lu Xiaoxiao, what are you doing? Lin Dong shouted. The bottle was filled with liquor, and its thickness meant that a blow could be fatal for Huang Junlang. Lu Xiaoxiao, despite her young age, dared to take such drastic action. What would become of her in the future? A few strikes for relief would suffice. Resorting to bloodshed was excessive. Just as she was about to strike, she halted upon hearing Lin Dong's voice, turning to him. Lin Dong, he insulted me. I want to hit him. He insulted you a couple of times. And you want to smash a bottle over his head? Do you realize the consequences of such an action? Sometimes, problems cannot be solved solely through violence. Put the bottle down. Oh, Lu Xiaoxiao reluctantly lowered the bottle. Moreover, you're not to come to places like this during school hours. Look at yourself. You hardly resemble a student. If I see you like this again, I will have to teach you a lesson on behalf of your brother. Lin Dong expressed his discomfort with Lu Xiaoxiao and Appo's appearance, finding it rather distressing. If his sister dressed like this daily, he would have set her straight long ago. He wondered why Lu Chun had not intervened. Upon hearing Lin Dong and Appo's words, everyone present was stunned. Just moments ago, Huang Junlang had threatened to discipline Lu Xiaoxiao and Appo's as parents, and now he was kneeling on the ground. Yet Lin Dong had the audacity to say he would discipline Lu Xiaoxiao on behalf of her brother. Even Lu Xiaoxiao and Appo's friends looked at Lin Dong with teasing expressions. Why were so many people intent on reprimanding Lu Xiaoxiao today? They eagerly awaited her rebuttal. However, Lu Xiaoxiao merely lowered her head, speaking in a somewhat aggrieved tone. "Oh, I understand, Lin Dong." In an instant, their expressions shifted from amusement to astonishment. When had Lu Xiaoxiao, the notorious troublemaker of the Lu family, transformed into a compliant girl? Even within her family, she had never been so obedient to anyone. Although Lu Xiaoxiao and Appo's tone carried a hint of grievance, she felt a surge of happiness inside, since Lin Dong had suddenly appeared beside her, stopping Qin Zheng's sword from piercing her heart with just 2 fingers. Lin Dong's presence had become monumental in her mind, even surpassing that of her brother Lu Chun. The figure that emerges in moments of despair is often the most unforgettable. As a member of the SCC, she was well aware of the Tsi gang's formidable reputation. Even her brother was not their match. If Lin Dong could defeat Qin Zheng, he was undoubtedly powerful. Lu Xiaoxiao admired strength, especially that of someone who had saved her life. Lin Dong and Appo's words brought her joy, as they signified his concern for her. Then Lu Xiaoxiao asked, Lin Dong, "May I come by during my break?" "You may come during your break, but you must remove that frizzy hair, the large earrings, and the heavy makeup from your face. A student should present themselves as a student." "All right then. By the way, Lin Dong, when you have time, my grandfather wishes to meet you and express his gratitude." Lin Dong pondered for a moment before responding, "This week won't work, but I will contact your brother when I'm available." He felt it was essential to honor the Lu family and Appo's reputation, albeit it would have to wait until next week. "Great. Lin Dong, we shall take our leave now." Lu Xiaoxiao signaled to her friends as they prepared to depart. However, before leaving, she addressed Huang Junlang, saying, "Huang Junlang, right? I will remember you. And I hope you can continue to enjoy your life as a rich second generation tomorrow." Huang Junlang sat on the ground, paralyzed with fear. It was over. Everything was over. He had successfully provoked the wrath of the Lu family. How could he possibly survive in Jiangxing now? He could hardly bear to imagine what life awaited him if his family went bankrupt. Chapter 68. Are you truly incapable? Lu Xiaoxiao departed with her companions, leaving only the group that had dined together in the private room. Huang Junlang slumped on the floor, his eyes vacant. Zheng Yong felt a sense of relief in silence, while Han Shiyun gazed at Lin Dong with sparkling eyes. It was not just Han Shiyun. Every girl in the room looked at Lin Dong with newfound admiration. They had not anticipated that Lin Dong was such a formidable figure, his talents hidden beneath the surface. Feeling somewhat awkward under their intense scrutiny, Lin Dong stammered, Han, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. You all continue to enjoy yourselves." Han Shiyun, upon hearing Lin Dong's intent to depart, immediately objected. She approached him and wrapped her arms around his, declaring, "Lin Dong, you cannot leave. Today is my birthday, and you have yet to present me with a gift." Lin Dong felt a rush of embarrassment as he sensed Han Shiyun's softness. He attempted to extricate himself, but her grip was firm, offering him no chance of escape. Han, can I make it up to you with a gift another time? I genuinely didn't realize today was your birthday." "No, it must be today," Han Shiyun insisted, tightening her embrace as she playfully rubbed his arm against her ample bosom, causing Lin Dong's face to flush crimson. Despite having dated Jiang Shan for several years, he was still inexperienced and found it difficult to withstand the teasing of a girl like Han Shiyun. A few daring girls approached, vying for Lin Dong's attention and playfully tugging at him, eager to forge a closer connection. Ultimately, Lin Dong had no choice but to acquiesce and remain for the time being. With Huang Junlang still present, they relocated to another private room to continue their revelry. Zheng Yong and the other boys dared not join, as they now regarded Lin Dong with trepidation, wishing to hasten their exit and avoid a fate akin to Huang Junlang's. The evening culminated close to midnight. When Han Shiyun approached the front desk to settle the bill, she was informed that all expenses incurred by Lin Dong at the Fully Jinsha were entirely waived, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the group. What a mysterious identity Lin Dong possessed. How had they not discovered such a powerful figure before? Lin Dong, where do you reside? Han Shiyun inquired as they reached the entrance of Fully Jinsha. I live in the suburbs, Lin Dong replied. Didn't you drive here, Lin Dong? Why don't you give us a ride? One girl suggested. Exactly. It's late. Taking a taxi isn't safe, another girl chimed in. My car can't accommodate this many people, Lin Dong explained. With about 10 girls remaining, it was indeed impossible for Lin Dong's car to fit them all. It could only seat one. We can squeeze in. You can make 2 trips. They insisted. Otherwise, how will we get home this late? When they arrived at Lin Dong's Bugatti Chiron, he tapped the car and said, This is my car. If I were to take you, I'd have to make 10 trips. The sight of such a dazzling Bugatti left the onlookers momentarily stunned. Indeed, women have little resistance to such extravagant vehicles. Wow, Lin Dong, is this really your car? It's stunning. This is a legendary vehicle. Compared to Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong, whose cars paled in comparison, the Bugatti Chiron was a revelation. Quick, look it up. As the global limited edition supercar was revealed, the awe intensified. Wow, this is the Bugatti Chiron limited edition. With an official price of 60 million, one girl stammered upon discovering the staggering figure. For these students, 60 million was an astronomical sum. Even for affluent second-generation youths like Zheng Yong and Huang Junlang, a car priced at 60 million was nothing more than a distant dream. Sorry, I can't take you all tonight. You'll have to take a taxi back. I can reimburse the fare. Goodbye, Lin Dong said, unlocking the car and getting in, eager to leave the overwhelming attention of the throng of admirers behind. After all, he was merely a normal man, and being surrounded by such assertive young women was rather overwhelming. Just as he settled into his seat, the passenger door swung open and Han Shiyun slid in. Now was not the time for politeness. To win over Lin Dong, she had to seize every moment they could share. The other girls outside were filled with frustration. Regretting the Hen-T, claimed the front passenger seat for themselves. What an opportunity it would have been to ride in such a luxurious car and spend time alone with Lin Dong. Lin Dong was taken aback and remarked, Han, I'm not returning to school. Wherever you wish to take me is fine. Tonight, I'm going with you, Han Shiyun declared. Anywhere? Lin Dong pondered, his mind wandering. Could anywhere include a hotel room? He glanced at Han Shiyun, who was blushing and gazing intently at him. Truth be told, it would be a lie to say Lin Dong was unaffected by a goddess like Han Shiyun. As one of Jiang University's 3 most esteemed beauties, she possessed ample charisma, with looks and figure that were nothing short of extraordinary, coupled with a fiery passion. Should she make a bold advance, few men could withstand her allure. Yet Lin Dong was different. He had his principles and was not akin to someone like Huang Junlang, who thought only with his lower instincts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have respected Jiang Shan's wishes throughout their 4-year relationship without once crossing boundaries. Han, this isn't quite appropriate. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Last time, you claimed the top spot on my leaderboard. I owe it to you to be yours. If Huang Junlang had claimed me, I would have been trapped, so I owe you my gratitude, she replied, her words unfiltered. Lin Dong was at a loss for how to respond. Han, I believe that if 2 people were to engage in that manner, it's essential to cultivate feelings first, or else what's the difference from being mere animals? Don't you agree? Aren't we all just animals? Han Shiyun countered. You men are all creatures of base desires. Han, I must respectfully disagree. I'm not like those other men, Lin Dong asserted firmly, with a semblance of amusement. Han Shiyun regarded him and teased. Not like them? Or is it that you are truly incapable? This was too much to bear. Han Shiyun, you are insulting my character. Retract your words, and I shall pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, you shall regret it tonight. Lin Dong's tone shifted to one of indignation. This was indeed a grave insult. Lin Dong, I merely wish to ascertain whether you are genuinely incapable or if you are merely misunderstood. I'm here to vindicate you. Han Shiyun persisted, undeterred. Her goal tonight was to provoke Lin Dong, and she showed no signs of retreat. Those were your words. Don't you dare regret them. With that, Lin Dong ignited the engine, pressing the accelerator and vanishing from sight. The soundproofing of the $60 million car was exceptional. The crowd outside had not caught a single word of their conversation. Chapter 69. Injured Lin Dong drove his Bugatti Chiron, escorting Han Shiyun to the Jiangnan International Mansion. He parked the car at the entrance, turned to Han Shiyun, and said, "If you regret it now, it's not too late. I can take you back to school." Who regrets it? Han Shiyun replied defiantly. She truly did not regret it, but her heart was pounding with anxiety. After all, this was a significant event in a girl's life. Since childhood, she had been a girl who cherished her dignity. Even though she had employed certain means to improve her family and Appo's circumstances, she had always been protective of her body. She often dreamed of finding her Prince Charming to whom she could wholly surrender herself. At this moment, Lin Dong was her Prince Charming. The first time she heard Lin Dong's name was when Jiang Shan broke up with him, causing her to be so furious that she nearly vomited blood. Huang Junlang had spread the news across various groups and social media at Jiang University. Despite Huang Junlang, Lin Dong had taken away her top rank, and they met at the Golden Leaf Hotel. It was then that she discovered Lin Dong was a super wealthy heir, far superior to Huang Junlang and his ilk. However, what truly captivated her was not merely Lin Dong's affluent background. While she did yearn for wealth to better her family's life, she was not a materialistic woman. It was Lin Dong and Appo's ability to remain devoted to Jiang Shan for 4 years without crossing any boundaries, his profound love that inspired him to compose outstanding songs like Boy, and his consistently composed demeanor that truly attracted her. Having interacted with many wealthy heirs, she had her own understanding of men. Men like Huang Junlang pursued her for novelty and the thrill of conquering one of Jiang University and Appo's 3 goddesses, to bolster their sense of achievement and become the envy of others. Perhaps once the novelty wore off, he would seek to conquer Su Yingxue and Shangwan Mingwei. Such men would never be satisfied. However, Lin Dong was different. Once a substantial relationship was established, he would be wholly responsible. As Lin Dong and Appo's identity and talent began to emerge, the number of girls vying for his attention would surely increase, prompting her to act swiftly. Thus, the scene of her making a bold move tonight came to be. Lin Dong fell silent, slowly driving into the community. He, too, felt a surge of nervousness, his hands slightly sweating on the steering wheel. They parked the car and ascended the stairs together, both remaining silent, the tension palpable. Upon entering the room, Han Shiyun was too anxious to appreciate its opulence. Under ordinary circumstances, she would have been astonished into speechlessness. Now, however, her nerves rendered her mute. She sat vacantly on the sofa while Lin Dong stood beside her, unsure of what to say. Han, perhaps you should take a shower first? Lin Dong cautiously suggested. Okay. Han Shiyun replied nervously, standing up to wash, but being new to the place, she was unsure of where the bathroom was, feeling too shy to ask, and thus remained stationary. The bathroom is over there. Lin Dong pointed in a direction. Blushing, Han Shiyun hurried to the bathroom and locked the door tightly from inside. After she entered, Lin Dong sat on the sofa, his anxiety still unresolved. He took out his phone, hoping to distract himself. Upon opening it, he was met with a barrage of missed calls. Lin Dong quickly checked, realizing that since 8 o'clock, his cousin Wang Li had been trying to reach him. Somehow, his phone had been set to silent mode, and amidst the noise of the golden leaf, he had not noticed. His heart raced. Could it be that something had gone wrong? Similar to last time? He quickly called back. "Hello, Lin Dong Gu." Wang Li and Appo's voice came through the line, slightly easing his tension. "Wang Xiaomei, why have you been calling me? What's wrong?" "I had my phone on silent," Lin Dong inquired. "Lin Dong Gu, my mom has been attacked." "What?" "And has been hurt." If Lin Dong were to rank the people he cared about most in this world, his Aunt Lu Yanmei would undoubtedly hold the top position, alongside his elder Aunt Lin Guoying. Ever since his parents had passed away, he had only felt warmth at his aunt's and elder aunt's homes. Now, to hear that his aunt had been harmed ignited a fierce anger within him. He knew his aunt would never provoke anyone. Who did this? Is she seriously injured? He pressed urgently. It was your cousin Lin Quan who did it. The injuries aren't severe. The doctor said she just needs a few days of rest, Wang Li responded. How could Lin Quan strike Aunt? Did she go to demand the compensation for what happened to my parents again? Oh dear, Lin Dong go. I can't explain everything over the phone. You need to come back and see for yourself. My brother is planning to take revenge tomorrow. Lin Dong was furious. Though Wang Li hadn't explicitly stated it, he could piece together what had likely transpired. His aunt must have approached them again about the compensation for his parents and Oppo's accident. And when his second aunt refused, Lin Quan had undoubtedly sided with his mother and attacked his aunt. This little brat. Just wait until I get back to deal with you. Not only did they refuse to pay, but they also dared to resort to violence. What kind of family are they? Initially, he had no intention of pursuing that compensation. He had more than enough money as it was. But now, he felt he must have it, even if it meant giving it to a beggar on the street rather than letting them keep it. Wang Xiaomei, didn't I give you a substantial amount of money? Didn't I ask you to convey a bit of this to Aunt? Why would she still go after the money? Go, if you don and Oppo's, say anything, how can I? Wang Li replied, feeling wronged. I didn't want Aunt to worry about me getting into trouble outside. As a girl, having that much money suddenly, I would fear my mother thinking I was involved with some rich man. Lin Dong was left speechless by Wang Li's retort. Fine, I'll return right away. I'll definitely be there before dawn. You must keep an eye on Wang Chao. Don't let him cause any trouble. Wang Chao was quite the mischievous character. If he went after Lin Quan, who knows what chaos might ensue. Okay, hurry. After hanging up with Wang Li, Lin Dong immediately called Wei Yong and the others, instructing them to come pick him up. His Bugatti Chiron wouldn't do well in their small town due to its low clearance. He would need to take a Mercedes back. After the call, he glanced at Han Shiyun, still in the bathroom, and chose not to inform her, heading downstairs instead. On his way, he sent Han Shiyun a message, letting her know he had an urgent matter to attend to at home and that she should stay here for the night. After sending the message, Lin Dong thought for a moment and added, Han, I genuinely have something to attend to. It is absolutely not an excuse to flee, and it certainly is not about me being inadequate. When I return, I will prove it to you. If Han Shiyun mistakenly believed he was inadequate in that regard, it would be the greatest insult to his dignity. But would she believe him? He suspected it was unlikely. If the roles were reversed, he wouldn't believe it either. Alas, his reputation was at stake, but now was not the time for such concerns. He needed to return and handle this matter first. Chapter 70. A sudden retreat? Lin Dong did not wait long at the entrance of the Jiangnan International Mansion before Wei Yong and Li Kubing arrived in a luxurious car. Once inside, Lin Dong provided Wei Yong with a coordinate for navigation. Lin Dong and Oppo's home was also in Jiangnan province, but in a remote county approximately 500 to 600 kilometers away. If they departed now, they would arrive by morning. Han Shiyun spent over half an hour in the bathroom before finally emerging, feeling a mix of anticipation and anxiety as she prepared to confront a significant moment in her life. Wrapped in a towel, her damp hair accentuated her figure, creating an alluring image reminiscent of a beauty emerging from a bath, capable of captivating any young man and Oppo's attention. Unfortunately, Lin Dong had already departed and would not witness this enchanting sight. Finding Lin Dong absent, Han Shiyun assumed he had gone upstairs and settled onto the sofa to wait. After a considerable time had passed without Lin Dong and Oppo's return, boredom set in, prompting her to check her phone. She discovered 2 messages from Lin Dong. After reading them, she was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Was Lin Dong truly backing out at the last minute? Family matters? She could hardly believe it. What time was it? Indeed, he was not the type to be frivolous. Yet, she chided herself, as if she were a woman of loose morals. After all, she was still a paragon of virtue. She had merely encountered someone she admired and was courageously pursuing her happiness. With Lin Dong gone, Han Shiyun relaxed and began to explore the opulence of the residence. Initially too nervous to notice, she now appreciated the grandeur surrounding her. Standing before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, she marveled at the breathtaking nightscape, feeling as if she were in a dream. After capturing several photos of the stunning view, she ascended to the 28th floor. To her astonishment, There was a private swimming pool. Above it, a transparent glass ceiling revealed a canopy of twinkling stars. The mere thought of reclining in the pool while gazing up at the celestial display was pure bliss. Without hesitation, she retrieved an air mattress from the poolside, placed it in the water, and lay back, letting it drift to the center of the pool as she gazed at the starry sky. If only Lin Dong were there to embrace her, perhaps with a couple of glasses of red wine. Glancing down at her towel-clad body, she decided to shed the towel entirely. Such an enticing figure. How could Lin Dong ever bear to leave? Truly, he was a rather unromantic fellow. Meanwhile, Lin Dong was hastily making his way to his aunt's house. Her injury was a grave matter. Although not severe, it weighed heavily on his heart, especially since she had been hurt while seeking compensation for him. By the time Lin Dong arrived in Xuqing, it was already past 6 in the morning. He had managed to catch a brief nap during the night, while Wei Yong and Li Guobing took turns driving. Upon reaching Xuqing, Lin Dong took the wheel himself, as Wei Yong and Li Guobing were unfamiliar with the area, and he wished to expedite their journey. Upon arriving at his aunt and Appo's home, Lin Dong instructed Wei Yong and Li Guobing to wait in the car while he went inside. His cousin, Wang Li, answered the door. "Brother, come in quickly. How is everything?" "We're in Amp." "Amp?" Appo's aunt. "What about Wang Chao?" Lin Dong inquired. "Everyone is at home. Dad is watching over Wang Chao, concerned he might seek out Lin Quan." Wang Li replied. As Lin Dong entered, he spotted his uncle, Wang Yongfu, seated on the sofa, engrossed in a television program. "Uncle," Lin Dong called out. "Xiao Dong, you've arrived. Go check on your aunt." Wang Yongfu replied. "At your age, still causing trouble. Now look what you and Amp, Appo's, done. She can't even get out of bed." Wang Yongfu, a minor official, was generally reliable and calm in emergencies, although not particularly warm towards Lin Dong. He had not treated him coldly during the 2 years Lin Dong had lived there. "Can't get out of bed? Didn't my cousin say she just needs a few days of rest?" This sounds quite serious, Lin Dong thought, hurrying to his aunt's room. He found her peacefully asleep, choosing not to disturb her as he gently closed the door and returned to the living room to sit with his uncle and cousin. "Uncle, what exactly happened?" Lin Dong pressed. Wang Yongfu recounted the events, which aligned closely with Lin Dong's understanding. Years prior, following a family accident, there had been a compensation of nearly 2 million. Lin Dong, still underage at the time, required a guardian to manage these funds. He had chosen to live with his uncle, Lin Guobang, who promised that the money would be provided when Lin Dong turned 18. However, his aunt and uncle had grown skeptical, leading to a written agreement that had been kept with his aunt all this time. Once Lin Guobang received the compensation, life became difficult for Lin Dong until he moved in with his aunt during high school. Now, at 21 and nearing graduation, there was no sign that Lin Guobang intended to release the funds. Yesterday, his aunt, Lu Yanmei, had confronted Lin Guobang with the agreement, threatening legal action if necessary. This led to an altercation with Lin Dong's aunt, Zhang Guifeng, during which Lin Quan intervened, pushing Lu Yanmei and causing her to injure her back. Given her pre-existing condition, the situation was now serious, requiring a recovery period of at least 2 weeks. "What about Wang Chao?" Lin Dong inquired again. "He woke up this morning, yelling about seeking revenge on Lin Quan. I stopped him, and he is currently locked in his room, sulking," Wang Yongfu responded. "Uncle, I will handle this matter. Rest assured, I will ensure my aunt receives justice," Lin Dong assured him. "Xiao Dong, remember to approach everything with reason. If necessary, let us use legal means to protect ourselves. But do not act impulsively." "I understand, uncle. I will check on Wang Chao now." Lin Dong walked to Wang Chao's bedroom, which had once been his own. His aunt's house was a 3-bedroom apartment, and during his 2-year stay, he and Wang Chao had shared a room, forging a close bond. Chapter 71. Taking Amp back to Jiangxing, Lin Dong arrived his cousin Wang Chao and Amp, Appo's bedroom door and knocked firmly, but received no response, as it was locked from the inside. "Knock, knock. Xiao Chao, it's me. Open the door." After a brief moment, the sound of the lock being undone could be heard, though the door remained closed. Lin Dong pushed the door open and found Wang Chao sitting on the bed, visibly agitated. At 16, Wang Chao was a first-year high school student in Sioux City. His father, Wang Yongfu, had gone to great lengths to ensure his son attended a reputable high school. Being at that rebellious age and having learned that his mother had been harmed, he was consumed with thoughts of revenge. Confined at home by his father, his mood was understandably sour. "Xiao Chao, what's wrong? Talk to me," Lin Dong said as he approached and patted Wang Chao's shoulder. "Lin Dong, that scoundrel Lin Quan dared to hit my mother. I want to take him down, but my dad won't let me. He and Amp, Oppos, is such a coward and wants me to cower alongside him," Wang Chao exclaimed vehemently. Lin Dong smacked Wang Chao lightly on the back of his head, saying, "What nonsense are you spouting? How can you speak of your father like that? That's exactly what it is," Wang Chao retorted defiantly. "Your father isn't being cowardly. He and Oppos is being rational. If anything were to happen to him, what would you, your sister, and your mother do? Your aunt already has back issues and can't do any strenuous work. This family has always relied on your father. He's already exhausted, and you still speak of him like that. Then if he can end Amp, Oppos, Tigo, can I?" Wang Chao insisted. "Stop with the talk of wanting to kill this and that. If something happened to you, your mother would be devastated beyond measure. This situation arose because of me, so I shall take care of it. I guarantee you will have your vengeance." "Really?" Wang Chao asked, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Of course. Just wait and see. Once your aunt's back is treated, we will go together to settle this score," Lin Dong assured him. "All right, Lin Dong, I'll listen to you." Lin Dong led Wang Chao to the living room, where they sat together while Wang Li went to prepare breakfast. In the living room, Lin Dong shared his intention of taking his aunt to Jiangcheng for treatment with Wang Yongfu. After some contemplation, Wang Yongfu agreed and called his supervisor to request leave. He had long wished to take Lu Yanmei to the major hospital in Jiangcheng, but she had always been reluctant to go, primarily because she wished to avoid unnecessary expenses. After all, their family relied solely on Wang Yongfu and Amp, Oppos' income, which was already stretched thin. Before long, Lu Yanmei woke up. Lin Dong quickly entered the room and inquired, "Aunt, how are you feeling?" "Xiao Dong, why are you back?" Lu Yanmei asked. "Aunt, with such a serious incident, how could I not return?" Lin Dong replied. "Really? It's nothing serious. My back has been a chronic issue. A few days of rest will suffice," she insisted. "Aunt, why do you keep asking Lingua Bang for money? Surely you know what kind of person he is? That compensation is meant for your future, especially as you and Oppos nearing graduation from university. We get an Oppos. T just let it go. Besides, we have the original agreement. If it comes down to it, we can sue him," Wang Yanmei asserted. "All right, we can discuss that later. The priority now is to treat your back. I and Amp, Oppos, already arranged for the hospital in Jiangcheng. We'll be leaving shortly." "To Jiangcheng? I want to go. I really don't an Amp. Oppos, T have a major problem. Just a few days of rest will do, and besides, it and Amp, Oppos, a chronic issue. Going would be pointless," Lu Yanmei rejected. At that moment, Lu Yanmei and Amp, Oppos' thoughts were consumed with concerns about the cost of treatment in Jiangcheng. Their family was not affluent. They depended on Wang Yongfu's earnings. While two children were in school, one in university and the other in high school, Lin Dong's tuition was shared between her and his aunt. The family had little savings, and spending money on her treatment would only exacerbate their financial difficulties. Wang Yongfu had urged her several times to seek treatment in the big city, but she had always declined. "Aunt, I understand your hesitation about the expenses, but rest assured, I am earning money now. Let an Amp, Oppos, focus on getting you treated first. You can look forward to enjoying life afterward," Lin Dong encouraged. "You, a university student, earning money? Listen closely, Xiao Dong. You must study hard and secure a good job after graduation. Don and Amp, Oppos, stray into dubious paths. Otherwise, how can you honor your parents? How can you honor your aunt and me?" Lu Yanmei admonished sternly. "Aunt, I assure you, I have not engaged in any wrongdoing. You know me well enough, don't you?" Lin Dong said with a wry smile. He had refrained from disclosing his financial situation to prevent her from worrying. He had planned to gradually reveal it through his cousin Wang Li, but to his surprise, she was equally hesitant. With no other option, he decided to be forthright. However, Lu Yanmei remained unconvinced, and despite Lin Dong's persistent reassurances, she refused to consider treatment in Jiangcheng. Even Wang Yongfu and Wang Li's appeals were ineffective. In desperation, Lin Dong finally said, "Aunt, my car is parked downstairs. If you don't believe me, why not take a look?" Eventually, with the assistance of several family members, Liu Yanmei was led downstairs, where she beheld Lin Dong and Appo's luxurious Benz G-Class. Liu Yanmei, Wang Yongfu, and Wang Chao stared wide-eyed at the opulent vehicle, rendered speechless by the sight. Wang Li had seen Lin Dong and Appo's $80 million car before, so this $3 million luxury vehicle barely impressed her. Besides, her bank account still held the $100 million he had previously given her, mentioning that would likely leave them in shock. As a public servant, Wang Yongfu had some awareness of luxury vehicles, and recognizing the value of the Benz, he mused over how Lin Dong could afford such a fine automobile. Clearly, the young man had made quite a name for himself. Lin Dong was pleased to have made a mark. After all, he considered himself something of a son to Wang Yongfu. During the 2 years Lin Dong stayed with them, he felt he had treated him well. The G-Class was a timeless model, a dream for many men. Wang Chao stood in awe, fantasizing about owning such a magnificent car. How impressive it would be to drive it to school, earning the admiration of countless classmates. But for now, it belonged to his older cousin, and he would surely get his chance to drive it someday. "Xiaodong, is this your car?" Liu Yanmei finally snapped back to reality and asked. "Indeed, Aunt, this is my car. I assure you, I have never engaged in any unlawful activities. All of this is earned through my own efforts," Lin Dong explained. "You, a university student? What kind of work could you possibly do to earn so much money?" Liu Yanmei still seemed skeptical. "Aunt, I promise to explain everything later. For now, Lin Appo's, get in the car and go treat your back," Lin Dong urged. Seeing Lin Dong and Appo's determination, Liu Yanmei relented. To her, Lin Dong was akin to her eldest son. If he had found success, it was only right that she enjoyed the fruits of his labor. With Lin Dong and Wang Yongfu and Appo's help, Liu Yanmei was assisted into the car. Meanwhile, Wei Yong and Li Guobing, whom Lin Dong had called earlier, had gone to find a hotel to rest after a night of little sleep. Lin Dong planned to drive Liu Yanmei and the others to Jiangxing himself. The priority was to ensure her health before returning to confront Lin Guobing and that scoundrel Lin Quan. Chapter 72. Gratitude. Lin Dong was driving, with Wang Chao seated in the passenger seat, exuding palpable excitement. Liu Yanmei and her family occupied the back seat. The luxurious vehicle, valued at over $3 million, certainly justified its price. For someone like Liu Yanmei, who suffered from back pain, a lesser car would have made for an uncomfortable journey. However, in this grand G-Class, she felt no jostling, relishing the smoothness and comfort it provided. During the drive, Lin Dong made a call to Liu Chun, requesting that he put in a word at Jiangxing First Hospital. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they arrived at the hospital's entrance. The hospital director, Liu Chuan, had been waiting for some time, aware that he could not afford to be negligent with the instructions from the young master of the Liu family. "Mr. Lin, we meet again," Director Liu Chuan exclaimed as Lin Dong stepped out of the car. "Director Liu, I must trouble you once more," Lin Dong replied courteously. "Not at all. It is our duty," Liu Chuan said, and they exchanged pleasantries before proceeding to the expert consultation. The surgery was scheduled to take place at 4 o'clock. Lin Dong also took a moment to check on Xiao Pejun, advising him to focus on his recovery. By the time the surgery concluded, it was nearly 5 o'clock. Although the hospital had arranged for Liu Yanmei to have the finest room, she preferred not to remain there, and Lin Dong had no choice but to take her back to Jiangnan International Mansion. Han Shiyuan must have left by now, right? If not, it could be complicated. Upon returning to the mansion, Lin Dong was relieved to find that Han Shiyuan had indeed departed. He placed a call to Jinya Hotel, requesting some food be delivered to the mansion, as his aunt was still recovering and it would be best to keep her comfortable. Despite being an 8-star establishment that typically did not offer delivery, the chairman's request was paramount, and they complied, lest they risk their positions. The entrance of Jiangnan International Mansion was met with awe from Liu Yanmei and her family. They could hardly fathom how Lin Dong, merely a junior in college, could afford such opulence. In a sprawling metropolis like Jiangxing, what could such a residence cost? Several million? Or tens of millions? The thought was simply beyond their comprehension. and they never imagined they would one day reside in such luxury. Wang Chao, brimming with excitement, leapt about, making himself at home. Having shared a room with Lin Dong for 2 years, he wasted no time and jumped straight into the pool. Aunt, uncle, please make yourselves comfortable here and treat it as your own home, Lin Dong encouraged Lu Yanmei and Wang Yongfu. Xiao Dong, is this your house? Lu Yanmei inquired. Yes. Please be honest with me. Where did you acquire such wealth? Aunt, my classmates and I established a company and made some money, Lin Dong explained. Really? I trust you haven't engaged in any illicit activities, have you? Lu Yanmei pressed, her concern evident. Rest assured, Aunt, I have not done anything illegal. Lin Dong reassured her, albeit somewhat helplessly. But Lu Yanmei wished to say more, but was interrupted by Wang Yongfu. Enough. Xiao Dong is no longer a child. He is an adult with his own discernment. I trust him, Wang Yongfu interjected. Upon hearing her husband's words, Lu Yanmei refrained from further questioning. Aunt, uncle, now that you are aware of my situation, I hope you will consider moving to Jiangqing. This way, Wang Chao can receive a superior education. The couple exchanged glances, visibly tempted by the proposal. Wang Chao often mingled with unsavory characters in Shucheng, which hindered his studies. His admission to high school was solely due to Wang Yongfu's relentless efforts over several days, resulting in significant financial expenditure and favors owed. If they relocated to Jiangqing, a fresh environment might help him refocus, especially given the superior educational opportunities available here compared to their small hometown. Their primary concern was their youngest son. Xiao Dong, we appreciate your success, but we have lived in Shucheng for decades, and your uncle and aunt, Oppo's job is there. We would be starting anew here, Lu Yanmei expressed hesitantly. Aunt, you need only come here, and you won't have to worry about anything. If you find yourselves restless, I can arrange some light work for you, making it easier to care for Wang Chao. What do you think? Lin Dong proposed. Mom, Dad, you should listen to Lin Dong. If Wang Chao continues to linger at home, he will surely be led astray. Even if you don't consider yourselves, think of him. Wing Likaimdin. Well, let us discuss this further, Lu Yanmei said, still uncertain. That is fine, but I genuinely hope you will come. You have done so much for me, and it is time for me to reciprocate. I also own a hotel that lacks trustworthy management. I would like you to oversee it, Lin Dong stated. You have open a hotel? Yes. Currently, I have hired people from outside to manage it, but with my studies, I lack the time to oversee operations. So I hope you can assist me in monitoring it and prevent any malfeasance. Lin Dong was indifferent to the hotel's profitability. He preferred it to incur losses, thus acquiring additional points in the godly rich realm. His intention was merely to encourage his aunt and uncle to move in. He also hoped to persuade his elder aunt's family to join them, as he was generous towards those who treated him well, while he remained resolute against those who did not, such as his second uncle, Lin Guobang. At this moment, Lin Dong's phone rang. The food from Jinya Hotel had arrived. He contacted the property management to allow entry and assist with the delivery. For affluent owners like him, the property management's motto was to accommodate as much as possible without offending. Soon, the doorbell rang. Lin Dong opened the door to find over a dozen well-groomed attendants, each carrying a platter. Lu Yanmei and Wang Yongfu were left speechless by the lavish display. Today had been a startling revelation of how the wealthy indulged in life's pleasures. A grand spread of gourmet food adorned the table, tantalizing their senses. Lin Dong called for Wang Chao to join them for dinner, who was still reveling in the pool. Lin Dong, can I come here to swim often? Wang Chao asked as he climbed out of the pool. If you can persuade your parents to move to Jiangqing, you may stay here as often as you wish. Lin Dong replied with a smile. Really? Wang Chao exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Well, have I ever deceived you? I will convince them, he declared, envisioning daily swims. The meal left Lu Yanmei's family yearning for more. This is exquisite. In my entire life, I have never tasted anything so delightful. Aunt, this food is prepared by my hotel. If you help me manage it, you can enjoy such delicacies every day. Lin Dong tempted. Mom, let us move here. I want to attend school in this area. Wang Chao added eagerly. The thought of enjoying such culinary delights daily and swimming regularly made him reluctant to return. Lu Yanmei and Wang Yongfu exchanged glances before conceding. Very well, we will move here. Excellent. Tomorrow, I will contact a school for Wang Chao. Brother, can we delay for a few days? Wang Chao asked. No. Lu Yinmei, Wang Yongfu, and Wang Li responded in unison. Chapter 73. The transformation of Lu Xiaoxiao. The following day, Lin Dong called Lu Xiaoxiao to arrange the enrollment of Wang Chao at her high school. Despite Lin Dong and Appo's newfound wealth, his influence had yet to take root. His name was only whispered within the SCC and the T faction. The general populace remained oblivious to his identity, rendering him somewhat inconsequential in their eyes. As the second young lady of the Lu family, this minor task was effortlessly managed by Lu Xiaoxiao. In a matter of minutes, she informed Lin Dong that he could accompany Wang Chao for enrollment. Lin Dong drove Wang Chao directly to Jiangsheng No. 1 High School, a prestigious academy renowned throughout Jiangnan province. Although it was a private institution, it boasted an impressive faculty and benefited from the support of the affluent Lu family, making it a beacon of academic excellence. Students fortunate enough to attend were either top scholars receiving full scholarships or those hailing from affluent backgrounds. Upon their arrival at Jiangsheng No. 1 High School, Lu Xiaoxiao awaited them. The moment Lin Dong laid eyes on her, he was momentarily stunned, hardly believing his own vision. The night before, Lu Xiaoxiao had presented herself as a rebellious youth, but today she appeared utterly transformed. Her voluminous hair was styled into 2 playful ponytails. Large earrings and heavy makeup had been discarded, and she donned a charming school uniform skirt. Before Lin Dong stood an enchanting young lady, embodying the essence of youthful innocence. At 17, Lu Xiaoxiao was in her second year of high school, yet her petite stature gave her the appearance of a 15 or 16-year-old girl. In fact, even her family, her parents, grandfather, and older brother Lu Chun, struggled to recognize her in this new guise. They speculated whether some event had prompted such a drastic change, not only in her appearance, but also in her previously brash demeanor, which had begun to soften. Lu Chun had pressed her for answers several times, yet she remained tight-lipped, unwilling to disclose that Lin Dong was the catalyst for her transformation. The faculty and students of school were equally astounded. The notorious Lu Xiaoxiao had metamorphosed into a model student, leaving everyone speechless. Lin Dong, do you not recognize me? Lu Xiaoxiao teased, waving her hand in front of him. Regaining his composure, Lin Dong replied, Indeed, the transformation is remarkable. I hardly recognized you, but suits you well. Now you truly resemble a student. Then I shall heed your advice, Lin Dong. For now on, I will maintain this look. Lu Xiaoxiao declared with a playful smile, stepping closer to embrace his arm. This familiar gesture left Lin Dong feeling somewhat awkward, as she was now a young woman of 16 or 17. He reassured himself that perhaps she viewed him as an elder brother. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Xiaoxiao had not displayed such affection since her childhood, making him the first recipient of this endearing treatment in years. Fortunately, classes were in session. Otherwise, the sight of the once dreaded Lu Xiaoxiao, so intimately linked to a man, would surely have shocked many. Meanwhile, Wang Chao was struck by an overwhelming sensation upon seeing Lu Xiaoxiao. His heart raced, blood surged through his veins, and every organ in his body seemed to operate at an accelerated pace. In his 16 years, he had never encountered anyone like her. Confused yet captivated, he was utterly mesmerized by this remarkable girl. However, witnessing Lu Xiaoxiao's closeness to Lin Dong forced him to suppress his burgeoning feelings. Xiaoxiao, allow me to introduce my cousin, Wang Chao. Wang Chao, this is Lu Xiaoxiao, a dear friend of mine, Lin Dong announced. Hello, I am Lu Xiaoxiao, she said, one hand wrapped around Lin Dong's arm while extending the other towards Wang Chao. Hello. I am Wang Chao, he stammered, his face flushing as he shook her hand. The mere touch of their palms sent heat rushing to his cheeks. Lu Xiaoxiao, oblivious to Wang Chao's flustered state, quickly released his hand, her attention primarily focused on Lin Dong. Noticing Wang Chao's blushing countenance and stammering speech, Lin Dong realized the boy was likely infatuated. He glanced at Lu Xiaoxiao, whose charming school uniform and radiant youthful spirit starkly contrasted with her previous persona, and acknowledged her magnetic appeal. especially to someone as naive as Wang Chao. I should find time to discuss this with him. Lu Xiaoxiao is not someone to be trifled with. He should consider tempering his feelings to avoid heartbreak, Lin Dong mused, reflecting on his own tumultuous first love that had left him with scars. Lin Dong, I have already spoken with the school. You may take your cousin in to complete the enrollment procedures, Lu Xiaoxiao announced. Thank you, Xiaoxiao, Lin Dong replied graciously. From now on, do not be so formal with me. Lu Xiaoxiao pouted playfully. All right, Lin Dong chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair. Shall we go now? Yes, Lin Dong, Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, leading the way, clearly relishing his attentive demeanor. Wang Chao followed quietly behind. Lu Xiaoxiao guided Lin Dong to the administrative office, and within 10 minutes, all necessary paperwork was completed. Wang Chao was escorted to his new class while Lu Xiaoxiao accompanied Lin Dong to the school gate. Xiaoxiao, off to class now, Lin Dong encouraged. When will you come to my house, Lin Dong? Lu Xiaoxiao asked, her tone tinged with reluctance. Perhaps in a while. I am quite busy at the moment. I will visit once I have completed my tasks, Lin Dong replied thoughtfully. Promise you will come, she urged. Absolutely, I promise, he assured her. I must go now. Study well. Understood. Goodbye, Lin Dong, she called, turning back to glance at him several times as she walked away. Upon returning to his car, Lin Dong contemplated Lu Xiaoxiao and Appo's recent behavior, feeling increasingly unsettled. Was it possible that she had developed feelings for him? It seemed likely, otherwise. Why would she so readily comply with his suggestion to change her appearance? She had always been headstrong, often disregarding her family and Appo's advice. What was he to do? Although he was handsome, capable, wealthy, and possessed a certain charm, he recognized the profound impact he had made on her during a moment of vulnerability. Perhaps, in time, her feelings would fade. For now, he resolved to limit their interactions to prevent any potential complications. Chapter 74. Zhao Shidao in Kyoto in a tranquil courtyard. An elderly gentleman and a young man were engaged in a game of chess. The elder appeared to be in his 70s or 80s, yet his hair was white as snow, and his youthful demeanor belied his age, exuding vitality and vigor, devoid of any signs of decline often associated with old age. The young man, though referred to as such, was at least in his 30s. However, compared to the elder, he could only be deemed a youth. Shidao, your chess skills have improved remarkably, the old man exclaimed with a warm smile. Grandfather Zhou, my skills still pale in comparison to yours, Zhao Shidao humbly replied. The young Zhao Shidao was notably a prominent figure within the Tsi faction of Kyoto. His reputation resounded not only among the younger generation, but also commanded respect among the elder statesmen. Shidao, playing chess is akin to navigating life. One must know when to advance and when to retreat. Recently, I sense a hint of hesitation in your moves, the elder observed. Indeed, Grandfather Zhou, I find myself somewhat perplexed of late. I understand that the decade-long pact among the three of you is nearing its end. The young lady from the Murong family, after a decade's absence, is soon to return, Zhao Shidao confessed. Once, we were as brothers, yet we have become estranged over a woman. I'm uncertain whether this is right or wrong. A graceful lady is a worthy pursuit for a gentleman. In ancient times, there were tales of fleeting knights and kings who delayed their morning audiences. Furthermore, the Murong girl truly embodies unparalleled beauty. You need not be entangled in this. Following your heart is of the utmost importance. Yes, Grandfather Zhou, I shall remember your words. At that moment, Zhao Shidao and Appo's phone rang. It was Qin Zheng requesting a meeting. Qin Zheng had just returned to Kyoto after attending to matters in Jiangbei province. Zhao Shidao had heard of Qin Zheng's exploits in Jiangcheng, yet rumors are but whispers. It was prudent to hear the truth directly from him. As the decade-long agreement with Murong Qinga approached, the emergence of such a formidable figure as SCC compelled Zhao Shidao to take heed. They had arranged to meet at the Great Wall Club, one of Kyoto's premier establishments and a stronghold for the Tsi faction. Grandfather Zhou, I must take my leave. I shall visit you again soon. Go forth. You young ones are at the precipice of your journeys. Do not squander time on this old man. Upon arriving at the Great Wall Club, Zhao Shidao was greeted with bows of respect from all who saw him. Pushing open the door to the top-floor private room, he found Qin Zheng awaiting him. See, Qin Zheng rose promptly to greet Zhao Shidao. Qin Zheng, enlighten me on the matter, Zhao Shidao inquired as he took a seat. See, I went to Jiangbei province on business and took the opportunity to visit Jiangsheng to learn about Mingyue from Zhou Huili. Unexpectedly, I was discovered by Lu Chun. Qin Zheng recounted the events in detail. Oh, you mean to say that Lin Dong has a companion capable of matching Qiu Shan in a fierce duel, and possesses formidable strength himself? Indeed, he can pinch my sword with 2 fingers and shatter it with a mere flick. Uncle Shan expressed that he could not achieve such a feat. He suspects this individual possesses strength at the pinnacle of the tiger ranking, if not more. With a crack, Zhao Shidao crushed the cup in his hand into fragments. The pinnacle of the tiger ranking, or perhaps higher? He understood fully the implications of this revelation. According to Qin Zheng, this Lin Dong, at merely 20 years of age, had accomplished such prowess, a rare talent indeed. It was evident that Lin Dong was an heir of a clandestine lineage and one of the foremost here. To think that Zhuge Zhangqiang would acquire such a powerful ally at the critical juncture of this decade-long agreement. In Jiangsheng, Lin Dong had just dropped Wang Chao off at Jiangxi No. 1 High School before arriving at the Jinya Hotel. He made a call to Wei Yong and Li Guobing, instructing them to return on their own. He would not return to Xuqing just yet. He intended to wait until his aunt Lu Yinmei's injury healed before addressing the relocation matters and retrieving his parents' compensation from Lin Guobing. Additionally, he hoped to persuade his elder aunt's family to move to Jiangsheng as well. After a brief rest in his office, Lin Dong was roused by his phone ringing. Upon answering, he heard Yi Hong's voice on the other end. Lin, my dear brother, you truly are a man of great affairs. Neglecting to contact your brother Yi for so long. Brother Yi, I have been quite busy myself. Lin Dong replied. I know you're occupied. Your exploits have spread throughout the entire SCC. Who would have thought that Lin, my brother, could force Qin Zheng, one of the 8 kings of the Qi faction, to retreat in disgrace from Jiangsheng? Yi Hong remarked, astonished by Lin Dong and Amp, Oppo's, as prowess. He had not anticipated Lin Dong and Amp, Oppo's, as formidable capabilities. When selling the Jinya Hotel to Lin Dong, Liban had mentioned that Lin was the heir of a hidden family. However, heirs of such families often come in tiers, and it was presumed that Lin Dong was at most a second-tier heir. Yet, based on Lin Dong and Amp, Oppo's displayed strength, he undoubtedly belonged to the first tier of heirs, and from a prestigious family at that. Such a status rivaled that of the 3 bosses of the SCC. Yi Hong felt fortunate to maintain a good relationship with Lin Dong. Given Lin Dong's now-revealed strength, introducing him to the SCC was undoubtedly a sagacious decision. Following the spread of Lin Dong's accomplishments, he had gained the boss's recognition. This would be the final piece needed for him to assume control of the Yi family. Oh, Brother Yi, please do not flatter me. Lin Dong humbly responded. This is no flattery. There are few in the SCC capable of standing up to Qin Zheng, let alone sending him back to the north in disgrace. By the way, are you in Jiangsheng? Someone wishes to meet you. Who is it? Lin Dong inquired. You shall find out upon meeting. Very well. I shall be in Jiangsheng for the time being. We will contact you once we finalize the time. After hanging up, Lin Dong fell into deep contemplation. As his strength gradually became known, he began to encounter genuine figures of significance. Yet, he sensed that he was not yet strong enough. His influence was still in its infancy, and his power insufficient. He needed to devise ways to invest more resources wisely. Where could Sister Xin be? Why has she not made any progress? Lin Dong pondered, never imagining that he would one day find himself troubled over matters of expenditure. Chapter 75. Settling in the afternoon, Lin Dong reached out to the real estate agent, Shui Jia, at Jiangnan International Mansion to inquire whether any units were still available. He intended to purchase a suite for both his aunt and his uncle, subsequently arranging for them to work at the Golden Leaf Hotel. Even if they possessed no particular skills, he could secure them a nominal position with an annual salary sufficient for their needs, thereby establishing their foothold in Jiangxing. Shui Jia was elated, having recently earned millions from Lin Dong, a sum previously unimaginable to her. The prospect of another property sale was indeed thrilling. He was undoubtedly a significant client, truly affluent. Upon arriving at the sales office, he joined Shui Jia to view the available properties. His presence inadvertently stirred painful memories among several other saleswomen, who recalled how Lin Dong had stood in the sales hall for several minutes without anyone attending to him, only to be fortuitously approached by the new recruit, Shui Jia. That encounter had cost them a substantial commission. As he entered, the other saleswomen rushed towards him, eager to assist. "Sir, how may I help you? Are you looking to purchase a property? I am at your service. Here, that's my business card. Please feel free to reach out anytime." "Ah, I apologize, ladies. I've already made arrangements with Miss Shui," Lin Dong asserted, deftly extricating himself from the throng. At that moment, Shui Jia approached, keys in hand. "Mr. Lin, I have the keys ready. Shall we proceed to view the properties?" With that, they departed together, leaving behind a flurry of speculative whispers. "Shui Jia must have, one murmured. Indeed, how else could she sell such expensive properties?" Another chimed in. Beneath their words lay a palpable envy, mixed with disdain. The first building had no units available. So Lin Dong casually assessed the options and decided to purchase similar units in the second and third buildings, each valued at approximately 100 million. Upon returning to the hall, he promptly paid a 10% deposit and left, intending to finalize the paperwork later. This transaction alone added another 200 million to the sales figures, bringing Shui Jia's commission from Lin Dong to a staggering 6 million. Such success made her colleagues envious. Even the manager's eyes glimmered with jealousy. Regretful sighs echoed among the other saleswomen as Lin Dong returned to the first building with his aunt, uncle, and cousin, Wang Li, to view the property. Although his aunt had undergone surgery just the day before, the doctor assured her it was a minor issue, advising her to stay active for a swift recovery. Lin Dong led them to the second building, where the apartment, though not as grand as his own, was opulently furnished, a fitting residence for its price. "Xiao Dong, why have you brought us here?" Lu Yanmei inquired after a brief glance. "Auntie, uncle, what do you think of this place?" Lin Dong countered her question. "This apartment is lovely, but we cannot afford it," Lu Yanmei replied, acutely aware of their financial constraints. "Auntie, I have already purchased this apartment for you. We just need to finalize the paperwork, and it will be yours." The astonishment on Lu Yanmei and Wang Yongfu's faces was palpable. Although they had sensed Lin Dong's intentions, the reality of his generosity left them in shock. "This is unacceptable. Xiao Dong, you've worked hard for your money. We cannot accept such a gift," Lu Yanmei protested. "Indeed, this property is too valuable for us to accept," Wang Yongfu echoed. Meanwhile, Wang Li stood by the window, captivated by the scenery, imagining that this magnificent abode would soon be her home. Given that it was a gift from her elder brother Lin Dong, she felt no inclination to refuse. After all, she had 100 million in her account, a secret she had yet to share with her parents. "Auntie, uncle, this is my way of honoring you. Had I stayed with Lin Guobang, enduring his mistreatment, I shudder to think how warped I might have become. When I first arrived at your home, I was quiet and cold. It was your warmth that transformed me. Now that I am capable, I wish to repay your kindness. If you refuse this gift, I will carry that burden in my heart forever," Lin Dong spoke solemnly. Indeed, if not for the 2 years spent at his aunt Lu Yanmei's home, where he rediscovered familial warmth, he might have strayed onto a path of no return. Lu Yanmei, moved by his words, began to weep softly. "Xiao Dong, your success is bittersweet. If only your sister and brother-in-law were here to see you flourish. They would be so proud," Wang Yongfu reflected, his heart filled with emotion. Initially, he had been reluctant to welcome Lin Dong into their home, concerned about the added responsibility of another mouth to feed amidst their modest means. Yet, Lu Yanmei's insistence had prevailed, and though he had harbored reservations, he chose to treat Lin Dong as family rather than an outsider. Realizing the depth of Lin Dong's feelings, the couple could no longer refuse his heartfelt offer. Lin Dong then accompanied Wang Yongfu to the sales office to complete the necessary paperwork, while Lu Yanmei and Wang Li remained in their newly acquired luxurious apartment, fully furnished and ready for them to move in. After finalizing the transaction and successfully paying 100 million, Lin Dong's status within the system increased by another point, bringing him to 81 points. Once he had ensured his aunt and Appo's family was settled, he went to Jiangxingno, one high school to pick up Wang Chao and bring him to his new home, before finally returning to his own residence. Chapter 76. Shengwan Mingyue. The following day was Sunday. Lin Dong had anticipated that Yi Hong would reach out to him, yet he waited in vain throughout the day. That evening, he received a phone call from Sun Siu, inquiring about his absence from her home, as they had agreed to meet that weekend. She had been waiting for his call, which never came. It dawned on Lin Dong that he had indeed promised to visit Sun Siu, but due to his aunt's matters, he had to postpone. He would have to wait for another opportunity. In the afternoon, Lin Dong received some encouraging news. Zhao Xian called to inform him that the team had nearly been assembled. Lured by the prospect of financial gain, Zhao Xian had successfully recruited several talented individuals. Lin Dong urged her to invest in any promising project she found, disregarding monetary concerns. He also instructed her to get in touch with Wang Chong, who had access to an investment of 50 billion, which translated to 50 opportunities for wealth. He was in urgent need of funds to acquire wealth points, hoping to upgrade his system. He felt that his physical and mental prowess had not yet reached its zenith. According to Xiao Pejun, there were still several hidden masters who could surpass him. After all, he had gained extraordinary abilities, yet was far from invincible. He could hardly tolerate such a limitation. He needed an upgrade. For what purpose did this system serve otherwise? Given the divine opportunity bestowed upon him, he must seize it wholeheartedly. A week passed swiftly, ushering in a new one. On Monday, Lin Dong attended classes in the morning. In the afternoon, he made his way to the martial arts club at school, seeking to acquire knowledge. Currently, he relied solely on his enhanced physicality and mental acuity, which he interpreted as strength and reflexes devoid of any particular techniques. He yearned to learn some methods of exertion or various boxing styles to augment his combat effectiveness. Since his ill-fated attempt to add the 18 dragon subduing palms technique resulted in the loss of 10 wealth points, Lin Dong had become cautious about acquiring skills, especially martial arts ones. Who knew if such a technique truly existed? If it turned out not to, he would lose yet another 10 points, leaving him with only a handful. Alas, the struggle of poverty. Upon arriving at a large building designated for student organizations, he entered the floor belonging to the martial arts club. Upon entering the club, he found a vast hall filled with people, at least several hundred, a mix of both genders. Although the majority were male, all seated in a meditative posture. Lin Dong was taken aback. Were they practicing yuan and oppos to the martial arts club for physical combat? Why were they engaging in internal cultivation? Upon closer inspection, it seemed most were engaged in conversation rather than actual training. Lin Dong took a seat at the back and nudged a fellow student beside him, inquiring, "Excuse me, what are you all doing?" The student glanced at Lin Dong and replied, "Arn and Amp. Oppos. To you part of our martial arts club?" I just arrived today and am planning to join." "Well, you and Amp. Oppos. Rian luck. Today is the lecture by our club president, Shengwan Mingyue, one of the 3 goddesses of the academy." "Shengwan Mingyue? Isn't she the most enigmatic among the 3 goddesses?" Lin Dong was astonished. A woman as the president of the martial arts club? Are all these men simply idle? Hey, is Shengwan Mingyue really the president? Is she formidable? Of course. No one in our Jiangdao martial arts club has managed to withstand even 3 of her moves. Really? Will she ever marry? Lin Dong chuckled. "Brother, are you joking? President Shengwan is the foremost among the 3 goddesses. The line of suitors stretches all the way to the Media University." "To the Media University? Surely you jest. Can all the boys of Jiangda even form a line that long?" Lin Dong chose not to press further, opting instead to observe what this martial arts club president had to offer. Soon, a girl with a ponytail, dressed in a crisp, white training outfit, gracefully stepped onto the stage, assuming a seated position, much like the others. This must be Shengwan Mingyue. Though Lin Dong had been at Jiangda for 3 years, he had mostly been occupied with part-time jobs to alleviate the burdens of his aunt and older aunt's families, allowing him to occasionally treat Jiangshan to a few small gifts or meals. Therefore, he was unfamiliar with the most mysterious of the 3 goddesses, having only known Su Yingxue from their shared classes. Despite sitting at the back, Lin Dong and Appo's keen eyesight allowed him to clearly see Shengwan Mingyue as soon as she appeared. He estimated her height to be at least 175 centimeters, nearly matching his own, placing her among the elite tier of females. Her delicate oval face, large expressive eyes, elegantly arched brows, and high nose created a harmonious visage, entirely natural, without any makeup. She radiated an extraordinary beauty, her skin flawless and smooth, a testament to her status as the foremost goddess. Lin Dong observed the drooling male students around him, questioning whether they were there to learn martial arts or simply to admire Shangguan Mingyue and Appo's beauty. At that moment, she spoke from the stage. "Hello, fellow students." Her voice was clear and melodious. "Hello, President." The crowd of hundreds responded in unison, startling Lin Dong, as though he were in the presence of a dignitary. Today, I will discuss what martial arts truly entails. Martial arts can strengthen the body and extend life. I have witnessed a 100-year-old man who could still move with agility. This is the longevity that martial arts bestows upon us. To practice martial arts, one must first cultivate the heart. Only by maintaining the right mindset can one achieve success in martial arts. Of course, innate talent is paramount for those wishing to excel further. Some possess extraordinary talent, reaching heights in 3 years that others cannot achieve in a lifetime. However, I am not discouraging you. Even if you do not attain great achievements, at the very least, you can enhance your health. The spirit of martial arts is to use force to cease conflict, to find the ultimate goal of mutual assistance and unity amidst discord. Martial power is not violence, nor is it for the sake of killing or fighting, but rather to swiftly halt such actions, to protect and safeguard all beings, compelled only by necessity, aspiring to transform conflict into understanding, harmonizing with the universe. Then she continued with an array of philosophical musings. Lin Dong found himself lost, unable to comprehend her words. What was the point of all this? He had come to learn techniques, boxing styles, and skills, not to listen to grandiloquent speeches devoid of practical guidance. After an extensive monologue, he gleaned little of substance. Chapter 77. Lin Xiao. I was wrong. Shangguan Mingyue spoke for nearly half an hour before concluding. The audience, much like Lin Dong, was largely in a state of bewilderment. These men had undoubtedly come for the reputation of the Academy and Appo's as top 3 goddesses with little regard for martial arts. In this day and age, financial gain seemed far more reliable. Lin Dong felt a genuine admiration for Shangguan Mingyue. Despite the futility of her efforts, she continued to speak earnestly for such an extended time. This was no ordinary feat. Next came the question and answer session. Feel free to pose your inquiries. I shall address them here and now. Shangguan Mingyue proclaimed, seated cross-legged on the podium. President Shangguan, may I inquire if there are still martial arts masters in this era? Aren't they merely figures of television and novels? A male student boldly stood to ask. There is indeed a distinction between real martial arts masters and those portrayed in novels or television. This is something you shall only comprehend once you reach a certain level in martial arts training. For now, my explanation would elude your understanding, Shangguan Mingyue replied. President Shangguan, is it still possible for us to reach a high level in martial arts? Another student queried. Challenging. Martial arts cannot be mastered overnight. It requires practice from a young age. Even the most gifted individuals will find their achievements limited if they miss the optimal period for training, she responded. President Shangguan, it is rumored that you are in a romantic relationship with the Academy and Appo's as first male god, President Zhou, who has publicly declared that no man is permitted to approach you. Can you confirm this relationship? A daring male student asked. As his words echoed in the hall, an anticipatory silence enveloped the room, with everyone eager to hear Shangguan Mingyue's response. Clearly, this question piqued the interest of the audience. Apologies, but I prefer not to address matters outside of martial arts. If there are no further inquiries, I shall demonstrate a practical exercise next, she stated. The atmosphere turned tumultuous, clearly displeased with her answer. At that moment, 2 figures hurriedly entered the hall, a man and a woman. After scanning the audience, they approached Lin Dong, with the man suddenly kneeling beside him. Lin Xiao, I was wrong. I should not have offended you. I hope you can overlook my transgressions and grant me leniency. Could you possibly intercede on my behalf with the Liu family? Huang Junling implored, kneeling beside Lin Dong. since offending Liu Xiaoxiao that Friday night. All of his family and Oppo's enterprises had suffered severe repercussions from the Liu family the very next day. Given the Liu family and Oppo's influence in Jiangcheng, his family's assets were swiftly driven to bankruptcy. In the past 2 days, his parents had sought numerous connections in vain. Still unaware that their plight stemmed from their son's offense against the second daughter of the Liu family, he had refrained from informing his parents, fearing the consequences of their potential wrath. Yet, everything he had was now lost. With his parents bankrupt, creditors demanding payment, they had nearly liquidated all valuable possessions, including their home. Their current state of living was worse than that of beggars, and his parents had aged overnight, even contemplating death as a solution. Desperate, he recalled Liu Xiaoxiao's respectful demeanor towards Lin Dong that fateful night. Only Lin Dong could save his family. Should Lin Dong plead on their behalf, the crisis could be averted. Thus, he had brought Jiang Shan with him, promising her that if Lin Dong could resolve the issue, he would marry her immediately. At this point, pride no longer held significance for him. He merely wished to alleviate the crisis at home. If it remained unresolved, his family could face a fate worse than that of beggars. The sight of Huang Junlang kneeling before Lin Dong sparked curiosity among the onlookers, who gathered to witness the unfolding drama. ISN and Oppos. The Huang Junlang? Someone in the hall recognized him. Huang Junlang had some notoriety at Jiang University as a wealthy, second-generation heir. Although not the most powerful, he certainly was one of the most arrogant. Wow, it really is Huang Junlang. He's kneeling before someone in front of so many people? Who is this person? The crowd speculated, now turning their attention to Lin Dong, eager to discern the identity of the individual who commanded such respect. Recognizing Huang Junlang, a flush of embarrassment washed over him. He had never endured such humiliation throughout his life. Yet he had no choice. The fate of his family lay in Lin Dong's hands. Huang Junlang, I haven't harmed you, have I? What purpose does your kneeling serve? Lin Dong remarked leisurely as he stood up. With the crowd now encircling them, Lin Dong had no alternative but to rise. Lin Xiao, I hope you can intercede with the Liu family and spare my family, Huang Junlang pleaded. The Liu family seeks retribution because you offended Liu Xiaoxiao. What concern is that of mine? Besides, do we share a favorable relationship? Why should I plead on your behalf? Lin Dong retorted. Huang Junlang stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Did they share a good relationship? He had stolen Lin Dong's girlfriend, humiliated him, caused him to vomit blood, and even posted photographs online, turning Lin Dong into the laughingstock of the academy. How could they possibly have a good relationship? Indeed, it could be said that they bore an irreconcilable enmity. Jiang Shan observed Lin Dong, noting that since their breakup, he seemed transformed. If anyone had known Lin Dong best, it would have been her. Yet now, she realized she no longer understood him at all. How could a person's character change so rapidly? Furthermore, Lin Dong possessed the capacity to assist Huang Junlang. Why was Huang Junlang kneeling in apology? Had Lin Dong been concealing his true self? Was he testing their relationship? It was rumored that some wealthy heirs disguised themselves as poor youths to seek true love. If that were the case, what had she sacrificed? Had she forsaken a hidden, affluent individual for a few designer garments and handbags? In that moment, Jiang Shan felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She had forfeited an entire forest for a single blade of grass. Huang Junlang tugged at Jiang Shan and Oppo's arm, pulling her back to reality. Lin Dong, Jiang Shan began, but was interrupted by Lin Dong. Jiang Shan, do you wish to plead on his behalf as well? Lin Dong inquired, locking eyes with her. Lin Dong, I hope you can help Junlang. Jiang Shan summoned her courage to respond. She felt cornered. The forest had receded far from her reach. If she failed to grasp on a Huang Junlang, she would truly be left with nothing. You hope? By what right do you hope? As a former girlfriend? A high school classmate? Or as Huang Junlang's current girlfriend? Lin Dong mocked. At that moment, the onlookers began to connect the dots. Lin Dong was the very individual from whom Huang Junlang had stolen his girlfriend, the one who had been humiliated to the point of bleeding, and whose photographs had been shared across social media and the school website. In just a few days, Huang Junlang was now kneeling before Lin Dong, begging for assistance. The rapid turn of events was almost unbelievable. It was a plot twist that even television dramas would shy away from. Chapter 78. Lin, I apologize, Lin Dong. I beg you, is that not enough? Considering the bond we and Amp, Oppose, V shared over these years, could you assist me just once more? Jiang Shan implored, her voice suddenly filled with desperation. At this point, her only recourse was to seek Lin Dong and Oppose's help. Once the crisis of Huang Junlang and Oppose's home was resolved, she could marry him and live the life of a wealthy lady, a dream she had long cherished. Even during her time with Lin Dong, this aspiration lingered in her heart, though Lin Dong and Amp, Oppose's kindness made her reluctant to let go. Otherwise, she would not have cast Lin Dong aside the moment Huang Junlang pursued her. Jiang Shan, you lack the right to plead with me. Everyone else may have that privilege, but not you. My years of dedication cannot be measured against a few garments and handbags. These past years, I, Lin Dong, have misjudged you. I cannot assist you with your troubles. Farewell. With that, Lin Dong turned and strode away. However, Huang Junlang clutched his leg. Lin, it is my fault, all my fault. I implore you to help me this once. You are my only hope. If you refuse, my family is doomed. Huang Junlang sobbed, clinging to Lin Dong and Oppose's foot, tears streaming down his face. Lin Dong had become his last glimmer of hope. As Lin Dong was about to shake off Huang Junlang, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the hall. A figure emerged, followed by a throng of people entering the venue. Leading the procession was Zhou Huili, the president of the Jiangnan University Student Union, renowned as the university's most handsome male student and widely recognized as Shangwan Mingyue's boyfriend. Wow, President Zhou has arrived. You must be here for President Shangwan, the golden couple of our college. Quick, let us go see. The crowd that had been observing Lin Dong and Huang Junlang quickly dispersed, rushing to catch a glimpse of Zhou Huili and Shangwan Mingyue. With a mere flick of his strength, Lin Dong shook Huang Junlang off and, dismissing both Huang Junlang and Jiang Shan, followed the crowd to witness Shangwan Mingyue and Oppose's performance. The earlier incident involving Lin Dong and Huang Junlang had not disrupted Shangwan Mingyue's presentation. In the vast hall filled with hundreds of spectators, only a handful had gathered to watch the altercation, while a greater number remained captivated by Shangwan Mingyue and Oppose's demonstration. On stage, Shangwan Mingyue engaged in a practical exercise with a senior member of the martial arts club. The audience eagerly anticipated this moment, craving the chance to be in close proximity to their goddess. However, Zhou Huili ascended the stage, addressing the club member with authority. What did I say? No man is to approach Mingyue. Did you take my words lightly? Why, yes, my apologies, President Zhou. I will step down at once. The trembling club member stammered. He had rushed forward the moment Shangwan Mingyue sought a partner, hoping for a close encounter with her, but his intentions had been less than innocent. Previously, it had always been female members who participated, but today he found himself unable to restrain his impulses, drawn in by Shangwan Mingyue and Oppose's stunning beauty. Now confronted by Zhou Huili, he felt a surge of guilt. Stop! Who permitted you to leave? Zhou Huili called out to the departing club member. President Zhou, I. Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Huili interrupted him with a resounding slap. Slap. Another followed. Slap. 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 Zhou Huili delivered 4 or 5 swift blows. He was poised to continue when Shangwan Mingyue intervened. Zhou Huili, cease this at once. Shangwan Mingyue cried. Miss Mingyue, young Master Qin instructed me to ensure your safety, forbidding any man from approaching you. He dared to defy my orders. He deserves punishment, Zhou Huili retorted, then kicked the club member forcefully. The unfortunate fellow felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, followed by a sudden lightness as he was propelled off the stage. The height from the stage to the ground was over a meter. A fall could lead to serious injury, as the crowd scattered to avoid injury. Only Lin Dong remained standing still. Just as the club member was about to collide with him, Lin Dong reached out and caught him, gently placing him on the ground. Zhou Huili, not hearing a scream, turned to see that the individual had been saved. As he pondered who had dared to intervene, his eyes widened in shock upon recognizing Lin Dong. Was this not Lin Dong? The events of that fateful night at the luxurious Jinsha resort were etched in his memory. In his mind, Lin Dong was a figure of almost mythical stature, having effortlessly bested Qin Zheng, one of the 8 kings of the Tsi clan, who had slinked back to Kyoto, too humiliated to return. The very person standing before him was Lin Dong, a fellow alumnus from Jiang University. With Qin Zheng too ashamed to seek retribution, Zhou Huili felt a tremor of fear. What could he do? Apologize? But with so many witnesses present, would doing so not shatter the image he had built at Jiang University? Would he save face? Yet, if he chose not to apologize, what repercussions might he face? He could not afford to provoke someone of Qin Zheng's caliber, let alone Lin Dong. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the realization that no matter how significant his pride, it paled in comparison to his own life, especially in the presence of someone of Lin Dong's stature. If he offered an apology, surely such a powerful figure would not hold a grudge against someone as insignificant as himself. Having resolved this, Zhou Huili stepped forward, leapt off the stage, and approached Lin Dong. The club member, whom Zhou Huili had just kicked, was swiftly guided away by Lin Dong into the crowd. Now standing face to face with Lin Dong, everyone braced themselves for the unfolding drama, eager to witness how Zhou Huili would handle the situation. Zhou Huili desist. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. Do not assume that because you are associated with Qin Zheng, I will not retaliate. Shangguan Mingyue warned, stepping closer to intervene. At that moment, Zhou Huili uttered words that left the entire assembly in stunned silence. He clasped his hands in reverence and bowed deeply to Lin Dong, stating, "Lin, I am truly sorry. It was my mistake. I did not see you here. I implore you to forgive me, a mere insignificant figure. I offer my sincerest apologies." Chapter 79. The most notable figure of Jiang University. What? Nanny? What? All the onlookers, eagerly anticipating a spectacle, were left bewildered, including Shangguan Mingyue, who stood momentarily frozen. Who is Zhou Huili? The president of the Jiang University Student Union, the most admired male figure at Jiang University. His family background is rumored to be extraordinarily formidable, rendering the likes of Huang Junlang merely unworthy of even carrying his shoes. At Jiang University, his words carry weight, compelling the institution to heed his counsel. To witness such a figure bowing and apologizing to Lin Dong was utterly astonishing. What manner of identity does Lin Dong possess? It was one thing for Huang Junlang to kneel before him, but even a person of Zhou Huili's stature dared not provoke him. This was truly alarming. When did Jiang University produce such a formidable individual? Shangguan Mingyue was equally taken aback. Zhou Huili was associated with Qin Zheng, one of the 8 kings of the Tsi party. Even in the hidden realm of Kyoto, he was a figure of considerable significance. Zhou Huili being chosen by him, brought into his fold, indicated that he was no ordinary person. It seemed that during the years Zhou was dispatched by Qin Zheng to monitor her, he had never shown such deference to anyone else. Could it be that this individual was of the same caliber as Qin Zheng? While Shangguan Mingyue was not particularly invested in the internal affairs of the Tsi party, she would have likely heard about Qin Zheng's recent expulsion from Jiang City. Connecting this with the current scene, it became evident that Lin Dong was the one responsible for sending Qin Zheng away. The Shangguan family, as a concealed lineage, now sought to emerge, looking for a powerful family to ally with, and the Qin family of Kyoto was their target. The Qin family had reached a developmental bottleneck, urgently requiring external assistance. Thus, the two parties found common ground. The most robust form of cooperation often stems from marriage, and both families had intentions of uniting Shangguan Mingyue with Qin Zheng to solidify their partnership. Shangguan Mingyue held a strong aversion to a marriage founded on interests. Yet as a mere girl, she had no choice but to acquiesce to her family's arrangements. The first time Qin Zheng beheld her, he was utterly captivated, and with familial orchestration, he promptly designated her as his future wife. Fortunately, being still young, Shangguan Mingyue opted to attend university in Jiang City to escape Qin Zheng's influence. Yet, she had not anticipated that he would send someone to watch over her. Lin Dong, too, was taken aback by Zhou Huili's bow of apology. He had braced himself for a confrontation, prepared to temper his strength to avoid causing undue harm. After all, they belonged to opposing factions, one from the SCC and the other from the Tsi party, having recently clashed. He assumed that even if Zhou Huili lacked the courage to engage him, At the very least, he would utter some harsh words. Was it not customary for adversaries to exchange barbs on such occasions? How was he to respond to this unexpected gesture? In truth, Lin Dong had underestimated his own strength. Although he perceived himself as lacking in power, the abilities he had displayed were, without a doubt, intimidating to many. Otherwise, Qin Zheng would not have remained inactive for so long after suffering such a significant setback. This was uncharacteristic of his status as one of the 8 kings. It was likely because he feared that his arrival would not restore his honor that he had refrained from coming. While the Tsi Party and SCC were somewhat adversarial, it did not imply that members of the Tsi Party could not enter SCC-controlled territories, nor that SCC members were barred from Tsi Party domains. This was largely a matter of phase for the upper echelons. At least, it was between the 8 kings of the Tsi Party and core members of the SCC. The mobilization of one side's upper leadership would prompt the other to dispatch corresponding representatives for a meeting. Ordinary members could move freely without concern. Had it not been for Liu Qin's desperate desire to ascend to core membership and reverse his family's decline, he could have easily overlooked the situation. After all, Qin Zheng and Appo's standing as one of the 8 kings of the Tsi Party was not something a mere senior SCC member could rival. His aim was to capture the attention of the 3 major bosses of the SCC. Thus, it was wise to recognize the prevailing circumstances. Zhou Huili felt justified in his actions, knowing that even if word got out, no one would ridicule him. At most, those unaware of Lin Dong's identity might regard him as somewhat timid. Moreover, he was nearing graduation. These ordinary individuals would never encounter the level to which he belonged. Zhou Huili bowed deeply before Lin Dong, remaining in that position, as he did not dare to rise without hearing Lin Dong speak. At that moment, Lin Dong regained his composure and remarked, "Senior Zhou, it's better to remain modest. The student you just addressed did not truly offend you. So is it necessary to take such drastic measures? Had I not caught him, that fall could have resulted in serious injury. This is Jiang University, Jiang City, not Kyoto. As the saying goes, one should not strike at a smiling face." Zhou Huili and Appo's unorthodox approach of bowing and apologizing left Lin Dong feeling somewhat awkward, as the two harbored no deep-seated grievances. "Yes, Lin Xiao, I shall remember this." Zhou Huili straightened up, though his tone remained exceedingly respectful. Lin Dong, feeling a sense of ennui, turned to leave. He had intended to learn some techniques to master his power, but ended up gaining nothing and felt like a spectacle for onlookers. The crowd instinctively parted to grant him passage. What they anticipated to be an entertaining drama concluded in an unexpectedly tranquil manner. As they observed Lin Dong and Appo's departing figure, curiosity mingled with respect filled the air. It seemed that from this day forth, the title of the foremost person at Jiang University would shift as Lin Dong. Once an inconspicuous individual, ascended to prominence in just over half a month, a speed that was simply astonishing. Shangguan Mingwei gazed at Lin Dong and Appo's retreating silhouette, lost in her thoughts. As Lin Dong passed by Huang Junlang and Jiang Shan felt compelled to speak, yet realized that her connection to Lin Dong had dissipated, rendering any words she might utter futile and insipid. Zhou Huili, observing Lin Dong and Appo's departure, did not pursue him further. He finally felt a sense of relief. After witnessing Lin Dong's prowess that night, the psychological pressure of confronting him had been considerable. Those without even the slightest foundation in martial arts could not comprehend such pressure, akin to the trepidation an ordinary person feels in the presence of a superior. "Miss Mingwei, young Master Qin has tasked me with watching over you. I hope you will cherish your dignity. Otherwise, when young Master Qin arrives in person, he will not be as accommodating as I am," Zhou Huili stated before departing the hall. "Zhou Huili, what right do you have to speak to me? Go tell Qin Zheng that I am not yet married to him. He currently has no authority over me." Shangguan Mingwei responded angrily as Zhou Huili walked away. However, his final words sparked curiosity among all the onlookers in the hall. What did this mean? Was Zhou Huili merely a subordinate sent by the esteemed young Master Qin to monitor Shangguan Mingwei? Did this imply that Shangguan Mingwei truly had an owner? A person whom Zhou Huili referred to as young Master Qin was undoubtedly remarkable. uncertain of who was more formidable compared to Lin Dong. The majority of the onlookers pondered the implications. If Lin Dong were to engage in a romantic liaison with Shangguan Mingyue, and young Master Qin were to confront Lin Dong at Jiang University, it would undoubtedly be a spectacle to behold. However, based on Lin Dong and Appo's recent demeanor, he appeared to harbor little interest in Shangguan Mingyue, the foremost of Jiang University's three goddesses. Chapter 80A Condition. Lin Dong exited the building, feeling aimless and reluctant to return to the classroom. He wandered to the grove beside the playground, observing the students engaging in vigorous activities, lost in thought. Reflecting on the surreal experiences of the past half-month, he marveled at how his life had transformed from that of an ordinary individual to something extraordinary, all thanks to a certain system. Time passed, and a bright, melodic voice broke through his reverie. "Are you Lin Dong?" Turning his head, he recognized Shangguan Mingyue. "What brings you here? Do you know Qinzheng?" she inquired. "Acquaintances, I suppose. Are you friends?" "Enemies," he retorted. "Oh, it seems that anyone who can be Qinzheng and Appo's adversary must possess remarkable qualities. No wonder Zhou Huili fears you so much." "You are mistaken. I'm just an ordinary person." Shangguan Mingyue chose not to dwell on this point and asked, "Do you wish to join the martial arts society?" Initially, he had considered it, but now he was uninterested. "Why should I? There's nothing to learn there." Her expression soured at his dismissive response. Did he disdain the martial arts society as a reflection of her leadership? Do you believe the society is merely a display of empty techniques? Surely there must be real skill involved. Didn't an Appo's you say it was too late to start training now? Given Zhou Huili and Appo's fear of you and your enmity with Qinzheng, you must possess significant strength. How about becoming the vice president of the martial arts society? She proposed. "Sorry, I and Appo's am not interested. Look for someone else." Lin Dong replied. "Lin Dong, I am Qinzheng's designated wife. Since you are his enemy, wouldn't you want to annoy him? Make him lose face?" Lin Dong turned to look at Shangguan Mingyue, bewildered. "What does your desire to avoid marriage to him have to do with me? You want to use me as a shield? I and Appo's am not that foolish. I might end up with nothing but trouble. I merely won by chance. If it came to a contest of backgrounds with Qinzheng, I would be cast aside." Without responding further, he stood and began to leave. Shangguan Mingyue was momentarily taken aback by his actions. "Aren't and Appo's you supposed to be enemies?" She had hoped her words would draw him into the martial arts society. She was eager to see if Zhou Huili would dare to interfere. Moreover, given Zhou Huili's recent demeanor, Lin Dong's background must at least rival that of Qinzheng. Even if Qinzheng showed up, it would be a fierce competition, and perhaps they would both end up suffering. As Lin Dong was about to walk past her, Shangguan Mingyue, in a moment of desperation, launched an attack. Convinced of Lin Dong's capabilities, she held back her full strength, believing he could withstand it. She aimed to gauge his abilities while also demonstrating that the martial arts society was not merely a facade, but had real substance. Just as Lin Dong passed by, he felt a rush of wind behind him. Was someone attacking? His senses were heightened, yet his control over his own strength was still unrefined. In a reflexive response, his power erupted uncontrollably. The sheer force was terrifying. Shangguan Mingyue felt an overwhelming wave of energy from Lin Dong, as if she were a fragile boat amidst a tempest, ready to be engulfed by the storm. In a state of alarm, before she could react, a powerful hand seized her slender neck, constricting it like a vice. A wave of suffocation washed over her, and she felt tears welling up. Realizing he had grasped Shangguan Mingyue's neck, Lin Dong quickly released her. She fell to the ground, clutching her throat and coughing violently, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lin Dong stood awkwardly. His reaction had been instinctive. After all, she had attacked him without warning. Was that really his fault? After a moment, he crouched down and gently patted her back, hoping to offer some comfort. A couple of minutes passed before she finally regained her composure, her beautiful face flushed and her large eyes still shimmering with tears. Miss Shangguan, I didn't mean it. You attacked me first. It was purely instinct." Lin Dong stammered, feeling embarrassed. "Are you implying it was all my fault? Even if you had killed me, would it still be my own doing?" Shangguan Mingyue's voice was hoarse, lacking its previous clarity. Well, yes, but I can enamp, oppose, say that out loud. Lin Dong thought, though he refrained from voicing it. No, no, I overreacted. My fault, entirely my fault. He insisted. Since it's your fault, what do you propose we do? Just now, a little more pressure from you could have ended my life. While I merely wish to convey that the martial arts society is not all showy techniques, I had no intention to harm you. What do you want? Lin Dong inquired. Join the martial arts society as the vice president, but you must agree to one condition. Shangguan Mingwei declared. Lin Dong pondered for a moment and replied, joining the martial arts society is acceptable, but agreeing to your condition is out of the question. What if you ask me to put my life on the line? Rest assured, I will not force you against your will. You will have the choice to comply or not, and even if you choose not to, I want to say a word. Really? He asked, skeptical. Indeed, but let me make it clear. If I choose to do something, I will. If I choose not to, I want an oppose. All right, it's a deal, Shangguan Mingwei said, her smile radiant. As Lin Dong beheld her smile, he sensed he might have fallen into a trap. However, he acknowledged that had he applied even a modicum of strength earlier, such a beautiful girl could have met a tragic end. It was imperative to gain better control over his strength. Lin Dong decided to leave, as the commotion had attracted the attention of several classmates, and he wished to avoid becoming a spectacle again. Shangguan Mingwei watched him depart, her expression still slightly shaken, yet a charming smile graced her lips. Chapter 81. Core member of SCC Lin Dong departed, yet Shangguan Mingwei remained rooted in place, her face still bearing a charming smile, a reflection of her disoriented state. It seemed that to escape the fated path laid by her family, she would need Lin Dong's assistance. Was her sole desire merely to alter the course dictated by her family? Perhaps, she mused, she could strive for something greater. At this thought, Shangguan Mingwei and Appo's breath quickened. For many years, she had long since abandoned such fanciful notions, even acquiescing to the family's arrangements for an external marriage without protest. While she felt a sense of resentment, she also yearned to break free from the shadows cast upon her since childhood. However, just as she was nearing graduation and poised to fulfill the marriage alliance, fate introduced her to Lin Dong. The sudden display of Lin Dong and Appo's formidable prowess left her breathless. She had never sensed such overwhelming energy, even from the elders of her clan. A term sprang to her mind, peerless prodigy. Despite being of similar age, the disparity in their strengths was akin to a chasm. Lin Dong was undoubtedly a successor groomed by a superpower, although she was the second-tier heir of the Shangguan family. The prospect of having the first heir of a superpower as an ally offered a glimmer of hope. Shangguan Weiwei, did you truly believe victory was assured? Perhaps not. I shall prepare a grand surprise for you, she silently vowed. 2 days passed. Lin Dong was appointed as the vice president of the Martial Arts Society. Nevertheless, he maintained a respectful distance from Shangguan Mingwei. He was acutely aware of her intentions to leverage him against Qin Zheng, which did not concern him. For he too regarded Qin Zheng as an adversary. One could never know when vengeance might come knocking. His acceptance of the vice presidency stemmed from a lingering sense of guilt. Despite Shangguan Mingwei's initial aggression towards him, she had not intended harm, and he had nearly caused her serious injury due to his loss of control. The thought of taking a life was anathema to a model citizen like him. Thus he viewed this role as a form of atonement. As for his specific demands, they would depend on his mood. On this particular day, Lin Dong received a call from Yi Hong, informing him that a core member of SCC wished to meet. They had arrived at the Golden Leaf Hotel. Lin Dong took the afternoon off and went directly to the hotel. Upon reaching the opulent presidential suite where Yi Hong resided, he knocked twice on the door. Soon, Yi Hong opened it. Lin, come in. He greeted warmly. There was no room for formality. Lin Dong's reputation resonated throughout SCC, and he had become a significant benefactor for Yi Hong. Inviting Lin Dong into SCC was undoubtedly the most prudent decision of his life, adding another layer of security to his future inheritance of the Yi family. You're too kind, Yi Go, Lin Dong replied as he entered the room. A man was seated on the sofa in the living room, who rose to greet Lin Dong as he entered. Brother Lin Dong, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. My name is Li Bin, a core member of SCC and a close friend of Yi Go. I also held some shares in the Golden Leaf Hotel when it was initially acquired, Li Bin stated with a smile, his gaze appraising Lin Dong. Youthful, remarkably youthful, he thought, astonished that this young man had managed to send Qin Zheng fleeing from Jiang City. The fact that Qin Zheng had yet to retaliate only underscored Lin Dong and Appo's formidable nature. You and Appo's, too kind, Li Gu, Lin Dong replied, also sizing up Li Bin, who appeared to be in his early 30s, gentle and refined, embodying the essence of a true gentleman, undoubtedly a heartthrob among women. Lin Dong sensed no oppressive aura of authority from him. Rather, it felt like a refreshing breeze, quite pleasant indeed. The three took their seats. Li Bin poured Lin Dong a cup of tea, saying, "Brother Lin Dong, do indulge in this tea." Lin Dong felt reluctant to refuse, lifting the cup to take a sip, discovering a sweet and fragrant aftertaste. Quite delightful. He feigned enthusiasm. In truth, he had little understanding of fine tea. His knowledge was gleaned from television. A working-class individual like him had never sipped such exquisite tea. He was accustomed to more common beverages like black or green tea, which he found to be rather similar, lacking any significant distinction. Had the tea connoisseurs known of his thoughts, they might have been utterly appalled. This tea is no ordinary brew. Its annual production is limited, reserved for the elite. Today, I am fortunate to share it with you, as the big boss specifically instructed me to bring it for your enjoyment, Li Bin remarked with a smile. The big boss? Who might that be? The founder of SCC? Lin Dong pondered but refrained from asking further, recognizing that such a gesture implied deeper significance. Indeed, it is remarkable. Lin Dong pretended to sip again. Could you recount the events of that day? We are all curious about how you managed to best Qin Zheng, Yi Hong interjected. Li Bin said, also eager to hear Lin Dong and Appo's account. Honestly, their ISN and Appo's. Too much to tell, Lin Dong began, succinctly recounting the events of that day, but omitting the climactic moment when he shattered the sword with a mere snap of his fingers, feeling somewhat embarrassed to boast. Brother Lin Dong, you seem to downplay your achievements. I have heard that you pinched Qin Zheng's sword between 2 fingers and snapped his treasured alloy sword, which he had carried for years. Such feats are not commonplace. Li Bin exclaimed. Are you aware of all this, yet still require me to elaborate? Lin Dong thought, bewildered by the mindset of these influential figures. Li Gu, you misunderstand. The most captivating part was the battle between Pejun and that Shan Chu. I merely added a flourish at the end, he said humbly. Li Bin remained silent, aware of Qiu Shan and Appo's reputation as a seasoned expert. However, he had not heard of Pejun, the tiger-ranking expert accompanying Lin Dong. The clash between 2 tiger-ranking figures would indeed be thrilling. But could Qiu Shan achieve the feat of shattering Qin Zheng and Appo's alloy sword with a snap? Perhaps not, as it was crafted from advanced materials. This was precisely why they held Lin Dong in such high regard. If he were merely a subordinate to a tiger-ranking expert, they would not have mobilized to such an extent, sending a core member like Li Bin to meet him. The lack of retaliation from Qin Zheng further evidenced the formidable nature of Lin Dong. In this world, there were no martial arts novels or dramas where one suddenly acquired a manual to master extraordinary skills or inherited decades of power in an instant. Such notions were sheer fantasy. True strength is cultivated step by step, and only the most powerful factions can nurture a prodigy like Lin Dong. Chapter 82. A woman who captivated an era. The three engaged in a multitude of trivial conversations, all intent on cultivating a favorable rapport with Lin Dong. Given Lin Dong's manifest prowess, even Li Bin, a core member of SCC, felt a twinge of trepidation. He believed that a direct confrontation with Qin Zheng would yield little success. Among the core members, he ranked among the foremost. Yet most of them could not compare to the 8 kings of the T clan. Lin Dong found the discourse rather tedious. He was not accustomed to banter with such prominent figures, nor did he perceive himself as one, despite others viewing him as such. Sensing that the moment was ripe, Li Bin turned to Lin Dong and said, Brother Lin Dong, my visit is not solely to meet you. I also come bearing the directive of the great boss. Indeed, it had come to pass. Lin Dong recognized that Li Bin and Appo's initial mention of the great boss was laden with significance. Oh, may I inquire as to the identity of this great boss and the nature of the matter at hand? Brother Yi is aware that I have recently joined SCC and am not well versed in these matters. Lin Dong asked. The great boss is known as Zhuge Zhangqiang, one of the 3 founders of SCC, and indeed the most formidable and esteemed among them. Li Bin then gradually elucidated the intentions of Zhuge Zhangqiang to Lin Dong. In essence, Zhuge Zhangqiang sought Lin Dong and Amp Oppo's assistance, although the specifics of such assistance remained undetermined, projected to arise perhaps 6 months hence. Zhuge Zhangqiang and Zhao Shidao, a member of the T clan, were once childhood companions, both emerging as luminaries within their circle, bound by brotherhood and co-founding the T clan, achieving unparalleled prominence. However, the arrival of a woman irrevocably shattered their bond. Murong Qingge, a woman of extraordinary beauty, who captivated an entire era, ensnaring the hearts of both Zhuge Zhangqiang and Zhao Shidao, 2 paragons of the younger generation. Murong Qingge was the youngest daughter of the Murong family in Kyoto, yet due to inherent frailties, she was initially deemed unlikely to survive past 18. Subsequently, she was taken under the wing of a remarkable figure. Upon returning to Kyoto at the age of 22, her presence evoked admiration from the younger generation, including the illustrious Zhuge Zhangqiang and Zhao Shidao. The 2 resolved to engage in a fair contest. Regardless of whom Murong Qingge ultimately chose, the other would graciously concede. Should she select one or neither, they vowed to avoid enmity. Yet, Murong Qingge established a 10-year pact with both men, declaring her intention to depart for a decade, after which the man she wed would be none other than the foremost figure of the younger generation. Following the expiration of this decade, Zhuge Zhangqiang and Oppo's bid for dominance within the T clan faltered, prompting him to seek refuge in the bustling metropolis, where he collaborated with the city and Oppo's duumvirate to establish SCC, creating a dichotomy of power with the T clan. Zhuge Zhangqiang remained unaware of how the designation of foremost figure of the younger generation was determined. Presently, the T clan was under the sole dominion of Zhao Shidao, while SCC's decisions stemmed from a triumvirate, evidencing Zhuge Zhangqiang's disadvantage in this regard. As the decade approached, Zhuge Zhangqiang hoped that Lin Dong could lend him support. With Lin Dong and Amp Oppo's demonstrated strength and the hidden forces at his disposal, he could undoubtedly become Zhuge Zhangqiang and Amp Oppo's right hand. Upon grasping the intricacies of the situation, Lin Dong was taken aback. Not only was Zhuge Zhangqiang a founder of SCC, but he was also a progenitor of the T clan. Moreover, these 2 titans had become adversaries over a woman. Such a melodramatic narrative truly existed in reality. He had thought such tales belonged solely to the realm of television. What manner of woman could compel 2 preeminent leaders to such extremes? Lin Dong felt a genuine curiosity about Murong Qingge's appearance. Could she truly be as ethereal as a celestial being? Brotherly, have you ever encountered Murong Qingge? What manner of woman is she that could enthrall 2 pinnacle figures of the younger generation to such an extent? Lin Dong inquired with intrigue. Regrettably, during my time in the metropolis, Murong Qingge's sojourn in Kyoto was brief, thus I never had the pleasure of meeting her. An immense regret. Li Bin replied. Lin Dong's curiosity mirrored that of Li Bin. They both pondered the true nature of Murong Qingge. What form of assistance is expected? There is no clear protocol in place. How should I proceed? Lin Dong asked. Brother Lin Dong, there is no need for anxiety. The competition for the foremost figure of the younger generation essentially revolves around influence and personal strength. It is possible that Murong Qingge may wish for the 2 men to engage in a contest, at which point the great boss will handle the matter without requiring your direct involvement. The request for your assistance is merely a precaution, Li Bin reassured him. That sounds agreeable. If I need not intervene, yet can witness the confrontation between Murong Qingge and the 2 apex figures, I shall gladly accept this task. Just notify me when the time comes, Lin Dong responded. As a senior member of SCC, it was essential to honor the great boss's wishes, especially as he sought to expand his influence. Brother Lin Dong, your readiness is commendable. Henceforth, you shall be recognized as a core member of SCC, a decision made by the great boss. Shortly, I will convey the rights and responsibilities associated with core membership to you. Unlike senior members, core members are part of SCC's upper echelons and are entitled to participate in significant decision-making. Huh? Is this how one ascends to core membership? So swiftly? Is there no fee involved? Lin Dong inquired, wishing to invest some money in the process. He lamented that his wealth seemed stagnant. Zhao Xian's financial contributions were less than satisfactory, causing him considerable distress. Meanwhile, Yi Hong regarded Lin Dong with envy. Core membership? How many senior SCC members were stuck at this juncture? While he was not overly concerned with advancing to senior member status as a businessman, he found the effort and return on investment disproportionate. However, the prospect of becoming a core member was something he had long dreamed of. Why did Lu Chun, fully aware of his disadvantage against Qin Zheng, still choose to confront him? Was it not to impress the three bosses and secure a core membership? Even at the risk of severe injury or death, the temptation to ascend was compelling. This was the allure of core membership. Once attained, one could wield SCC's resources, a privilege that could alleviate familial crises. Even in the absence of his grandfather, no one would dare challenge the Lu family or Jiang Cheng, for to do so would mean opposing the entirety of SCC, an unthinkable prospect. In contrast, senior members lacked such protections. Even among SCC members, if one in AMP, Oppos, S family fell into disarray, there might be those eager to seize an opportunity. SCC did not prohibit internal strife. The principle of survival of the fittest has been a timeless truth, echoed within the T-clan as well. It was not to say that all SCC members were allies. Many would gladly stab you in the back. Only in the face of the T-clan did they unite against a common adversary, a rule established by the three bosses. Lin Dong had scarcely joined SCC when he was elevated to core membership, a feat that would undoubtedly evoke envy among countless senior members still striving for this very milestone. Chapter 83. Core members. Before his departure, Li Bin added Lin Dong to a group consisting of only 15 individuals. This was the core members in Oppos, group of SCC, where among the 15 members, 3 were the founders of SCC and 12 were core members. With Lin Dong's inclusion, there were now 13 core members. The core members represented the upper echelons of SCC, and many significant matters required their votes for resolution. The primary distinction between SCC and the Tea Party was that the latter was governed solely by Zhao Shidao, whose words left even the 8 kings in fear of rebuttal. In contrast, SCC was led by 3 bosses, necessitating a vote among core members when decisions diverged. This highlighted the importance of the core members. However, harmony was not a hallmark of SCC. Upon entering the group, Lin Dong was immediately questioned by Lu Meng, a local from Modu and one of the 12 core members, known for his prowess alongside the dual leaders of Modu. Li Bin, a new member has arrived? Why was I not informed? Lu Meng directly addressed Li Bin since he was the one who added Lin Dong. This was a decision made by the big boss. Was I supposed to notify you in advance? Lu Meng, who do you think you are? Li Bin retorted. Oh, the big boss's decision? Who is this individual that warrants such privilege? Lu Meng inquired. Jiang Cheng Lin Dong. Li Bin announced. Jiang Cheng Lin Dong, the one who dared to confront Qin Zheng and even drove him out. Jiang Cheng? Lu Meng questioned. Is there any other? Li Bin replied. Impressive. Lin Dong then sent a message. I am Lin Dong. I hope to receive your guidance. Lin Dong, is it? We cannot extend our care to you. Your reputation precedes you in our circles. Liu Mang et Go Lim. What on earth? Had he offended anyone? SCC's internal dynamics were evidently less than harmonious. Indeed, where there are people, there exists rivalry. Lin Dong began to feel as though he had unwittingly become embroiled in the internal strife of SCC. His first words had already drawn fire. Lin Dong, ignore him. He is merely a rabid dog who bites anyone in sight. Li Bin intergested. Li Bin, care to repeat that? Liu Man Jialin, rabid dog. Li Bin shot back. Why you as tensions escalated between the two, someone finally stepped in to mediate. All right, we're all family here. What's the fuss? Let us not make a spectacle for the newcomer. Lin Dong, welcome to our family. Many others echoed their welcomes to Lin Dong, though the sincerity of their sentiments remained questionable. Welcome. Unfamiliar with the group, Lin Dong remained silent. opting to avoid further confrontation. Li Bin, however, did not enlighten him about the internal affairs of SCC. Before long, the weekend arrived. With little on his agenda and his aunt still recovering, it seemed she would not return to Shuqing until the following week. Lin Dong had initially promised to visit Sun Siyu at her home, but had postponed due to his aunt's situation. Now, with nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to follow through on his promise. Although reluctant, he felt compelled to honor his commitments. A visit would undoubtedly lead to misunderstandings with Sun Siyu's family. Moreover, Sun Siyu, fully aware of the inappropriateness of the situation, still invited him, likely harboring ulterior motives. Even an exceptional man has his burdens. Lin Dong realized he needed to learn the art of refusal. Despite revealing more of his capabilities, he found himself surrounded by an increasing number of women. Han Shiyun, Lu Xiaoxiao, Zhao Xian, and Sun Siyu. The realization left him astounded. How could he choose among four exquisite beauties? Such dilemmas seemed more suited for children. Alas, he could only take each step as it came. His greatest flaw remained his inability to decline. For instance, with Shangwan Mingwei, it was evident that the fault was not entirely his. She had initiated the conflict, and he had merely reacted instinctively, yet he ended up apologizing. Upon reflection, Lin Dong recognized this tendency likely stemmed from his time with Jiang Shan, during which he had always strived to fulfill her requests without hesitation. This behavior, cultivated over 4 years of unrequited devotion, would require time to amend. When it came to women, particularly stunning ones, he found it difficult to be resolute. Did this suggest he harbored traits of a scoundrel? Setting aside his internal musings, Lin Dong dialed Sun Siyu to inform her he would accompany her home the following Saturday. Naturally, she was elated by the news. The next morning, Lin Dong received a call from Sun Siyu while still enveloped in slumber, inquiring about their departure time. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was barely 6:00 and oppos. Clock. Had she truly stayed awake all night? Indeed, she had, ever since receiving Lin Dong and Oppo's call. Her excitement had kept her from sleep. In her eyes, Lin Dong was akin to a hero from a fairy tale, a gallant figure arriving on a rainbow to rescue her family. Much like Lu Xiaoxiao, a man who appeared during a woman's darkest hour would surely leave a lasting impression. At 7 a.m, Lin Dong awoke and drove to the entrance of the Media University, where Sun Siyu had been waiting for quite some time. As it was a Saturday, many luxury cars were present, with a steady stream of students entering and exiting. Most drivers were middle-aged men, with few young ones, many of whom were portly. A likely indication they were fathers picking up their children, though the nature of their relationships remained a mystery. Standing at the entrance of Media University, Sun Siyu, even amidst numerous beauties, was a striking sight. Tall, lovely, with an enviable figure, she embodied grace in her pristine white dress, effortlessly drawing attention. Today, she had dressed with care, even applying a touch of makeup, eager to leave a favorable impression on Lin Dong. Numerous affluent individuals, upon spotting Sun Siyu, suddenly found their own companions lacking in allure, with several even approaching her to offer rides. As for where they would take her once she got in, that was left to the imagination. Yet, Sun Siyu gracefully declined all offers. Observing her peers climbing into the cars of these wealthy men, she felt a wave of nausea at the thought of their motivations. The more she witnessed her classmates compromising themselves for a mere taste of resources or money, the more she appreciated Lin Dong. Had it not been for Lin Dong's generous assistance, she might have found herself on a similar path as her peers. Just as she was lost in thoughts of Lin Dong, a voice called from behind, accompanied by a gentle tap on her shoulder. "Siyu, who are you waiting for?" Recognizing the voice, Sun Siyu turned to find her close friend, Yu Mujuan, who was also regarded as one of the 4 rising stars of the performance department. Though shorter than Sun Siyu, Yu Mujuan possessed an undeniable charm, perfectly embodying the notion of petite allure, evoking a protective instinct in men. Waiting for no one. "Junjun, where are you off to?" Sun Siyu inquired. "I'm waiting for my dad to pick me up." "Are you heading home?" Yu Mujuan responded. "Yes, I'm waiting for a friend to come pick me up." "Boyfriend?" "No, not all. Just a very good friend," Sun Siyu replied, a hint of nervousness in her voice. "Look at how anxious you are. I'm not going to steal your boyfriend." Yu Mujuan said with a playful smile. Chapter 84. The Moon family of Jiangcheng as Lin Dong arrived at the entrance of the Communication University. A considerable commotion erupted. Look, what kind of sports car is that? It an amp. Oppos. That's so flashy. Wow, is that a Bugatti Chiron? I can an amp. Oppos. To believe Jiangcheng has such a car. Incredible. Who is it picking up? How fortunate. I wish it were me. I would love to sit in the passenger seat and be the center of attention. Is it here to pick up Sun Siyu and Yu Mujuan? They and amp. Oppos. Waiting over there. Oh no. My heart is breaking. Another goddess has been taken. How do you know it's a pig? I believe it must be a very handsome man. The power of the Bugatti Chiron is unparalleled. Compared to it, the luxury cars parked at the entrance seem almost like bicycles. The disparity between a few million and nearly 100 million is strikingly evident. Lin Dong parked directly in front of Sun Siyu and Yu Mujuan. The window rolled down. Classmate Sun, let's go. Lin Dong called out from the car. Initially, Sun Siyu mistook the stunning sports car for another wealthy suitor until Lin Dong called her name, and realization dawned upon her. It was only fitting that Lin Dong, who could easily lend $1 billion to help her family, drove such a car. Oh, I'm coming. As Sun Siyu prepared to get in, Yu Mujuan grabbed her hand and leaned against the passenger window. What's your name? Are you Siyu's boyfriend? How come I've never heard her mention you? How long have you been together? Yu Mujuan inquired curiously. Upon seeing the adorable girl leaning against the window, Lin Dong answered, This classmate and I are good friends. I and Amp, Oppos, am just giving her a ride home since I and Amp, Oppos, am heading that way this weekend. Good friends? I know what you wealthy second-generation types are like. Let me tell you, Siyu is my close friend, and if you dare to bully her, I won't let you off easily, Yu Mujuan declared, raising her tiny fist threateningly. Jun, we really are just good friends. Sun Siyu interjected from behind. All right, I want an amp. Oppos, to disturb you any longer. However, Siyu, as a girl, you must learn to protect yourself. Before you truly understand someone, never lay your guard down, all right? Yu Mujuan advised her friend. This advice, coming from such a petite and charming girl, felt somewhat out of place. Sun Siyu's face flushed crimson from the embarrassment. I understand. Jun, I'm heading off now, bye. Sun Siyu hurriedly entered Lin Dong's car, fearful that Yu Mujuan might say something even more peculiar. With a press of the accelerator, the Bugatti Chiron kicked up a cloud of dust and vanished from the university entrance. Oh no, Goddess Sun has been taken away by the Bugatti Chiron. Did you see who was driving the Bugatti Chiron? How old did he look? He seemed like a middle-aged man, and he was bald. Oh no, the goddess has truly been taken. Nonsense. I distinctly saw a young, handsome man driving. Yu Mujuan gazed thoughtfully in the direction Sun Siyu had left. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce Phantom appeared before her. Its arrival failed to attract much attention from the students, except for a few who were knowledgeable about cars. Most did not recognize this model. Though the vehicle's starting price is also in the millions, its understated appearance lacked the flamboyance of the Bugatti Chiron. Yu Mujuan opened the door and got in. Inside sat a middle-aged man, around 40. Dad, she exclaimed. Yes. Jun, do you know the owner of that car that just left? Her father, Yu Chuanxiong, asked. I don't know him, but my best friend does. He should be her new boyfriend. Why? Do you know him? Is he a scoundrel? If he is, I can't let Siyu fall into a trap. I don't know him, but I would like to meet him. When can you invite your friend and her boyfriend out for dinner? Yu Chuanxiong suggested. Why do you want to know him? Isn't he just a wealthy second generation? Yu Mujuan asked, a bit puzzled. Jun, you mustn't judge solely by appearances. That car is extraordinary, a limited edition Bugatti Chiron. Only 8 exist worldwide, and it costs over 80 million. How much? 80 million? That's so expensive. Yu Mujuan was taken aback. Even though her family was well known among Jiangcheng's elite, the price of 80 million for a car was still hard to fathom. Thus, getting to know him could be beneficial. In business, having more connections can lead to opportunities in the future. Dad, can you please stop with the business talk for one day? You finally come to pick me up, and you still manage to discuss business with my classmates. You show no concern for me. Yu Mujuan expressed her displeasure. All right. I won't talk business. Let me see if you've lost weight. The Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove away. I just saw a middle-aged man in the car that Sun Goddess entered. Is that true? Absolutely. I swear on my integrity. Give me a break. You still have integrity? I I swear. Now, 2 of the 4 flower goddesses from the performance department have been taken. How can one live with this? Young man, work hard. If you put in the effort now, maybe your girlfriend is still in kindergarten. Inside the Bugatti Chiron, Lin Dong said, Don and Oppos. T mind her. She and Oppos. That's my close friend, Yu Mujuan. She and Oppos. That's just playful. Do I seem like the kind of person who would take offense? I'm not narrow-minded, Lin Dong replied with a smile. Lin Dong, thank you for accompanying me home today. And thank you for lending me that billion. Without it, I truly don't know what would have happened to my family. Sun Siyu said, her voice trembling with emotion. Hey, classmate Sun, please Don and Oppos. T cry. Lin Dong felt at a loss. He truly could not bear to see a beautiful woman in tears. Lin Dong, what if I can amp, Oppos, T repay that money? Sun Siyu suddenly asked. Classmate Sun, to me, that money is inconsequential. If you really can amp, Oppos, T repay it. How about offering yourself in return? Lin Dong teased to lighten the mood, sensing the atmosphere growing heavy. Really? Sun Siyu lifted her head, her expression serious as she inquired. Lin Dong. Chapter 85. The arrival of the son-in-law, the two fell into a silence, with Sun Siyu's cheeks flushed as she gazed out the window. Lost in thought, Lin Dong initially intended to lighten the atmosphere, but instead it grew more somber. How could he continue the conversation? It seemed impossible to proceed without stumbling into complications. Yangcheng, a municipal city, while not as grand as Jiangcheng, a provincial capital, was undoubtedly more vibrant than Lin Dong's hometown of Shuqing, a mere county-level city. After more than 2 hours, Lin Dong arrived in Yangcheng. However, feeling somewhat barehanded on his first visit made him uneasy. He wandered about the city, purchasing a variety of items before finally arriving at Sun Siyu and Amp, Oppo's residential community. Following her directions, Sun Siyu resided in an upscale neighborhood in Yangcheng. Thanks to Lin Dong and Oppo's generous infusion of 1 billion yuan, Sun Weicheng had cleared all debts and returned to their original home. Upon entering the community, Lin Dong and Oppo's vehicle caught the attention of 2 security guards at the entrance. Although they had never seen Lin Dong and Amp, Oppo's car before, they did not impede his entry and allowed him to pass without question. Brother Zhang, that car doesn't seem to belong to our community, does it? Shouldn't we inquire and register it? A young security guard asked. Xiao Chun, you're new here. It takes some discernment to do our job well, Brother Zhang replied, accepting a cigarette. Let me enlighten you. To excel in this role, I have studied how to recognize cars. In our upscale community, I allow immediate access to vehicles worth over 500,000. Only those valued below that threshold require registration. Why is that? The young guard inquired. Are you foolish? This is a high-end community. A property here costs millions, even tens of millions. Who would buy a multi-million house and drive a vehicle worth just 1 or 200,000? But cars above 500,000 are different. If we inadvertently annoy a wealthy heir with a bad temper, do you want to keep your job? I understand. That car must have been worth over 500,000, which is why you let it pass, the young guard realized. Over 500,000? Do you even know what brand that car is? No, but it looked incredibly cool. Could it be worth over $1 million? I read online that it's a world-renowned car, a Bugatti Veyron. Do you know its starting price? How much? 30 million. Brother Zhang held up 3 fingers. 30 million? The young guard in Oppo's jaw dropped in disbelief. The price was staggering. A car worth 30 million was beyond his imagination. That in Oppo's, that's just the base price. Some limited editions start at over 50 million. Surprise, huh? Who would dare stop a car like that? If you encounter a temperamental driver, you might just get scolded or worse, slapped. You might even lose your job. Yes, you're right, Brother Zhang. I've learned a lot from you. Please look after me in the future, the young guard said, handing over the entire pack of cigarettes. After parking the car, Sun Siyu led Lin Dong into one of the buildings, taking the elevator to the 22nd floor. After receiving Lin Dong's call yesterday, Sun Siyu had informed her parents, so they should be home now. As they approached her door, she took out her keys to unlock it and paused in surprise. What is going on? Why are there so many people? Lin Dong, following Sun Siyu, was equally taken aback. About a dozen relatives were chatting in the living room, with more voices emanating from the kitchen. These were close relatives of the Sun family, uncles, aunts and cousins gathered together. Siyu is back. Son Weicheng, Sun Siyu and Apo's, as father, stood up from the sofa upon seeing them, positioned perfectly to greet them at the entrance. Dad, what's going on? Sun Siyu asked. Without answering her question, Sun Weicheng said, so this is Lin Dong? Come in and sit. What else with all the shopping? We don't need anything at home. Hello, uncle. Lin Dong greeted. Sun Weicheng casually assessed Lin Dong. A fine young man indeed. Polite, not bad-looking, and his family background seems commendable, without the arrogance of those wealthy heirs. Carrying gifts, Lin Dong followed Sun Weicheng into the living room, leaving Sun Siyu standing at the entrance, her thoughts in disarray. She had an inkling of her parents and Apo's intentions. They must believe Lin Dong was her boyfriend, and she had indeed led them to think so. Knowing she had brought Lin Dong home, her parents had invited their close relatives to meet him, partly to introduce him and partly to show off. After all, it was no small feat for Lin Dong to casually offer 1 billion yuan to assist their family. Sun Siyu hesitantly entered the living room, contemplating how to explain the situation to Lin Dong. She had expected a simple dinner with just her parents and sister to express gratitude, not this large gathering. Would Lin Dong be displeased? Would he be angry and leave? Feeling anxious, she worried about Lin Dong's reaction, as they hadn't spent much time together, and she was still learning about this super-rich heir's temperament. Surely he wouldn't mind. He usually seemed quite polite. But if he was uncomfortable with such a crowd and chose to leave in a huff, what would she do? With so many relatives present, how could she navigate this situation? Sun Siyu and Apo's mind raced with concerns, particularly about Lin Dong and Apo's potential displeasure. Meanwhile, Lin Dong was enduring a barrage of questions from Sun Siyu and Apo's relatives. Where did he study? How many family members were there? What did his parents do? How many siblings did he have? They seemed entirely unaware that it was Lin Dong's generous loan of 1 billion that had rescued Sun Weicheng from his financial troubles. Otherwise, they would not have dared to interrogate him so casually. A young man capable of such generosity was surely not an ordinary individual, and his family must wield considerable power. They assumed it was Sun Weicheng's own capabilities that allowed him to recover from such financial setbacks. Lin Dong felt overwhelmed by the relentless inquiries. They had presumably accepted him as Sun Siyu and Apo's boyfriend, and he refrained from divulging the truth, merely stating that his family was engaged in a small business. Upon hearing this, the relatives lost interest, looking down on him as they were accustomed to the Sun family's successful ventures. To them, a small business meant fruit stands or convenience stores, hardly comparable to the Sun family and Apo's stature. Lin Dong sensed he might be perceived as someone trying to curry favor with the Sun family. He glanced at Sun Siyu, who was looking back at him with a somewhat pleading expression. With a wry smile, he continued to endure the questioning. At that moment, the door to Sun Siyu and Apo's sister, Sun Sing and Apo's room swung open, and 5 or 6 young people emerged, ranging from about 12 to 18 years old. These were Sun Siyu and Apo's younger cousins. Sister, Sun Sing called out. Siyu. The others chimed in. Sun Siyu greeted them in return. The newcomers surveyed Lin Dong with curiosity. Fortunately, the Sun family's residence was spacious, with a living room of around 50 to 60 square meters. So even with nearly 20 people gathered, it did not feel cramped. Chapter 86. Playing with fire again? Sun Weicheng observed Lin Dong, who faced the inquiries of so many people with unwavering patience, and he couldn't help but nod in approval. Although Lin Dong had lent them 1 billion yuan to help their family through a crisis, Sun Weicheng would have hesitated to entrust his daughter to him if Lin Dong were merely an arrogant, ignorant rich heir. After all, this was a matter of his daughter and Apo's lifelong happiness. Yet, he found himself torn, unable to swiftly repay the 1 billion yuan. And he worried about what he would do if Lin Dong truly turned out to be an uneducated scion. Fortunately, he was quite satisfied with Lin Dong and Apo's demeanor. A super-rich heir who could handle the scrutiny of so many with such humility and grace was a testament to his character, allowing Sun Weicheng to rest easy. Lin Dong expressed his exhaustion. He was truly fatigued. Had he known the circumstances would be like this, he would have never come. Those who had not encountered the relentless inquiries of distant relatives could not fathom their power. Lin Dong felt that even a fight with Qin Zheng would not have been as draining. Each person spoke in turn, leaving him with a buzzing in his head. The underlying condescension in their tone was particularly disheartening, leaving him feeling helpless. He longed to reveal his true status as the world and Oppo's richest man, but he knew no one would believe him. After enduring the relentless questioning in the living room, 4 or 5 middle-aged women emerged from the kitchen, calling everyone to dinner, which initiated a new round of interrogation directed at Lin Dong. The meal was torturous for him, as everyone catered to the esteemed son-in-law of the Sun family, with toasts and dishes being offered endlessly. Sun Siyu, seated at another table, watched Lin Dong smile through the onslaught from her relatives, and she couldn't help but daydream. How wonderful it would be if this were truly the case. If Lin Dong were genuinely her boyfriend, she would be the happiest woman in the world. Finally, the meal concluded. Thanks to his improved constitution, Lin Dong remained sober despite numerous toasts, while those who had toasted him were left significantly inebriated. Originally, he intended to leave in the afternoon, but the Sun family insisted he stay due to the alcohol. Reluctantly, Lin Dong pretended to be a bit tipsy and was eventually led to Sun Siyu's room to rest for the afternoon. He genuinely feared a repeat of the earlier interrogation, which would have driven him to madness. That evening, Sun Siyu awakened Lin Dong, saying it was time for dinner. As he got up, he noticed that aside from himself and Sun Siyu, the house was empty. Dinner has been ordered at the hotel. Everyone has already gone ahead, leaving just the 2 of us, Sun Siyu explained. Then let us go, Lin Dong replied, preparing to head out. Lin Dong, Sun Siyu suddenly called out. Lin Dong turned to face her. Thank you for today, Sun Siyu said softly. Why thank me? I should be thanking you, your family and Oppo's hospitality is remarkable, and I seldom have the opportunity to enjoy such a homely meal, Lin Dong replied with a smile. I know you are trying to comfort me. For someone your background, being surrounded by inquiries must be quite uncomfortable, especially with their condescension towards you. But you endured it for my sake, and I am truly grateful. Hearing her words made Lin Dong feel somewhat bashful. Well, it's really nothing, Sunday. We are friends, after all. Friends ought to help one another. Sun Siyu then hugged Lin Dong from behind. Standing at 172 meters, she rested her head on his shoulder, sobbing softly. Lin Dong, why are you so kind to me? What should I do if I've genuinely fallen for you? As Lin Dong felt her softness, he found himself a bit flustered. Son, please don't do this, he stammered, fearing he might lose control. He had barely recovered from the previous encounter with Han Shiyan, and now Sun Siyu was approaching him in a similar manner. I'm not a playboy. Why does everyone enjoy playing with fire? Lin Dong, may I just hold you for a moment? Please don't speak. Just let me embrace you quietly. As he heard her plead, Lin Dong's agitation began to subside, and he remained silent, absorbing the warmth emanating from her body. After about 10 minutes, Sun Siyu released him and wiped her tears. Thank you, Lin Dong. Let us go. My father and the others must be getting anxious. With that, Sun Siyu walked ahead, while Lin Dong followed with a wry smile. Upon reaching the ground floor, he drove Sun Siyu to the hotel, the only 5-star establishment in Yangcheng, where only the city's elite dined, representing the utmost in luxury. They arrived at the private room reserved by Sun Weicheng, which was quite spacious and comfortably accommodated 3 tables of guests. Everyone had already gathered, awaiting Lin Dong and Sun Siyu and Oppo's arrival. Siyu, why the delay? Everyone has been waiting for you too, Sun Siyu's second aunt remarked. Despite Lin Dong's commendable demeanor, his humble background led many to look down upon him, which fueled their grievances regarding the couple's tardiness. The prospect of Sun Weicheng gaining a son-in-law like Lin Dong could potentially limit their future benefits, making them the least welcoming of Lin Dong. Second aunt, I apologize. We were caught in traffic, Chun Tillian interjected, as Lin Dong and Sun Siyu took their seats side by side. Soon, the waitstaff began to serve the dishes. Remarkably, no one offered Lin Dong any toast this time, likely due to the impression he had made at lunch. The atmosphere lightened as everyone enjoyed their meal. Halfway through, Sun Weicheng stood with a glass in hand. I would like to propose a toast to Lin Dong today. Lin Dong hurriedly stood as well, responding, "Uncle, you are too kind. This toast is for you." "Lin Dong, please sit down until I finish speaking. I believe everyone is aware of my recent troubles. My swift recovery is largely thanks to Lin Dong's assistance. Without his billion yuan, I may have never regained my footing. Thus, I must raise this glass to you. Lin Dong, you have rescued our family. Thank you." Chapter 87. The Uninvited Guest. As Sun Weicheng's words fell, the room fell into an oppressive silence. Everyone stared at Lin Dong, their faces etched with disbelief. They could hardly fathom that it was Lin Dong who had provided the financial aid to help Sun Weicheng overcome his crisis, and the staggering amount of 100 million. Among these relatives, many had accumulated modest wealth over the years thanks to Sun Weicheng, with the shrewdest among them amassing 3 to 5 million, while the less fortunate still had at least 1 or 2 million. Yet, 100 million was an astronomical figure for them. Did Sun Weicheng even possess such wealth? It seemed highly unlikely. Recently, they had learned of Sun Weicheng being deceived by his partner and had been actively brainstorming ways to assist him. Recognizing that his downfall would also spell trouble for them all, their fates were intertwined, flourishing together or faltering together. Yet, here stood Lin Dong, a strikingly handsome and courteous university student, capable of producing 100 million to aid Sun Weicheng. How old could he possibly be? He appeared to be merely 21 or 22. Such youth, and to possess such immense funds, surely, it could not be earned by his own efforts, but must have come from his family. What kind of family could effortlessly provide their child with 100 million without a second thought regarding its purpose? How substantial must their wealth be? Lin Dong had referred to it as merely a small family business. If this was considered small, what did that make them? Scrap collectors? A few relatives who had previously mocked Lin Dong found their faces flushing with embarrassment. They had even worried that if Lin Dong were to marry into the Sun family, their own interests would be jeopardized. How utterly ludicrous! Would a scion of such a wealthy family deign to become a son-in-law? Moreover, the Sun family's alliance with such a prominent lineage would surely benefit them as well, perhaps even elevating their own status to that of millionaires through Lin Dong and Sun Siyu and Appo's connection. In that instant, the way everyone regarded Lin Dong transformed completely, from disdain and ridicule to obsequiousness. This was the power of wealth. In their eyes, Lin Dong had morphed from a mere sycophant seeking to leverage the Sun family's prestige into a towering figure whom even the Suns would aspire to align with. The shift in status was palpable. At this juncture, Lin Dong, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "Uncle, there's no need for formalities. Sun Siyu and I are good friends, and to me, 100 million is not of great consequence." The guests felt a sense of numbness wash over them. Only someone like Lin Dong, a super-rich heir, could trivialize 100 million as if it were merely 10,000. This 100 million may be insignificant to you, but for the Sun family, it holds monumental significance. Without it, we would face ruin, and everyone here should be grateful to you. Sun Weicheng glanced at those present and stated. He had observed their shifting attitudes towards Lin Dong and refrained from intervening, curious to see their reactions after revealing the truth. How audacious to look down upon Lin Dong. Did they not consider that without his assistance, they would not be seated here, joyfully dining? Indeed, young Master Lin, thank you for rescuing our entire family. I raise this glass to you. I shall drink it all, and you may partake as you wish. Sun Siyu's second aunt quickly stood, holding her glass towards Lin Dong. Since midday, she had been the most vocal in her criticisms of him. Sun Weicheng had no sons to inherit the family legacy, while she had a son who could carry on the family name. Thus, despite Sun Weicheng being the most accomplished member of the family, the elder son had always favored the second branch because they had produced a male heir. Sun Weicheng, being a dutiful son, found himself at a disadvantage due to the elder and aunt, Appo's bias. The second branch of the family had benefited the most among the relatives. They had even covertly suggested to the elder that should Sun Weicheng bequeath all his assets to his two daughters, the family would be severed from the Sun lineage. They had hoped the elder would advocate for a share of the inheritance. Now that Lin Dong's identity as a super-rich heir was unveiled, her delight was palpable. Lin Dong would undoubtedly have no interest in Sun Weicheng's wealth and would instead help the Sun family prosper further, potentially allowing her family to amass billions. One day, she might enjoy life as a wealthy matron without toil. With this thought, she beamed at Lin Dong, her expression resembling that of a mother-in-law admiring her son-in-law, growing more pleased with each glance. Young Master Lin, your generous assistance has enabled the Sun family to rise again. I toast to you. I shall drink it all, and you may indulge as you please. The adults at the tables took turns raising their glasses to Lin Dong. The most basic change was in their manner of address. Earlier they had called him Lin Dong or Little Lin, but now he was referred to as Young Master Lin. Previously, each individual insisted Lin Dong finish his drink before they would relent, but now they primarily drank themselves, allowing Lin Dong to sip as he pleased, their deference evident. This was the transformation of social standing. The banquet continued, with Lin Dong emerging as the focal point of the gathering. Guests paid him respect, ensuring that whatever dish he fancied remained in front of him for an extended duration. As the lively meal neared its conclusion, the door swung open, and while everyone expected a server, a gruff voice shattered the anticipation, clearly not belonging to a waiter. Mr. Sun, so this is where you are. I've been searching high and low for you. Upon hearing this voice, Sun Weiqing's countenance darkened. The newcomer bore a fierce demeanor, flanked by several lackeys, clearly not of reputable character. Upon entering, he forcefully clapped Sun Weiqing on the shoulder, causing the chopsticks in his right hand to clatter to the floor. Lu Yong, what are you doing? Today is our family gathering. Do not disrupt us. Sun Weiqing retorted angrily. Disrupt? Had you settled our matters, I would not have come looking for you. Now that you're wealthy and back on your feet, becoming the renowned Mr. Sun, is it that you think you can disregard me? Lu Yong squinted, his eyes narrowing. Lu Yong, this is a personal matter between you and Yang Xiaoming. It has nothing to do with me or the company. Sun Weiqing insisted. Yang Xiaoming had been Sun Weiqing's former business partner, who had absconded with the company's entire assets, incurring significant debts in the process. Sun Weiqing had since settled these debts, as they were incurred in the company's name, and he remained the legal representative. Yet, the dispute with Lu Yong stemmed from a private loan between Lu and Yang, a matter that should not have involved Sun Weiqing. With Lu Yong unable to locate Yang Xiaoming, he resorted to targeting Sun Weiqing, a prominent local figure with many underlings. For days, individuals had been causing disturbances at Sun Weiqing's company, demanding repayment, and while he had called the police, they would leave only to return once the officers departed. The adage better to offend a gentleman than a rogue aptly described the situation. Lu Yong's persistent harassment left Sun Weiqing feeling powerless. He had contemplated settling the matter. Yet Lu Yong demanded 500,000 in principal and a further 1 million in interest, totaling 1,500,000. This exorbitant sum extinguished Sun Weiqing and Oppo's inclination to simply pay him off. Individuals like Lu Yong, once they gained an advantage, would cling on like a cat drawn to the scent of fish, impossible to shake off. Chapter 88. How about being your son-in-law, Mr. Sun? Your words are rather unamusing, Lu Yong remarked. Yang Xiaoming is your brother and a shareholder in your company. Now that you have made a comeback, how can I be certain that you two aren't and Oppo's conspiring against me? Lu Yong was well aware of the allegations surrounding Yang Xiaoming and Oppo's embezzlement of company funds, which are unlikely to be false. However, he needed a scapegoat. Otherwise, what would become of his money? With Sun Weiqing and Oppo's sudden resurgence, he set his sights on him. Lu Yong, do not be unreasonable. Yang Xiaoming has absconded with all the company and Oppo's assets, and I have already reported it to the police. They have opened a case. You may inquire whether we are the ones deceiving you. Sun Weiqing replied firmly. I don't and Oppo's care about that. I only care about getting my money. If you refuse to pay, I will come to your company daily and see whether you have more time than I do, Lu Yong asserted, scanning the room. Upon catching sight of Sun Xiu, his eyes widened with fascination. She was stunningly beautiful, her figure remarkable, and though seated, her height was undoubtedly impressive. Over the years, he had encountered numerous women, yet none could rival Sun Xiu, not even a fraction of her allure. His greatest passion in life was women of all kinds, and at that moment, he resolved to possess this one. Lu Yong, do not overstep your bounds. Sun Weicheng interjected, rising in anger and pointing at Lu Yong. If you dare to lay a finger on my family, I swear I will pursue you to the ends of the earth. His rage was palpable. Lu Yong and Appo's intentions toward his daughter were intolerable. A man who could not protect his own family was worthless. Moreover, his future son-in-law, Lin Dong, was present. As for seeking Lin Dong's assistance, that thought never crossed his mind. Even though Lin Dong hailed from a prominent family, this was not his territory, and his family's influence could not reach here without breaching unwritten rules. Lu Yong, however, dismissed Sun Weicheng's threats with a sly smile. Oh, family? So, she's your daughter? Mr. Sun, I had no idea you had such a striking daughter. Why didn't it oppose to you mention it sooner? Had you done so, we might not have reached this impasse. He paid no heed to the implications of Sun Weicheng's threats. Fish die and nets break? What qualifications do you have to threaten me? You are merely a small-time businessman. There are plenty like you in Yangcheng. But how many possess my stature in this city and Appo's underworld? I may not rule it entirely, but I am certainly among the top 5. A person like you is beneath my consideration. Sun Weicheng took a deep breath. Lu Yong, I will pay you the amount you demand. Please leave at once. Yet, Lu Yong remained unfazed, grinning as he replied, Mr. Sun, I no longer desire money. If you grant me your daughter and Appo's hand, I assure you your company will thrive in Yangcheng. What do you say? You. Sun Weicheng was rendered speechless with rage. Keep this up, and we will call the police. Chen Suolian, Sun Siyu's mother, declared, pulling out her phone to dial. If you dare to report me, I will ensure your company can never operate in Yangcheng again. And not just your company. Your residents will face consequences too. I trust you would not wish to awaken each day to find your doorstep littered with filth or be assaulted with excrement on the streets. Lu Yong warned ominously. This threat struck fear into Chen Suolian, halting her phone call. She feared that her decision could jeopardize her husband and Appo's undertakings. The others present were equally intimidated. Lu Yong was notorious for employing such tactics, having firmly established his position in Yangcheng. That's more like it. Lu Yong reverted to a smile. Lu Yong, name your price. Sun Weicheng asked, slumping back into his chair. Lu Yong and Appo's threat regarding family was his greatest fear, for that was his Achilles and Appo's heel. What Lu Yong had said was his modus operandi. Even if he called the police, it would yield little effect since no violence had occurred. The worst outcome would be a brief detention, and with his numerous underlings, they could cycle in and out of custody. Today was an opportune moment for Lu Yong, otherwise. Even with a knife at his throat, Sun Weicheng would not have flinched, as he did not believe Lu Yong would dare to act. But now he had no choice. For the sake of his family, he had to concede, hoping Lu Yong would not demand an exorbitant price. Mr. Sun, as I mentioned, I do not seek money. Grant me your daughter and Appo's hand, and I will become your son-in-law. I assure you prosperity and protection against rival companies, Lu Yong proposed. Impossible. Do not even think about it. This is absolutely out of the question. Sun Weicheng roared. Oh, impossible? Mr. Sun, I hope you can still speak so defiantly 3 days from now. Lu Yong taunted, reaching out to touch Sun Siyu and Appo's cheek. Miss Sun, please wait for 2 days. I am confident your father will change his mind. Just as his hand was about to reach her face, a strong grip seized his wrist, preventing any further advance. Chapter 89. The ruthless man Lu Yong was just about to test the smoothness of Sun Siyu's face when, unexpectedly, a hand seized him tightly. He struggled to move, but that hand held him firmly in place, rendering him immobile. A glance to the side revealed that it was a young man beside Sun Siyu who had grasped him. Kid, you better not meddle in affairs that don't concern you, or I'll make you regret it. Lu Yong spat venomously at Lin Dong. Lin Dong remained silent, yet his grip on Lu Yong only tightened. Lu Yong began to sense the severity of the situation. The pressure on his hand intensified, causing him pain, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Ah, stop, stop, stop. Lu Yong could no longer endure the agony, crying out in distress. Brother Yong, Brother Yong, Brother Yong. A few of Lu Yong and Appo's subordinates, witnessing his predicament, rushed to assist him, but were halted by Lu Yong and Appo's desperate plea. Don't come over. They immediately froze in place. A little brother, you're still young. Please, don't do anything rash. Just let go of my hand, and I'll pretend nothing happened today. What do you say? Lu Yong stammered, his words faltering under the excruciating pain. He felt as though Lin Dong's grip might fracture his bones. Lin Dong glanced at Lu Yong, still silent. Was there any need for mercy when dealing with such a villain? Certainly not. He increased the pressure. Lu Yong let out another cry of torment. Ah, it hurts. Big brother, please. Let go. Then, a chilling sound echoed in the room. Crack. Had Lu Yong's hand just been broken? The onlookers regarded Lin Dong with eyes filled with terror. This youth, who had seemed so polite moments ago, was capable of such brutality? How could he possess such strength to break Lu Yong's hand so effortlessly? What does it feel like to have one's hand crushed to the point of fracture? Lu Yong was now in so much pain that he could scarcely articulate his thoughts. Sweat drenched his clothes. A few of his subordinates stared at Lin Dong, a sense of dread creeping over them. So ruthless. This young man is astonishingly fierce. They were taken aback. Some people are not to be trifled with. Lin Dong stated with a calm demeanor. After finishing his words, he released Lu Yong's hand. Lu Yong cradled his fractured hand, squatting on the ground and moaning weakly. His subordinates hurried to help him up. Everyone in the room gazed at Lin Dong with astonishment, while he appeared utterly unfazed, as if he had merely performed an inconsequential act. A few minutes later, Lu Yong regained his composure. Although his hand still throbbed with pain, it was far less than before. He glared menacingly at Lin Dong. Kid, I don't care who you are, but you're finished. In this city from now on, your entire family will have a hard time living. Lu Yong, is it? I'm sitting right here. I want to see how you plan to make me suffer. As for Uncle Sun's family, you better hope to survive today before you dare to speak such threats. Lin Dong replied, his tone remaining utterly serene, showing no concern for Lu Yong's menacing words. Fine, just you wait, Lu Yong exclaimed, pulling out his phone with his uninjured hand to make a call. He needed backup. Given the earlier display, it was evident that this young man could not be dealt with by just a few of them. But what could they do, even if they called more people? As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands. He intended to summon 30 or 50 people. He could not believe Lin Dong could stand against them all. Lin Dong, at this moment, also took out his phone. He sent a message in the SCC group chat. Is there anyone from Yang City in Jiangnan Province? As a core member of SCC, his status was evident in the group. His words drew the attention of many. Numerous lower, mid, and even high-level members sought to align themselves with such a prominent figure, seizing the opportunity to connect. Soon, several responses flooded in. Boss, I'm in Lu City, close to Yang City. What do you need? I'll come right away. Boss, I'm in Yuan City, a neighbor to Yang City. I can be there immediately. There were at least 7 or 8 similar messages, all from individuals nearby, eager to assist. This demonstrated the core members' influence within SCC. If a high-ranking member had sent such a message, while people would respond, the enthusiasm would not have been the same. Then one message caught Lin Dong's attention. Boss, I'm from Yang City, and I'm currently in Yang City. Where are you? I'll come right away. Lin Dong initiated a private chat. I'm Lin Dong, currently at room 36 in a Holiday Inn in Yang City. I'm in a bit of trouble. Can you help? Of course. No worries, boss. There's nothing in Yang City that I can't handle. I'll be there in 20 minutes. No, I'll make it in 15. Great. Hurry up. I'll be waiting. Please hold on, boss. I'm on my way now. Lin Dong. Beside him, Sun Xiu gazed at Lin Dong, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Yin Hong was enjoying a foot massage at a spa with friends when he casually checked his phone. He noticed a message in the group chat from a core member inquiring about anyone in Yang City. Yang City? Was it Tia local? The presence of an SCC core member in his city was unexpected. Yin Hong quickly responded in the chat. Moments later, the two engaged in a private conversation. After speaking with Lin Dong, Yin Hong felt exhilarated. He was a notorious figure in Yang City, a self-made millionaire who controlled over 60% of the entertainment venues. However, lacking deep roots, he yearned to ascend beyond Yang City into the upper echelons of Jiangnan Province. After much effort and expenditure, he finally secured a spot in SCC, a colossal organization in his eyes. The members within it were primarily of his level, while mid and high-ranking members were influential figures from provincial cities. He had long sought to connect with these individuals, but had grown weary of being ignored. Yet, the prospect of assisting a core member of SCC in Yang City was an opportunity he had never envisioned. The significance of a core member? There were only a handful in the entire SCC. He had never dreamed of interacting with such a high-caliber individual. This was a golden opportunity for him to rise to prominence, and he was determined to seize it. As for the trouble Lin Dong mentioned, he dismissed it entirely. There was nothing in Yang City that he couldn't resolve. He was already contemplating how, after aiding Lin Dong, he could establish a connection with this core member and gradually grow closer to this powerful ally. Chapter 90. The deterrent power of core members. Yin Hong hurriedly stood up and addressed his friends. You all continue to enjoy yourselves. I have an urgent matter to attend to and must step out for a bit. Hongge, what could be so pressing that you would abandon your brothers? One of them inquired. Indeed, after such a long time apart, what does your departure signify? Yin Hong felt a pang of guilt. This gathering was organized by him, and the three were his close friends. However, he had to rush to Lin Dong's side without delay. A core leader from the SCC is in a bit of trouble at the Holiday Hotel in Yangqing. I must go there immediately, he explained. The three friends exchanged astonished glances. Although they were not members of the SCC, it was not due to lack of desire, but rather a lack of connections. Since Yin Hong and Appo's affiliation with the SCC, he had often boasted about it, granting them a basic understanding of the organization. Yin Hong was considered a low-level member, with intermediate and advanced ranks above him. The core members comprised a leadership tier of the SCC, individuals of extraordinary influence. According to Yin Hong, there were only about a dozen core members within the entire SCC, each one a top-tier figure. Eager to witness the presence of these esteemed individuals, they quickly rose to accompany Yin Hong. Hongge, may we join you to meet the illustrious core members of the SCC? One of them asked. After a moment's consideration, Yin Hong agreed, all right, we must hurry. We cannot keep the esteemed leader waiting. The four swiftly changed into appropriate attire and drove towards the Holiday Hotel. In room 36 of the Holiday Hotel, Liu Yang's guests had begun to trickle in, with over 20 individuals already present. Some remained outside, while the Sun family was pushed into a corner of the room. Two young children were nearly in tears from fright, and the others were expressions of deep concern, having never witnessed such a scene. The Sun family looked anxiously at Lin Dong, who remained seated, motionless. After his guest had arrived, Liu Yong felt emboldened. Kid, where an end amp? Amp, Appo's, to you quite formidable a moment ago. Why the silence now? Go on, impress me again. He taunted, jabbing a finger at Lin Dong and Amp. Amp, Appo's nose, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. Liu Yong, how much do you want? I will pay you to leave immediately. Sun Weicheng interjected, standing protectively in front of his family. Money? Sun Weicheng, do you really think cash can resolve this situation? Stay out of it. I will settle accounts with you later. Right now, I must deal with this kid. Liu Yong retorted, his finger prodding Lin Dong menacingly. Without uttering a word, Lin Dong seized Liu Yong's finger and forcefully bent it back. Crack! A sound reverberated throughout the room. Liu Yong screamed in agony, his finger broken before anyone could react. At that moment, Liu Yong's 20 or so henchmen prepared to rush at Lin Dong. However, a voice rang out from the entrance. I dare anyone to move. Upon hearing this, all those poised for action halted. Yin Hong entered the room with his three friends. Liu Yong writhed on the ground, both hands fractured, tears streaming down his face. His cries drowning out any awareness of Yin Hong and Appo's presence. The surrounding henchmen instinctively lowered their heads, taken aback by Yin Hong and Appo's unexpected arrival. Who was Yin Hong? The tyrant of Yangcheng, known as Hongge. Even someone like Liu Yong was unworthy to shine Yin Hong's shoes, let alone his underlings. To offend Yin Hong in Yangcheng was to court disaster. You must be Lin Xiao, Yin Hong said, bowing slightly before Lin Dong. I am Lin Dong. You are Yin Hong? Lin Dong replied, recognizing him from the SCC group chat where members used their real names. He scrutinized Yin Hong, who appeared to be in his 40s, exuding an air of authority, suggesting a significant standing in Yangqing. Indeed, I am Yin Hong, he replied promptly, his respect for Lin Dong evident. Despite Lin Dong's youth, Yin Hong would not dare to show any disrespect. Attaining core member status at such a young age indicated an exceptionally formidable background. Do you recognize the person on the floor? The one who just threatened my life? Lin Dong gestured toward the still moaning Lu Yong. Yin Hong glanced down, recognizing him. Isn't that Lu Yong? A man notorious for his unscrupulous methods, rumored to command a considerable following. Yin Hong approached Lu Yong and kicked him lightly. Stop your wailing. If you're not dead, get up quickly. Otherwise, you might truly meet your end. His voice was calm, yet it sent chills through Lu Yong's henchmen. Get up quickly, or you genuinely might die. The words, delivered by Yin Hong, held a terrifying weight. Lu Yong, gritting his teeth against the pain, looked up at Yin Hong, nearly fainting from fear. Hong Ye, get up, Yin Hong commanded. Yes, I will get up right away. Lu Yong scrambled to his feet, enduring excruciating pain. Apologized to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao? Lu Yong hesitated, glancing at Lin Dong. Yin Hong delivered a swift kick to Lu Yong's knee, sending him crashing to the ground before Lin Dong. Apologize to Lin Xiao. If he forgives you, today this incident will be overlooked. Should you fail to receive his pardon, you know the consequences, Yin Hong instructed. Lu Yong, understanding the gravity of his situation, realized he had provoked someone he could not afford to offend. If even the formidable Hong Gu bowed to Lin Xiao, the latter's influence must be immense. Lin Xiao, I apologize. It was my folly to offend you. Please spare me. Lu Yong pleaded, bowing repeatedly, his forehead striking the floor with a resounding thud. If he did not win Lin Dong's forgiveness today, he might not even make it out of Yangcheng alive. Chapter 91. The moment's grace Yin Hong observed Lu Yong kneeling before Lin Dong, his forehead striking the ground with a resounding thud. He cast a casual glance at the other occupants of the room. This fleeting look sent a wave of trepidation through Lu Yong and Oppo's more than 20 subordinates, who hastily knelt as well, bowing their heads in reverence to Lin Dong. The sound of their foreheads meeting the floor echoed incessantly in the private room. The Sun family was rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events. Just moments ago, Lu Yong had appeared menacing, yet now he resembled a dog, prostrating himself on the floor in a plea for Lin Dong and Oppo's forgiveness. Their jaws nearly dropped in disbelief. Uncle Sun, how do you propose we deal with Lu Yong? Lin Dong inquired, turning to Sun Weicheng. Why you made aside, Lin Xiao? Sun Weicheng stammered, feeling somewhat awkward. He had intended to address Lin Dong casually, but recalling that even Yin Hong referred to him as Lin Xiao, he refrained from such familiarity. Yin Hong was not someone Lu Yong could compare to. Offending Yin Hong and Yangcheng would be tantamount to cutting off one end Oppo's own path, leaving no opportunity for escape. To address Lin Dong informally would imply superiority over Yin Hong. What if Lin Dong were to leave and Yin Hong sought retribution? However, referring to Lin Dong as Lin Xiao seemed equally inappropriate, considering Lin Dong was the boyfriend of his daughter. What father would address his son-in-law as Lin Xiao? Uncle Sun, let's not be so distant. C.E. and I are good friends. You may simply call me Lin Dong. Lin Dong reassured him. Yin Hong and Oppo's three companions observed Lin Dong from the back. Initially, they had come to witness the grandeur of a top-tier young master. Yet now they perceived that this esteemed individual was not so extraordinary after all. Had they simply not encountered such figures before, and thus reverted to a more modest perspective? Lin Dong casually rose, placing his foot upon Lu Yong's already fractured hand, unleashing his formidable mental prowess in an instant. In that moment, a chilling breeze swept through the room, causing all present to shiver involuntarily. Lu Yong, subjected to both physical and mental torment, was rendered speechless, collapsing into unconsciousness. Yin Hong and his three friends stiffened, exchanging fearful glances that revealed their shared terror. In that fleeting moment, Lin Dong exhibited the true bearing of a top young master. Such a level of pressure could only be exerted by one accustomed to power, akin to being crushed beneath a mountain. Lin Dong swiftly retracted his mental force. His primary aim was intimidation. He feared that his status as an SCC core member might not sufficiently deter Yin Hong, hence this dramatic display. After all, the Sun family would continue to reside in Yangcheng, and if assistance was to be offered, it should be comprehensive. In truth, Lin Dong and Amp, Oppos, S perspective stem from his relatively recent induction into the SCC, leading to a misunderstanding of its dynamics. The status of an SCC core member was vastly different from that of mid-level members. For Yin Hong, a lower-tier member, it was more than sufficient to instill awe, leaving no room for treacherous thoughts. Yin Hong, that man is my uncle's son, the father of my good friend. I hope you will look after him in Yangcheng, Lin Dong stated, gesturing towards Sun Weicheng and Yin Hong. From the current perspective, Yin Hong appeared to hold a significant position in Yangcheng, and his care for the Sun family would surely ensure their well-being. Rest assured, Lin Xiao, henceforth, your uncle's son and Oppos. S affairs will be my responsibility, while I cannot guarantee elsewhere. In Yangcheng, you will ensure his path is smooth, Yin Hong vowed, thumping his chest in assurance. Cultivating a favorable relationship with Lin Dong was a boon he eagerly sought, especially since, in Yangcheng, it was merely a matter of his word to assist anyone he wished. Very well, Yin Hong, I shall remember you. Feel free to reach out to me whenever you require assistance, Lin Dong said, patting Yin Hong on the shoulder. Yes, Lin Xiao, Yin Hong replied, filled with enthusiasm. Uncle's son, let's take our leave. I shall leave this in Yin Hong and Amp, Oppos, S capable hands, Lin Dong called to the Sun family. With that, Lin Dong led the way out, and the Sun family promptly followed. As they exited the corridor, they encountered a line of Liu Yong's subordinates kneeling, trembling with fear. Their apprehension was not directed at Lin Dong, who seemed an unreachable figure, but rather at Yin Hong. The reputation of the tyrant of Yangcheng was not merely a fabrication. It was a well-earned reality. Upon leaving the holiday hotel, Lin Dong expressed his desire to return to Jiangcheng, which was not too far away, just a little over 2 hours. Departing now would still allow ample time to arrive in Jiangcheng. The Sun family wished for Lin Dong to stay the night, hoping to forge a closer bond with the formidable young master they had just encountered. They sought to mend any lingering disrespect from earlier, particularly from those who had mocked Lin Dong during lunch. Had they been aware of his immense influence, they would have sought to curry favor instead of looking down upon him. Yet, following the earlier display of Lin Dong's fierce demeanor, they now felt a sense of trepidation and hesitated to approach him, directing their attention instead to Sun Ce. Sun Weicheng subtly tugged at his daughter's sleeve, signaling her to persuade Lin Dong to stay. Lin Dong was already preparing to enter his vehicle. Lin Dong, Sun Ce called out. Lin Dong turned to face her. Could you stay with us for the night? Sun Ce asked, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Lin Dong initially considered declining, but the sight of Sun Ce's radiant expression and hopeful gaze tugged at his heartstrings. He found it difficult to refuse someone with whom he shared a favorable rapport. This, however, did not imply that Lin Dong was a capricious or unfaithful individual. On the contrary, despite being surrounded by extraordinary women since his breakup with Jiang Shan, he had not engaged in any substantial relationships. The most recent close encounter had been with Han Shiyun, and had it not been for his aunt and Oppos, as interference that night, something might have transpired. Yet, it was Han Shiyun's actions that had insulted his dignity as a man, prompting a reaction even though he recognized a provocation. Lin Dong believed that one should be unyielding towards adversaries, but with friends, a softer heart was acceptable. All right, I shall stay, but I must depart early tomorrow morning. I have matters to attend to. Lin Dong relented after a moment's hesitation. Great, Sun Ce, he exclaimed, joyfully linking her arm with his. The Sun family was delighted by Lin Dong and Amp, Oppos' decision to stay. The younger children, upon seeing Lin Dong and Amp, Oppos' car, expressed a desire to ride in it. The allure of a top-tier supercar was irresistible to them, though their parents quickly intervened. They were not surprised by Lin Dong and Oppos' ability to drive such a vehicle. It was befitting of his status as a top young master. However, they regretted not realizing his potential sooner. Had they known he drove such a car from the outset, they would not have dared to look down upon him. Thus, Lin Dong, once again accompanied by Sun Ce, returned to her home with the Sun family. Chapter 92. The Power Cone. Lin Dong and Sun Weicheng departed as a family. In room 36 of the Holiday Hotel remained Yin Hong and his 3 companions. along with the unconscious Liu Yong and his numerous subordinates kneeling on the ground. "How do you feel?" Yin Hong inquired of the trio. Initially, there was no particular sensation, but just as he stood up, a feeling akin to confronting a mountain washed over him. The pressure was palpable. I felt it too. In that fleeting moment, a chill swept through me. "This young master seems quite extraordinary," one remarked. "Anyone who can become a core member of SCC is certainly not an ordinary character. Let's refrain from wild speculation and focus on cleaning up this mess. Brother Hong, if we truly connect with this big shot, don't forget about us brothers. Rest assured, if we do make a connection, I shall not forget you." Yin Hong replied. From the intense pressure Lin Dong had just unleashed, it seemed he had summoned Yin Hong purely to avoid getting his hands dirty with someone like Liu Yong. The following day, Lin Dong rose, had breakfast, and returned to Jiangsheng, while Sun Siyu planned to rest for another day before heading back, leaving him to travel alone. The previous night had not featured any romantic overtures. Aside from some of Sun Siyu's relatives complimenting Lin Dong, nothing else of significance occurred until late into the night. Days passed, and after 3 days, Lin Dong finally received a call from Zhao Xian, informing him that she had identified a promising project. According to her team's assessment, it held considerable investment potential, although the asking price was somewhat steep, and she sought Lin Dong's opinion. Without hesitation, he transferred the funds, as he had no substantial opinions to offer. He would welcome even a higher asking price. He felt he had little opportunity to spend his wealth, as his expenditures hardly increased his wealth points. He had allocated 200 million for 2 properties for his aunt and older aunt, and 100 million of that was still unpaid. Moreover, he had grown indifferent to the idea of accumulating just a point or two. If he desired a quicker increase in points, he needed to invest aggressively. However, he understood the necessity of strategic investments. Reckless actions could attract unwelcome attention. He felt ill-equipped to safeguard his assets, prompting him to maintain a low profile. In terms of influence, he was merely at the beginning stages of his ascent, far from the levels of individuals like Xi Zhao Sherdao and Zhuge Sangqiu. Even compared to figures like Qin Zheng and Lu Chun, he was not their equal. In terms of strength, He Jun had remarked that he was the most formidable among the younger generation, indicating that many from the older generation could easily surpass him. Thus, he aspired to cultivate his own power, envisioning a day when he held substantial shares in 800 of the world's top 1,000 enterprises. At that point, a mere wave of his hand could cause tremors across the global economy. How impressive! How commanding! As for why he chose Zhao Xian for such a pivotal role, it was partly due to her humble beginnings. She lacked anyone of comparable capability around her. From their interactions, he recognized her potential and integrity. Additionally, through her family's efforts to locate her, he gained insight into her circumstances. She was undoubtedly a person who valued gratitude. Despite her parents' harshness during her upbringing, she remained devoted to her family. After years of work, she had managed to save virtually nothing, focusing solely on maintaining her own living standards. For Lin Dong, capability was secondary. He was indifferent to profit, having an abundance of wealth already. Character was paramount. He would not engage with anyone of dubious integrity, regardless of their skills. Ultimately, it was Zhao Xian's character that captured his attention. He could assure that, once her anger subsided, she would continue to support her family, the manner of which would be her own decision. Upon acquiring the system, Lin Dong had resolved to conceal his full capabilities until he felt secure in his self-protection. Maintaining a low profile was his guiding principle, his secret weapon for success. His current objective was to accumulate wealth points and see if the system would upgrade. Exceptional physical and mental resilience alone would not suffice. After transferring 20 billion to Zhao Xian, his wealth points did not increase immediately, but the following day, they rose by 20, bringing the total to 110. This confirmed Lin Dong and Oppo's theory that the funds within the super wealthy system would only yield points when spent. Donations or similar transactions would not contribute. Otherwise, wouldn't it be delightful to simply transfer 1 trillion to his company's account? The system's premise was straightforward. It compelled Lin Dong to spend money to gain wealth points and enhance himself. Meanwhile, Lin Dong established a security department. tasking Xiao Pejun with reaching out to mercenaries he had known abroad. Whether domestic or international, anyone willing to join would receive generous treatment, provided their character was beyond reproach. Individuals with heinous backgrounds, forced to flee abroad as mercenaries, were categorically excluded. Wei Yong and Li Guobing were also enlisted to assist Xiao Pejun in setting up the security department. Given Lin Dong's current stature, few could pose a threat to him. If they could not handle him, Wei Yong and Li Guobing would be mere fodder. Due to his busy schedule, Lin Dong had not attended school recently. His homeroom teacher called, urging him to return to class. Puzzled, he recalled that after the May Day Gala, he had been told he could take time off freely. Upon inquiry, he learned that someone had approached the school leadership, claiming Lin Dong's frequent absences tarnished Jiang University's prestigious reputation, leading to his homeroom teacher being reprimanded. After receiving his teacher's call, Lin Dong headed directly to the principal's office. He knocked twice on the door. "Come in." A stern voice responded from within. Lin Dong entered to find Principal Zhou Limin reviewing materials at his desk. Upon Lin Dong and Appo's arrival, Zhou Limin glanced up and inquired, "What brings you here, student?" "Hello, Principal Zhou. I am Lin Dong, a third-year student in the Business Administration Department." Lin Dong declared as he took a seat across from Zhou Limin. "Understood." And then, Zhou Limin asked, sensing something unique about Lin Dong. Unlike previous students who had approached him trembling with fear, Lin Dong's casual demeanor struck him as a stark contrast. Communication code 7621419499. The protagonist's strength is gradually rising. Dear readers, be patient as we delve into the grand narrative ahead, featuring the climactic showdown between Zhao Shidao and Zhuge Sangqiong, the emergence of Murongqinga, and how the protagonist will continue to assert his prowess. Chapter 93. A donation of 100 million. Principal Zhou, I may need to request leave at any time due to some matters outside the school, and I hope you could grant me this privilege. Lin Dong stated. "Oh, you wish to have the privilege of taking leave whenever you desire? May I inquire as to the reason?" Zhou Limin inquired with a smile, his curiosity piqued by Lin Dong's boldness in approaching him with such a request. It seemed he was confident that his request would be granted. "I've been engaged in some business outside of school, which might keep me quite busy," Lin Dong replied. "Business?" "Lin Dong, our university supports entrepreneurial endeavors by students. As long as you submit the relevant materials for review, we can certainly facilitate your request if everything checks out," Zhou Limin explained. "However, I prefer not to go through the formal application process, which is why I sought you directly," Lin Dong continued. "Oh, do you truly believe I would acquiesce to such a request?" Zhou Limin questioned. "I have faith that you will not refuse, Principal Zhou," Lin Dong asserted. "And what is your reasoning?" Zhou Limin pressed. "Because I intend to donate 100 million to Jiang University, with 50 million allocated to establish a scholarship fund for underprivileged yet academically gifted students, while the other 50 million will be used to improve the school and Appo's facilities." "Principal Zhou, what do you think?" Lin Dong smiled as he spoke. Zhou Limin was visibly taken aback by Lin Dong and Appo's declaration. A donation of 100 million? Such an amount had never been seen in the history of Jiang University. Even among the nation's prestigious universities, there was no precedent for such a generous contribution. Jiang University ranked among the top 10 in the country, having produced numerous notable figures over the years. Donations were commonplace, but they typically ranged in the hundreds of thousands to millions. The largest donation thus far had been 20 million from a former student who was now a billionaire. Yet here was a junior claiming he would donate 100 million? Who would believe it? "Lin Dong, are you certain you wish to donate this sum? You are not jesting, are you?" Zhou Limin asked, straightening in his seat. "Of course. Why else would I be here? To engage in idle chat? If I wished to converse, I would seek out my fellow students," Lin Dong replied, still maintaining his cheerful demeanor. Zhou Limin scrutinized Lin Dong, noting the absence of the usual nervousness exhibited by other students in his presence. Instead, Lin Dong demonstrated a nonchalant attitude, suggesting he was unafraid of authority. Could he be from a prominent family? It was quite possible. Yet, could a junior truly amass such wealth through entrepreneurship? He found that hard to believe. If Lin Dong were indeed serious about this donation, One had to wonder how much wealth he possessed. 1 billion? Or even 10 billion? If he were not here merely to mock him, it was evident Lin Dong belonged to an affluent lineage. Moreover, if the university were to acquire an additional 100 million in funding, it could open up numerous opportunities, perhaps even allow them to attract top provincial scholars. This would significantly enhance the university's standing, something Zhou Limin had aspired to achieve throughout his career, elevating Jiang University to among the top 3 institutions in the nation. Very well, Lin Dong, should you truly follow through on your pledge of 100 million, I shall grant you this privilege and extend our gratitude for your contribution to Jiang University. However, should this all be a jest, I will be obliged to handle the matter formally. Agreed, Principal Zhou. We have a deal. However, I would prefer to remain anonymous in my donation, as I wish to avoid being the center of attention at the university. Absolutely. With that settled, Principal Zhou escorted Lin Dong to the university's finance office and summoned the administrative leaders of Jiang University. Until the donation was finalized and the 100 million transferred, the university leaders felt as though they were in a dream. Previously, any donation of a few million would warrant a grand ceremony. Yet this donation of 100 million was completed with such ease. Lin Dong's name was added to the list of benefactors, and it was clear he was a person of means, one to be treated with utmost respect. Lin Dong, we are immensely grateful for your contribution to the development of Jiang University. On behalf of all faculty and students, I sincerely thank you, Principal Zhou Limin said, firmly grasping Lin Dong and Appo's hand. A donation of 100 million was a historic milestone. Lin Dong was still a student and wished to remain inconspicuous. Once he graduated, he could promote this achievement, thereby enhancing the university and Appo's reputation further. A junior student, having achieved such entrepreneurial success, donating 100 million, what an extraordinary sense of belonging that demonstrated. Furthermore, the fact that a junior could earn such wealth underscored the university's strong educational philosophy. Zhou Limin felt elated. This not only benefited the university, but also elevated its profile, attracting even more students, a truly fortuitous scenario. Principal Zhou, you are too kind. Jiang University is my alma mater. It is where I receive my education and support. Contributing to Jiang University is something I believe every student would aspire to do, Lin Dong graciously replied. Following this, Lin Dong received handshakes and expressions of gratitude from various university leaders, all of which he reciprocated politely. Due to Lin Dong and Appo's desire for discretion, the university opted against holding a formal donation ceremony. After completing the transaction, Lin Dong departed from the university, continuing to take leave. His studies were no longer of paramount importance. With his exceptional mental acuity, he grasped concepts swiftly, confident that he would not fail any courses. Attending only the crucial classes sufficed, and even in the event of a failure, he believed the university would grant him leniency. Before long, the weekend arrived. Liu Yimei's health had significantly improved after weeks of recuperation. This weekend, they planned to return to Shuqing to retrieve some necessary belongings. Lin Dong intended to pick up his aunt's family, aiming to persuade them to relocate to Jiang City, and he also needed to recover his parents' and Appo's compensation. Once he had arranged for his family, Lin Dong believed he could fully devote himself to his own pursuits. Wang Li had returned to school 2 weeks prior. Liu Yimei, her family of 3, and Lin Dong, accompanied by drivers Wei Yong and Li Guobing, set off for Shuqing on Friday evening. Lin Dong purchased a new Mercedes-Benz G-Class, with Wei Yong and Li Guobing driving the other vehicles. For these former mercenaries, going without sleep for a few days was entirely manageable, let alone driving for a few hours. They departed at 6 in the evening and arrived in Shuqing just past midnight. After dropping his aunt and Appo's family off at their home, Lin Dong, along with Li Guobing and Wei Yong, found a hotel in the county to stay the night. Liu Yimei had initially hoped Lin Dong would stay at her home, given that he had lived there for 2 years. However, Lin Dong felt that he and Wang Chao were now older and deserved their privacy. He preferred to stay alone in a hotel rather than share a room, so he insisted on leaving with Wei Yong and Li Guobing. Before departing, Lin Dong requested the agreement signed by his uncle, Lin Guobing. Xiao Dong, considering your abilities, that compensation is hardly significant for you. However, your aunt understands your grievances. While Lin Guobang has acted unethically, he is still your uncle, who has cared for you for several years. She hopes you will not go too far, Liu Yanmei said earnestly as she handed him the agreement. I understand it. I merely wish to reclaim what is rightfully mine, Lin Dong assured her. Very well. I trust you. Go forth. Chapter 94. Uncle Lin Guobang. The following day, Lin Dong, accompanied by Wei Yong and Li Guobing, made his way to the residence of his uncle, Lin Guobang. Given Lin Dong's insights into his uncle and aunt, Zhang Guifang, it was evident that they would never willingly surrender the compensation funds. Therefore, the night before, Lin Dong had already secured the services of the finest lawyer in Jiangsheng and sent the agreement to him. Due to the existence of this document, the lawyer indicated that the outcome of the lawsuit was virtually assured. He was likely already en route to Xuqing. Through various connections, Lin Dong had also reached out to individuals at F Institute, who assured him that provided the evidence was solid, the case would be expedited. Uncle Lin Guobang's home was situated on the outskirts of Xuqing, a self-built 3-story house that Lin Dong's father and uncle had constructed together years ago. This meant that Lin Dong had a legitimate claim to half of the property. However, after Lin Dong's custody was granted to Lin Guobang, the house naturally fell under his uncle and Appo's ownership. Upon arriving at Lin Guobang and Appo's residence, Lin Dong, along with Wei Yong and Li Guobing, entered the courtyard where Aunt Zhang Guifang was watering flowers. Upon noticing Lin Dong's arrival, she snorted and promptly retreated indoors, clearly unwelcoming. The three of them proceeded into the house, where Lin Guobang's family of 4 was gathered, as it was Saturday. Uncle Lin Guobang, Aunt Zhang Guifang, cousin Lin Fei, and younger cousin Lin Quan were all present. However, upon Lin Dong's entrance, none of them showed any inclination to acknowledge him, engrossed instead in their television. Lin Dong chuckled nonchalantly and approached the center of the living room, placing the agreement on a coffee table. Lin Guobang, this is the agreement you signed years ago. Hurry and hand over my parents and aunt Appo's compensation. I shall not make things difficult for you. I will even forego my claim to this house, considering it merely the cost of my years living here. Lin Dong addressed his uncle directly, no longer using the term uncle, for he had endured enough trauma during his time in this household. What agreement? What compensation? I know nothing of it. Lin Guobang vehemently denied. Lin Guobang, do you believe your denial holds any weight? This is a signed document, and the court has a record of it. You cannot evade responsibility, Lin Dong asserted. Lin Guobang fell silent, but Zhang Guifang raised her voice in protest. Lin Dong, you ungrateful wretch. Have you not spent money living here these past years? You ate our leftovers, wore our hand-me-downs. I tell you, your parents' compensation has all gone towards your upkeep. Lin Dong sat down on a nearby stool and challenged, come now. Calculate for me how a mere child could possibly have spent 2 million. If you can determine how I used that money, I shall relinquish my claim. Did you not eat, wear, or use anything? Zhang Guifang retorted loudly. I recall that during my years here, I consumed your leftover meals and wore clothes that Lin Fei had outgrown. You expect me, a boy, to wear girls' clothing to school and still have the audacity to claim that I spent your money? And as for educational expenses, did you ever give me a single penny? It was my aunt and grandmother who supported me. Lin Dong countered, leaving Zhang Guifang speechless. In a desperate attempt to maintain their stance, Zhang Guifang feebly replied, regardless, your parents and aunt Appo's funds have long been spent on you, and you shall receive nothing now. Lin Dong picked up the agreement from the coffee table and declared, you both ought to take a good look. This document is explicit, and Lin Guobang has signed it. F Institute possesses a record as well. If you refuse to comply, I will take this matter directly to court. Go ahead and sue if you wish. We are unafraid. The money has already been squandered, Zhang Guifang retorted, seemingly undeterred. Well, you should consider the implications. With this evidence and the court's records, the outcome is virtually predetermined. You will be labeled as debtors. And not only will your assets be frozen, but will also adversely affect Lin Fei and Appo's employment, Lin Dong stated with a smile. As Lin Dong knew, his cousin Lin Fei was employed at a bank in Xuqing, a position that Lin Guobang had painstakingly secured for her. if they were to acquire a reputation as debtors. It would undoubtedly jeopardize Lin Fei's job, given the bank's stringent focus on credibility. Indeed, Lin Dong's words struck fear into Lin Guobang's family. The job Lin Fei held was the result of significant effort on their part, and her position at the bank had brought them considerable pride. The potential repercussions on her employment due to this matter were severe. Lin Fei felt a surge of panic. If her parents were deemed debtors, it could very well threaten her job security. Such a position was highly coveted in their small county, and she had often boasted of it among her peers. The thought of losing it was unbearable. At that moment, Lin Fei shot a reproachful glance at her parents. Lin Dong, don't you dare act recklessly. If you jeopardize Fei and Oppo's job, I will not spare you. Lin Guobang threatened. Despite having been bullied by him since childhood, Lin Dong felt a surge of defiance. Although he was unsure why he had the courage to demand compensation today, he knew that psychologically, Lin Guobang held an advantage over him. Lin Guobang, how do you intend to spare me? I am genuinely curious if you plan to revert to your old ways of bullying me into submission. Lin Dong replied. His previously cheerful demeanor now transformed into one of severity. Lin Guobang and Oppo's threat evoked memories of Lin Dong and Oppo's tragic childhood, during which any misstep by Lin Guobang would culminate in Lin Dong being the target of his wrath. Even in moments of their own displeasure, Lin Guobang and Zhang Guifang would vent their frustrations on him, using thin rods that left him covered in welts, a painful routine that was all too common. Only after he had requested to board at school during middle school did his situation improve slightly. He rarely returned home during holidays, alternating stays with his aunt and grandmother. It was only in high school that he completely moved in with his aunt, finally escaping the house that had cast a long shadow over his life. Chapter 95. Intimidation. As Lin Dong spoke, his initially smiling demeanor transformed into one of seriousness, instantly imposing immense pressure on the Lin Guobang family, leaving them in a state of shock as they gazed at him. Though they had not seen Lin Dong for a considerable time, he had always been perceived as a subservient individual in their eyes. They regarded him with the same trepidation as a mouse encountering a cat, treating him with caution even in the presence of Lin Fei and Lin Quan, his siblings. This treatment had instilled a psychological shadow over Lin Dong due to years of mistreatment. In the past, Lin Dong had never dared to defy the words of Lin Guobang and his wife. Any attempt to retort would result in severe beatings. Upon first encountering Lin Dong today, they instinctively placed him back into their old perceptions. Even with two companions by his side, they dismissed them entirely, failing to believe that such a timid individual would dare confront them. However, Lin Dong not only dared to refute them, but did so with a tone laced with sarcasm, a stark contrast that Lin Guobang found unbearable, leaving him feeling embarrassed. He slammed his hand on the coffee table, rising to his feet as he pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Dong, exclaiming, Lin Dong, do not think that just because you and Oppo's gain some confidence, I will hesitate to discipline you. Lin Guobang is not someone you can call out like that. I am your second uncle, your guardian. I used to chase you around when you were little, and I could do it again now, at this moment. Lin Quan also glared at Lin Dong with a hostile expression. Growing up alongside Lin Dong, merely 1 year his junior, he had often bullied Lin Dong with the support of his parents. He had a long history of making Lin Dong the scapegoat for his misdeeds, which had instilled a natural psychological advantage over him. Now, at the age of 20, having failed to gain admission to university after high school, and having mingled with unsavory characters, he felt an inflated sense of self-importance. The audacity of Lin Dong to approach their home, demanding money, and to mock them was unfathomable, especially since that money was intended for Lin Quan's future marriage and home purchase, having no relevance to Lin Dong whatsoever. Lin Dong, if you continue to disrespect my father, calling him Lin Guobang, do not blame me for being rude. Elena Quan interjecta. Lin Dong turned his head to regard Lin Quan, speaking in a calm tone. Lin Quan, hold your tongue for now. I will settle accounts with you shortly. How dare you speak to me like that? You must be itching for a fight, Lin Quan retorted, leaping from the sofa, intent on confronting Lin Dong. Yet, as he rose, a powerful hand pressed him back down onto the sofa, rendering him immobile. Who do you think you are? If you don an Oppo's T, let me go. I swear you won in Oppos. T, leave Sioux City. Lin Quan struggled fiercely, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free from the grip of that hand. Li Gubing, the one who restrained him, remained silent, merely applying more pressure to Lin Quan's wrist. Suddenly, Lin Quan found it difficult to breathe, his insults silenced as he flailed his arms helplessly in the air. Having once been a mercenary abroad, Li Gubing found no challenge in subduing a petty thug like Lin Quan. Witnessing Lin Quan and Oppos, as predicament, Zhang Guifang, seated nearby, instantly attempted to intervene. However, she was forcefully shoved back down onto the sofa by Wei Yong, who had appeared before her with immense strength. Lin Gubang, seeing the unfolding scene, became infuriated and stood up, seeking a weapon. It was intolerable for his wife and son to be bullied. He could hardly bear the shame. Best remain seated, Lin Gubang. These two gentlemen are seasoned mercenaries, battle-hardened and with blood on their hands. Do you honestly believe you stand a chance against them? Lin Dong addressed Lin Gubang. Just as Lin Gubang prepared to retrieve a weapon, Lin Dong and Oppos' words halted him in his tracks, turning his gaze to Wei Yong and Li Gubing, who, at that moment, subtly released an aura cultivated through their experiences on the battlefield. The chilling effect left the entire Lin Gubang family feeling a profound sense of fear. The Lin family, being ordinary individuals, were utterly unprepared to withstand the intimidating presence of seasoned warriors like Wei Yong and Li Gubing. Defeated, Lin Gubang sank back in his seat, asking, Lin Dong, what is it that you truly desire? I simply wish to reclaim what is rightfully mine, the compensation owed to my parents. As for the house, consider it a token of gratitude for not having been killed during my years with you. Had you been more ruthless back then, perhaps there would be no Lin Dong today. Lin Dong retorted with biting sarcasm. There is no money. There is a life to be lost. And I do not believe you would dare to harm us. Zhang Guifang shouted, emphasizing that the money was earmarked for Lin Quan and Oppos' future marriage and home purchase. If it were given to Lin Dong, what would happen to Lin Quan, who was still unemployed? Furthermore, the compensation accrued considerable interest each year. Losing that money would severely impact their family and Oppos' livelihood. Thus, they were adamant that Lin Dong would not receive a dime. Initially, Lin Gubang had contemplated acquiescence, recognizing the power dynamics at play and the formidable presence of Lin Dong and Oppos' as companions. Yet, upon hearing Zhang Guifang and Oppos' outburst, he quickly recalibrated his perspective. After all, what could Lin Dong truly do if they refused him? Even if his associates had once served as mercenaries, they were in their home country now. Did he truly believe they would resort to murder? Lin Dong, the money is long gone. You cannot have it. Besides, I am your second uncle and your guardian, which grants me the authority to manage these funds. Lin Gubang asserted. Lin Dong Kuden and Amp, Oppos, suppress a laugh. Your title of second uncle? Guardian? Lin Gubang, do you even understand the role of a guardian? Do you deserve such a title? Furthermore, even if you were my guardian, I am now of age, and your authority has long since lapsed. As for your financial status, I am indifferent. The agreement is clear and unambiguous, and you signed it. When I turned 18, I was entitled to that money, and I shall waive any interest. I have no money. Lin Gubang insisted vehemently. Very well. I have already retained the finest lawyer in Jiangcheng. He should be on his way now. Expect to receive a summons from the F court this afternoon. You would do well to ponder your next steps. Lin Dong warned. At a loss, Lin Gubang found himself at an impasse. If he paid up, there would be no security for his son Lin Quan and Oppos' future. If he refused, and Lin Dong proceeded to court, armed with the evidence he possessed, they would undoubtedly lose, potentially jeopardizing Lin, Fei, and Oppos' hard-earned job. Caught between ensuring his son and Oppos' future and safeguarding his daughter and Oppos' employment, both Lin Gubang and Zhang Guifang were paralyzed by indecision. Chapter 96. All is lost. The living room fell into a profound silence. Lin Dong did not urge anyone. He remained leisurely seated in his chair, seemingly awaiting the other party's decision. Lin Dong, if you lack funds, feel free to report us wherever you wish. Even if a verdict is rendered, we have no money. You might as well kill me. Ultimately, it was Zhang Guifang who made the decision. By uttering those words, she essentially chose money over the future of her daughter. Lin Guobang breathed a sigh of relief. Since Zhang Guifeng had made her choice, so be it. Mom, how could you do this? Lin Fei cried, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Zhang Guifeng. However, Zhang Guifeng did not respond. After all, a daughter is destined to marry and leave, while a son is expected to provide for his parents in their old age. Hence, the choice of money was inevitable. Since you have decided not to pay, prepare for the summons from the F court this afternoon. I can hardly be bothered to argue with you, Lin Dong remarked nonchalantly. Lin Guobang and his wife's decision was, in truth, within Lin Dong's expectations, which is why he was not particularly surprised. He had anticipated this outcome and had already contacted a lawyer to expedite his arrival. The next matter was another affair altogether. Rising from his seat, Lin Dong approached Lin Quan and Li Guobing. Li Guobing, who had been restraining Lin Quan by pressing his hand against his chest, seized his clothing and yanked him up from the sofa. Lin Quan was petrified and had already gone limp. The bloodthirsty aura exuded by Li Guobing had been directed primarily at him, a small-time ruffian from a modest county, despite having engaged in a few brawls. How could he withstand the presence of a master like Li Guobing? Lin Quan, I do not wish to hold childhood grievances against you, but how dare you lay a hand on my aunt? I shall settle this score with you properly. Lin Dong, if you have the ability, let me call someone, and I assure you, you won't be able to leave Sioux City. Lin Quan weakly retorted. At this juncture, he still threatened Lin Dong, believing that his connections in Sioux City could shield him from repercussions. Slap! Lin Dong delivered a resounding slap to Lin Quan and Amp Oppo's face. Though not particularly forceful, Lin Dong's physique was significantly more robust than that of an ordinary person, and Lin Quan's face swelled instantly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Lin Dong, do not act recklessly. What you are doing is illegal. Lin Guobang shouted from the side. Oh, you are aware of the law? Then what about withholding my parents and Amp Oppo's compensation? Is that not illegal? Lin Dong shot back. Upon witnessing her son's face swell from the slap, Zhang Guifeng took out her phone to report the incident, but it was snatched away by Wei Yong and hurled to the ground. Slap! Ignoring the others, Lin Dong retaliated with another slap to Lin Quan's face, leaving both sides of his visage swollen, resembling that of a pig in Oppo's head. Tears streamed down Lin Quan and Oppo's face from the pain. Lin Guobang and Zhang Guifeng watched in utter distress, yet they were powerless, now at the mercy of others. Kulme, give me another harsh word to listen to, Lin Dong demanded. Lin Quan, tears in his eyes, remained silent. What? Are you too afraid to speak? Then tell me why you assaulted my aunt. Lin Dong pressed further. Lin Quan continued to remain mute. Speak, Lin Dong bellowed, sending a shiver down the spines of Lin Guobang's entire family. I didn't hit her. I merely gently pushed her a couple of times. Lin Quan stammered, trembling in fear. After 2 to 3 years apart, Lin Dong seemed to have transformed into a person who instilled a sense of dread and terror. Gently pushed? Then how did she injure her back and remain bedridden for half a month? Lin Dong's eyes gleamed ominously as he interrogated Lin Quan. I don't know. Don and Appos, Tino, Lin Dong Godat Lin Quan va Appos, et Tin Tai Li. I genuinely do not know. Lin Dong, I was wrong. Please spare me. Elena Quan Pleva. Tears streaming down his face. Lin Quan begged for mercy, feeling utterly helpless against the overwhelming pressure Lin Dong exerted. Lin Dong chuckled softly and released Lin Quan. Li Guobing also let him go. Lin Quan collapsed back onto the sofa, gasping for breath. Lin Dong turned to Lin Guobang, stating, Lin Guobang, to be candid, this sum of money holds little significance for me. Initially, I had no intention of claiming it. However, since Lin Quan dared to harm my aunt, you may direct your ire towards him. Remember to transfer the funds promptly, if you can manage it. By this afternoon, the F Court will freeze all your family's assets. We shall meet at the F Court. With that, Lin Dong turned and exited the living room, followed by Li Guobing and Wei Yong. In the living room, Lin Guobang and Amp Oppo's family exchanged stunned glances, each reflecting the shock they felt. After more than 2 years apart, the once timid Lin Dong had transformed into someone so formidable and assertive. Previously, he had risen at dawn, worked tirelessly, and endured beatings. Now, the abrupt shift in power dynamics left them struggling to comprehend. What do we do? Zhang Guifang inquired, visibly shaken by Lin Dong's intimidating presence. Let us go. Quickly borrow a card from your parents. We must transfer the funds at once, or they will indeed be frozen, Lin Guobang urged urgently. The family hurriedly made their way to Zhang Guifang and Appo's family home. Lin Quan was indifferent to the pain on his face. As long as the money remained intact, these minor injuries were insignificant. Over the years, Lin Guobang's family had lived comfortably on the 200,000 in compensation from Lin Dong's parents. They had even rented out Lin Dong and Appo's former home, and the annual interest combined with rental income sufficed for their living expenses, allowing them to avoid employment. Now, with only that modest sum left, if it were truly frozen, their lives would become unbearable. Upon arriving at the bank to transfer the funds, they discovered their bank cards were flagged and temporarily unusable. This, of course, was Lin Dong's doing, designed to offer Lin Guobang's family a glimmer of hope, only to gradually plunge them into despair. Lin Guobang and Appo's family caused a commotion at the bank, unwilling to relinquish their last ounce of wealth, albeit ill-gotten. However, the bank was not a place where they could throw tantrums. Ultimately, they were reported to the authorities and taken to the police station. At the police station, Lin Guobang and Appo's family received a summons from the court, which also announced the freezing of all their assets. At this moment, the entire family realized they were doomed. Chapter 97. After Lin Dong departed from Lin Guobang's residence, Wei Yong and Li Guobing accompanied him in a vehicle to assist with the relocation of items to his aunt and Appo's home. Meanwhile, he drove alone to his eldest aunt Lin Guoying's place. His intention was to devise a plan to relocate his eldest aunt's family to Jiangxing, just as he had done with his aunt Lu Yanmei. The accommodations were already arranged, and they could easily secure positions at the Jinya Hotel, reaping the benefits without much effort. He had entrusted all matters regarding Lin Guobang to his attorney and utilized his connections to ensure everything was in order, rendering further concern unnecessary as he was not in dire need of money. Lin Guoying represented a beacon of hope in Lin Dong and Appo's life, second only to his aunt Lu Yanmei, and she had always treated him with kindness. Since the onset of his middle school years, Lin Guobang had ceased to financially support him, and it was Lin Guoying who had shouldered the burden of his living and educational expenses. Additionally, during his senior year of high school, the academic demands forced him to move in with his eldest aunt, as living with his aunt was cramped with Wang Chao, making it difficult to study. Given his newfound capabilities, he felt a deep obligation to ensure the well-being of both families, as only then could he find solace. Lin Guoying and Appo's home was situated in an aging neighborhood in Shuqing, where both she and her husband were employed at a local factory. They had only one daughter, Zhu, who was 4 years his senior and Lin Dong and Appo's cousin. He parked his car at the entrance of the familiar complex, which, now quite decrepit, lacked even a doorman. As he ascended to the floor he had once inhabited, nostalgia washed over him. Since beginning university, he had seldom returned. It was not a matter of ingratitude, but rather a result of his part-time jobs during winter and summer breaks. As he sought to alleviate the financial strain on his aunt and eldest aunt, the circumstances at his eldest aunt and Appo's home differed slightly from those at his aunt and Appo's. When Zhu was born, complications arose that prevented her parents from having more children. Consequently, their marriage faced turmoil, even nearing divorce, before gradually mending. Following the departure of Lin Dong as parents, they had fervently sought custody of him, but he had opted not to live with them, leading to a strained relationship with his uncle, Zhu Huagua. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Lin Dong knocked on the door of his aunt's home. The old security door creaked open, revealing the familiar visage of Lin Guoying. Xiaodong, aren't you attending university in Jiangxing? What brings you back? Come in, she exclaimed, her voice laced with joy. Lin Guoying, having no son of her own, truly regarded Lin Dong as her own child. Dear aunt, ISNT today the weekend? I just wanted to come and see you, Lin Dong replied. Come in, Don't stand out there, she urged, pulling him inside. Upon entering, Lin Dong was taken aback to find 7 or 8 individuals seated in the living room. Apart from his uncle Zhu Huagua and cousin Zhu Zhu, he recognized no one else. Uncle, fourth uncle, sister. Lin Dong greeted them in turn, receiving nods in response. His relationship with fourth uncle Lin Guowei was cordial. While he had not provided any assistance, there was no animosity either. The Lin family maintained a good rapport with fourth uncle and Appo's family, but due to Lin Dong and Appo's situation, they had lost contact with second uncle Lin Guobang for many years. Xiaodong, let me introduce you, Lin Guoying said, gesturing toward the unfamiliar group. This is your sister's boyfriend, Chen Hui, along with his parents, his aunt, and his cousin. Hello, brother-in-law. Hello, uncle. Greetings to both aunts. Hi, cousin. Lin Dong extended his greetings, yet received no acknowledgement in return. He sensed an unsettling atmosphere in the room. Zhu Zhu's eyes were slightly red, as if she had recently wept, and his uncle Zhu Huagua sat there, visibly perturbed. Dear in-laws, this is my nephew, the son of my third brother. He is currently attending university in Jiangcheng. Lin Guiying introduced Lin Dong to the group. After the introductions, Lin Dong followed his aunt into the kitchen to lend a hand, seeking refuge from the serious ambience of the living room. Yet his aunt insisted he leave as fourth Aunt Yulian was already in the kitchen, and his assistance was unnecessary. With no other option, Lin Dong retreated to the living room, feigning interest in the television. Initially, he had intended to broach the subject of their relocation to Jiangcheng, but with the presence of additional guests, it seemed inappropriate to do so. He decided to bide his time for a more opportune moment. At that juncture, Zhu Zhu and Appo's future father-in-law initiated a conversation. In-laws, what do you think of our proposal? Not satisfactory, Zhu Huagua replied gruffly. What do you propose then? Should my son really move into this dilapidated residence? Look at how long you and Appo's been living here. Their ISNT, even a decent school nearby. How will their children receive an education? If it weren't for the genuine affection between the couple, I would have insisted they part ways long ago, interjected Chun Hui's mother. Mom, what are you saying? Shen Yu protested. Xiao Hui, don't speak. Do you truly wish to live here for the rest of your life? You are our only son. There is absolutely no way he can move in. Chen Hui and Appo's mother spoke firmly. Chun Hui fell silent, as he indeed did not wish to remain in such conditions. Zhu Huagua was visibly agitated, yearning to retort but at a loss for words. Their family circumstances were considerably inferior to Chun Hui's, making the idea of him becoming a son-in-law somewhat unreasonable. Yet, he had only one daughter. What could he do? Who wouldn't want to enjoy their retirement, surrounded by grandchildren? The thought of her daughter marrying off left them feeling lonely in their old age. At that moment, Lin Guiying stepped in. Dear in-laws, we are actually planning to purchase a home. We and Appo's been looking at properties recently, so you need not worry about the children and Appo's education. Buy a house? Don't presume. I'm unaware of your situation. Both of you are ordinary workers. What house could you possibly afford? Have you seen the current housing prices? I hope you aren't into Appo's considering a second-hand property. It would be utterly inappropriate for a wedding. This left Lin Guoying speechless. They were indeed only considering a second-hand property in an educational district, an old one at that. They cannot afford a new home. At this point, Zhu Zhu began to quietly sob again. Her parents wished for her boyfriend Chun Hui to move in after their marriage, but his parents were resolutely opposed. The crux of the matter was their family and Appo's financial situation was indeed not as favorable as Chun Hui and Appo's, and she desired a good educational environment for their future children, yet did not want to disappoint her parents. Moreover, she was now pregnant, making it imperative to expedite their marriage plans without further delay. Chun Hui could only silently comfort her shoulder, feeling helpless to find a solution that would satisfy everyone. Chapter 98. A win-win situation. Lin Dong sat in the living room, absorbing the intricate details of the situation at hand. His cousin, Zhu Zhu, was pregnant and in urgent need of a wedding. However, his uncle wished for Zhu Zhu and her partner to move into their home post-marriage, a proposal the other family rejected due to what they deemed inadequate living conditions that could adversely affect their child and Appo's future education. with nearly a month of stalemate. And the days pressing on as Zhu Zhu and Apos. As pregnancy progressed, the wedding could no longer be postponed. Yet, a resolution that would satisfy both families remained elusive. Lin Dong suddenly realized this was an opportune moment. He had been pondering how to persuade his uncle and Apos' family to relocate to Jiangcheng, given their decades of residency in their current locale. If not for his cousin Wang Chao, his aunt's family would have likely been equally resistant. Now, however, the timing seemed perfect. The other party had claimed that a second-hand house could not serve as a wedding residence. What about a brand new property in the Jiangnan International Mansion, valued at $1 billion? Surely that would suffice. They were concerned about the child's educational environment? Nonsense. Jiangnan International Mansion boasted the finest schools in all of Jiangnan province. From kindergarten to university. What else could they possibly argue? Lin Dong and Apos' spirits soared as he savored his lunch, indulging more than usual, relishing both the delicious home-cooked meal and the elevation of his physical constitution, which had increased his appetite. His voracious eating drew disapproving glances from Chen Hui and Apos' family, who suspected he had come merely to feast. Apart from Lin Dong, the others hardly touched their food, for the matter at hand remained unresolved, leaving little room for appetite, especially Zhu Zhu, who couldn't Apos' bring herself to eat at all. After lunch, they reconvened to discuss the situation, yet no fruitful conclusions emerged. Sensing the moment was ripe, Lin Dong stood and declared, "I have a solution that will satisfy both families." Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to him, with hope flickering in Zhu Zhu and Apos' gaze. "What is it?" Lin Guiying inquired. "Uncle, your family should move to Jiangcheng. The environment is splendid, the educational standards high, and the development opportunities abundant," Lin Dong asserted. Before Lin Guiying could respond, Chen Hui's mother interjected, "Move to Jiangcheng? How would that even work? Do you have any idea how exorbitant the property prices are there? We can barely afford a new house in Xucheng, let alone in Jiangcheng. Have you lost your mind?" Lin Guiying had initially harbored some hope for Lin Dong and Apos' suggestion, but his words quickly dispelled that notion. If they could truly relocate to Jiangcheng, would there be any need for such discussions? Zhu Zhu's glimmer of hope extinguished in an instant. "Actually, I came here with a proposition," Lin Dong continued earnestly. "I wish for you to move to Jiangcheng, so I can express my gratitude for all the care you and Apos' given me over the years. I and Apos' already prepared a house for you there." Lin Dong spoke with sincerity, yet none of the attendees took him seriously. Lin Guiying and Zhu Huagui felt embarrassed by the audacity of his claims, while Chen Hui's family scoffed openly. "You're Lin Dong, right? You shouldn't make outrageous claims. You think you could buy a house in Jiangcheng? You're just a university student. Where would you get the money?" Chen Hui's mother ridiculed. "Exactly. Do you have any idea how pricey Jiangcheng properties are? You think you can afford one? You're just a student. How shameless." Chen Hui and Apos' aunt chimed in. "Whether I'm boasting or not is beside the point. If I truly have a house ready for your family in Jiangcheng, would you agree to let my sister and brother-in-law live with you after they marry, and let their first child take your family name?" Lin Dong retorted. "Fine. If you can actually secure a home for them in Jiangcheng, I will agree to your terms." Chen Hui's mother replied, adding, "But it must not be in a remote area. It should be near schools, and the house must be no less than 200 square meters." She naturally doubted Lin Dong. A mere university student could actually afford a property in Jiangcheng, let alone gift one. Yet, she felt the need to safeguard against the possibility of him trying to deceive her with a rundown house in a secluded area. "All right, did you come by car?" Lin Dong asked. "Of course. What age are we living in? A car is a standard necessity." "Very well. Come along with me," Lin Dong instructed. He then turned to Lin Guiying, "Aunt, let us go to Jiangcheng and check out the house." "Lin Dong," Lin Guiying called out. "Trust me," Lin Dong replied earnestly, looking into her eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Guiying finally agreed. "All right, I believe you wouldn't deceive me." "Uncle, Zhu Zhu, you should join us too," Lin Dong urged Zhu Huagui and Zhu Zhu. A group of about 10 descended the stairs, with Chen Hui and Apos' family trailing behind, curious to see how Lin Dong would extricate himself from this apparent fabrication. However, as they exited the building and Lin Dong opened the door to a luxurious Mercedes-Benz G-Class, they were left astounded. Their family, while considered well-off in Shuqing, could only afford a modest car. The sight of such an exquisite vehicle was a distant dream for them. Now, having mocked Lin Dong for his grand claims, they found themselves thoroughly embarrassed. The expressions on the faces of Chun Hui and Appo's family turned crimson. Chapter 99. A lavish feast. Not only was Chun Hui and Appo's family astonished, but even Lin Dong and Appo's aunt and uncle were taken aback. In a small county like Shuqing, a car like the Bentley is considered a luxury vehicle. While they might be unfamiliar with brands like Porsche or Ferrari, they certainly recognize the prestige of Bentley and BMW, brands that had become ingrained in their consciousness. They never anticipated that Lin Dong would return driving such an opulent car, which made his purchase of a property in Jiangsheng seem less implausible. "Aunt, come get in," Lin Dong said as he opened the passenger door for Lin Guoying. "Xiao Dong, is this your car?" Lin Guoying inquired, still somewhat incredulous that Lin Dong was indeed driving such a lavish vehicle. "Yes," Lin Dong affirmed. "Where did you get the money?" "Aunt, let us not worry about that right now. Just get in. I'll explain later. My aunt and her family have agreed to move to Jiangsheng, and I prepared houses for you all in the same community. Rest assured, I have not engaged in any illegal activities," Lin Dong assured her. Lin Guoying refrained from asking further questions and entered the passenger seat of the Bentley G-Class. Since Lin Dong promised to explain later, she decided to let it be for now, despite her initial concern about his well-being. Zhu Huagui, along with his daughter Zhu Zhu and Chun Hui, settled into the back seat while Chun Hui and Appo's parents drove their own vehicle. Lin Dong's uncle Lin Guowei and Aunt Yu Lian stood to the side, feeling somewhat lost. They too wished to experience Lin Dong and Appo's luxurious car and see the homes he had prepared for Lin Guoying, but since Lin Dong did not invite them, they felt hesitant to intrude. Their relationship with Lin Dong was not as close as that of Lin Guoying, primarily because they had not received any compensation from Lin Dong's parents. As Lin Dong entered the driver's seat, he ignored Lin Guowei and his wife. To him, they were mere acquaintances, someone he would greet casually. During his time of hardship, only his aunt and aunt had extended a helping hand, which solidified his loyalty to their families. Starting the engine, he prepared to leave. Lin Guoying turned to Lin Guowei, saying, "Guowei, you two should head back first." Before Lin Guowei could respond, Lin Dong pressed the accelerator and departed, leaving the couple awkwardly standing behind, as they felt they should have had a place in the car. Lin Guoying opened her mouth, intending to say a few words on behalf of Lin Guowei, but ultimately decided against it. Xiao Dong had matured and developed his own discernment regarding who treated him well or poorly. Her words would serve no purpose. On the road, Lin Dong called his aunt to inform her that he and Lin Guoying and Appo's family would head out first. He drove ahead, with Chun Hui's parents following closely in their vehicle, both cars making their way to Jiangsheng. They departed from Shuqing around 1 in the afternoon and arrived in Jiangsheng shortly after 7. Lin Dong led them directly to the Jinya Hotel, where a sumptuous feast awaited them, prepared in advance. Upon entering the hotel, they were greeted by 4 elegant and tall receptionists who bowed in unison, making everyone but Lin Dong feel somewhat uncomfortable. Once inside, they were awestruck by the opulent decor. Coming from a small county, they had never set foot in such a luxurious 8-star hotel. Shuqing did not even have a 3-star establishment. "Xiao Dong, what are we doing here?" Lin Guoying asked, puzzled. Others also turned their attention to Lin Dong. "Weren't we supposed to look at houses in Jiangsheng? Why are we at a luxury hotel?" "Aunt, after hours of driving, everyone is tired and hungry. Let us eat first. After dinner, we can go look at the houses," Lin Dong explained. "ISN and Appo's tea dining here expensive? Shall we consider another place?" Lin Guoying suggested. "Aunt, Don and Appo's tea worry. Just trust my arrangements," Lin Dong reassured her. Upon hearing this, Lin Guoying chose to remain silent. She noticed a significant change in Lin Dong. He was no longer the timid, indecisive boy he once was. Xiao Dong had grown and matured, which filled her with pride. Shortly after they entered the lobby of the Jinya Hotel, The newly appointed attractive lobby manager rushed down from upstairs to greet them. Having just escorted some esteemed guests to their rooms, she hurried down upon receiving the news that Mr. Lin had arrived. "Mr. Lin, welcome to the Genia Hotel. Your reserved dinner is ready. Please follow me." She addressed Lin Dong, having initially prepared to call him Mr. Lin Dong, but changing it upon noticing his look. Lin Dong and his party followed the manager to the exclusive room 1. The manager opened the door to the private room, and Lin Dong led the way inside, followed closely by the others. Upon entering, Lin Guiying's family and Chun Hui's family were utterly astonished by the sight before them. A grand array of the finest delicacies lay spread out before them, shrouded in a misty allure, resembling a dream. Enormous lobsters and colossal king crabs were the most prominent, alongside an array of unfamiliar yet delectable dishes that far surpassed anything they had seen on television. Having been quite hungry, both families could not help but swallow several times in anticipation. Lin Dong pulled out a chair for Lin Guiying to take her seat first, then gestured for the others to join him at the table. While everyone sat down, they were initially hesitant to start eating until Lin Dong served Lin Guiying a dish and began to eat himself, prompting them to gradually dig in. Chen Hui, his cousin, and Zhu Zhu, the 3 young individuals, were not in a hurry to eat. Instead, they took out their phones to start capturing the moment for social media. They certainly would not miss such an opportunity to showcase their experience. Soon, their posted photos elicited a wave of astonishment in their respective social circles, filled with comments of envy and admiration. Such exquisite cuisine was irresistible to anyone except perhaps those with aversions to food, and it greatly satisfied the vanity of the youth. Zhu Zhu and Appo's post included a few images alongside the caption, "Grateful for my cousin and Appo's generous hospitality." Chapter 100. Regret for the past in the residence of Lin Guowei. He and his wife were seated in the living room, engrossed in a television show. Their son, Lin Su, had made plans to play basketball with friends over the weekend and thus did not accompany them to Aunt Lin Guiying's house. He was idly scrolling through his phone when he stumbled upon his cousin Zhu Zhu and Appo's post on social media. He was instantly taken aback by the exquisite delicacies displayed in the images, the likes of which he had never even encountered before. Sumptuous lobsters and imperial crabs, all seemingly delectable. In a rush, he dashed into the living room. "Mom, Dad, weren't you supposed to be at Annie's today? Didn't you mention that Zhu Zhu's boyfriend's family would be discussing marriage? How could you indulge in such delectable food without inviting me?" Lin Su et Galim, a hint of jealousy evident in his voice, mistakenly believing that his parents had enjoyed a lavish meal with the family. Upon seeing the images, Lin Guowei and Yu Lian exchanged glances, their composure visibly shaken. They had only ever seen such gourmet food on television, and they surmised that the extravagant spread must have cost a fortune. Coupled with Zhu Zhu and Appo's caption, it was clear that Lin Dong had treated them to this feast in Jiangqing. It seemed Lin Dong had truly made something of himself. He had even mentioned plans to purchase a house for Aunt Lin Guiying's family. Alas, none of this was relevant to their own household. As Lin Dong and Appo's uncle, Lin Guowei could have cultivated a close relationship with him, akin to that of Lin Guiying, thereby sharing in Lin Dong's newfound success. Unfortunately, after failing to secure Lin Dong's guardianship, along with the 2 million compensation, Lin Guowei had ceased to concern himself with Lin Dong altogether. With a hint of disinterest, Lin Guowei tossed the phone aside and remarked, "That was not our lunch. We simply had a modest meal at your aunt's house." "Then what do they have for dinner? Don't you have a good relationship with Annie? Why wasn't T.I. invited to enjoy such sumptuous food? I've never tasted anything like that in my life." "I don't care, I want to go," Lin Su retorted, his frustration palpable. Lin Guowei, already irked by the situation surrounding Lin Dong, found Lin Su's tantrum particularly exasperating. In a fit of annoyance, he snapped, "All you think about is food. Go back to your room and do your homework. If you can't get into college, you can just eat dirt." Taken aback by his father's sudden outburst, Lin Su ran to his room in tears, slamming the door with a resounding thud. "Look at you. These decisions were made long ago. What does this have to do with the child? You only know how to vent your frustrations on him. I've told you to treat Lin Dong better. He's your own nephew, but you wouldn't listen, insisting that whoever has the money has the say. And now look at the results. Yuan interjected, voicing her grievances from the sidelines. Lin Guowei remained silent, reclining on the sofa. Ever since Lin Dong chose to live with his second uncle, Lin Guobang, he had indeed lost all interest in Lin Dong's life. He had only heard from his elder sister, Lin Guoying, that Lin Dong was having a difficult time and showing signs of being mistreated, and she hoped they could intervene. Yet he had dismissed it, claiming it was Lin Dong and Appo's own doing. Now that Lin Dong had become prosperous, owning luxury cars and planning to buy a house for his aunt's family, Lin Guowei felt a mixture of envy and regret. Had he only shown a modicum of concern for Lin Dong, perhaps things would not have turned out this way. But now it was too late. Oh, how I regret my past decisions. Yuan, sensing the tension, refrained from provoking her husband further. Though she had previously urged him to treat Lin Dong with more kindness, her words had been merely superficial. There had been no genuine action behind them. Now witnessing Lin Dong and Appo's success, she felt a twinge of jealousy as her elder sister, once the least well-off, was suddenly poised to become the wealthiest. Indeed, the potential of human beings is boundless. A grand table of food, consisting of dozens of dishes, was consumed by their party of 9 over the course of 2 hours. Lin Dong, possessing a robust constitution, was the most voracious eater, though his appetite had grown significantly after his physical transformation. He was astonished to see that the others, seemingly ordinary folk, also had such impressive appetites, broadening his horizons. Unbeknownst to him, these individuals had never tasted such exquisite cuisine in their lives, making them reluctant to waste even a morsel of it. They took breaks only to resume eating until they had nearly finished everything, finally setting down their chopsticks. During a break, Chen Hui and his 2 companions took out their phones to research the dishes online. After tallying the prices, they were astonished to discover that the meal was valued at a staggering million. This revelation made them even more reluctant to waste any food. After finishing their meal and resting for a brief moment, Lin Dong instructed the hotel manager to arrange several top-tier suites for them to rest for the night. It was too late to view the properties, as the sales office had already closed, and they could only proceed with their plans the following day. The next morning, after breakfast, Lin Dong led everyone to Jiangnan International Mansion. Driving a luxury G-Class, he entered seamlessly, while Chun Hui's family, in their modest vehicle worth over 100,000, was halted at the entrance by a security guard, having served there for 2 to 3 years. The guard had never seen a car worth over 100,000 entering the exclusive estate. Even among the homeowners, Lin Dong's G-Class was considered one of the more modest vehicles, warranting an inquiry. "Hey, what are you doing here? Hurry and leave. This place is not for you," a guard barked at Chun Hui's parents. Unfazed by the expensive vehicles that frequented the area, he felt no obligation to be courteous. Though he could not afford such luxury, his time working there had significantly elevated his standards. "Brother, here, have a cigarette." "We're with the car in front," Chun and Appo's father offered politely, trying to ease the tension. In this unfamiliar city, he still felt somewhat apprehensive. After accepting the cigarette, the guard spoke into his walkie-talkie. Number 6. Number 6. A G-Class just entered. Have the owner bring their homeowner's certificate to the entrance." "Received. Understood," came the response from the walkie-talkie. Then, the guard turned to Chun and Appo's father with an air of superiority, saying, "You all wait over there. Don't wander around. This isn't a place for people like you to enter freely." This statement provoked Chun Hui's mother and aunt, who had never encountered such disrespect in Sioux City. "What are you saying? What do you mean we can't come in freely? You're just a security guard." Chun and Appo's mother retorted indignantly. "Exactly. What makes you so important? You'll be out of a job before long." Chun Hui's aunt chimed in, backing her up. "Oh really? You think you can become homeowners here? You think you can tell me to leave? Do you even know where you are? This is the most expensive community in Jiangnan province, with each house starting at 50 million and the most expensive going for 400 million. You think you can become homeowners here? Dream on." The guard scoffed mercilessly. His words left the occupants of the car in shock. 50 million for a house. 400 million for the most expensive? This utterly shattered their preconceived notions. In Sioux City, Houses averaged only 4 to 500,000, and even the most spacious or well-located ones did not exceed 1 million. The disparity was incomprehensible. Seeing the impact of his words, the guard felt vindicated, remarking, "Hurry and move your car to the side. Don't block the entrance. Only important people come in and out of here. If you delay someone's time, can you take responsibility for that?" Chen Hui and Apos, as father promptly moved the car aside, awaiting Lin Dong and the others to come out and greet them. As they sat in the car, they simultaneously recalled that Lin Dong, their future relative, had promised to take them to view properties. Could it be here? A house valued at 50 million as a foundation gift to their in-laws? In other words, a wedding residence for their son? The three exchanged glances, and in each other and Apos' eyes, they discerned astonishment and delight. It was akin to a pie falling from the sky, leaving them utterly bewildered.